that's the question. It's how it got there in the first place. So that's the reason, Ox. Oh, so that's what the problem is there, Stormchild. You think I'm saying lasers do not bend. I can assure you now, lasers do bend in air. But the problem is, after weeks of scouring the internet, I have, and a few others have not found one video or photographic evidence of a laser bending downwards, which is a bit of a requirement if you want to validate these lasers following the alleged curvature rate of the Earth. So I am not saying lasers do not bend. You can force them to bend by doing stupid things. Changing heat patterns and whatnot around them and making them wobble, causing distortions and all sorts of shit. So I am no way, shape or form saying lasers do not bend. But any claim of such, I would have to back up and say the cause of the laser bending is XYZ. You come along and say it, but you're not validating it. You're not verifying your claims. That's the problem, son. You need to start backing up your claims with some kind of scientific validation or such, or a citation, and you don't want to do that. You seem to think if I just bark this down the microphone that they'll listen to me. And now he's gone back to his ontology, epistemology, and other bullshit. Poor child. Hey, Stormchild, why don't you just go out and measure it? The only way you're going to understand what we're talking about is if you put your computer down for 35 seconds, take a step out the front door. What are you talking for? Take a step out the front door and go and measure it for yourself. Get a couple of mates together and do a mirror flash test over a large body of water.
Do you have a...
You know what that is?
Do you have a 40,000 kilometer measuring tape?
Why the fuck would I need a 40,000 kilometer measuring tape?
Well, you're asking me to measure the Earth, so I would need pretty much 40,000 kilometers if I want to measure...
Why wouldn't you go to your nearest lake and just measure drop over distance for that claimed lake size?
A local measurement will not substantiate a global measurement.
Why not?
Because let's say I measure my hill here, it doesn't measure Mount Everest.
The local lake, you're going to measure it. Let's say it's 20 miles across. You measure zero drop over distance, and now you're saying a local measurement will not substantiate a global measurement. Why not?
And then I think about the laser bending and...
No. You're doing a mirror flash test. We're putting the laser to the side. Stop, straw manning. Laser to the side. You've done a mirror flash test.
See, you're trying to form a false...
No, shut up and listen. You're going off on a left field tangent. Red herring. Hello, red herring boy? You've just done your test. Listen carefully.
And then
shut up. You've done your measurement. I don't give a fuck what answer you come up with. You've just told me a local measurement will not substantiate a global measurement. Okay, you've said your little phrase, and now I put the question forward to you. Why not?
Because of the definition of the word local and global.
Okay, so the definition is what is you're substantiating global to local. What's the line difference? How far do you have to go?
Let's say that I'm measuring 100 miles. I'm not measuring...
Well, I've already said 20 miles.
Am I? Does my measurement of over 100 miles substantiate what's going to happen over 40,000 miles? No.
Why wouldn't? Why wouldn't? That's retarded.
Topography?
If I made the claim of I'm measuring 40,000 miles, that's a claim. If I make the claim, why are you talking again? If I make the claim I'm measuring 20 miles, I've measured 20 miles. So, I've substantiated 20 miles. We know that water at rest is level, horizontal, flat. It is the gold
level doesn't
standards
mean
for
horizontal.
leveling.
You're lying again.
You do understand that. Instead of
Level-
talking, you do
Level does
understand
not mean horizontal
water.
flat, and water at rest doesn't exist.
Water
a
at
lake-
rest doesn't exist.
A lake is not water at rest. I'm sorry to announce that to you. A lake is not water.
What? What are you stuttering for? Sounds like you're nervous. Sounds like you just said something stupid and you knew it.
A lake is not water at rest.
Lake is not water at rest.
Yep, no lake water is at rest.
So how do they get those beautiful glass reflection photos?
It's not at rest.
Oh, next thing you're just going to go, it's not at rest, it's not at rest.
Is grass grow?
So how do you validate this? You've said that now, it's not at rest, but here we have a mirrored image,
Grass grow.
and you're claiming that it's not at rest, but it has to be at rest in order to generate those images.
No, it doesn't.
Yes?
No.
If it's not at rest, you would have ripples, you would have waves, you would have some other indication that the water is moving. When it's a perfect reflection, I'm sorry, but it's at rest.
Looking at the distance that you're looking, yeah, that will be very inapparent. So you'll basically be seeing most.
Basically be lying. Come on.
Curvature.
Hey kid, try harder.
No, you're not.
Seriously?
gonna see all of that. See.
So what you're claiming is water is never at rest, so therefore you can't use water to prove level. That's what you're trying to push.
If I look at a beach from a distance, it doesn't look like a bunch of grains of sands. It looks like a blanket, but it's not.
Okay, poor analogy. The beach is not a grain of sand. Try again.
The beach is made of grains of sand. Yes.
No, I didn't say that. See, this is you with your bullshit debate bro tactics. Hey kid, get it through your head. Your debate bro shit doesn't work on me.
When you're taking an image
Okay, he's not listening. He's just going to plug his ears and go la 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 la. Okay, hey, Stormchild, you need to comprehend something. The debate bro tactics don't work on me. You're talking through me, doesn't work. You're trying to red herring, doesn't work. Your blatant fucking lies don't work. So stop with your stupid. If you want to have a conversation, mate, do it. But if you're going to make claims, back them, and just stop being a clown. I get to hammer debate bro clowns regularly. It's great fun. I've just had 4 days off. And I walk straight back into you. The debate bro shittery does not work. Please, understand that.
There's no debate bro shittery, man.
That's what you're doing, and you're either too arrogant or too stupid to understand it.
Dude, your projection is really.
No, not projection. I don't do the whole debate thing. I just boot clowns.
And by the way,
So, you were asked earlier on for requirement 2 off.
complaining that I talk over you, but you talk over me as soon as I speak.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you, I don't do the matter. Your requirement earlier, provide Earth curve measurements. You're yet to do so, and that was at 11:40. It's now 1:05 p.m. You're also asked for video or photographic evidence of lasers bending downwards, which you've yet to provide. And you've made every excuse under the sun to not provide this. So I can only assume that you don't have any of this, and everything that you've claimed is just nothing more than hearsay.
And you've been asked multiple things that you've never provided as well, and you don't.
What, the definition of the word proof?
And the things that you demand of me, well, they come
I've already
that you refuse to understand the misconceptions when I try to clarify them. So, again, that comes out as nothing burgers as well. So, yeah, you're right. Everything that you're demanding of me, I don't have anything on that because it's a nothing burger that can't be applied because you can't understand that it's incoherent by base.
So your requirement, your claim was Earth curve measurements, and you made all these claims, and yet you're not going to back any of that up. You're just going to turn around and say, I'm having a cry because I can't post anything up. I'm having a cry because you don't want to understand it, but yet you've not provided it in the first place.
Completely fine here. I'm just waiting for you to have some good faith, man.
You're the one that's laughing and not in good faith. Where's the
I'm
provide
laughing
of your claim? Provide it. Put it up. Why haven't you put it up?
Huh?
Huh?
I'm asking you to. Yeah, I didn't get what you were saying. You're like all.
Why have you not provided the data to back up your claim?
Because I'm too lazy to Google it. Also, because I don't have perms to post it. Also, because you're just going to bring up whatever excuse and then red herring it and then try and blame it on
Well,
me.
how can I at least argue or provide a rebuttal if you're not going to back up your claims?
I mean, you can use logic against logic. We don't need to
Well,
use...
I'm using logic now. The logic is quite simple. You have not provided anything.
So asking me to give you a direct measurement of outside, we're on Discord here, okay? So ask me direct measurements outside when we're face to face outside in front of a lake, then we can do our...
Your claim, mate, not mine.
But that's not the case here, okay? So
That's your claim.
abandon these shitty semantics that go nowhere and try.
Why are you trying to run from your claim?
But you refuse.
Your claim.
Stuck into
Stormchild, your claim.
Because you don't want to address the things that
You're making excuses to why you don't have to provide your claim. That's all you're doing now.
Because
you made it, not me.
Debate where I took 2 weeks to prepare all the...
Oh, so this is a debate.
This is a Discord debate here.
No, it's not. There never has been a debate.
Prepared here, all the sources.
Hey, Stormchild, there never has been a debate.
So we're on a straight-to-straight basis here. Not on a correspondence where people actually have the time to look up everything and provide everything in all the sources, such as a formal setting in science. We're not in a formal setting here where the person has 2 weeks to get this. No. You're demanding something that would take 2 weeks to gather in like 5 seconds.
How did you work out 2 weeks?
That's coherent. Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. See, people in formal debates, when they make claims and they have to back up those claims, I agree. They prepare
It's not a formal debate.
for 2 weeks. Okay,
it's not a formal debate
for 2 weeks.
I guess we'll see you in 2 weeks then.
People that debate on the fly, they don't have prepared documentation on the fly demand resources like in a prepared debate.
So hold on a second, just a quick one. You're claiming that you required 2 weeks to get all the data to back up your claims. I've got no problem with that. That's cool. So why are you making claims in the first place to things you've got no data to validate or verify or prove?
Exactly. You should have started 2 weeks ago.
Able to validate that. You can also do...
So why wouldn't you have been honest? Hey, Stormchild, why wouldn't you have just been upfront and honest and said, I don't know?
Some of these information.
And he's just going to keep going.
Blatantly ignorant to them, but I guess I was wrong about that.
So how were you making claims to stuff that you don't know if you need 2 weeks to look this shit up?
It's not about stuff that I don't know. It's not knowing.
Well, obviously it is.
You're asking me
because now you're crying about not having 2 weeks to look at the data.
The specific source would require me to research where the specific source comes from.
What specific source?
Like, if I ask you, bring me the documentation and papers on how nuclear physics work.
That's nothing to do with this topic.
You need a lot of Googling before you get the valid papers on nuclear physics.
Red herring. That's nothing to do with this topic. Non-analogous.
No matter what the topic is, even
it doesn't even get
on topic, off topic, the point is, these things, these official papers, require you to do research to get them.
What official papers?
Consuming research.
You're making claims of things that are non-existent. You're trying to use excuses to backpedal out of the fact that you can't provide two things that you asked for.
Information that we call internet, and so I'm not going to do your job and go through hours of...
No, your claim, not my claim. My claims get backed up.
When we already understand gravity.
I didn't make a claim of gravity. Why are you bringing gravity into the situation?
It's called an example. Do you not understand how language and...
Well, we weren't talking about that.
Dude. Learn to analogize, man. I feel
I was listening to your analogies. They were very poor.
Chess game, every single move you would do would be a one-move attack. Instead of 2 or 3 moves ahead, you'd do one move.
You've got no idea.
One move. Dude, you'd get crushed because I'm like 8 moves ahead in chess.
Not really, no. You're like 8 moves ahead. You just told me you're 2 weeks behind.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that.
You're not 8 moves ahead if you're 2 weeks behind.
I had planned to tell you that, it'll take 2 weeks.
Sometimes someone can mention something a little bit off topic, but there's an actual link that can be made. And it seems that it takes you too much effort to try and even consider in making that link between 2 things and analogize them.
Well, we don't care about your analogies. We just want your data to back up your claims.
People do links like that to try and convey something, but you absolutely refuse to try and link anything together.
Yeah, we just want the data to back up your claim, bro. That's all.
Yeah, you came here unprepared. We get it. Why don't you take time to get prepared and then come back in 2 weeks?
I mean, I'm not going to go do 2 weeks of research for flat earthers.
Okay, you don't want to support your claim. Okay, cool.
And when it comes to me talking to flat earthers, I'm going to say what I know. That's it.
Nothing, exactly. Because you need 2 weeks to do your research, remember?
If I were to go for a formal debate, I would take 2 weeks to pile up a lot of sources and so on for on-demand things with a formal opponent. But I'm not having a formal debate on Discord now, am I?
I've already established that quite earlier on. You weren't listening.
And in 2 weeks, if I come back here, it
because
won't be a
you've got this idea in your head that it's flat earthers are wrong syndrome. So it doesn't matter what I say, flat earthers are wrong, and you're just going to spew shit out because you just don't like the fact that we speak the truth, and it offends you, it hurts you.
No, look, if what you were speaking were the truth, I would be...
The earth is measured as flat.
Jumping
That's
in.
the truth.
I would be defending your side if it were the truth.
Well, go out and measure it. See it for yourself.
I have nothing with abandoning something that I hold true versus new information.
Well, in that case then, go and do 2 weeks worth of research.
I'll reconsider what I know, of course.
Go out and do the tests yourself.
Truth over lies in any...
Excellent. So go outside and do the tests for yourself.
Okay. You want me
would you like a basic one that you and your friends can do?
Something to test for your side. I'd like you to do something to test for my side. So you want me to go outside and do a sort of measurement? Fine, I'll do that. But as I do that...
You don't have to measure anything.
I would like
you don't have to measure anything.
Go to your local observatory.
Hold on a minute. Why am I bowing down to your shit before you even listen to mine? Why am I bowing down to your shit and have you run over me before you even listen to what I was going to offer?
To do your measurements.
It's not a measurement. I just told you that. You chose not to listen to me. It's not a measurement. Oh, you didn't want to listen again because flat earthers are wrong syndrome. It's a mirror flash test.
Everything you're saying, you're just not doing anything of substance, man.
Go and do a mirror flash test across a large body of water.
Okay.
Do you even know what that is?
As I do this, I would like you to go to your local observatory and interpret the data.
And interpret what data?
The data of the local observatory about Earth, the Moon, and everything about space.
Okay, please enlighten me. Okay, hold on. Please enlighten me on how looking at the moon is going to tell me what shape the ground is.
If you're just going to frame it as I'm looking at the moon, oh now
He's going to need 2 weeks.
No, that's not how it's
Matrix,
going to
for
work.
that to answer that
I know.
question.
But if you're making observations,
So looking
on
at the sky
dynamics
doesn't
of
prove the
how
shape of the
moon
ground.
phases are working and so on, and then you're like
That has nothing to do with the shape of the
studying all
ground.
These things and seeing that these things match observations that would occur on a sphere rather than on a flat plane, then maybe
Really?
you might understand something.
What observations?
The moon phases,
Moon phases.
yeah.
Have you ever tried to cast a spherical shadow onto a sphere?
Yes.
What shape did you get?
The exact phases that I get with the moon.
So you didn't get a sinusoidal pattern, you got a perfect C shape right across.
I mean, I got some crescents. I've managed to make the half and so on. I managed to.
So
align all-
not what we see in the sky.
Yes, I've managed to make those perspectives work with a small model, of course.
So when you moved the spherical item that's casting the shadow across the other spherical item, you got the perfect C the whole way. You did not get a
No matter how
sinusoidal
I would
pattern.
align everything, I would get to the moon phases consistently depending on how.
Oh, so you had to align it in very particular ways. Again, not listening.
7 years ago, yes, of course.
You had to align it in very particular ways to get your result.
Not to get my result, to get certain phases, sure, but no matter where it was aligned, if I were to correspond that with the current physics and positions, I have the same observation. So there was nothing wrong there. No matter if I break the specifics and so on and change the angles, the lighting and so on, all dynamics still worked the same.
Really? That's interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
I call bullshit, but
I've
anyways.
used all factors I could think of in consideration, and everything worked perfectly fine. Everything lined up, everything matched up.
Really?
And I have no reason to lie about this. I would tell you that I never done this if I would have never done this, but I have done this. Just like I have went to local observatories.
Can you show us that?
So yes,
That's
I take
not
scaling
enough,
into account and other factors like that. That's why I try to explain these things to you.
So you're not going to demonstrate any of this, it's just your word. Have a look in side chat. I just posted up something.
I'm not
Side
going
chat.
to go and waste a few
Side
hours
chat.
to build a new model again just to
Hey,
demonstrate
excuses.
it again.
Side chat. Side chat. Don't make excuses. Notice how when the shadow first hits the white sphere and the little tiny pattern it makes, that is not what we see in the sky.
You see, what you're doing in that GIF there is way off scale and off, like,
Oh,
on so many things. This
well,
thing,
that's a validation that you've got to prove.
you're just
So how about?
arbitrarily
Oh, yeah,
floating
well,
that
hold
around
on, hold
and,
on.
like, just saying,
You're making
oh,
excuses now. Hey, Stormchild, you're making excuses. If you're claiming that that is incorrect, please provide your model of the correct distances.
Oh my,
And I'd like to know how you got those distances in the first place.
oh my, dear Lord.
More claims. See, all you're doing is claim stacking.
Look,
Claims
look.
upon claims upon claims.
Literally, you're misrepresenting the experiment in your GIF.
No,
Yes.
that's not misrepresenting anything.
Yes, it is.
That's a demonstration. Listen carefully.
Are you testing?
Hey,
the correct
Stormchild,
angle
listen
and so on?
carefully.
Are you testing a
Stormchild,
title
hello?
off? No, you're not.
I want to explain what's going on there, and you don't want to listen.
I've accounted for all the factors.
What is going on there is a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere. That's all that's presented for you there. I made no claim of distances. I made no claim of colours. I made no claim of light source. Just a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere. As you can see, the light pattern or shadow pattern, sinusoidal pattern, is not what we see when we look at the moon. You're the one that's asserting all these other things. Now, if you've made an exact replica or model or whatever you want to call it, please provide that.
Actually, there's at least 3 angles into which your GIF is showing three moon phases. There's 3 moon phases in your image, literally. Even 4. I even see a 4th moon phase right there. So yes, this. As much as this is kind of wrong, you're still managing to get moon phase observations from it. Like, I can see the crescent. You can even see, like, when the moon is, like, just, like, basically it's one arc. There's that phase, there's the half moon phase in it, and there's the full moon phase in it. So, I mean, another nothing burger that debunks nothing except your position.
So actually, you've provided nothing. That's what you're telling us. I'm going to sit and bitch about somebody's claim of spheres casting shadows onto spheres and then questioning why we don't see that in the sky, and you're going to say, it's a nothing burger, but I'm not going to provide anything that shows you how it should be done correctly. So you're the one that's provided a nothing burger. Thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, a perfect example of good faith, am I right?
You're the one that's not provided the data. So yet again, projection. Thank you very much. 2 from 2.
Oh, dear Lord. I'm assuming that if I were to make the claim that there's lava on Earth and that volcanoes can erupt and that there's lava, you would ask me to, like, go to a volcano and prove to you that volcanoes exist and lava exists? Like, come on, man.
What's that got to do with the shape of the ground? Nothing. Try again.
Actually, a lot. A lot. If you understand how heat works and what lava in general is.
So, how is this going to provide your curvature over a 30-mile lake?
Does it need to?
Well, you might require it considering you believe you live on a boat.
I'm not the one that requires this arbitrary curvature drop experiment with a laser to...
You don't have to use a laser. I made that abundantly clear.
So, like, this is the global...
You don't have to use a laser.
That's not...
You don't want to listen, do you? You're not here to listen. You're just here to blurt out your shit.
I mean, are you listening?
I made it abundantly clear earlier on, you do not have to use a laser. And for some reason, you are still fixated on that. I don't know why.
Laser or not, I'm not here with the one that has a requirement to believe the globe to have an insane measurement that is irrelevant to the...
What insane measurement are you talking about? All we need you to provide is measured drop over distance. That's it.
You guys provide it yourselves.
Why do we go out and measure for your curvature? We don't get your curvature. He's not listening. Hey,
We did. We
Stormchild.
will find it.
Every time that you guys try to make the argument, you guys post this.
What argument?
All these
Every time you guys make the argument. What argument?
Something you already have.
Okay,
You already
Stormchild.
have them. What?
You're not listening. You're having a meltdown. What is going on? Stormchild, shut up and listen for 30 seconds. What's going on is these guys are going out to test for curvature. Okay? They're testing for what you believe you live on. What they used to believe they lived on. That is what they're testing for. Now, when they go out there and test for this curvature, they're not finding it. That's the problem, mate. You seem to not want to accept that.
And we happen to say, here is why your observation didn't work. And then you say,
He didn't say observation. He didn't say observation. He said measurement.
such as your laser is bending.
Sorry, you understand? Sorry, hold on. You understand
okay.
that? Sorry, you understand that to survey the land we use surveying tools, right?
Well, actually, geodesic surveying happens
Not
on a
actually. I want you to
different
agree or
scale.
disagree with what I said. When we survey the land, we use surveying tools. Is that a correct statement?
I'd assume so, perhaps.
Pardon me?
I'd assume so, perhaps. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
of
that
course.
yes, geodesic surveying
No,
uses surveying
no,
tools. It's fine.
yeah. Surveying, any surveying, geodetic, planar surveying, whatever surveying, we use surveying tools. One of those tools is a laser, isn't it?
Okay. Yes, sure.
Cool. So when you say that our measurements are found to be whatever you said, do you understand that we're using the correct tools for the methodology, right?
Actually, no. I've pointed that out many, many times earlier.
Okay, so why isn't a laser a good surveying tool?
It's a good surveying tool.
Oh,
It
it
is
is
great.
a good surveying tool. So what's the
But when
problem with
you're
using a laser?
misapplying it, when you're
Hold on.
misapplying it,
I want to be clear, so I don't want you to interrupt. What's wrong with using a laser?
nothing's wrong with using a laser.
Okay, good. So we understand a laser is a targeting system requiring a direct
Yes,
line of
yes,
sight
yes.
between the laser and the target.
I was never saying otherwise. We're on the same page on that one.
Good. So we can use lasers to measure over the surface of the Earth.
In a certain way, yeah.
See, you've got a problem with this. Do you just want to cut to the chase and tell me what the
No,
problem
it's
is?
not that I have a problem with this. Like I'm saying, we can use this, but there are nuances and factors to take into account for.
Of course, there are nuances like the deviation of the path of light. That's why we use dependent and independent live wave spectrums, like infrared, those in the visible spectrum, blue ones, green ones, all different wavelengths of light, to measure for that word that you like, refraction. So
Yes,
yeah,
and
of course.
we also account for that the laser is bending.
No,
When we do surveying, we account for it. When
Not
they do,
account
they don't.
for. Excuse me. Not account for. Measure. We can measure the deviation and the separation of wavelengths of light, can't we?
Sure, I guess.
Different wavelengths of light have a different refractive index.
Depends
So we
on
can
the
measure
medium, I
how
would
much
say.
the
I would
light
say that
path
there's
is
also the medium
deviating over
involved.
distance.
I would say that there's also the medium involved.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what the refractive index is invoking. Through the medium, it will refract differently depending on the wavelength of light. Ultraviolet bends an awful lot. Infrared doesn't. The visible spectrum, what we see in, mitigates between the two far ends of what we can measure.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool, awesome stuff. So we can use measures with varying wavelengths to measure the refraction over distance, not account for, measure.
Sure.
Cool, awesome stuff. So what's your problem now?
The problem is when they're doing this, they're claiming that, well, oh, we see the shoreline or the laser meets the target, therefore the Earth is flat and not curved. But that's like assuming that the laser didn't bend towards there, and
No,
we have
the
problem is-
the refractory
The
index.
problem is the observation that he was presented doesn't match his geometry.
No,
That's
it
the
matches its geometry if it's
No, it
non-cumulative.
doesn't.
Which is the
No,
point.
you agreed it doesn't. You agreed it doesn't. You agreed that what DJ presented to you is not in conjunction with the claimed raw geometry.
Actually, that's not what I said. When it was posted,
Yeah,
I was
you
saying that
did.
there is absolutely no issue. Everything going
No, you
on.
made
in
you
the
made
world
you made
is normal.
excuses for why the geometry isn't observed nor measured.
No, the
made
geometry
excuses.
it is fine there. Everything's fine.
No, it's not
It's just
there.
that it's
No, it's not. You
non-cumulative.
agreed. You've agreed on
You
several
understand what-
instances
you
that we don't
understand what the
observe the
non-cumulative
curvature,
point means?
and you agreed on several instances that we don't observe the necessary existing curvature, right, for a sphere with a radius of 3,099 miles, or that lasers, right, deviate from the surface of the Earth, which you then made an excuse for, saying that it bends and follows the path of the curve of the Earth.
From the density of the
So
air.
not matching the claimed geometry then, right? Not
No, it
observable,
matches-
not measurable.
It matches the claimed geometry. It matches it.
How?
It's the perfect match.
How is it a perfect match?
you apply the geometry. Yes, it's an approximation. Let's say the one with 21 miles, we had 45.45 feet, and the actual measurement was 40.90 feet. So we had an error rating of 0.45, which was 1%.
No, you agreed there was a 290-foot drop missing.
It wasn't missing.
Hold on. If it was missing, that means we wouldn't have hit the target. So,
Wrong.
Okay, explain then. Because there should be 200 plus foot of descent from point A to point B. The target would have descended, so there wouldn't be a direct line of sight.
Like I tried explaining with another
This would
analogy.
match the globe model because of the curvature, wouldn't it?
Look, I tried explaining this with another analogy, and like because I mentioned a lighter, they're like, "Oh, we're talking about."
No, I don't need another analogy. I need you to follow what I'm saying.
I think you might be in better faith than my previous opponent, so I'm going to try this with you. Can you take like a lighter or a pencil and any
Yeah.
spherical object?
Sorry, say that again. A lighter or a pencil and a
Yeah,
spherical
anything.
object?
Yeah,
A lighter or a pencil?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So hold the lighter or pencil basically horizontally, like on its
Yeah.
side, above the sphere. They don't need to touch, like at least one distance above the
So
sphere.
not a tangent, but almost a tangent.
And just spin the sphere however you want, and tell
Okay.
me when the lighter needs to like dip down for the sphere that's rotating under it to be aligned.
What are you talking about?
Well, like if I spin the sphere under the lighter, okay, tell me when I need to dip my lighter down for the center of my lighter and basically the sphere to be aligned.
I'm still trying to figure out why I had to choose
Yep,
between
it's
a
got
lighter
me.
and a pencil. I chose the
Okay,
pencil.
so what I've got so far, Jedi, I've got a pencil and I've got a magic 8 ball. So I've got the pencil above the magic 8 ball,
Yeah.
and I'm rotating the magic 8 ball underneath the pencil.
Okay.
Now, what does this do other than me look like a fucking idiot holding a magic
Well,
8
I
ball
mean,
underneath a pencil?
Look, you have the 8 ball turning. Like you can, are you spinning it north and south or just east and west? Because you can spin in both directions, by the way.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly. So as you're spinning it, do you need
Yeah.
to change the direction of your lighter at any time?
Well, I'm still
No.
trying to understand the
Is-
reason
are you-
for
are
this.
you trying to demonstrate day and night class or
When you're
something?
putting your lighter in tangent.
Okay, let's just take one step back. What are you trying to demonstrate with this ball underneath a pencil?
Well, the same thing about like lasers in airplanes when why they don't need to dip down, nose down. Like you're trying to say that the laser has to bend down. The reason why there's no down bending or down dipping is simply that phenomenon there that I'm showing you. You have a lighter.
You didn't show us a
there,
phenomenon.
Fuck.
and once the lighter is
Hey,
like,
Stormchild, you didn't show us a phenomenon, mate. I just look
I'm
like a
asking you
fucking
to
idiot
do it
holding
at
a magic
home
8
with
ball,
your own
rotating it
like
with
you
a
said.
pen above it.
I should leave.
So when do you need to dip the pen down for it to stay aligned with the sphere?
I don't know what you mean by dip the pen down. At the moment, I have a magic 8 ball in my left hand. I have a pen held horizontally above the magic 8 ball. So it's about 2 inches above the magic 8 ball. I'm
Okay.
now rotating the magic 8 ball with my left hand. The pen is still held horizontally. Now, what is this proving?
Is the pen still perfectly aligned with the sphere as the sphere spins?
No, it never is. That's the point. They're geometrically opposed, you idiot.
Do you need to tip the pen downward?
What is this got to
Nothing
do
to do
what
with
purpose?
lasers over bodies
Curvature
of
of the
water, showing
sphere.
no deviation
No.
between the surface of the water and the laser travel. Oh my god, you're dumb.
I've got a better idea. Why don't we get the pen and place it against the magic 8 ball and imagine that's a tangent to a curve. And then as I go from the tangent point further out along the pen, I go, oh my goodness, there's a deviation there. Here's an idea. Why don't we just measure that deviation?
Actually, you're right. That is actually great. Put a put like a marker on the side of that pen there where the pen is directly touching the sphere, then rotate the sphere under, and you'll see that the marker that you're there is still touching the sphere. That's exactly it.
Sorry, why is the sphere rotating?
He's still got to prove his sphere in the first place.
I want to know why.
rotates.
Hold tight,
Spoiler alert,
please.
15
Before I lose
degrees per
patience, it's
hour.
still Christmas in my head. I want to have good faith and goodwill. Why has Matrix got a magic 8-ball in his left hand, and why is he rotating it east or west or north or south? Why is he doing that?
For the visual, okay? For understanding the visual.
Okay, okay. The visible.
As the ball spins,
Who's visible? Okay.
as the ball spins, okay? Let's say you put two markers, marker A on the ball and marker B at the opposite end. As you spin the ball, marker B will be under your pen, and your pen has not needed to move or dip
Why is the
down
pen there?
or etc. That's
Why is
what
the
I'm
pen there?
saying. You can
Why is
move
the pen
from
there?
point
What
A.
does the pen represent?
The pen represents the laser.
Okay. If you've got two pens, one on the top of the sphere and one on the side of the sphere, one at the North Pole, one on the equator, you'll notice that you've got two separate tangent planes, right?
Yeah.
Demonstrating the two lasers.
Okay. Just
Okay.
spin the sphere.
Demonstrating that because of the curve, when you point one of the lasers down to try and meet the other laser where it meets the ground, the curve's in the way, right?
Not exactly. Like I said,
No, exactly, because you've got two pens on a fucking curve. So between them, the curve's in the way. The
hold
pens
these
are
two pens, one
represented
at the
by
equator,
laser.
one at the top.
Why are you fucking
Spinning.
talking? I'm trying to now utilise your analogy.
yeah,
You should
still have
understand
the
this.
point
This
A
is
and
what you
point
were
B on
talking
the
about.
Sphere. You spin the sphere, the point
What?
A and
No,
point B can
fuck
still
off.
move under both points
Stop
without
talking.
the two
Stop
pens
talking.
moving.
I don't want to spin the sphere. I'm standing on it. Relative to me, at the position of the tangent, where the tangent meets the sphere, that's where I'm shooting the laser from. As
Okay.
the Earth spins, I'm spinning with it, so it's not relevant to fucking me.
Actually, it is.
No, it isn't. Because
Yes,
I'm
it
not trying to. The motion of the Earth has got fuck all to do with why I can't hit a laser at distance.
It actually affects the bending with the air.
Sorry. Are you taking the fucking piss? Because if you're wasting my time, sunshine, I'll just remove you. This is nonsensical. You're fucking stupid or retarded.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's nonsensical?
The rotation isn't going to affect whether the laser can hit a target over distance over a curved surface. You nutter.
Okay, it explains why the laser doesn't have to dip down as it
It
bends.
doesn't explain fuck all unless you're suggesting that the laser light is being met by a target that's coming up to meet it because of the rotation of the sphere. What the fuck are you talking about?
Do I have to draw it for you?
Oh, please don't. Please tell me why. Please tell me
I'm trying to explain it to you with
Shut up.
words.
Okay, is the laser flying in the air?
No, I don't. I need you to tell me that you understand the premise of a direct line of sight on a horizontal surface being interrupted if that horizontal surface is curved. You wouldn't have a direct line of sight with a target over distance over that curved surface eventually because the curved surface is in the way, much like a hill.
I mean,
you understand
you're
this, right?
technically right, but since light bends, yes, things that's
Okay.
behind the curve can
Okay.
bend around
Okay.
the curve
Okay.
into your eye.
Okay. But since light bends, right? Not because of rotation of sphere.
The rotational sphere thing, okay, only explains the dynamics of how come as the light bends and goes in this direction, it doesn't like go down or shift downwards and so what? To the laser, it's like it's going in a straight, perfect line without bending, but it's bending.
That's because
What's
it is
that got to
going
do
in a
with
straight,
rotation,
perfect
dumb
line
fuck?
It's
without
staying
bending.
completely parallel to the curvature.
So you're claiming lasers naturally comport to the Earth's curvature. That's what you're claiming. So when I go and rip a laser out of a box, if I go and pull a
Yes.
laser out of the box and I set it up, perfectly horizontal. It just so happens that that particular laser, doesn't matter what brand, what model, what power, will comport to the given conditions that I just happened to set it up in front of.
With enough distance. We got this out of him earlier, and we asked, how do you know that? And he said, because the laser hits its target.
You remember my analogy with the pen and the sphere?
That was proving nothing. Your analogy with the pen, I think that was just to make me look like a fucking idiot. That's all.
No, that
Your
wasn't
analogy
the
was
point.
supposed to make
It
things
didn't prove
easier.
anything.
He appeals to the laser tests and the observations themselves.
I wouldn't call you an idiot.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about you at the moment, not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guys. I'm addressing their questions for you, and I'm just going to go ahead and keep talking. The earlier guys, that was his justification for claiming that light bends is because of the observations and because the laser tests hit their target, indicating that there's no deviation from the surface and the propagation of the light.
Excellent. So how did he differentiate between curved and non-curved if his claim is it is curved?
Appeals to other things like moon phases and photos from space.
So
Moon phases.
non-related Earth things.
I
Right.
dare ask.
Yeah, we want to find out. Where is he? Okay. Typomatic. How do you
and
differentiate
balloon.
between... Well, we've got balloon footage that says flat and horizontal. That's awesome. How did you tell the difference between the laser hitting its target and you saying ta-da, refraction, and it actually being flat? How do you separate the two? Stormchild.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Aha. So I was saying,
If we were to...
No, we don't care what you were saying. We want you to answer him. How did you, Stormchild, separate or differentiate between... Why are you talking? You should be listening because you didn't hear the question. How did you
of course,
separate...
you guys respect me.
Yeah, no, we don't respect people that do what you do. How did you separate or differentiate between the two things? Number one, the laser hitting its target and the ground being flat. That's why the laser hit the target. Or there being some kind of crazy refraction that just happens to be in the perfect spot, the perfect condition for the perfect distance. How did you separate the two? How did you prove the difference between the two to validate that your refractive one is true and correct? Please.
By comparing it with another body of facts.
Another body of facts. What facts?
No. How do you distinguish between the Earth being flat and the Earth being curved with the observation and measurement with the laser? How did you do that? That's what we want to know.
Through bare assertion based on these other bodies of facts, right?
No.
That Earth is a sphere and light follows its curvature. That's all he's got, man. I'm telling you. I'm speaking for him. I'm sorry.
I
I'm
know.
being through this. I know. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No, you're fine. You carry on, dude. It's obviously pissed a lot of people off. Maybe me wanting to understand what these other amazing things are that are completely non-relevant to how we distinguish between a measurement of flat is actually a measurement of curved.
You brought up measurement, right? So we can measure the deviation of the light. He doesn't do that. He just declares that the conditions are present in order for light to behave as it needs to in order for these observations to work with a sphere of a radius of 3,950 miles.
I'm interested to match the model in the visible spectrum or the non-visible spectrum. Is it ultraviolet light, infrared light that the observations match the model? Or is it all wavelengths of light? What's going on?
At the moment, he's not objecting to anything I'm saying. I'm assuming that I'm still manning his position very well.
No, but you can keep trying. And what
Still
you
wanna
get,
know.
I think
once you get it, I'll say it.
I think I know what the problem is here. I just heard it.
sound like someone holding their breath while they're trying to maintain something within their lungs.
Yeah, my
Cough,
lungs
cough.
are very weak, I have to admit. I have extremely weak lungs. They're very oversmoked.
Is that
stop smoking.
emphysema or something?
Yeah. Cause and effect. Lungs are stuffed from smoking. I would suggest giving up the smoking. Just throwing it out there.
That would be great.
I'm not some kind of expert on that subject matter, but if one is the cause and the other is the effect, and that has been proven, I would suggest stop doing the cause.
I agree completely. Stop smoking was something I wish I could be doing right now. I have a very hard time with it.
Fair enough. So how did you differentiate between the measurement of flat is actually a measurement of curve?
That's completely incoherent to me as a question.
Okay. So you set up a laser and a target 21 miles away, and you hit the target 21 miles away, where there should be a curvature of the Earth in the way, dropping the target approximately 266 foot from the horizontal established by the laser at point A. How did you come to the conclusion that the direct line of target that was hit is actually a measurement of curvature?
Well, just like the screenshot that Mate posted, which, yes, kind of explains it in a more complex way. The slight deviations or deflections that can occur due to atmospheric turbulence or gradients in air density. These effects are generally too weak to be considered proper bending and mostly cause beam degradation or scattering rather than true trajectory curvature. Over 21 miles, this will work perfectly fine. Now, of course,
Okay.
if you were to do...
Stop. Whoa,
If you
stop.
were to do this
How did you get the
experiment over
where did you
200 miles,
stop? Hold
that
up.
would be
Stop
different.
before you run out of breath. You've got poor lungs, remember? I'm giving you the opportunity to reload. Now, how did you get that line, that definition, that 21 miles? All of a sudden, you read that out and went, it matches what I want to say, but only over a short distance. So how did you validate that short distance in comparison to a longer distance? So what's the limit? 22 miles? So you get the 21 miles and it doesn't work. You take 2 more steps and then it's all fine.
Well, hey, you know what? That's a very good question. So, I mean, we're going to go mathematical on this, so I will need to use my keyboard.
Okay.
So, just to make sure I'm getting all the information right, because I don't want to input false things or narrativize, so I'm going to go with you here.
This sounds like something that you're doing now. I thought you'd already reached this conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, with
Sounds
all
like a
the
tactic
known
to delay.
numbers,
I
maybe
asked-
not.
I
But
asked you how you reached the conclusion you'd already reached.
do I
not
have
one you're
the
going to get
memory of all
now.
the specifics? No, but I can just redo it again.
Oh, okay, so you've done it
Or
before.
we can
then.
just make claims and back them up in 2 weeks.
No, you said you can do it again, so you've done it before then, right?
So instead of like blanking my memory more, can we go back to what you were asking so I can input what you were asking?
Yeah. DJ's video, the laser test, 21 miles.
And I just want the mathematical variables, not necessarily an argument here. So, okay, so like, I have 20 miles, 21 miles. Labor band. To what limit? What are the max?
Why are we debating AI?
No, it's fine. Matrix, can you remember the height of the laser? I think it was about 6 foot.
Yeah, I think that the 21 mile was the 6 footer.
Okay. And we've already just agreed the amount of drop over the 21 miles, right? Somewhere around 266 foot, if memory serves.
21 miles.
Calculation.
Both cameras and lasers 5 foot high. There you go.
Thanks, mate. No, why are you telling me? You should be telling him. He should know. You need to know.
Damn, these are big numbers.
Big numbers. What numbers have you input so far?
Big numbers.
What numbers have you input so far?
Well, we're going for the limit of the laser, like how far the laser can go before like the curve it bends into the Earth.
Before it bends into the Earth.
Yeah, something like that.
You're going to need to know the meteorological conditions.
Yeah, I mean we're using standard conditions, to be fair.
Standard conditions. So you're applying
under standard.
So you're applying a standard refraction model. Okay, so that's going to give you around about 0.3.
Right now, for the calculations, 18 times 1.17 equals about 21.1 miles, which is a pretty good match on the
Sorry, where did you get those? Remind me of those two numbers again.
18 times 1.17, and that's coming from
Sorry, say that again more clearer.
Sorry. 6371 kilometers.
He missed. Go backwards. Go back. We want the numbers.
Minus R of Earth.
Hey, Stormchild, stop just rambling. We need the data. The 18 point what? Where did you get that from? We didn't hear what it was.
That, but I mean, these are a big math like R array.
Yeah, that's great. We got the big numbers thing. We got that. We after the 18. Go back to that. We're just press rewind. Go back to you giving us the numbers. What was the numbers?
So we have K equals 1 on R ray equals 1 DEN.
Excuse me. Where did you get the R from?
Huh?
Where did you get the R from?
The R of the ray?
That's not what R stands for.
Well, no, it would, because it'd be the partial arc of a
Yeah, it'd be the partial arc of the ray. That's not the radius of the Earth.
Okay, R ray is basically the limit of the ray. Of your, like, the limit that your laser can go. That's R ray, okay? So K equals 1 on R ray. So these are the variables, and how to derive them comes with, first of all, we have near the surface n equals approximately 1.00277, which is the refractivity gradient. So we're using a standard refraction gradient. This is basically as more inputs, because the NDZ equals approximately minus 4 times 10
gradient curve?
M minus 1. These are big math.
Is that gradient curve?
So I'm simplifying
I just need clarification on something. Bro, slow down.
R equals 67 kilometers.
Slow down, bro.
Etc.
He just likes blotting shit out.
So it all goes.
This is how he wins debates.
1.17.
Hey, kid, it's not a debate. You don't have to keep rambling. You can say one little bit, and then when someone asks for clarification, like T-Dub or Jedi, you can go, oh, I got this number from this. You don't have to sit and spool the whole lot off, mate. We're not here to crucify you. We're here to get data.
Hold on. This is actually going to become annoying, right?
So
if you say something, hold on. If you say something, my fucking God, he's doing it again.
The refraction limit is
Hello?
21 miles.
I'm not listening to you because I'm clearly talking, trying to get your attention. If you're going to keep acting like this, i.e. talking non-stop when someone is clearly trying to get your attention, it's fucking rude, sunshine. It's like, it's filibustering. Is what it is. You just want to keep talking. We've got specific questions about the thing that you've just said. That means we want you to stop and explain the thing that you just said, not continue for another 5 minutes with everyone trying to flag you down. It's intolerable. I don't think you're in good faith. I also don't think you're in good faith because you're tapping away. I've stopped and you haven't replied, demonstrating you ain't fucking listening.
I am listening.
Oh, good. I did get your attention. So can you act like a gentleman and not like a fucking idiot, please?
Well, it would be nice that when I speak, I'm not interrupted too. You're giving me that concern and like saying that I do.
The reason you were interrupted, hey, Junior, stop spooling off shit. The reason you were interrupted, you spooled off about 6 megabytes of data. They wanted you to stop at 6 kilobytes because they needed clarification on something, and you kept going. If you'd have stopped and went, oh yes, this is where I got that from, they would have said, please continue, and you would already be continuing. Please don't spool off 10 minutes worth of data and then expect us to go back through it all.
All right, it's been told.
It's like a broken elephant, Earl.
Okay.
So we're going to have to start again.
Well, anyways, all the numbers and results are from very large, complex mathematics that you don't want me to spool around.
No, we just
enough for you?
We just want to know what refractive index you're applying. So, does that terrestrial refraction index that you've got include an R in it?
1.00017, something like that, if I remember correctly. Also, like I said, there's a lot of 1.000277.
Is there anything that
Standard
represents a
refractory
radius value? Is there anything that represents a radius value?
Radius value would be the radius of the Earth, either 6.
So you are using that? You are using the radius value? So are you using that within your calculations?
Yeah. We're using the right R here.
No. That's why we've got a problem. Because you're backwards engineering with your mathematics on observation or measurement to fit your model after you retroactively apply those variables. We've just got a direct line of sight with some mitigation from the deflection of the path of light through that atmosphere on a horizontal plane. You've got to backwards engineer all of your observations, and specifically this one, to fit some kind of preconceived R value. To keep that clear, that's the rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth.
No,
you're not measuring it. You're backwards engineering it.
Unless he thinks he's rescuing the observation with already substantiated and validated empirical evidence that the Earth indeed is a sphere with that said radius.
Yeah. You said you're using the right math. I would assume the right math's got the radius of the Earth involved because the Earth's a sphere within the math. Well, don't be surprised that you get the conclusion that the Earth's a sphere when you play around with the variables, but you've got an R snuggled in within the centre of your Earth, making everything curve around the centre of that Earth, right? Yeah, but we're not measuring that. That's you backwards engineering, isn't it? According to your model.
That's irrelevant to the question.
What do you mean it's irrelevant to the question? You're not measuring. Hold on. You're not measuring curvature. You're calculating curvature.
Either way, the question that I was asked is, what is the limit of the bending of the laser? And it turns out it's 24 miles. Therefore, it wasn't. It hitting.
That wasn't the question asked.
21 miles.
That's a cool straw man.
It's normal.
Straw man, Junior.
No, it's not. That's literally what you asked me earlier before I did these maths.
No, we asked you to provide measured drop over distance and also a photographic or video evidence of lasers bending downwards. That's what you were asked for, and that was at 40 minutes past the hour of 11. It is now 1 minute pre 2 p.m.
We moved on from those semantics, and you specifically...
No, that wasn't semantics. That was just a straight-up question. If you had said and been honest, I don't know, I can't provide them, we would have moved on. But me being like a mongrel dog and I'm not going to let go...
specifically asked me what was the limit.
No, I specifically asked you to back up your claim.
Me, not the other way around.
I specifically asked you to back up your claim. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
This limit. That's why I got up with all these big mathematics there that you don't like and don't
Yeah,
want to
okay.
hear.
Let's just say now, let's just say I agree.
Pointing out how it's
Hold up.
fallacious.
Let's just say I agree to your mathematics. Now, how are you validating, verifying, or proving these mathematics are fixed, comply, apply to lasers? How are you going to prove that? By doing some kind of test. So now you have to go outside with the laser and test over 21 miles, making sure that the air conditions, temperature conditions, pressure conditions, all are exactly what you typed into your equation. And then you have to measure the drop over distance to make sure that what you've claimed is true and correct.
Or you could just understand a basic thing here.
Or I can just accept what you've said as gospel and we can all fuck off and have a nice day.
No, when it comes to the observation of this Salt Lake...
You've made a claim, son. This is what we're trying to get through your head. I don't care if you make claims. Why are you talking through me? I don't care if you make claims. I'm all good for it. All you've done is provided a calculation. Now we need to confirm... Okay, we're going to help you out a little bit because brain struggles. Now we need to confirm your calculation to see if it's true. So what do? We go and test this. That's it. There's nothing more to it. You've put in very specific numbers. You haven't left it open for random people to pick and choose what they want. You've put in very specific numbers in your formula. So what we do now, we go out into reality, we apply those numbers, we apply those distances, we make sure that the temperatures are correct, and then we measure and make sure that your calculation matches reality. That's it, man. You're nearly there. You've done the calculation bit. It's just time to go and do the reality check. That's all.
Okay. And in the reality check, as I recall correctly, we have a pure geometry limit of 18 miles. We're hitting a target at 21 miles. We have a standard refraction limit of 21 miles and an upper bound refraction limit of 24 miles. Therefore, the experiment has already been done in reality, matching reality. So why would I have to...
Your calculations have not. Hey, excuse me, your calculations have not.
They're the same calculations as the Salt Lake experiment.
This is what Jedi was pointing out. This is what Jedi was pointing out. You back engineered that math based on the observation so that it matches what you would expect given those variables.
They're the same.
You have to demonstrate those variables existed when the observation was taken.
Very same numbers that you...
Okay, so what I want to know, let's just go through this step by step. What I would like to know is how did you come up with 18 miles to the horizon when I punched in Earth Curve Calculator, 5 feet, 21 mile target distance, and it came back at me, horizon distance, 2.738 miles. How did you get 18 when a basic Earth Curve Calculator gets 2.7?
Oh my.
He's not going to help you.
So you don't understand the difference between...
No, you don't understand. I punched the data into an Earth Curve Calculator. Okay, Earth Curve Calculator, data in. 5 foot elevation, 21 mile observable distance. The horizon should be at 2.738199 miles. You told us 18 miles. Why is there such a big difference?
Limit.
That's the alleged physical horizon. You know, the laser shouldn't go past that because the Earth is supposed to block it.
Yeah, you're not entering in data into your calculations that you got from the observation, apart from it being 21 miles away. You're adding whatever's necessary in order to make the light work in your favour to match the observation. That's what you're doing.
He doesn't understand that.
No,
Okay.
no.
May I ask a quick question? Where did this 18 miles come from, sir?
That's what he give us that number out of his calculations.
Get him to post, if you want to go through it, Mike, if you want to try and get him to post the math or send you the math that he's using, and you go through it, go for it.
I mean, sir, can you hear me? Are you there?
You are coming in a little bit muffly, sort of, like
Oh, am I?
talking
Hang on.
into proper things. Yeah.
I'll fix that. Mr. Gentleman there? Mr. 18 miles, sir? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, the other guy?
His name's Perfect Storm.
Sir, can I ask you, where did you get that 18-mile figure from?
It's basically the 21 miles minus the 3-mile horizon equals the 18 mile. Literally.
Okay,
What-
calm down.
Why
calm down.
would you
Okay,
do
so
it
what-
like that?
Yeah. What justifies that procedure there? Where'd you get
The
that from?
apparent horizon versus the geometric horizon versus the pure geometric horizon. As I stated.
He's inverting it. He's inverting
Okay, so how
it.
so how do you get the geometric horizon to be 18 miles? Minus 3 miles from 21? Is that that's what you did? All right. Minus 3 from 21?
So what I've worked out there, 20, is Earth Curve Calculator shows 2.738 miles to the horizon, and what he's
Yeah.
done is subtracted that off of the full distance.
Oh, you
So giving him
goofball.
approximately 18. So he thinks that the horizon distance should get subtracted off of the total observation distance. He's messed up, that's all.
Yeah, it's the other way around. Dude.
Geometric horizon, 3 miles.
Yeah.
Right? 21 miles minus 3.
Yeah, so that's where you fucked up, Matt. The geometric horizon itself should be at 3, but we see it 21. So we're seeing, 18 miles further than we should. Follow?
There is no horizon in the observation anyway.
And the laser bend required, like, I added the 5 feet. I added your 5 feet observer height that we didn't have initially. Now we have that. The laser would bend
We've
only
had that the whole way along.
88 meters. 88 meters out
Okay.
of 21 miles.
Okay. Where are you putting this information into? What calculator are you using?
Just using the math, man.
Okay. What math? What calculator are you using? It's not a hard ask, man.
My own.
Okay, so you're making shit up on the fly.
No. I'm
Or are you referring to something that you can cite for us?
Yes, I'm referring to something
Well,
that has basically
can you post it?
these big mass like n, the refractive index, d,
Okay,
and
post
d, the vertical gradient, r and r ray,
Can't hear you properly.
the ray curvature radius, the
Bro,
Okay,
you
hang on.
need to get closer to your mic again because we can't hear you. And could you please post the math in the side chat for Mike to analyze? Thank you.
Please and thank you. If not, I mean, we got a problem on our hands, man.
of what?
You are failing to do the proper procedure to calculate what we should be expecting,
Oh, really?
right? It sounds like it. Now, if you can't provide the math that you're doing, right, it sure as hell sounds like that. Because there's a discrepancy here. Now, how we reconcile that is what we're trying to figure that out. But you're not really helping us very much.
Well, like I said, it's big math, square roots, delta h.
Okay. Do you think
It's
we're
big math.
okay?
Finding a lot,
Okay.
yeah, it's like
Okay.
it's-
Okay. So okay. So
I'm not just gonna go
fantastic.
rambling. Earlier, I
Fantastic.
was rambling it. I was
Okay, hang on.
rambling it, and I
Hang on,
got told
calm down.
not to do that. Now you're telling me to do it.
No,
Like,
relax. First of all, hang on. First of all, I just got here. I didn't tell you anything except give me the math. Okay. Period. Now, if you think that we're like numerically illiterate or something like that, you can try and posture that it's complicated, to get a way out and try to avoid actually having to, post your evidence and shit. But it's not going to do much justice to the argument.
okay.
So could you go ahead and do that, please, so we can actually further the conversation? Or explain it out loud, right? Like we're not retards. Yeah, like how about this? Assume we're not retards. Okay? I know you think we are, right? But just for the sake of argument, pretend we're not and speak to someone, like if you would in like some sort of academic setting.
Well, with the 5 feet observer height and so on, what I would say.
Right.
Okay.
Right on.
The 18 to 21 miles is pretty extreme for normal atmosphere, probably even impossible. But when we come to the temperature gradients and so on, now it becomes at the upper limit of physics, and what is observed is actually valid.
Okay, so how do you arrive at what we see actually being
temperature inversion and ducting going on in this observation of the Salt Lake,
cool.
21 miles over the 3 miles.
Okay, cool.
So that's all that's going on, and I've been explaining this in multiple ways.
Relax, calm down. Hang on. Thank you. Let's walk through it, okay? So what temperature, humidity, air pressure, sort of dynamics, okay, render an observation that we should see basically at 5 miles, okay, or 3 miles rather, 7 times further, basically.
I mean, I don't know the exact numbers for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Here's where the problem.
It is at the upper limit of what's possible, but it's possible.
Okay. So how do you know that the situation that we find ourselves in now actually fell within those bounds? Okay, that make it quote unquote possible because we're pushing those bounds, right? Right? Like, because what it sounds like you're saying is, of all the possible configurations of humidity, temperature, air pressure, and whatever, in that entire set of possibilities, one of them exists, that would create this effect. And because we observed this effect, it must have been one of those possibilities, so therefore it can be true. But unless you can provide those numbers, we can't check.
There's also the fact that these experiments are done at these specific times where we know, and they already know that we have the most extreme conditions, and then they pass it as the normal conditions, and it's not.
Okay, so you know that the situation actually had these types of conditions.
It's technically normal conditions because, the lake, because of the salinity of the lake, the temperature docking thing is actually common. So this isn't like if you were going to do it on any arbitrary lake there. You're choosing a lake to which this actually happens commonly.
Gotcha. Okay, so do you have the values?
That's an absolute load of horse shit. DJ gave him the temperature of both the water and the air, Mike.
Okay. Oh, is DJ here? Oh, you what? No, never mind. Okay. So you don't have... Okay. So you don't actually have the values. You didn't even bother to check. You're just assuming because, it's some exotic place, right? That these, humidity, temperature, and air pressure measurements should fall into these extreme ranges that to you, hang on, I'm not finished speaking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not finished speaking, right? So to you, it seems reasonable to assume, right, that the values that we would get if we did actually measure these things, right, would fall into these extreme ranges that to you, even without knowing them, sound like you're justified in assuming that the effects would also be out of the ordinary, right?
I mean, I can do a quick Google search and like ask everything that's about. Let me finish. I let you finish there.
Yep.
I shut up when you asked.
Yeah, dude, I was coughing. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So basically, I can just do easy Google searches and like look up all the semantics that you're asking me, which is semantical and a waste of time, especially for something that's already solved and been done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times.
This is not a semantic argument, dude. No, you're wrong in that.
Yes, I could triple verify it by buying an airplane ticket that I cannot afford to go to the Great Lake and do it myself.
I'm not asking you to do that.
Sure.
I'm not asking you to do that.
Or I can actually compile all the body of facts that I know and my own observations that don't cost me money and understand exactly what's being told and exactly what's there. Not just assume, understand the information and consider it. Like, you're not even ready to say, like, you're not even ready to consider,
No, don't tell me what
point might be valid. No, not at all.
No, check this out. Right, number one, don't tell me what I am and not ready for. Okay, this is not my first rodeo. Okay, number one. Number two, the very reason why we're actually engaging with you is because there actually very well may be the possibility that you're onto something. So what you just said is actually nothing but a crock of horse shit, because we are engaging you because you might actually be right, and we would want to know that, right? So I'm asking you for the specifics that might. I'm asking. Hang on, I'm not done. Right? I'm asking you for the specifics that would lead us down to that conclusion. Okay. Now, that's number one. Number two. Okay, you said that you would have, like, you may want, like, you're kind of like positing, oh, well, I can go get the data, go do some Google searches, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you can do that. Okay, but the problem with that is, I thought you had that information already. Because how else would you know all these details and argue for it unless you actually knew something, right? Well, that kind of doesn't smell right to me, man.
Can I answer? I'm sorry,
yep.
But it's simple. Just because I don't have like all the on-demand sources right now at this moment doesn't mean that I never had them or never stumbled upon them. Like I'm pretty sure that let's say 10 years ago you've stumbled upon a scientific paper, right? And you've read the whole paper. You understood everything on that paper. Or you went to college and learned things in college and stuff like that, or at your local university. Suppose you did that 10 years ago. Do you 10 years later keep all those documents on yourself, on your person at every single second, and even if you take an hour with them? No, you don't.
No, of course not. Of course not. But this is what's interesting, right? So if you actually did, I agree with that. No, I agree with that. That's absolutely valid, right? But if you did actually have firsthand experience with this type of information, right, it would be. I mean,
and I can use my memory to my best ability.
And that's
I'm
fine.
Getting mocked often and so on, and people are like,
no. I can respect that. I can respect that. No, dude, I can respect that, right? What I would request of you then is, because you have had firsthand experience in this, right? That, presumably you have it, maybe not exactly readily available, but within arm's reach, let's say, right? You would know exactly what to search. You might remember an author or a title of an article or paper or whatnot that would go into it. And, within 5-10 minutes, maybe a half hour, something like that, you could produce something for us to actually look at. Would you not say that's, reasonable to request?
On this instance, like, people try to force me to do the Googling for them. You're kind of right. I can kind of guide you on what you could ask Google, what you could search, what you could look for, what you could consider. I can't, like, give you all and everything on a silver platter and give you all the links. But I can, like, tell you, hey, you can Google this thing, you can look at this, you can apply this. I can guide you like that, and if you let me guide you like that, then we actually will get somewhere. We absolutely.
Well, I would ask. Fair enough. So I would ask you then. Okay, is this thing that you may guide someone into doing? Is it just a general kind of overview of some stuff, or is it actually highly specific to the type of scenario that we're talking about?
Well, and also
hold on, 20 cups. I've been listening to this since for about 5 or 6 hours, and the only thing he's been asked for is evidence to back his claim. Yeah, so when he's talking about telling you what you can Google, it's so that you can support his claims. Nothing interesting for us.
Yeah, of course. Right. I'm just asking what that might look like if someone, not that anyone really should, of course, this is his claim, right? I'm just trying to get some insight into the general aspects of what he's talking about here, right? Because the claim on the table is basically, we see too far, but all sorts of dynamics in the air, that have an effect on light. Okay, in this case, are making it so that we basically see, if I'm remembering my numbers correctly, 6 to 7 times further than we actually should see. And the dynamics in the air, like the pressure, the humidity, and all that, there are variations of these different values that could yield some effect like that, right?
Yeah, especially at different locations and places like the Salt Lake, where the water actually generates an air duct.
Gotcha.
So, you have a duct. That's a big factor, the duct.
Okay. So from your research, it sounds like it's possible, at least to you.
Yes, and it's like basically extreme.
Okay.
You probably can't push it far.
Yeah.
Maybe 24 miles
Very
would
good.
probably be the maximum. Like, if you really want to extremize everything, you're probably going to go up to 24 miles. But if you were to come up with like the same numbers here, the same place, and come up with a 40-mile observation, that would be fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So then here's the problem, right? Because we don't have the values on hand, there's no real way to say that the situation really warranted all this crazy extra stuff.
I'll also put it this way. Suppose that we're able or not to substantiate or explain it to you. If we say this is within our reality range, if we say that, it's because it is. Because if it weren't, at the moment that you bring something that actually is outside the range of any possible explanation, we immediately will say, you're right about it. We'll immediately concede.
Okay. So can I ask you, what leads you to understand, right, that it is possible, given a certain set of, variable variations, if that's a proper way of putting it, that could yield an observation to look like something that's 7 times further than it actually is? Can you, what led you to come to that understanding? Can you provide a bit of material, that would, explain that?
Well, there was earlier when I mentioned the salinity of the water, which affects its temperature and the air temperature. That's just one of the factors that I have on top of my head here.
Yep.
So okay. Thank you for bearing with that. Let me get.
Yep.
I had something else. Sorry, I have trouble probing my memory sometimes, and
that's okay.
Really hard.
Yeah, that's okay. If I can maybe accelerate, right? So there's humidity, there's air temperature, and the gradient there, of that, right? There's pressure differentials, and
I remember the ducking. That's it. There's the ducting.
Well, that's if I'm not mistaken, that's a phenomenon.
Inversion and ducting, yes.
Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, that's actually like a consequence, like a phenomenon that we witness as a consequence of these types of variations.
No. The temperature inversion and ducting causes the mirages, image stretching, flicker instability, and
exactly
independent results or whatever.
Exactly. So the temperature itself would be the variation thereof, or whatever the differences between spot 1 and spot 2, in altitude or whatever, right, would cause that phenomena that we witness.
You would be reaching the absolute physical limit here.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it's basically temperature, humidity, air pressure, and now you're also mentioning the the salt in the water.
Ducting, and,
Very good.
I mean, there's probably other factors too. Like, I mean, I can't name them all. I'm not the expert on this either. Like, I'm just using what's to the best of my ability here.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so at the very least, we got 4 variables at play. Okay, so what can you show us, okay, that describes knowledge or explains knowledge of these phenomena, yielding something 7 times further than our limit, right, of vision, to actually be visible? 7 times, dude. Not 10%, not 5%, not 20%, 700. What information? What material do you have that goes into this?
If I were still not as educated as because I tend to educate myself regularly. If I were still in my obsolete data, I would still be mentioning the actual atmospheric refraction.
Okay.
That would be incorrect. Let me finish. That would be incorrect. Yeah. It's not the atmospheric refraction. No amount of refraction will allow that. I mean, it's gonna be necessary for the factors that allow it, but it alone won't allow it. But the strong temperature inversion and ducting, that absolutely is capable of causing this.
Causing 7 times further the distance of a thing.
We're talking about a strong temperature inversion. We're talking about ducting here. Yes.
This is strong. Okay, perfect. So how strong? Like, what's the differential?
I mean, I can look up how ducting works, I guess, and
I didn't ask that.
I didn't ask. I didn't out of that.
Thank you. Thank you. You can do that if you want. I didn't ask for that. I asked what would be the temperature. I didn't ask exactly for what you just said. Now you can do that if you want, even for your own, learning or whatever, education, whatever, knowledge base. But I asked you specifically what temperature differential would be necessary to cause this effect. If, of course, this is the only cause, that's the only variable in question necessary to create this effect. Now, if you want to take some time and look it up or whatever, refresh your memory, find something, some material, whatever, that would be great that we could all look at. But insofar as it looks now, so far as I'm concerned, based on what it looks now, you got nothing, sir.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Deducting.
So, right. Well, again, I'm not exactly asking you for a general overview of what ducting is, right? So, maybe not waste your time on that. I'm asking for these specific values, sir. You know what I mean? If you got, over, an altitude, a difference in altitude of, 2 meters, right? You take a measuring stick, you put it on the ground, and, you're up 2 meters. You take a temperature thermometer, you put it on the ground or close to, and then you put it at the top, and you get different readings, right? And that the difference in these two values are 20 degrees or something like that over 2 meters in altitude. That's a differential of 20 degrees, right?
Still not sure about that.
Well, yeah, I'm just giving you an idea of what I'm talking about, right? This is basically a temperature differential. This is an extreme one, right? I don't think you would find a 20-degree temperature differential over 2 meters. But the interesting thing about that is that's exactly what would be needed, for example, according to Walter Bislin and his hypothetical calculator or whatever. Something like that would be absolutely necessary, okay, to create an effect similar to what we see in the black swan. Now, this is not exactly the same argument, but it's a similar sort of effect, right? 10 to 15 degrees, I should say, in a span of 10 feet, let's say.
So it's the rate
would be necessary, according to his theory, his theoretics, right? So if you have something like that, sure, and then we would have to corroborate that with real-world data to see if it's actually applicable. there's a bit of homework you have to do, sir. If you don't have it, you can just say you don't have it. And we can
Do you
move on.
understand that the horizon distance itself doesn't scale linearly with the curvature cancellation? It only scales with the square root of the effective radius?
No shit, sir.
Okay, good.
And that's only if you're using the parabolic approximation, but we go with that typically in these conversations for simplicity. I have the full parabolic approximation derivation if you want to.
The laser must bend within approximately 2% of Earth's curvature during this. Okay.
So how about this, right?
Near perfect.
How about this, right?
So basically, it's not perfect ducting, but it's near perfect. So basically, it's basically the ray curvature. That's what they mean by ducting, from what I can gather here.
Okay.
How ray curvature relates to temperature gradient.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Six we need. Okay, those are mathematics. I don't need to put all that out. This is based on what's your switch here? Okay.
May I suggest something?
Hmm.
There seems to be quite a few people in the room. How about this, right? You've been tasked with this, okay? How about you take some time, go look into it, gather your thoughts, compile it down to something succinct, and in the meantime, maybe we can have a conversation with somebody else who actually might know what they're talking about. How about that? Right? Give you some breathing room and shit.
These numbers are extremely small, required for my observation.
Okay.
Points.
So I'm going to take that as a yes, that you're going to take time. I'm going to put you on server mute while you go do your homework, and we can continue the conversation with somebody else. How about that? Good? Got it. Good. Thank you.
I just can't wait till he's finished calculating his ducting. And then someone just goes, please explain why infrared cameras can see further. All of his calculations are just going to get tossed out the window.
Yeah, the guy's Dunning-Kruger. Pretty evident. So, dude, if you can still hear me, if you didn't run like a bitch, when you're ready, post it in the text chat, and we'll bring you back up. And yeah, he's still here. He did not run, so that's a good sign. Anyway, gentlemen, as you were.
Best of luck getting any information out of him.
Nah, he's a goofball. It's okay.
Anyways, there's a whole heap of names I don't know. Probably from having 4 days off. Bad Boy, Dixie Don, Doog, you must be Flat Earther. Since you got an FE tag, I can only assume. Welcome, Drace. Keep pumping out them tunes, brother. We got a Flat Earth Cafe. Well, I'll have a cappuccino, thanks. Green Weaver, welcome. Jinx, I don't know a Jinx. Hopefully I don't get jinxed. Migo, hey mate. Morvis, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your Christmas. Plain and Truth, Platter, always keeping the side chat healthy. Rion, I don't know that name. They'll probably talk and it'll be, oh yeah, I know that person. Rockola, you've got your headphones on. Welcome anyways. Hey Stark, how's it going, man? T-Dub, another Aussie troublemaker. We did have AJ at the top. We've got Vintage Bait. Howdy. VLTK. What the? We got, is that upside down and backwards? Soteth? Thetos? I don't know how to say that one. If anyone does, please, you're more than welcome to have a crack. And if we go back at the top, we got AJ20, and of course our happy YouTube bots broadcasting to the Interblog. Happy and ready for anyone listening to say g'day, pop in some comments, and of course, confirm or deny you live on a beautiful flat earth. Welcome one and all. Please step forward any comments, queries or concerns, or proof of curvature. Me talking wasn't an excuse for you all to go quiet. I was introducing you all so you don't feel bad when you. Anyways, for all my Flat Earth mateys that are on here, I've ordered my camera and the company has taken the money out of the bank. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I've got to get an IR conversion done, and I'll probably have to sell my soul to get a lens because apparently lenses are very expensive. But when this is all said and done, I'll be able to do some mad long range photography, and I will be sharing these images in places like this on the Interblog, so they can be used and abused by my fellow FE ladies and gentlemen. But of course I've got to get it converted over first, so that involves a little postage to the United States, which is probably going to cost me more than what the camera's worth, and then to get it converted, which I think should be about 600 Australian dollars, and then them to send it back.
All right, so have you seen the side chat on X? This guy Richard Easton replied to me talking about his father's GPS operating memo from 1964. But I'm pretty sure we're all familiar with this document of satellites telling us like they require orbit or curvature. I just thought it was cool to see his son referencing his father's work defending the globe. When I told them it works on a flat plane as well. Well, this guy is still responding to me. Oh, wait, it's sending. All right, there it is. Richard Easton, apparently his father helped discover Earth curvature using satellites.
Howdy.
What's up? Who is that?
Cuddles.
Cuddles? Oh, there you are. Are you a glober or a flat earther?
I am a terrariumite.
He's a flat earther.
No. Terrariumite, because see, flat Earth is one of the stages of getting away from the globe, right? Terrarium is the completion of being away from Narnia.
Narnia.
I mean, look, I've got a very good argument, right? Any of the Globers want to take a whack at it. Got the greatest argument in the world, right? Just need 3 examples, and I'll give you your first one for gas pressure without container, right? All right, and give you the first one, good faith. It's called Sky. Now, I just need 2 more, and I'm in.
What are you doing, guys?
I think that would be a bad, reply. If I ask for photos of it in action, I don't know. That's kind of obviously there's no photos of it in action.
There's a lot of people.
Looks like your mate bowed out, 20.
Yeah, no shit, eh?
He hasn't provided
Hold on.
anything all day.
So this guy's trying to tell me that the globe is real,
Who
but
said that?
I paid for a moon base, right? Last time I checked, me and my grandma paid taxes for that moon base. Why can't we go to it?
What are you
So
talking about?
Cuddles is clearly a troll, clearly someone who has no actual investment in any kind of philosophy.
Right, because 3 sentences give you my whole philosophy.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Not really. Not even close, Sherlock.
No, yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Bro, Indio's known me for years. He still doesn't know the full and extent of my philosophy.
Wait, you said like fish tank, right?
Terrarium.
Terrarium? Okay.
I mean, look, I've gone through all the so-called Glober arguments, and I'd love if they would do any of their tests with any of this globular stuff that they have and stop using flat Earth things in all their testing. It'd be great.
Yeah, this guy's a troll, man. And you guys are believing this?
Well, have you got any proof of Earth curvature to shut him down?
I mean, look, I'll take one of the glob. Hold
up, Cuddles, hold up. He's saying you're a troll.
Yeah.
The only way to shut Cuddles down is to provide proof of the fact that you live on a sphere. If you can do that, you'll shut him down. That's all you got to do, man.
Me?
He'll tuck his tail between his legs and on his way.
I have to provide proof that the Earth is not a flat plane.
No, you have to provide proof that it's a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. In the vacuum of space, spinning, tilting, wobbling, and flying at these ridiculous speeds. But best of luck.
Is this... Oh, okay.
I come from a different avenue, so I don't know where everybody else came from, but my grandma promised me that ride to the moon base when it was done, when I was a little kid. And we looked forward to that, and then she passed away, and I still don't see any of that money going towards a moon base or space taxis. So I'm kind of devastated.
Okay, I see what's happening. No, I can't prove anything. I can't prove that the Earth is a globe, which means it must be a flat circle.
How did you get a flat circle out of your inability to prove something else? Like, I can't prove that alphabet soup always comes out as coherent words, but that doesn't mean that chicken sandwiches don't taste nice. They have nothing to do with each other. Your inability to prove something doesn't mean something else exists. So how did you get flat circle?
Correct. That you have nothing.
How did you get flat circle?
Things.
Where did you get flat circle from, bro? That's what I just want to know the flat circle bit.
I guess we're just talking over each other at this point.
Yeah, Bombi, where did you get the flat circle bit? You just instantly threw that in there.
Well,
Cuddles never mentioned a flat circle.
You're the one who said it was a flat circle.
No, you did. Yeah. You said, I can't prove a globe, so therefore we must live on a flat circle. You said that. This is recorded.
I was only on here because you guys said it was a flat circle.
No, we never mentioned a flat circle.
Yes, you did.
Nope, I'm afraid not, my friend.
Matrix?
Wait, somebody may have.
This is recorded.
I don't think it was me.
Specifically have Matrix recorded as saying that it was a flat circle.
No, you failed.
I'm sorry that you don't think that you ever said it, but you did.
Hey, look, sorry, trolling me isn't going to help when Cuddles is the one you should be directing this at.
Trolling if it's true.
You are trolling me, and it's not working.
It's not trolling.
I got a perfect number of outs for any Glober to convince me.
There you go. Cuddles is still waiting for your proof.
And that's cool, right? Like my little thing when I started, right? I need 3 examples of gas pressure without container. I'll give you the first one in good faith. That's Sky, right? It's just 2 more, and I mean, I am willing to like unburn all the NASA stuff that I burnt.
And you burnt a bunch of NASA stuff.
Yeah, I had some space shuttles and some Lego sets and T-shirts and stuff.
Man, I am so sorry. I don't know what you've burnt, but I know that I'm right about this.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Why are you saying I'm wrong about this? Why are you saying I'm wrong about this?
Well,
what's your proof?
Requires
your proof?
Payment, buddy. That's how you're
Your
wrong.
epoxy straw man to start off with was a fail.
You have no proof that
we'll
I'm
let you have the
wrong, bro.
opportunity to start again.
You have no proof that I'm wrong about this.
Yeah, he does. He's asked you for 3 examples of gas pressure. He's given you, without a container, he's given you 1, which I don't think he should have even given. So can you provide any other instance where we're supposed to have gas pressure without containment? Please. We need to verify that this is viable for your globe.
What? I didn't understand what the guy said. He was kind of far away from his microphone.
No, he wasn't.
He asked you for gas pressure without containment. Any examples?
Gas pressure without containment. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the fun stuff, right? Like in all the discussions, I don't even think it's fair to call them debates, but I've had a lot of discussions with Globers, and they always want to like go into the lab, and I always have to remind them that is a hermetically sealed container.
Right.
So it's like it's funny, right? It's like show me gas pressure without a container, and they're gonna go into a lab and then show me, and it's like, oh, that's amazing.
Exactly. I 100% agree.
No, I mean, I've got Sky, right? I can muster enough brain cells to come up with Sky, right? So any other 2 examples would be fascinating.
Well, from what I heard, he agrees that you cannot have gas pressure without containment. Is that correct?
I guess I thought this was a joke group. Is this not a joke group?
It's not a
No,
joke.
not a joke group. We're here for any evidence of curvature
So,
of the
yeah,
Earth's
you can-
surface.
This is a real group?
Yeah, bro, you can run away or you can give us proof of curvature.
You actually think that the Earth is flat?
We
It's
know.
measured that way.
We know.
Surprise!
What about gravity? Gravity can contain gas, right?
Have you guys seen the documentary Behind the Curve?
Not this again, man.
No?
Is that the Netflix one?
That's the one where they like try to prove that the Earth is flat and then they fail and they just like kind of ignore it.
Did they?
Oh, I'm sorry. Guys, I'll leave. Don't worry.
No, stay. Hold
You can
on.
have your-
that documentary. No, Bombi, check it out. That documentary. That's the one with a fella called Jaron in it, and they cut holes in boards and tried to hold them up.
I have no idea who's in it. I know that the guy who's in it is one of the major leaders of the flat Earth.
No,
movement.
he's not a leader. He is a muppet.
Of course he'd say that. Of course he'd say that.
No, he's a
How
muppet.
about
Seriously.
Of course he'd say that. Yes.
Well, let's check this out, right? So, did you watch the documentary yourself, sir?
I did watch it. I actually showed it to my
Okay.
students.
All of it?
And
Yeah. Okay, very good. So, what was the main conclusion? How did they arrive at it?
the main conclusion was that even if people conduct experiments that prove that they are wrong, they will be misinformed and say that they are right.
Okay, a little bit more detail than that, sir.
Okay, please tell me.
How did they arrive at the conclusion, and what was it?
There was a laser that they pointed at a certain
There we go. So, my friend, so check this out, right? So either you're like a belligerent liar, or you're retarded.
Tell you what there's going on. You are so out of it.
Bombi, if you'd have watched the entire video, you would understand that the laser they started off with broke.
Documentary.
Yeah, how about you go and watch the entire documentary? They start off with a laser and they finish off with a flashlight. And you would understand that if you'd watched the entire thing.
Great. Uh-huh. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you didn't actually watch it?
No, go ahead. Right. Continue.
Yeah, so you didn't actually watch it, right?
No, wait, are you done?
I'm asking you, so you didn't actually watch it. I just started, dude. Like, what the fuck?
No, I watched it. Yeah, I'm waiting for the other guy to keep talking.
Okay. Wait, so what? How did you mistake a flashlight for a laser? Sorry, Matrix. I just want to get this.
You're right, man. It's all yours.
So how did you mistake a flashlight for a laser?
So here's my question: why would they have used a flashlight instead of if they were flat earthers?
Did you mistake a flashlight for a laser?
You didn't answer my question.
Third time. How many times did I ask you that question?
You didn't answer my question.
I asked you first.
You didn't answer my question.
So don't play this game, dude. How did you mistake a flashlight for a laser?
You're not answering my question.
No. You're gonna play this game, right?
What game are we playing? I have no idea what's going on right now.
I asked you. So watch this, right? Recap.
Okay.
I asked you a question. You didn't hear me, so I repeated it.
Ask me again.
You seemingly didn't hear it again, so I repeated it. And then instead of shut the fuck up. So instead of answering my question, you asked me a follow-up question. And then you bitched at me for not answering your question after me asking you. So I'll ask you again, okay?
Yep.
How do you mistake a laser for a flashlight like that?
Right. So they said they were using a laser, so I would assume they were supposed to be using a laser.
Thank you very much. Okay, so did they actually use a laser?
Yes.
Okay, so this is where you're mistaken.
Oh, even though they said they were using a laser and they used a laser.
Yeah, so check this out, right? Yeah, so watch. Yeah, so how about this, right? So watch this, right? They intended to use a laser, right? And then the thing fucking burnt out because of problems or whatever. They didn't actually end up using it because of problems with the laser, so they swapped out for a flashlight, right? So the conclusion that was arrived at was not.
What do you mean by flashlight?
Right. So I'm going to finish, right? So the conclusion that they actually arrived at. Yeah.
I want to know.
Okay. So one more time. Yeah. So one more time, right? So the conclusion that they actually arrived at was not as a result of using the laser. It was as the result of using a flashlight. Got it? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Question.
Oh. No one want to talk to him anymore?
Flashlight.
Oh, sorry, dude. Go ahead. You were on mute because you're being an idiot. So we missed half your sentence. Go ahead.
So you're just not willing to
No, we are now. Please start again.
No, please continue. Please continue. We mistakenly remuted you. Now you can continue.
What is the point of conversing with someone who has differing views from you if you are just going to mute them?
Dude,
no. You were talking through him. You were muted. And what 20 didn't realise is when you go to unmute people, you've got to do it twice. And sometimes others will do it and you'll get a triple effect. And you'll end up remuting someone. So it was just an accident. Please continue.
Great. So you've muted all of the points that I made.
No, we haven't.
No,
Yeah.
we didn't, dude.
You absolutely did.
There was the one point.
Dude,
right?
It's really simple. It's one point that they did not use a laser, they used a flashlight, and you can go and verify this information for yourself rather than just denying it. Very simple. Why did they use the flashlight?
That they use a laser.
No, they didn't use the laser. They used the flashlight because
they used the laser. It's on camera. It's literally in the documentary.
Go and watch the documentary. They start off with a laser. I am not denying that. I agree with you. 100%.
They've
halfway through the documentary, they burn out the accumulator on the front of the laser. They melt it because they left the laser on too long. And instead of shutting the documentary down because they'd invested so much time, effort and money into said documentary, they continued with a flashlight.
I'm actually shocked that this is real.
You're shocked that you don't like the answers, or you're shocked at the fact that you're going to have to go and confirm that?
No, they did 3 experiments. One of them was the laser experiment. And it proved scientifically that the Earth is not flat.
Actually, how about you go and watch the video again, and at the end of it, you'll hear him say, that's interesting. That's your conclusion.
Okay, I have walked into the Shark's Den, right? I have walked into the den of people who believe that the Earth is flat, right?
That's not a belief. Not a belief, mate.
No.
We know it's flat because we measure it as such. We go out expecting to measure curvature and we don't find it. That's the problem.
I'm not saying anything about that. My question is, why would anyone want to make people believe that the earth is flat? Why would that matter?
We don't want people to believe it's flat. We want them to go and check it for themselves and make up their own damn minds.
Hold on. But you're saying that the governments want people to believe that the earth is flat. Why?
I've never mentioned anything about the government.
Then why would anyone spread this misbelief?
What misbelief? That it's flat.
What makes you misbelief?
Or regular belief in your eyes that the earth is flat? Why would anyone care to say that the earth is flat? Why does that matter?
Because we pay $60 million a day to NASA.
To do what? To say that the earth is flat?
Cool bullshit so you can be a believer.
What?
NASA doesn't give a shit about that.
What?
NASA doesn't give a shit if the earth is flat around. NASA is doing all shits in space, man.
NASA is doing its best to protect the secret, right? And to protect the very, very easily. Don't ask me why. Ask NASA why. You want to know the answer so bad.
No, I'm asking you
why are you asking me why? I don't know. I'm not NASA.
There's literally no reason.
Because there's no... Okay, so because I don't have a reason means there's no reason?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't have a horse, does that mean horses don't exist?
No, but
is that what you're trying to say? No, but what? Right.
You're saying that
something that you're needing to understand.
To say that... Go ahead.
Mommy, are you listening? Yeah. I am not NASA. Okay, I can't give you the answers, right, that NASA hold. Okay, I don't know what their reason is. We can speculate, sure, but speculation without any hardcore evidence as to why anyone would lie to you about anything, right? That is completely away from the topic, right? It's completely away from why would they lie, right? Why would anyone lie to you about anything? Don't you feel like some things in your life have been, I don't know, maybe kept from you, right? And people have lied to you to gain advantage? Yes. You don't believe so? You think everyone ever has told you the truth?
Right. I think you are lying to me right now.
You think I'm lying to you? Lying to you about what?
About flat Earth. Because
about flat Earth.
You are a Russian agent.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm not Russian. I can promise you that. Okay, but if you're here to troll, you can go and do it somewhere else.
That's a really bad accent. But yes.
It is not a really bad accent. What are you talking about?
It's really bad, yes. But yes.
It is not really bad. I think you're just upset. Anyways, let's get to some evidence. Bommy, with natural observation.
I do.
Right, Bommy, would you say that natural observation is enough evidence for you, or would you like to go into mathematics? Would you like to go into laws of science? What would you like to talk about?
I would like to go into evidence, yeah.
Evidence, okay. Well, in what form? So would you like to talk about laws of science? Would you like to talk about naturally observable things? Would you like to talk about, measurements, laser observations, laser tests and everything like that? What would you like to talk about?
Scientific evidence, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, all of this is sorry, all of this is scientifically testable. Can I ask about what headset? Your voice is so clear. What kind of is your headset? Yeah, I don't use a headset. I use a standalone microphone. It's a Shure SM7DB. But I've got a whole bunch of audio tech. No, this is a question that was asked in the side chat.
Awesome.
So, what path would you like to take with this bombing? Would you like me to just present something, anything? Absolutely anything.
Science.
That can be tested again and again and again. You want science? All right. Yeah. Can we get either the Black Swan or
the Black Swan?
Yeah, you want science? We can use a scientific method.
Black Swan is a movie with Mila Kunis.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Can we get either the Black Swan or that observation?
Receive.
Sweet. All right, perfect. Let's talk about this.
I honestly don't know how this channel exists.
Bommy, let's stop
really frustrating.
Let's stop,
Honestly,
Bommy.
like I think I
Bommy?
need to leave.
Bommy, do you need to leave?
I think so. You guys are
Okay,
so
bye.
frustrating. You're so
I either leave or listen.
in your
Bommy,
belief.
either leave or listen.
I'm listening.
It's not a belief. There's facts.
I might leave.
You're listening. Perfect. Okay. Look at the picture posted in the side chat. The image posted in the side chat. Not the most recent one, but the
I
one
don't
showing the two platforms.
What?
Huh?
I honestly I don't know how to do that. What do I do?
You don't know how to do that? Okay. Are you looking at your screen right now? Are you on phone or PC? PC.
I'm on
Click on-
24/7 Flat Earth
Yep,
Discord.
Flat Earth Discord. Yep. And then you see it says open chat. Do you see where it says open chat?
No, I just see a bunch of people in here.
Okay, when you see 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, right on the left-hand side in the channel list, do you see the green 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Flat Earth discussion? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Right, you're looking at that. Look to the right. You see the little chat bubble? Open chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, click on that. Yeah, click on that. Perfect. Now you see this. Ignore that most recent photo, but the one above it, right? It's got two fingers pointing to it.
The one with the Earth that has
the two platforms. Not that one. Nope.
The one with the
Just above
pirate
that.
ships?
With the two, sure, pirate ships. We can call them that if you want, right? They are just markers. They are just markers of distance. Okay. Would you like to follow me here? Right. Let's make an observation on this picture. Ignore all the text. Imagine all the text is not there. Okay. Just for example's sake. Do you know what the horizon? Do you know what the horizon line is? Yes or no?
Man, yeah, I do, and so did the ancient Greeks. And
Sweet.
this is
Okay.
really
Can you define the horizon line, Bommy? Tell me what the horizon line is. Yep. What is it?
No, I can't, because I am a human being in the 21st century. I have no idea what the horizon line is because
That's fine.
I don't need to.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
You have to stop talking because I know.
Can we get a server mute on this guy?
This is gonna stop. This is gonna prove your point wrong. I'm sorry. It's gonna prove your point wrong.
What's the command for like?
Yeah. You want to stop me from talking? You want to silence me?
Dollar.
No, you're not saying anything useful. In the side chat, the definition has been posted up there.
Mm-hmm. There we go. So, definition of horizon. Since you don't know what the definition of horizon is, let's take a look.
You can't even hear me anymore.
Well, let's take a look. I can hear you loud and clear. Okay.
Great.
Right.
So you know that even before people were like doing anything with whether the Earth is flat or round, the sailors knew that the Earth was round because the horizon line was beyond their point of view.
Okay, well let's talk about this, right? Rather than you telling me tall tales, right?
Oh,
Whatever.
it's a tall tale? Why?
Apparently it is a fucking tall tale. Let's look at the image, okay?
Why is it a tall
now
tale?
that you know what horizon means, right? The line at which the Earth and sky appear to meet.
My
right?
God,
Would you agree on this definition? Yes or no?
No.
No, you wouldn't. Okay, provide me a different definition then from Merriam-Webster.
This is a
Oxford,
fucking call.
anything.
This is I'm so
give me a definition, bro. Come on, can we like hurry the fuck up here? What are you doing, Bomby? Why are you time wasting?
You made it quite clear that you don't agree with that definition. So please provide one that you do agree with so we can look at it and say, hey, that's all right, or hey, that's not good.
I think the most interesting thing that just happened here is that you told me that I have to come up with a definition quick, right away.
You don't agree with the one that he provided. So we're giving you the opportunity to provide your own. So provide one.
This
we're
is
good with that.
Fucking cult does. This is what a cult does. It says,
that's not a cult. A cult would be dictating, Bomby, a cult would be dictating to you what you must do, what you must have. This is not negotiable. We are giving you the opportunity to provide your own description or definition of horizon.
You're literally doing it right now. You are literally saying you have to come up with this in the next 30 seconds or you are wrong.
No, I didn't give you a time.
No, you didn't, but he did.
I didn't say 30 seconds.
Well, you've gone over the time that he offered.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You said you have to do it quick.
I want you to do it quick.
Well,
yeah,
maybe
so we
he's
can
in a
get
hurry
this,
to go
like,
somewhere.
So we can get this thing rolling, bro. Like, I don't want to waste my time arguing with someone.
You guys are a cult. Come on. You have to recognize
Do you want to present a definition or not? Do you want to?
You said you don't like the definition that he provided. Okay, that's great. I don't like some things. I'm not a fan of strawberry ice cream. So if someone offers me a choice, I'll say chocolate. Thank you very much. We're giving you that choice. Provide a definition that we can look at.
Bro, you can take your time, bro.
That's not cult-worthy.
Yeah,
You
so
guys-
Balmy, are you going to present a definition or no?
A definition of what again?
Doesn't even know. Horizon.
No, because you get
Horizon. Horizon.
The horizontal line at which you move towards when you're at sea. I don't know, man. I don't have a definition because I'm not a sailor. The thing is,
Right, so you have Google. Hang on, Balmy, listen.
definition of something that I am not, something that
Balmy.
needs to
It's
know
not,
that.
Balmy. It's not a hard word, okay? No, Balmy, listen, I understand you're a bit upset right now, okay? And you might have a bit of cognitive dissonance going on, because that's exactly what I'm, sort of seeing from you, okay? But if you look at the side chat right now, right? If you look
I
at the
am
side
not
chat
looking
right
at the
now.
side chat. Absolutely not. Why would I
You're
look
not
at
looking
that?
at the side
Because
chat.
it's
Okay.
absolutely biased.
Look at Google then, okay? Look at Google, and I want you to type in Horizon, right? That's Horizon, and then I want you to put a space after that, and then I want you to type in the word definition. Do you know how to spell that word? Definition?
Great. Okay, I've done that. Tell me
Okay,
why.
perfect. Now, I want you to find one, right, from Cambridge Dictionary, Merriam-Webster, dictionary.com, Collins Dictionary, Britannica, vocabulary.com, Oxford English Dictionary, right? Find any of those websites. Click on any of those websites, and then we'll go there together. Tell me which one you go to.
I've just provided
Why are
Cambridge
you
Online.
saying? Hold on. Why are you saying that a dictionary definition of the word horizon means anything?
Well, I mean, just so that we can understand terms, right? Because you told me that you don't know what horizon means, okay? Because you're a person in the 21st century. That's what you said. We can go to YouTube right now and prove that's exactly what you said. That's the reason that we're going over definitions, right? My argument isn't the definition of a word, right? My argument is the photo. Balmy, you're interrupting me. You need to stop doing that. Okay, you need to listen to what I say and then rebuttal. Okay, that's how a debate works. That's how a conversation works.
No.
Okay?
That's not how.
You need to stop interrupting me, Balmy.
Okay. That's not how things work in the 21st century, but okay.
Well, I'm saying this is how it works, okay? This is the Flat Earth Room. You are going to treat others you are going to treat others with respect, and you're going to let them finish their points, okay? Because I'm not going to interrupt you when you're saying things.
You've absolutely interrupted me while I was speaking. Yes, absolutely.
But that's exactly what you're doing right now. You're interrupting me again, Balmy. Can we just set some ground rules? Okay? No more interrupting each other. Okay? Can we do that? Can we do that? Okay?
I don't know. Can we?
I'm asking you, Balmy. I would love to, right?
Great.
And I'm all for it. Are you all for it, Balmy?
The apparent intersection of the Earth and sky as seen by an observer, the limit or edge of the observable universe, the range of one's knowledge, experience, or interest.
Okay. Right. So in this situation, we are talking about an observation. Therefore, knowledge and interests wouldn't really. What website are you going to, so I can get the actual words that you're reading? What website?
I don't know, man. I'm at DuckDuckGo. I don't know.
Okay, but like, where are you getting this definition from? Is my question.
I googled it on DuckDuckGo.
Okay, you googled it on DuckDuckGo, and now what page are you on?
I'm on the homepage of DuckDuckGo.
Okay, can we go to a website? Maybe one that's credible, like Cambridge or Merriam-Webster or Dictionary.com.
It's just DuckDuckGo, man.
So we can't go to any websites like that have weight, that have validity.
I'm assuming they got it from a website. I don't know.
Sure, they did. So can we find the citation? Can we find where you got, like, where you're getting this information from? Because if you can't provide me a citation, right, this conversation isn't going to go well. You could throw things out randomly, right? I don't know where you're getting this information
just so
from.
you know, I just jumped on DuckDuckGo, and it's got its own definition straight up. Noun, number one, the apparent intersection of earth and sky as seen by an observer. Number 2, the limit or edge of the observable universe.
That's what I
Number
said.
3, the range of one's knowledge, experience, or interest.
That's what I said.
Okay,
Put
so
up a
should we go with
screenshot for
the
if
should
you
we go
want
with the first one for simplicity?
I said
The line
all.
at which the
I
Earth-
said all 3 of
Okay.
those. I don't know what you guys
Sweet.
are doing.
So the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Would you agree with that definition, Tommy?
The apparent intersection of the Earth and sky. No.
Yep. No, so the intersection, the line at which the Earth and sky, the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet. Appear to meet. We're saying the same things, just a few different words. But then again, you struggle with words, and we've been over this, Balmy. I understand you don't know what a lot of words mean, right? So you can Google the words in this too, if needs be.
And just so you know, that definition was from the American Heritage Dictionary of English Language, 5th edition.
Excellent, excellent, sweet. Thank you so much. Right? See, that's exactly what I needed. That's all that I needed. Right, Balmy? A citation where the information came from, right, and then the information itself. Right? So the line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet. Do you agree with this definition, Balmy? Or the apparent intersection of the Earth and sky as seen by an observer? Would you agree with that, Balmy?
Why am I here?
Jesus, you're here to have a conversation with me, right? About the Earth?
God, I'm so drunk. Wait, what's happening?
Sweet. Can we get a server mute on Balmy?
I would love that. Thank you.
Excellent. Anybody else in here want to have a conversation? Maybe one that's productive and, you know, that goes somewhere?
I think
Man, I
your
tried my
friend
hardest.
just realised, Sny, when the definition of horizon come out and he was looking at that image, it was like, hang on a minute,
Yeah.
the horizon's... These guys are up to something. I can see where the horizon is in this picture. I think this is going to hurt.
gotta
I
be
might
it.
cut me losses, troll and kick off.
Yeah, man. It's whatever. I mean, hey, like, the thing is, right, after this, I mean, you know, maybe he'll question it, maybe he won't. He's definitely way too, like, cogdist to, like, to be able to make that fucking break, you know, and to be able to, you know, hopefully one day he'll come back in here and ask some more questions. Or you think Earth
Yeah, he
will play
might
it?
come back. Don't know. It's a shame you weren't in earlier with that Perfect Storm. You'd have
Yeah.
liked him.
Oh boy. But
He
I
was
will.
a just broken soul.
Oh, it's a shame. Welcome. If anybody here has any questions about the room topic, this is the Flat Earth discussion, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Anyone has any questions or debate points that they'd like to bring? Maybe try to get a better understanding of what we're living on.
Ahmed Hosni, welcome. Hopefully I said that correctly. This is the English channel, so if I said it wrong, I can blame my poor English. Whilst he's speaking with a thick Australian accent.
I was gonna say you're speaking Australian there, man. I can't really understand you. There's a bit of a language barrier.
Yeah, you get that around these parts.
Yeah. Nah, mate, it's alright. Not bothered.
Just throw another shrimp on the barbie.
Yeah, mate. That's right. Every fucking day, bro. Fucking Nautica jackets everywhere, bro.
Oh, you just posted on the side chat. Yes, Ahmed, you're allowed to speak to us. We're not going to bite you, mate.
G'day, Ahmed.
Don't listen to him saying g'day. He's not an Aussie.
Yes, I am, mate. You watch your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about.
See, let me just say it normally. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
That's not
See?
a knife.
And it sounds awesome. And I'm not even doing anything. I sound like a cartoon. Someone told me that once before. I sound like a Simpsons cartoon character.
Well, that's not a knife in Victoria anymore because you got to go put it in the bin, apparently.
What the hell's
Oh,
a
don't
bin?
worry.
Do you guys mean trash can?
What?
Do y'all mean trash
Pretty
can?
much.
Yeah, trash cans.
Hell's a
Pretty much.
bin.
Bin.
Hell yeah.
Garbage bin.
Forgot where it was. Only from the definition of a world. Imagine him trying to make a bowl of cereal. Yeah, man.
What's this? Oh, that was the last one.
Side chat.
Now put 3 wheat bix in the bowl. Apply sugar. Tip on milk. Define milk.
Define milk.
Oh, that's cruel, isn't it?
Duck, duck, go. Fuck.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean,
Like a
if you
broken
do
record.
have any questions, please ask. Don't be scared, mate.
I was gonna say.
If you
I feel
don't,
like a
we're just
broken
going to carry
record
on
saying
like this.
Man.
Who else have we got that's in here? Ricola is still headphoned. The list.
Yeah.
I don't know Jinx. I haven't heard Jinx speak yet.
How to Jinx? You can unmute yourself. You know, we don't bite.
No, don't say that. I do. Stuff it. Snide doesn't bite. I do. And we've just got Amarin Haddox. How's it going, man?
Welcome, Emeron. White dos mapa. Okay.
Did Jinx
Jinx
just...
got scared. Yeah.
Ooh, you called him
I
out,
texted
see?
him. I texted him.
All
yeah,
I said was
like,
his
what do you
name,
want
and
to
you're
talk
like,
about
yeah,
today?"
unmute, dude, or I'm going to bite you.
That's exactly what I said, actually. Yeah, run it back.
Oh no, someone's going to jump through the screen and bite me. I'm out of here. Here we go. Ahmed typing. Hopefully he's going to come through with a mad question for us.
Let's hope
I can
so.
put my feet up and listen to Sny answer it. That's going to be swell. That's me plan. I've got it all sorted out. I know exactly what I've got going on.
It's alright.
Just going to be the mad handball. Here you go, young fella. Do your thing. Yeah. Can't believe that other matey uses DuckDuckGo. Holy shit, I haven't heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Okay, guys. I am with opinion. The Earth is like plate. He must have landed on the keyboard.
Okay. I mean, you can view it that way. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with viewing it that way personally, but then, proving it, I mean, there are so many different types of plates. It's interesting, right? You got some like curved plates at the side, and there's no curvature on Earth. So there goes that. Definitely not a curved plate. It's a pretty flat plate. Maybe, I don't know, it's a pretty big plate too, because we can measure distance over it. So it's not comparable to real life plates that we would eat off of, but maybe just a bit bigger. I don't know. I mean, you can view it that way, but yeah, it's difficult because, I mean, you'd have to, say, well, here's where the plate stops, right? And you'd need to be able to measure that, and making a positive claim of Earth being like a plate. I don't know. It's a tricky one for sure. Welcome. If you are new to the VC, we are talking about the shape of the Earth. It's not a globe, so I mean we know this from testing, measurement, observation. We know that we've been lied to about a lot of different things, like the sun's distance, and rotation and movement of the Earth. We experience no movement, and the sun appears to be local, as shown by crepuscular rays. Here you go, everyone that's on mute right now. If you guys have some crepuscular ray gifs, post that in the side chat. Crepuscular rays only work where a light source, i.e., the sun, is local. And yeah, I think he might have fallen asleep on the H key. But yeah, here we go. There are some crepuscular rays, and this is only observable with a localized sun, i.e., a sun that's a lot closer to us than 93 million miles away, as we've been told. I mean, if anyone has any questions or any further statements, anything to combat what I just said, I made a few positive claims there, so see if you guys can dissect that and maybe come up with a rebuttal. Yeah, man, crepuscular rays are beautiful. I remember the first time I've seen them, like in real life. First time I saw them, I was like, wow, it's like beautiful. We goes play us some tunes on the guitar, Snai. I can't play the guitar right now. It's 4:30 a.m. Yeah. I wish I could though. Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll get some tunes going. But we'll see. Welcome, B Adam. I think you might be new to the VC. Not sure. Emeron, still haven't heard from you yet. Oh, we got T-Dub in here though. What's up, T-Dub? Welcome, Morvis. Oh, Ahmed's awake. Hmm. Can you explain about rune about the room topic? I want to understand your opinion. Well, it's not really an opinion that I hold. I'm going to be honest with you. I look at things in a very like, data way, right? So I look at, what I observe and then I test it. And then I repeat that and again and again and again until, we come to a conclusion, right? Obviously, with repetition, we see one thing many times or a different thing many different times, right? It's just about analyzing the data, right? And analyzing what is presented, right? Well, first we look at the globe argument, right? And what they claim to us. If they claim a sun is 93 million miles away, and we observe that the sun is very, very close, right? We can see the crepuscular rays, right? We know that something's up, right? So we look into it. Why do we get crepuscular rays? Well, this is because the sun is local, right? When we experiment this, when we try to replicate crepuscular rays, if we were to hold the light source very, very far away, we'd see parallel, right? But as we bring it closer, right, we'd see crepuscular rays. If we were to take a piece of paper or something like that, poke a couple of holes in it, right? The only way we'll get rays that spread out the way that crepuscular rays do is if the light source, i.e. the sun in this situation, is a lot closer than 93 million miles away, or as they describe it to be. Welcome, I see a few new people have just hopped into the chat. Feel free to unmute yourself or engage in the side chat if you would like to ask any questions. I'd prefer it in voice, to be honest. That way we can have a conversation about it. But if you have any questions about the room topic, or, how could flat Earth be, just ask away, man. Be here to help. But yeah, to summarize, Ahmed, I know that we live on a flattened stationary plane because I've tested tested and found that there's no curvature. I've looked at science and I've looked at I've looked at science. I've looked at the laws, of thermodynamics and stuff like that. And I just know that a lot of what they tell us about the Earth is not as it seems to be. Finding the real answers, all you'll have to look for yourself and find the answers for yourself.
I don't think your average glober understands how they calculate the distance to the sun.
I think they struggled with it too in the past. Copernicus, Newton.
Just that alone should prove to you it's not a globe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah, and for the uninitiated, it's not possible to take a measurement to a light source. That's a great distance away. And it's not possible to take photographs of the planets like Jupiter from Earth, and then they look exactly the same when they take them from the spacecraft that came right next to the planet. That's not how photography works. Because that's like saying the photographs from the space station are exactly the same as a photograph from an airplane. They're not.
oh man, I hate when my lips get chapped. It's terrible. Constantly applying Vaseline on these things.
I want to ask, but in other ways, I don't want to. I just felt that kid blush then.
What happened?
You talking about your chapped lips. One part of me wants to know, and another part just goes, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I don't know.
Oh, shit. That's funny.
Child of God. Child of God, that answers everything that you need to know. I just sound like it. I want to speak, but my headset is damaged yesterday, so I asked you about your headset. Yeah, I don't use a headset, but I use a Shure SM7DB. It's the microphone that I'm using.
SM7? 57? Or just 7?
SM7DB. SM7DB. It's like the SM7B, but this one's got built-in preamp. I mean, so does my box, but that's how I, maintain volume. I've also got a compressor on top of that. I'm running my mic through FL Studio, so I've got a compressor, I've got a noise gate, I've got a processor, I've got EQ. I can actually turn this off. That's a wider. I don't need that. But yeah, I've got a bit of gain here and there, a compressor and stuff. Just got a nice little simple EQ, a simple little vocal EQ. But yeah, that's the microphone that I use in chat. If anyone's curious.
Oh, there you go.
I usually troll and tell people that I'm using Apple earbuds. Like, no. Why do my Apple earbuds not sound like that? Yeah. My phone mic is pretty decent quality too. I've got an iPhone 11 Pro, I think. So yeah, iPhone 11 Pro. The microphone quality on that is not too bad either. I've listened to it back, so welcome if you're new to the chat. Yeah, no, it's definitely welcome if you're.
He's gone.
Oh,
there's a J name that was just popped in and took off. As soon as he said welcome, gone. Stop scaring him, dude.
We've got someone new in the VC. I'm a 73-year-old flat earther. I've believed the Earth to be flat since I was in my 20s due to my adoption of ancient Hindu cosmology, which envisioned Earth as a flat plane in the egg. Okay.
Where are you reading that from?
From Ildeco's About Me. That's Ildeco in the VC right now. I'll just ping him in the side chat.
Which VC are you looking at?
This VC?
That's me, all right.
Yeah. What's up? I mean, are you cool to turn the voice changer off? I know exactly what software you're using as well. Voice mod. If you speak a little bit more, I'll be able to tell.
No more than
like,
I
what filter
do.
you're
You certainly are better informed about that. I just have a phone. A very basic one.
Okay. Never mind. Absolutely.
But
I apologize.
I was very impressed by all the sound equipment that you have.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's okay. It's decent stuff. Well,
Sounds impressive.
You're a flat earther, Ildeco?
Yes. Since I was young.
Okay,
I know.
that's interesting.
My story is because I'm a yoga teacher, so I was always interested in Eastern philosophy. And when I came across the cosmological view that the cosmos, or all that is, was encased in an egg that was divided into 7 layers, dimensions. The center layer being the Earth, the layers above being those that are less dense physically and more enlightened spiritually, and those below less so. So instinctively, I thought that it mirrored reality, both materially and it felt consciously that that's we would have to go through a certain descension, ascension towards better understanding. So it just made sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I understand that. I understand that point of view totally. I mean, when looking at, older texts and stuff like that, I mean, if we were to look at the Bible, for example, it tells us, how the earth is laid out, right? And how it was created. So, I mean, we can actually
and it's flat Earth. When I first came across it many years ago now, I don't know when it was, when the that tour, that UK tour was going on. That's about when I started listening in. I never really understood the scientific arguments, pro or con. I mean, I certainly was interested in physics and astrophysics and what they had to say about all of that, because I was always interested in man's perception of reality. So I didn't really compare flat Earth and the spherical model. But what listening in has taught me is that the more you understand about how scientifically impossible it is that we are on a spinning globe hurtling through space, that it really does make you feel that even the instinct you had that it was flat was authentic and true.
Yeah, church, yo. Yeah, that's true. This is all true. I mean, it certainly doesn't feel like we're on a spinning ball. It's just I mean, scientifically the moral is, or the story is, I should say, that we're on a spinning ball flying through space, and the Earth has a radius of 3958.8 miles, and like a 40,000 kilometer circumference, right? Whatever that is, whatever these numbers, each time we ask in here, I mean, in the server, how have we gotten this information? How have we gotten these numbers? The globe earthers say, oh, well, we put sticks in the sand forever ago, right? And, we just hope that that's right. That's wrong, right? When we, recreate this experiment and replicate this, in conditions where we're able to test all the variables, right, all the factors, we see the exact same thing. It's to do with the story and the fairy tale that the sun is 93 million miles away from you, which it's not.
Yeah.
It's definitely local, because the things that we observe in nature, it's just, it's impossible to have a delocalized sun, right? A sun at 93 million miles away, casting crepuscular rays onto the earth, right?
Yes.
So there's a lot of stories that come
It's
with the globe earth
implausible
theory.
story, because when you really think about it, it's absolutely implausible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not possible.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you just put a little bit of time and reason and common sense to it, it just you marvel at the fact that 95% of the world's population believes it. It's just astounding. What happened to critical thinking? Where did it go?
Indoctrination, man. Critical thinking doesn't exist anymore due to TikTok and TikTok and all these social media apps, man.
It's being handed to you. Every piece of information, every knowledge is handed to you, and you don't question it.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're going to give you social credits if you don't obey. Bad. Listen. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Loud ass keyboard. My bad.
Well, all you hear is the coqui frogs here. You hear them?
Oh yeah, I just heard that. A sec.
That's the infamous coqui frog from the big island of Hawaii.
Oh wow.
And they've overpopulated, so they're everywhere. I happen to think they're beautiful sound. Some people don't like it. So yes, funny how it always, when you start convincing people of the legitimacy of the flat earth, first question they ask is, why would they lie? That always amuses me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why would they lie? It's a very big question. I mean, so many different reasons as to why they would lie. So many different reasons as to why anyone would lie.
Yes.
It's just, it's just a thing that we
in
do
this
as
particular
humans.
instance, it's the subject is much more than just lying about incidental things. It's lying about the most fundamental thing of your whole life is the nature of reality of where you are. They lie about that.
Absolutely. Not only where you are, but also how you got here, right? There's a lot of misconceptions
Where
with
are you
that.
going to go afterwards as well?
Exactly, yeah. A lot of people just, believe the science story, therefore they're atheist because science, and then, it's not even science. At the end of the day, it's pseudoscience, right? And it's unverifiable, untestable, right? and unreplicable. Unexcusable.
Yes, inexcusable.
True.
Absolutely. And
type this essay.
I've listened to a few debates between scientists, physicists, those with the courage to come on and debate you, just absolutely come up with arguments that preschooler would probably argue.
Yeah, that's true.
Just astounding. Everything confirms that humanity just has lost its common sense. What are you writing?
Just responding to somebody in the side chat. They asked me a question. Unmute me, unmute me. Unmute me, please, and thank you. Unmute
Speak
me,
with you.
unmute me. Should we
Nice to
unmute
meet you.
this Apricity? Oh yeah, it's very nice to meet you too, Elkido.
Yeah,
Ildiko.
Ildiko. It's a Hungarian.
Sorry, my bad. Okay, sweet.
No.
Ildiko. I'll try to remember that.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Well, Snipe, I'll unlock this person for you.
Oh yeah.
Who is it?
Let's see. It's Apricity at the very bottom.
Yep.
Apricity, you are unmuted. Oh wow. I just left. Instant left.
Fancy
Wow.
that. That's quite common. They want to get unmuted in other channels, so they'll come in here, ask us, so they can get unlocked. And as soon as you unlock them, they just put you out of here.
I think that the way it works is like whenever you're in a certain room, if you're muted in that room, you can go to the oh, is that Dagas? No way. Why is he not the VC? Dagas. Get in here. Missed you, pal. Oh, Dagger. Let's see. That's for your question about the ship disappearing. It does appear to bottom up. However, when magnified, brackets zooming in with a camera. Love you, Dagas. I hope you're listening. From a different stream. I am incredibly sorry. All of you guys are just listening to my typing. My bad. If anyone here wants to talk about the shape of the Earth, feel free to. Oh, they didn't. Welcome to the room. If you have any questions about the room topic, it's very top. It's a flat Earth discussion. Feel free to ask any questions you may have about the shape of the Earth, or come up with a point. Any scientific evidence that you have for the Earth being a globe, we can talk about it, discuss it, test its credibility, its authenticity, reliability. Welcome. If you're Tour, you've got a bit of an echo in your microphone. Tour, are you with me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? You've got a bit of an echo. Would you like me to help you fix that really quickly?
Rob.
Tour? Okay, sweet. Welcome, Luxa Pientia. You got any questions about the room topic? I know it's a bit wow, flat Earth, but I mean, if you think it's nonsensical, feel free to share your opinion. You won't be slandered for it, I promise. Just as long as we can have a respectful conversation about, the shape of the Earth and what you believe to be true. Right, we can figure out some things together, right? We can all learn. Got Mr. Miggy in here as well. Feel the pressure. Mr. Miggy, Joyce AI. Wow. T-Dub. All the big names in here. All we're missing is Quantum Eraser. That's all we need. What up, Faisal? Welcome. Oh, I saw you on mute, pal. I saw you join too. Welcome, Faisal. Do you have any questions about the room topic? Oh, we got Drace and Rayleigh typing. Oh, I'm in trouble. Good. Bottom of obstruction is an optical phenomenon. This is true. That's what happens with our eyes.
It's what happens when you look across a reflective surface.
Mm-hmm.
The light reflecting off the water surface will easily block dimmer light off the bottom of the hull of a ship. Because there's always more water than there is hull.
Yeah, that's true.
Very simple physics. When you're standing next to the hull will be very bright. But when that hull is 10 nautical miles away, it's very dim. And we can't see dim things.
Welcome to the VC. If you've got any questions about the room topic, feel free to ask. Alternatively, sit back and enjoy the conversation. Recently watched a video about during World War II, how they were using ambient lighting to hide aircraft in the skies from other aircraft. Because under normal night skies, with a little bit of background illumination, an aircraft would appear as a silhouette and easy to identify. But if you added some lighting to the front of the aircraft, then the aircraft blended in with the ambient lighting and couldn't be seen anymore. It's not the curvature that's hiding the bottom of the boat. It's the lack of light coming from the bottom of the boat back to the observer. It's like trying to see a black cat in a black room with no light. Can't be seen because there's no light coming off the black cat in a black room. Most cargo vessels
Cats
have
in white
dark
rooms
hulls.
with white light.
Yeah, you can even obscure things in a normal light here. There's a video of a a watch they painted Vanta black against a Vanta black background. And you can't see the watch unless you turn to a certain angle where the light starts showing the silhouette of the watch.
That's pretty freaky there at the start, or you can see the hands to it. Like, it looks awesome, but yeah, all you can see is the hands there. It's like, what the shit is that? Then when the camera moves, it's like, oh wow.
Horizon.
That's not the question.
Distance.
That's not the question.
It's
So
not
James,
talking about
hold
it. It
on,
doesn't need to light up the whole Earth. That's not what
So
I'm saying.
the porch light is going to light up everything until it goes over.
Listen.
Until
That's
the
what I'm
current
saying.
light.
Listen. Technically,
porch light
you
is
could.
going-
Heretic. Technically, you could have a light that would only light up a certain area, like properly, but you would be able to see it from everywhere.
Really? So a porch
Yeah.
light without curvature would be seen from everywhere. So a porch light in the United States, a person standing around in China should be able to see it.
Until the, what do you call it, light diffusion? I don't remember the English word.
Yeah, it's not curvature. It's called light attenuation.
What about on a foggy day? If it's foggy out, how far do you see the light?
Until the particles block out the sun. They block out the light.
What particles of what?
Oh no, photons, sorry.
So the air blocks the light?
Yeah.
No, it's just like your
So the
eyes.
air blocks the light. Got
No, the fog. The fog.
You know what
fog is? Fog is water. Yeah, for real.
Light is just like your eyeballs, dude.
Okay, so now,
Your eyeballs pick
all
up
right.
light.
So now we've established a mechanism by which we would not see a light forever over a flat plane. So now you can
You would
drop
be able
that
to see
claim
it
that
from
the sun
everywhere.
will. No, you wouldn't, because you have something called light attenuation, where light's not going to travel
Yeah,
infinitely.
but then it has to be really far away. If it's bright enough and big enough to shine off a huge
No.
portion of the Earth, how would the light spread?
If it's,
Like take it out before it reaches the other side.
There's not enough of it, and it's not intense enough, and it's not big enough, and it
The
doesn't
sun is
spread
really
far
intense.
enough
I have
to
experienced the
eliminate
sun, and I
entire
feel it's
thing.
really intense.
It doesn't matter. It's not enough to do the entire thing. Obviously, eventually, it's
Probably
going to
calculate that. Like you could calculate like
Okay.
light spread. Like
yeah,
if
you
you
can.
think the Earth
Yeah,
is
light
flat.
attenuation.
Yeah, you could calculate that. So you could calculate if the Earth was flat.
Okay, so it's called light attenuation.
I know what light attenuation is.
Right, so you're not going to see the light forever through a medium. The sunlight's not even
but-
powerful enough to get down through the ocean more than a kilometer deep, okay? So the
That's because
same thing.
water is really thick.
Yeah,
Air
so
is
air
not thick
is
at
not
all.
as- yeah, so air is going to take more of it, but the same effect is
Way
going to
more.
occur over a distance.
Right,
yeah, way more. That's why.
but the same effect. 1 kilometer of water.
Yeah, but wait,
and then
how
way
come
more
the-
air than 1 kilometer is how much?
But how come the sun goes down
Way
like for
more
certain people
air
at certain times?
horizontally is how much than 1 kilometer?
Yeah, but the sun
You're
is
not
at different
listening,
places,
stupid.
right?
Stupid. How much air do we got to look through before you understand that the light's blocked going horizontally versus 1 kilometer of water? What about 600? 600 the amount? So
I haven't
600 kilometers
experienced
of
like
air?
just air blocking out the sun
700
ever.
kilometers of air? Stop me when it sounds right for you.
I haven't
800
experienced just air
kilometers
blocking
of
out
air.
light at all.
So what you're saying is, on a globe, the sun doesn't just shine on its only one little piece of grain sand. The Earth is 1 grain of sand compared to the sun. The 3 grains of sand from the sun. The 3rd grain of sand from it. What you're fucking saying is there's no way in hell a globe would ever have darkness because you're saying light's going to be seen by everybody, everywhere, no matter
It's
what.
not gonna go around the Earth.
What do you mean? It's not going to shine?
How would it go around?
What's going to stop? What do you mean?
The rock?
Take a basketball in a fucking room and go play basketball in the gym room. See if you can't see the other side of the ball, dumbass.
That's because light is from everywhere. What
Yeah, cuz, woulda, coulda, cuzza, woulda. Oh, now we're making excuses because you're dumb. Now you see the whole fucking ball, don't you, stupid? You see the whole ball, don't you, idiot?
That's because the line bounces back and hits the
No,
back.
not because, motherfucker. You see the whole basketball with one little light.
Yeah, because the light bounces from the wall behind it and onto the wall again.
You'll have a bunch of balloons, and the light in your room, the little fucking puny light, will shine on all of them. Don't be slow, stupid.
You know,
now,
like
how
those
does your
puppet
globe have
shadow
a dark
shows?
spot? How does your grain of sand globe have a dark spot to the sun that's right next to it and 1,800,000 times bigger than it, motherfucker?
Right next
What's
to it?
that skill? Show us the skill, grain of sander, light bender.
You don't
You
get
know,
what you're
if,
saying.
if there's no...
You have no fucking reference for anything you're saying. You don't even know your own model, dumbass.
He doesn't even get what you're saying, dude.
Yeah, I know. His Earth is a grain of sand.
You're not letting me disprove that. That one's actually
So
stupid.
you don't understand your Earth is small as a grain of sand compared to the sun that's right next to it?
Dude, listen, the reason the backside of the
The reason
basketball
what?
is
You're not
light...
going to show us nothing?
Bro, I'm telling you right now, the reason the
Show us the basketball that stops all the
telling you
light.
right now, can you shut the fuck up?
No, just show us the ball that stops light, motherfucker.
I can't show you the fucking ball right now. Are you
can't show us the
retarded?
ball stopping
Are
light
you a
that happens
retard?
itself.
Are you a retard?
It's your
Let me
point.
finish.
It's your claim that balls stop
Yeah,
light.
but you're not letting me finish. Are you retarded?
He's going to call it reflection, but he doesn't believe that reflection takes place on the Earth.
What do you mean reflection takes place?
Go ahead. Tell us how it's a reflection.
The reason the backside of the ball is light is because it will go behind the ball and then hit the wall, and then from the wall it will go back to the backside of the ball.
So reflection, right?
Yeah, that's how we see stuff.
Reflection. Yeah, okay.
That's how we see color.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, what was your point with the 24-hour sun?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But how do we see the sun in different positions?
No, he still doesn't get reflection.
I'm telling you reflection. What do you mean?
Point or, okay, yeah. Do you have a point or just a bunch of questions?
I have a bunch of questions.
Okay, you don't have a point. All right. Would anybody who has a point be able to take over?
But how do we see the sun at different
Yeah,
places?
no, yeah. You're just gonna ask the question.
But where's the sun for you?
Yeah, you get one round, okay, and then that's it. Like you don't get to just spam the same question forever and just have.
I haven't asked this before.
No, you're using reflection. You're not understanding that the basketball court doesn't have one light in the center of the basketball court.
Yeah, but if it did,
all the way down it, right?
Huh?
Right. If it only had one in the center,
the light's going to attenuate.
You'll,
this is just
you'll know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's gotten repetitive. Like,
yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Hopefully.
But I don't understand what you're talking about. Like right now, we're talking about the same stuff with the light.
Yeah, 24 hours. Let me ask you 24,000 questions. Like what?
No, but no, we were talking about something else.
Why? What's the relevance of it anyway? That's what I want to know.
Well, the Earth is tiny, right? Earth is a tiny little piece of sand, like the gentleman said.
Yeah.
A tiny piece of sand sitting in a beam of light. It goes way above it, below it, left or right. This beam of light is way, way beyond it, right?
Yeah.
Right, up and down, left and right, all just a tiny little piece of sand in the beam of light.
Yeah.
Right. How does that comport with your analogy with the basketball court?
I'm not the one with the basketball analogy.
Yeah, you was.
What's the relevance of this?
No, the other guy made the basketball analogy. I have no idea what
What's
he
the
was
relevance?
talking about.
What's the relevance of your question?
Who are you asking now?
Are you?
Huh?
What's the relevance of this conversation at the moment? Light, the sun. Like, what's the relevance?
This guy just brought it up. I thought it was fun to talk.
So you don't have any relevance for your question?
You don't have any relevance for the question you brought in.
You don't. No, you don't. Okay, so you're just asking irrelevant questions. Got it. Well, can somebody who wants to say something relevant step in?
You do.
You do.
Don't be so quiet, man. Come up with a good question. Or
Yeah,
something
what's the
relevant at
24-hour
least.
sun- Okay, what does a 24-hour sun prove?
I don't know, the Earth is round.
How?
Because the sun is always up.
Okay, that doesn't follow.
Why not?
Justify it then. Make it follow.
Because I can see the sun the entire time while you don't see it at all.
I thought I was supposed to go over the curve. How does that show you that there's a curve?
Because sometimes we spin, like, we don't spin exactly right around our axis, or you know that, right?
This is a hot mess. Start over. How does this prove a ball? You saw the sun for 24 hours?
Because where else the sun for you? You can still see it go up and down.
Because where else the sun for you? So a question.
Yeah, but how do you explain, like, the relevance?
So now how do I explain? Dude, you're going to tell me how this proves a ball. Seeing the sun for 24 hours. Why are you asking me anything? Just give the proof.
These questions are actually so retarded.
They are. I don't know why you're asking such retarded questions.
No, I'm asking you why you're asking so retarded questions.
So, yeah, again, how does a 24-hour sun, seeing the sun for 24 hours, prove a globe? Now you're going to ask me a question again, aren't you? That's not what an argument is.
Oh, but okay, we're like, the thing is, like, you're asking questions so retarded that nobody has taught how to answer
Okay,
it. Like,
so
for a
you're not
second.
able to answer the question yet. It's so
I can
retarded.
probably answer if you give me a second, but it's just so
Instead
retarded.
of the color commentary about the question.
Because the thing is like, why is 1 + 1 1? Like, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit. Now just answer with what the argument is that proves a globe from a 24-hour sun.
Huh?
Eh?
I thought you
Yeah, that's what
muted me,
I thought.
so I kind of left the conversation. But what
Okay,
did
well
you
then
say?
leave it. Stay out of it for good then.
No.
Yeah.
But anyways, you need to give me a second because the
Yeah, tell me what a 24-hour sun proves.
Let him Google it.
I cannot believe you guys are even
It proves that you are wrong. It proves that you are wrong. That's what it proves.
How?
Well, on a flat Earth, you couldn't have a 24-hour sun in
Why
one
not?
place without it being everywhere.
Why not?
Well, because either the sun's light, like light attenuation, is a thing, and when the sun moves away from you, it disappears, or that's not the case. You can't have both, which you need both for there to be a 24-hour sun in one place and not everywhere.
Who says that when you're seeing a 24-hour sun, that it's just continuously at a sufficient distance for you for the light attenuation to not take full effect? You still be able to see it. I mean, that's easy. Put that in.
Well, I mean that would work if you that might work if the South Pole was like in the middle of the flat Earth. Is it in the middle of the flat Earth?
Okay, so it might work. So you already you already dismantled your own claim. You've now told us that what you said initially isn't true because it could work.
No. Is it in the middle of the flat Earth? Yes or no? Heretic,
Well, why don't you give us a drawing of what you're, why don't you post a drawing of what
Is
you're
the South Pole at the middle of the flat Earth?
Why don't you post a drawing of what you're straw manning us with, please, so we can.
Wait, I can post a drawing of that. That made total sense.
When he says flat Earth, I think he's got something in mind. So why don't you post that?
You won't give us like a model of what you think is,
so I didn't
because you
give you
can't
a
defend
model.
it and you know it.
I didn't give you a model, so you
No,
don't have
exactly.
anything to actually attack.
You can't.
Yeah,
Because it's not our the necessity to straw man us then.
Because you cannot defend your claim.
Okay, so I didn't give a model, so you've got no model to attack. So cry more about it, baby.
Until I'm just...
Dude, stop for a sec. The validity of your claim and the model that you're appealing to does not rely on the defense of an alternative model. Does not. stand under its own light, under its own merit, and be scrutinized and evaluated all by its little lonesome.
Do you believe do you believe the Earth is flat? Yes.
No, I'm not. No, nothing about beliefs. You have a belief. This somehow proves something. Articulate how it proves something. Go.
Do you believe the Earth is flat? Yes. This is the flat Earth channel,
no relevance to your question.
This is the flat Earth channel, after all. Do you believe that there is a flat Earth?
What does that mean?
Absolutely not.
What does that mean, flat Earth? Because we got to make sure that we're actually talking about the same thing. Before
Yeah, can you actually explain that? Because I want to.
I want to know. Do you
believe there's like a wall around the Earth?
Yeah. See, this is what I was getting to.
No.
So this is
do you believe that there is a flat Earth in any sense? You can define it how.
Shut your mouth. So the guy that just said, "Do you believe there's a wall of ice around the Earth?" That's what he's thinking when he says or hears the words "flat Earth." Well, that's not what we're talking about.
Which one are you talking about?
We're
what
saying
model are you talking about?
More than the surface is generally planar, not curved. We're not making any model claim, any map claim, any claim to an ice ring. That's not flat Earth. Just that the surface is generally planar.
Because you know that if you made a claim, you can't defend it. You just know. That's why
I did make a claim. Did you hear it? Take the wax out of your ears, you stupid clown. Wake up. Start to get with the room here, dude, and listen to what you're actually trying to argue with. I did make a claim. Did you hear it?
Defend it, then. Defend your claim.
What?
Prove your claim.
Do you know what it is?
Prove it.
Even know what it is. Okay. Water seeks and finds its level. Therefore,
If you realize what miking says who, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, if water seeks and finds its level, it's planar.
Okay, so how does a 24-hour sun work on a planar Earth?
Well, it goes in a circle around you, apparently.
Yeah, but like, what about...
That's not an answer to the question.
That's the answer.
No, that's not an answer. That doesn't answer. It's not informative.
Yes, it does.
No, that's not the answer that you like. That's the only difference.
It's not informative.
Yes. Don't say no. He answered the question. If he had said, I don't know, that also would have been an answer to the question.
That would have been a better answer. That would have been a better answer, a more relevant answer. His answer is akin to...
But you don't like the answer. That's what it comes down to. You just don't like the answer.
No.
You were given one and you're crying about it.
His answer is akin to, if I was to ask, is an apple edible? And he was to ask, well, it's red.
Listen, dude, when someone gives you a response...
That's 100%
you have questions about it?
You're just really stupid and low.
You should then ask for clarification.
Uh-oh, TW, you gotta fix your mic. You went underwater.
Oh, shit. Sorry. My bad. Better?
Yep.
Yeah. Usually when someone gives you a response and it doesn't satisfy your curiosity, right? You should ask for clarification and say, "Can you expand on that, please?" Could you elaborate?
It's not that it's not satisfactory, it's that it's not a valid response to the question. A lot of things go in circles. Like, I don't know what he's on about. Like, the whole point of the question is that if the sun is going in a circle around you, then, like, the only place on Earth, on a planar Earth, where that would be possible is, like, in the center.
Why?
So who claimed this?
Where's the sun? It's above us.
Dumpster, slow down. Who claimed this?
Heretic said that the Earth was
what
planar.
You've done, Dumpster, what you've done is you've created a straw man. You've created a straw man. That's all you've done.
Heretic literally claimed it.
He claimed what? What was his claim?
He claimed that the Earth was planar.
Must be.
And
I'm using that vocabulary for you. On a planar Earth, how does a 24-hour sun...
No, not how. No, not how. You said it can't work.
No.
How?
No,
Why can't it work?
I did not say that it can't work.
You said the only place that could work, it would be at the center. Why?
Yes. I assume on a planar...
Why?
Stop going. Why? Man, let me answer them. Literal 6-year-old. Oh. So, on a planar Earth, I assume that you think the sun is above us, right? You can see it there. Up up there, right? It's above us, yes? Correct? Yes or no? Yes or no?
And look down to see it?
Is the sun above us, yes or no?
You know what "da" means? Yes.
Okay, perfect. And according to Heretic, it moves in a circle around us. Yes?
That's the claim.
Okay, so does it move in a circle around the spot that I'm standing in right now?
I don't know, dude.
Apparently, a heretic said apparently. He said that it moves, circles us apparently.
Yeah, apparently it went around you, like in a circle. What is so hard for you to fathom?
Is it moving around
Why
the
do you
circle
talk
around...
when I'm talking? Shut your mouth. What is so hard for you to fathom about it going in a circle?
I'm just trying to get clarification here. So, do you think that it's going around a circle around like the entire Earth, or is it like going around like a specific spot?
Are you asking questions? You're the one who said this is not possible unless.
No, I'm asking him because he made a claim, and I'm trying
the center. That's what you said.
Okay, so why is there then not a 24-hour sun everywhere at once?
Ask a question. Detail how you know that the only way this could work is if South was the center.
Yeah, I'll let that stand.
Okay, so you can't answer?
Okay, you're just it's just an endless array of fucking sea lining questions, just meant to distract from the point that this doesn't prove the geometric shape of the ground, because all it is the sun making a loop around you.
Exactly what you guys do.
No,
You're projecting so hard right now.
It's circumpolar to the south celestial pole, it would seem, apparently. What is the issue? It's not going around the whole Earth.
So now we're using big words.
Shut your mouth. When I'm talking, you shut your stupid mouth. So obviously, it's not going in a circle around the entire Earth or whatever stupid thing you're envisioning. It's just making a loop around the south celestial pole, it would look like. So why the fuck should that be 24-hour sun for everybody on the Earth?
So can you demonstrate to me how that mechanically would work? Like, can you draw me a picture of how that would work on a flat Earth?
Just draw a picture of what the sky appears to do.
No, like draw me a picture, like top down, flat Earth. Where is the sun? How does it move to make this happen?
How does it move?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at the celestial sphere. Something probably like that.
No. Draw it. Like, demonstrate.
Just go fucking Google. Just go Google some maps with the sun's path.
No, I want you to draw it for me. I want to know how you think it works.
Why? What's the relevance of this?
Why? I'm done with your questions, dude. I asked you a question. You're not just going to control this place and hold it hostage. I asked you why a 24-hour sun circumpolar to the south celestial pole should be seen everywhere and be a 24-hour sun for everybody on Earth. Answer that, please.
I want you to draw.
No, I don't care what you want me to do. I just told you what I want, and apparently I'm the one with the mute button, not you, so you can just do what I say or get out. What does that have to do with everybody seeing the sun on the Earth simultaneously? Why would it be a 24-hour sun for everybody if it's just going around the south celestial pole?
So we're using the mute button as an argument. Very good.
Yeah, no, we're using the mute button to keep you under control, dumpster baby, because you're just going to scattergun off to a million other things without addressing one goddamn point that anybody's trying to make to you. So you made the claim that it would be a 24-hour sun for everybody on the Earth. Why, if it's only concentric to the south celestial pole at that time of year, would it be a 24-hour sun for everybody on the Earth? Explain.
More projection. I like it.
Can you just explain, please? Because you said that would be the case.
Project more, man. It's okay. Don't answer any questions.
No,
Don't show me a draw.
Projection. It was a question.
Projection.
Why would it be seen by why would it be a 24-hour sun for the entire Earth when it's just a 24-hour sun for the South? Explain.
Because on a flat Earth, the sun would illuminate everything. No, like everything is.
No.
There's nothing blocking it.
No, because if that were the case, it would always be 24-hour sun every single day. So, okay, so how does the 24-hour sun prove a globe at all then?
Well, it's as I explained to you in the side chat, and you did not accept this, but I'll rehash it. Why not? On a globe, right, that is tilted on its axis and spinning, and the sun is like far away. If that axis is now tilted towards the sun, like that the bottom part is tilted towards the sun, then as it spins, the South Pole will not spin away from like the side that is illuminated by the sun.
That's a nice concept.
At least I can explain mine.
I already did. I said it made a circle around you.
You have
It's much simpler than your convoluted explanation.
More detail,
question of the globe tilted on
Can I
its
have more
axis.
detail about how that works?
Yeah, no, you've made way more assumptions with what it is. So if we want to go with Occam's razor, I win.
No, can you? No.
No, if you want to go with Occam's razor, I didn't make any
in a circle
assumption.
doesn't explain
I didn't
anything.
make any
But can you
assumption.
go into more
The
detail?
ground is level, the way that it's measured, observed, surveyed, practically used, and the sun makes a circle around you just like you saw. So what?
The sun going in a circle around you doesn't explain it. Can you go into more detail?
Yeah, it does. It does. That's exactly.
It doesn't convince me. Can you go into more detail?
I don't care if it convinces you or not. You're a retard. Who cares?
It doesn't explain anything. Can you
Yeah,
go into
it
more detail,
does.
please?
Yeah, it went in
No,
a
it
circle
doesn't.
around you.
So why doesn't it go in a circle around me?
Just curious.
Why doesn't
We don't care, Dumpster Baby. Dumpster Baby, we don't really care. We want verifiable data, not stories. Okay? So when you come back with verifiable data, thumbs up for you.
No, you don't want data. You just want to sit here and
What verifiable data would convince you?
Can't you do a process of elimination?
Proof of curvature,
Present
measurable
some,
drop over
we'll have a
distance.
look. Okay, so I asked you what data would convince you, and you said
Present some and we'll have a look.
Cutting out.
Right? Present some and we'll see.
Hello. Hello. What data would convince you?
Present some.
We're just here to grief.
Present some data. I'll tell you.
Data would convince you.
Present some and I'll tell you if it
Matrix, I'm not
convinces
talking to
me
you. I'm talking
or
to
not.
Matrix. What are you doing?
Okay, yeah, you don't get
I'm
to run this
talking to
place.
you, dickhead.
Yeah, you get
You
one more
shut up.
chance. Yeah, T-Dub's gonna answer your question. You get one more chance. If you fuck this up again, you're gone.
Go ahead, T-Dub. What data would convince you?
Present some data and then I can tell you by evaluating it myself whether it convinces me or not. I don't know yet.
You don't know what would convince you?
No, I haven't seen any data.
Okay, so really quickly, you're asking for somebody to present something that you don't know what you want presented.
Well, put it this way. If you turn up with photographs of pink
Matrix,
fucking uniforms,
hello,
we're going to say
hello.
go
Okay,
away.
Is this the peanut gallery? What's going on? So I asked you, Matrix, to answer, then you don't answer. T-Dub answers for you.
It's called an open panel, you dipshit.
As soon as I ask T-Dub something, the peanut...
Yeah, you're done. It's called an open panel. You don't get it? You're too stupid to understand how that works? Well, you can get off of it. Oh, he's going on deafen. Okay, that's a ban.
Another one for the ban list.
See ya. All right, Dumpster Baby. What's a 24-hour sun
I'm
proof?
not interested. I'm not interested.
Okay, then,
You can
then
you
don't
can
even
you
say
can talk
that.
to someone else.
Ban it,
Fucking
ban it,
retard.
ban it.
None of them know what a 24-hour sun proves, but they're all really excited about it for some reason.
It proves you're wrong, but I'm just not interested in losing more brain cells, bro.
what did I
Like,
say?
You're just dumb. You're just dumb. You're just
What
dumb.
did I
dumb.
say that it...
Accept
Yeah. Okay, yeah, stop spiraling. What did I say that it proves wrong?
No, you're dumb. It's okay.
What
You're
did
retarded.
I say
You're just
that
retarded.
it proves
I'm just
wrong?
gonna keep calling you retarded until you ban me. You're retarded. You're retarded.
Okay, but that just shows that you actually don't have any argument to make. So, I mean, that actually serves me, not you. Oh, you muted me in my own channel. Someone tell him to undo that, or else that's it for him.
Yeah, Dumpster Baby, you might want to undo that local mute, mate.
Hey,
the Clint Eastwood guy said, please unmute him.
Ban me, you fucking idiots.
Dumpster Baby, listen here carefully. You do not local mute moderators, they will ban you. So it's your choice what you do, mate.
Ban me then. What?
Suit yourself.
See ya.
Pathetic behavior.
Ask and thou shalt receive. Next.
I think he was mad because you kept stopping him from talking.
Well, I mean, he needed a sock put in his mouth because he wasn't, focusing on the conversation.
Anybody out there that can make it, aim for the globe doesn't involve a question proof? It'd be interesting.
All right, so how about, okay, fine, it doesn't prove the globe, but, how do you square it with flat Earth?
Well, I just told you 7 times, and that other guy said, no, that doesn't explain it, no. Well, it just makes a circle around you, apparently.
Can't you find out through a process of elimination? Like, if you can prove that a flat Earth model could work.
You know what? I was just talking to somebody. He asked me a question. I would like to hear what he thought of my answer before you cut in with some other side tangent bullshit, if you don't mind.
I didn't say anything, but okay.
Yeah, you didn't give him a chance because it wasn't even a fucking breath before you started. Shut your mouth. The guy I was just talking to. What do you think of what I said?
A little frustrated.
I think it makes a lot of sense from your point of view, but let's say you went up really high and I don't know, you can see the sun from closer. I don't know what. Nah, I don't know what I mean actually, but okay, so in Antarctica it's circling over your head. What would it look like if you weren't in Antarctica at the same time?
Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't be within your field of view the whole day long if you're not inside that circle, would it?
But you got a friend on the phone. At the same time you're looking at it, it would be nighttime for him, right?
Yeah.
So where would the sun be geographically? Over Antarctica?
Pretty much, you're circling around it. The Antarctic Circle.
Around the whole perimeter?
I think so. So then, okay, are you thinking of an Antarctic ice wall surrounding the edges of the Earth?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so that's false.
Okay.
That's a globe. That's a globe projection. It's a globe flattened out and stretched out. And I don't think that's compatible with a 24-hour sun, personally. I mean, there's some people who say that it could still work somehow, but I don't even see why, because I don't think there's any evidence for a 360 ice ring and all that. I don't think it really works.
If you get really high up and look down, I don't know, what do you think the Earth would look like? Do you have any guess?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Okay.
Why are all the smart people that make things for this world all globe earthers?
Are they?
Is Stephen Hawking?
Well, does he make things for this world?
I'm saying all the smart people too.
The smart people who make things for this world, like Stephen Hawking, what did he make?
Well, he's just a smart person.
Okay, so he didn't really make anything. So that doesn't fit your criteria.
Okay, so now let's just go for why do all the smart people believe in the globe Earth?
Do they?
Stephen Hawking does.
Did you do a survey that showed all smart people believe X?
I'm fairly certain, yeah. I've done it.
Okay, let's see it.
What?
Let's see it. I met plenty of smart people in here
on you to disprove
don't believe that it's a globe.
The burden of proof is for you to disprove that this data exists to begin with.
The proof is on me to prove that the data that you are referring to exists?
I'm telling you the data's out there, and you have to disprove that it's out there.
Yeah, that's proving a negative, so that's a burden reversal, so that's just clownish.
Disproving is a negative, but
in this room, you say, "Oh, the flat Earth exists," but then you don't know that
this is turning really stupid really fast. The guy made a claim of all smart people believing X. I asked him for any data that shows that, and then he put it on me to go find it.
Sorry, second law of thermodynamics. That's just how it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good argument. That makes a lot of sense. Now I get it. I didn't understand at first, but now you've cleared it all up. Thank you. Second law of thermodynamics.
Yep.
What's that?
Yeah, ask him.
What is that?
It's the same as Newton's third law.
What? No, it's not.
Never heard of him.
Never met him. Wait,
Well,
if I haven't met Isaac Newton, does that make... Wait, he's not real then, right? I've never met Isaac Newton.
No, it doesn't follow. Somebody can be real and you haven't met them.
But if I haven't seen him for myself, then he's not real.
No, I just said it doesn't follow.
Just like Santa Claus.
Somebody asked earlier, what does the Earth actually look like? I mean, there's no way to get a God's eye view of the whole thing to actually see, is there? Is there any vantage point from which you could actually see the entire thing? If you wanted to do some sort of map projection to try to get an idea, I guess you would survey the lands as well as you can, and then compare that data to the celestial coordinate system, and just see what you come out with.
Yeah, I was thinking if you get like a really high altitude airplane and you just took pictures of the surface and you like kept doing that and stitched them together, like what would be the end result?
It's interesting.
What's everyone's thoughts on Asmongold? Pretty based, right?
On what?
Asmongold? He just has like really good base takes. I just
like Charlie.
This is bad enough that I'm going to mute the Lake guy now.
What? Is it?
Oh, hello.
What's up, Lake? You an Asmongold stan?
I thought Lake was going to be like a full, 40 IQ total degenerate type, but he's not that bad.
But I have this one is actually genuine. Like
I don't care what they say about Lake.
You could prove something like through a process of elimination, right? Like if nothing else works, you know one thing works, right? Like do you have any models that could theoretically work? That's not round?
Me? No, I'm not claiming a model.
Yeah, but if there's no other possible models, couldn't you through a process of elimination?
Why would you say that? What models have you looked at?
Because there's no other models that I like in my head. There's no other models, and does anybody have a model that works? Like anybody in here, anybody anywhere.
What models have you looked at?
I don't have any. That's the point.
You haven't looked at any, so why would you say no other?
Yeah, but do you have any models that can prove it? Like does
models
anybody?
Other than what? Other than what model?
What?
Other than what model?
The thing is, like, through a process of elimination, you can
What are you talking about? No model other than what model?
Then the round one.
Okay, can you post that?
What do you mean post that? You have seen that. There's no need to post the round model.
No, I've never seen it. Can you post that model so I can look at it and see how well it works for everything?
It works, like, theoretically, from my observation.
Post the model. It works, right?
You know what a round Earth looks like.
Okay, it's a model. Posted
it for you.
Yeah, it's a model that explains what I have observed, but is there another model that could explain what I have observed?
Heliocentrism is a superseded astronomical model, so that one's superseded, so I guess that doesn't work.
But is there one that could work that's not round?
What are you talking about? Post your model.
What do you mean post your model?
Okay,
I just went to the South Pole, and now I know that the Earth was round, bro.
Yeah,
but I'm not saying I'm like now. Okay, I will say like
you're
what is
obviously
something
not
I
going to
believe.
post your model, so let's just cut to the
What do you
chase.
mean not post your model? It's just a picture of the fucking Earth.
You don't have a model, I know. What does a model prove anyway? Answer me that.
I'm not saying that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if it fits what I have observed.
You don't have a model, so forget about that.
You need to listen to the point. That's not the point. That's not the point.
Yeah, it is the point. What is a model?
No, it isn't the point.
That's so.
I'm not saying it proves anything. I'm saying that there's no other models that could work is proving something.
Okay, so what does that prove then?
That no other models work?
What would that prove if that was true?
That would prove that that's the only one model that works, so that means that's the one that's true.
Okay, so that's a reification fallacy. That's what I was getting to. So
no,
you're
it's not.
just thinking about all this the wrong way.
Reification? Is that even a word?
Yeah, you're applying concreteness to something abstract, something conceptual.
The thing is, if you had something Do you have anything else than the round one that could, from my observations, work?
You're reifying a concept, dude. So it's a fallacious line of thinking.
That's not how it works. You can eliminate something based on selection.
That's exactly how it works. If you say that the model is true, therefore proves what reality is, it's a reification fallacy.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that nothing else can be true, so therefore that one has to be
making up words for.
You just did.
Like,
okay, so somebody has a low English vocabulary.
Listen. You know on a test, right?
He just in the same breath, he contradicts himself.
No, you know on a test. ABC.
I'm not saying it's true, but if no other one can be true, then it's true.
Yeah, but listen. Have you ever taken a test? Have you ever you went to school, right?
It doesn't matter. Okay, you got enough questions.
No, you went to school, right? You went to school, right?
Yeah, no shit, I did. So what?
If A, B, and C is wrong, then D is right.
Okay, you're doing a reification fallacy. None of them are necessarily right.
He's using this new word he made up.
If we know we exist,
you have a low English vocabulary. Go Google the term that I keep using, and then come back so that you can contribute something that actually matters.
Okay, but we can both agree we exist on a planet, right? Like
no, we can't. What's a planet?
He's following the side chat for me. So look at that.
You're done for you.
We both agree we exist. We both agree we exist here.
What's a planet?
Whatever you want it to be. It doesn't matter, really.
No, I'm not going with that. You need to define it.
Okay, but whatever.
Fine. Actually, I will go with that. A planet is spaghetti. We live on spaghetti?
Yeah, okay. But can you
live on
prove
spaghetti.
That? Is there any model of spaghetti Earth that would work?
When the moon.
Is there any model of spaghetti Earth that would work?
No, you said that it's a planet, and then you said a planet's whatever I want it to be. I want it to be spaghetti. So now what? The Earth is spaghetti?
So now, is there any spaghetti model that would work?
Okay, if not, then I guess that's a problem for you and your claim that the Earth's a planet.
Then I know that it's not a spaghetti planet.
Okay, then good. You just debunked yourself because you said it's a planet. A planet's what I want it to be. I want it to be spaghetti. You don't agree with that.
Yeah, but we're saying like what you believe. Like I don't care what you believe. Like whatever you believe.
Because you just told me it's whatever I want it to be.
This argument is actually like you're just picking out something. Like that's not even relevant.
You told me it's whatever I want it to be.
That's not even relevant. That's not what we're talking about.
That's what I want it to be.
Oh my god!
I want it to be spaghetti.
Now you're just picking. Are you trolling?
No, I'm just trying to elucidate the stupidity in your thinking.
Yeah, but that's not even.
You want it to be a globe. You just want it to be.
I want it to be a globe. I have a model that's true. What I have seen.
You don't have a model.
Life.
Show your model.
What do you mean? I don't have a model.
Show it.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, take a look at my wife.
Put in the side chat. Put in the side chat for us so we can take a look at it.
Zach. Really, really funny.
That's the model I believe in, and from my observations, that one works.
Model?
It's a model. That's what a model is.
Like a toy model.
Yeah, toy model.
That's a cartoon on flat paper. What the fuck?
Yep, a model. That's what a model means. That's what model means.
So you live on a flat disk on paper, a flat cookie disk?
I'm not saying it's what we live on. I'm saying it's a model. You know what a model is, right?
You're not saying it's not what. You're not saying it's what we live on. Oh, cool. Okay.
I'm not saying we live on that picture. I'm saying we live on something that looks approximately. That's what a model is.
How do you know that the Earth looks approximately like that?
Because from my observation, that makes sense. Now, if I have nothing else,
see that.
What observation? Where do you see that?
How the sun moves, how it goes down,
how the sun moves? What the fuck are you talking about? So that toy model represents how the sun moves in reality.
Do you have a model that supports how the sun moves?
Why are you asking me?
Like that?
Why are you asking me?
Because you can through a process of elimination. Like there's no other models that could work with what we have.
No other model that could work other than this cartoon you just posted. Are you okay?
Okay, so give me a model that could work.
What are you talking about?
Is there a model that could work?
I've already told you that a model wouldn't prove what reality is. It would be a reification fallacy to do so. It doesn't prove anything. The thing is, you made the claim that we live in something that looks like this. So why don't you show me where you see that outside? Go ahead.
If you have two models that could work,
where do you see this outside? Where do you see that you just posted? Where?
I don't see it. I see stuff.
You don't see it. Okay, so this is just a pile of garbage that we can crumple up and throw in the bin. Sound good?
You muted me before I could finish.
Yeah, because I'm tired.
That's so pussy move. What the fuck?
Yeah, what
That's actually a big pussy move.
What the fuck? Okay, anyway, dude, you don't see that thing that you just posted outside, so you can't say that outside looks like that. Are we done with this stupidity? Hopefully.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's what I see. I'm saying that aligns with what I have observed in my life. Is there any other model that could work with what I have observed? How the sun moves, how the sun goes.
No, you don't get to just list past the claims you make and then just start piling on questions. What have you seen?
How the sun moves and stuff.
Oh, the sun moves.
For me, I have seen 24-hour sun.
Okay. What have you seen that shows you that the Earth looks like that you posted?
The thing is, I'm not saying I have seen what they have posted.
Then why don't you shut up? Okay, because that's what you said earlier. Now you're contradicting yourself again. Just wasting your time.
You're such a nice, cool guy.
I'm not saying
a really nice, cool guy.
I'm not saying. I never said I've seen it.
Oh my god, you are retarded. Let's talk to the other guy.
You're such a good guy. You must feel great about yourself and your life.
Okay, he's actually even worse. I'll talk to the lake guy instead.
Like, what I'm saying is, I haven't seen that, but I've seen nothing else that could work with what I have seen in my life.
What do you mean? What do you mean? How does this work? For what?
It works through physics. I've learned, like, you can observe the physics. You can observe how the sun moves. Like, the thing is, do you have a model that could explain to us?
Oh, shut up, dude. Spamming that question. Do you have a model? Okay, this works for what? What physics? This ball cartoon you posted, it works for what physics? What are you talking about?
T-Dub's profile picture is of Lee Harvey Oswald and no one's talking about it.
You're muting me before I can finish. That's the thing.
Baseless declarations, right?
I'm not making it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it works. I'm saying nothing else works.
That doesn't work. What are you talking about? That thing you got sitting on a desk? The thing sitting on your teacher's desk.
Because you know what?
Prove it.
Prove it. The thing is, I'm not trying to prove the Earth is round. I'm not trying to prove the Earth is round. I'm trying
prove
to
nothing else works. Prove nothing else works, dude.
Yeah, that's what I like. Do you have proof anything else works?
So the validity of your claim that nothing else works relies on my defense of your claim. No. Dude, I don't have to defend any position when you make a fucking claim.
Have you guys seen
your
Beast
claim.
Games?
The blue apples exist.
I got him. Hold on a second. I got him. 1 second. Yeah, I got a model. 1 sec.
Okay, give me a model that could work.
Okay, I posted a model. It works. Yeah, it works.
Okay, how would the sun go around that?
Well, physics and stuff.
Okay. Have you seen the sun go around it?
Well, I mean, it matches my observation.
No, but it doesn't. Have you seen the sun go around it?
Physics. No, but
have you seen the sun go around it? Have you seen the sun go around it?
Wait a minute. Do you have another model that works? Because this model works. Do you have one that works?
Yeah, I have one that works.
Okay, what one works?
The one that I have seen the sun go around.
Okay, so that model works and this model works too. So we got two models that work.
Have you seen a sun go around the fire truck?
Okay, so that model works. Your model works. So we've got two models that work.
Have you seen the sun go around the fire truck?
I've seen it go around the fire truck the same way you've seen it go around that toy ball.
Have you seen it go around a fire truck in space?
Yeah. No, the ball's not in space. You haven't seen a ball in space, dumbass. You're standing on that ball in your imagination, and you watch the sun go from left to right, which would be east to west, while you're looking at it. And then what we see is the sun go over the fire truck or the model east to west. Same thing, brother. They both work.
Wait. Okay, so, but you can disprove all of this.
Listen, I parked my fire truck in the Antarctic Circle, and the sun went around it. This model works. This is a good working model. So now
it's a good model for a fire truck, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I got a model that works.
Have you seen a fire truck exists outside of Earth?
Outside of what?
Outside of our planet or Earth? Have you seen a fire truck exist outside of Earth?
I haven't seen anything exist on a planet.
You haven't seen anything
I haven't seen a planet exist. Have you seen a planet exist?
Like, I'm just using the word planet, whatever you believe.
Have you seen a planet somewhere?
What would you call what we're on?
What's a planet?
What would you call what we're standing on right now?
I don't know. What are you calling a planet, dumbass?
I'm calling it a planet because it's just something.
I call it the realm of reality. The only realm there is.
Okay, let's call it the realm of reality.
The realm of Mr. Beast.
Let's call it the realm of reality then. Have you seen a fire truck outside the realm of reality?
That doesn't make any sense.
It does though, because we're standing on the realm of reality.
Something outside of reality, dude, you're dumb.
No, but that's what I'm asking. Like,
look, the point is, right, you've outright declared, right, that There is no other conceivable conceptual model that works, leaving only one that does.
But
I
obviously,
would love to see the process. I would love to see the process you went through in order to have reached that conclusion.
But if you gave me now an explanation, like a second model, I would take it into account. I would take it to my
There you go again. There you go again.
Like, listen.
There you go again.
Everyone is atheist till God
Shouldn't be
speaks.
reliant on me providing you something. You've already established it. So obviously you know something I don't. So why don't you share it with everyone? Why don't you share it with everyone?
I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm saying it's the most likely one. There's no other proof of anything else.
How was the process which led you to that conclusion?
Do you believe in God?
Oh my fucking God, dude.
The thing is,
done with this dude.
I don't believe in God, but if God spoke to me tomorrow, I would believe in God. Just like if I got a model of a flat earth that could work, I might believe in it. Does anybody have a model of a flat earth that could work? That could convince me?
Well, they had one, and then the final experiment happened, and now instead of like fun arguments in here, it's all just philosophical navel gazing.
No, elevation's not philosophical. A horizontal is not philosophical.
Do you have anything?
Only one way up in elevation from what we live on is not a fucking philosophy. It's a guaranteed fact.
What's your proof?
There's only one way to raise an elevation, you dumb son of a bitch, on flat Earth. On your globe, stupid. Every fucking direction is up. Now, how do you demonstrate other ways that are up? How do you demonstrate other ways for going up other than fucking vertical to prove your globe exists and we can all shut up and go home?
How do you prove the Earth is flat then?
There's only one way up, you dumb fuck.
How do you have proof?
It's up. That's vertical from a horizontal.
If I'm lying on my side, there's another
Earth. You go up, not left, not right, not down. On a globe, you dumb son of a bitch, you can go down to space, you can go north to space, you can go past the horizon to space in any direction.
There's other ways up. Like if you're in a centrifugal machine.
Retard.
If you're in a centrifugal machine,
retard. I just told you, retard. Listen to me carefully, retard. I know this is hard. Pay attention, retard. Follow instructions. Are you listening?
Yeah.
There's one way up on flat Earth. We know this. So up is not what you're going to demonstrate to prove a ball. What you would demonstrate to prove a ball is that way to increase in elevation. Horizontally, you fucking idiot. Because vertically, that's horizontal on your ball for somebody. So get your fucking ass out there, skedaddle horizontally, and increase in elevation, or show us how globe elevation works, or go down to go up.
You can go up when you're going down. You ever heard about negative G-forces?
Show us how you go down to go up.
Roller coasters.
Brother, roller coasters don't go down to increase in elevation. If a roller coaster goes down from a 20-foot mark, you fucking retard, it goes down to 19, 18, 17, 16, and then stops at the ground, which is not the 20-foot mark anymore. On a ball, the roller coaster is the same height at the top it is at the bottom. Now, how do you prove that? Prove your fucking roller coaster globe elevation.
I'm not talking about my roller coaster. I'm asking you to prove it.
I know you're not going to talk about it now.
Do you have the measurements?
I just told you how to discriminate the two. I just gave you the keys to the kingdom.
Do you have the measurements?
And you're too fucking retarded to turn the lock.
Measurements?
I just gave you the keys, dumb fuck.
You don't have any measurements. Wait, the keys?
We're going to go by your measurement. We're going to go by your globe.
I'm going by your measurements. I'm going by your measurements.
You can go up.
I'm going by your flat
any direction other than up.
Give me the measurements of your flat earth.
My measurements are horizontal.
Do you have proof? Okay, so what's horizontal?
It's horizontal.
What's horizontal?
Only one way up.
Which way is up?
Vertical.
What if I'm lying on my side?
On a globe, you go down to go up, you fucking retard. Now demonstrate.
What if I'm lying on my side, man?
Let's go, retard.
Give me proof.
Proof of what? Your globe that doesn't exist?
We have proof that we have the same
Give you proof you don't have.
We have proof
A ball.
like of the vertical other than your brain. We have
Sorry.
proof of the vertical
Try
other
again,
than your
flat
brain.
earther. Try again, flat earther. You only got flat earth proof, it seems, bitch.
I'm asking you questions about your flat earth.
No, well, you should start giving answers.
I'm asking,
Maybe you should start giving answers, and there ain't gonna be no questions.
You need to give answers.
You dumb fuck. Answers
You
for
need to give
what? Your
answers.
ball?
You're asking questions.
For your ball that doesn't exist? How can
You're
I
asking
answer an
questions.
imagination?
I'm giving you
I
questions.
can't
You're giving me
answer your imagination, dude.
Okay,
You
so
gotta
give me
prove
real
it.
answers. Give me real
Your
answers.
globe is imaginary.
Where's
There's
the sun?
nothing to talk about.
Give me real
Go
answers.
home.
Give me real answers.
It sounds like a
Yeah.
terrible.
You need to give me some real answers for it. Give me measurements.
You
Where's
should
the
go.
measurements?
You should go talk to your buddy, the computer on the wall, or go talk to an ATM or something.
Give me measurements.
retarded.
Where's the measurements? Send me measurements.
Yeah, go talk to the mirror and keep
Send
saying
me some
that.
measurements, man. Where's your proof for the Earth being flat? Give me some measurements.
Is there anybody else in here with an IQ?
What if you
of
get
fucking
brain
half
damage
of-
and
half
for
of
you,
one?
like you know how like
Does
when you
anybody
spin
in here
around,
know how a globe elevation works?
you know when you spin around and you feel like up is down, you know? How do you have proof that like it's not relative?
So does anybody in here know how to prove going down is up on a globe or going that way?
Do you have any way like
some which
proving
way?
up is down or down on a flat Earth?
Yeah, down is up on a globe, retard.
That you're just telling me like you have no proof. Give me the proof. Can you give me visual proof?
No, there is no proof of a globe. That's what we've been
You know,
looking
I'm asking
for
you
for the
proof of a
last
flat
10
Earth.
years,
I'm asking you proof of a
15
flat Earth.
years, 100 years.
You're not
For
answering my
100
question.
years
Give me
now,
some
a
proof.
glober doesn't know what the globe elevation is. And they're
Give me
just going to
some
ask dumb questions all day like a fucking broke retard robot.
Give me some
Go
flat
get
Earth
your
proof.
information you need and come back. You
No,
fucking
but I'm
retard.
not the one saying it. You need to give me the information. You need to prove it.
Yeah,
I'm
we
the one
need,
asking the
no,
question.
We don't have to do anything but watch you fail. Keep failing, failer.
Peace I want to get the information. Where do I go?
What?
I said Beast Games.
Yeah, good story. What's globe elevation? What's beast globe elevation look like?
I believe it's on Beast Games. It's shown on there. Have you seen Beast Games?
I watched it. Isn't he getting sued for that?
If I wanted to find
No, why does that matter? What do we? What the hell?
Exactly. I don't think it matters that he's getting sued for that if he you know, the evidence is there on Beast Games. So
if I want more information on Flat Earth, what academic sources do I go to? So instead
Beast
of like
Games.
just Google.
it's on
Beast
Beast
Games?
Games.
On
Yes,
Prime?
that's right.
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Well, I'm trying to find
It's
academic
on
sources
Beast
so I can like
Games,
learn more
Mr.
about
Beast Hit
Flat Earth.
Series.
Got to go to Beast Games for that. You know?
Well, the
Yes.
thing that you're supposed to do is know how you can get all the globe information that you need from Google, from all your globe professors, and
Mr.
ask them where
Beast.
the globe.
But what if I want the flat Earth perspective? Where do I
Mr.
go
Beast
from?
actually
Would
gives
that
equal
be
time to
because?
both.
Would that
both
be because
ideas.
there is no globe perspective?
No, it's just because you're saying that there is a flat Earth perspective.
So if there is a globe perspective, what the
Yeah.
fuck are we talking for?
That's the
One
question.
sec.
That's the
One
question.
sec. Dude, we've got a home server with a full library of info channels. All, you know, subheading, alphabetized for convenience. If you're interested, if you want to invite to the home server.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I
It's
mean,
literally all laid out on Beast Games.
I don't have
saying
time
that.
to.
Quit
Could I
saying
get-
beast games. Whoever's doing that, are you broke? Stop doing that.
You just said it though.
We're not fucking advertising for that goopy fuck.
It's a very circular mindset thing to have with these games.
Have you guys updated your orthodoxy since the final experiment, or is that still on the Discord? It's still
Updated what? What would we update about a horizontal flat
The
Earth?
profile picture of the Discord is still the one with the sun and the ice wall.
It has nothing to do with what Earth is, what the sky is doing anyway. So, yeah, none of us really care that much. It's not an experiment anyway. But it doesn't matter if the sun was doing flip-flops counterclockwise circles across the sky and then did a reverse twist and a swan dive from a 50-foot elevation, it wouldn't
That'd
matter.
be a good Beast Game stunt.
It would not matter what the sun is doing. It doesn't have anything to do with the ground we stand on.
So you gotta update your picture.
So
there's a lot of information, but the thing is a lot of people have a lot of stuff wrong. They think that they're going to see different.
So they think they're going to take Mr. Beast down, but they're not going to do it. Beast Games is too big.
Dude, somebody just mute this idiot. He's over here fucking dumb as fuck. Shish Big Bob or whatever. Get the fuck out of here, dude, with your bullshit advertising.
It's not bullshit.
Get the fuck out of here.
Have you seen Beast Games? Have you seen Beast Games?
It's one of the highest rated series on Amazon Prime right now.
It's
and him and the other guy too. The other guy needs to get muted too.
Wait, I'm not with him. I'm just saying.
Just shut up and don't talk about it then no more. Thanks. Got it. Appreciate that.
So Earth's not what you've been told, and things don't work fucking magically and different because flat Earth. How far you can see is still how far you can see. How much weight you can lift is still how much weight you can lift. Stuff that happens and reactions that happen are the reactions that happen on flat Earth if Earth's flat, correct? And if it's not flat, then the stuff that you thought was correct might be a fucking inkling of a hair correct, maybe, if you're lucky, right? With all the wrong things and how everything changes and it's ignorant evolution. But on flat Earth, we don't need fucking goopy stories. We don't need all the other dumb shit you guys have with gravity and all this other goopy shit, right? We don't need magic. You go test stuff, you get an action, you get a reaction. Now, what you've been told is all these little tests they do with cat toys and looking through telescopes and microscopes and doing spectroscopy with light and burning gases and burning logs and shit and telling you the log and the sunburn, and it's all something that where you get a reading, they're going to tell you that reading means globe no matter what it is. But if in fact you're on a flat Earth, what does that mean for all those readings they supposedly got that told them they were on a globe, like a Coriolis that's fake, like a precession of Earth's drift, like all these fake things they say they got, right? Now, if Earth is flat, stationary, not moving, not falling, not rising, it's in space, and we haven't proven it to do any moving, and we haven't proven it to curve anywhere. And it seems like it's bigger than the dimensions they say. So don't mix them in a barrel and say that, oh, they, you know, all this other dumb shit. No, you're still going to get the same readings you get because Earth is flat. The thing is none of those readings have ever been off of a ball that they say prove a ball. I've never seen them go in a lab and put any of that stuff on a real 3D spinning ball and see what it reacts like to claim they have a reference of what the fuck we're going to see it do on this thing and say this thing is a ball.
Fuck, I'm
They're
losing
not going to
sight.
devote
I
lab
gotta go
time
to the fucking
to
hospital.
10 drunk rednecks sitting on a Discord.
Your mom's on Discord with rednecks?
Yeah, that's kind of silly. Why don't you bring some globe proof? You know, that's the reason we are all here, is because we were told what size the globe was supposed to be. We went out and checked for ourselves, and we found out that it's not. There's no curvature, just like Denmark said. There's no motion of Earth, never been detected. I'm almost done. There's no curvature ever measured, no detection of rotation or motion. I'm still talking. So no curvature, no rotation or motion at all ever detected, and gas pressure always requires a container. So if you go search out these things, those are the major claims, the primary claims, the foundational claims of the globe Earth. That's why we're here. Because we checked those claims out in nature, we found that they're false. So you asked,
It's nice that you guys have a confession of faith.
No, it's actually empirical. Do you know what that means?
I declare that the Earth is flat and gas pressure shall not be without a vacuum. Furthermore, I declare
that's a bunch
that
of bullshit.
No
Yeah, you're just making that shit up yourself.
You have to say that 5 times a day before bed.
No, we went out and checked. When have you gone out and checked for your globe Earth?
I mean, do you do like math?
Where have you seen a vacuum?
Your name every day.
So you
like,
never checked
so
yourself.
obvious I don't
So
bother.
You're laughing at us, and you're the one that's never checked to see if the globe was true or not. You don't even know the dimensions.
I mean, you haven't checked a ton of stuff that's obvious to you either.
I bet you don't even know how big the globe is supposed to be. What's the radius value
on an Android every day? Like,
what is the radius value supposed to be? What's the radius value of Earth supposed to be?
You're the one who knows about that.
Go ahead. What was that? Yeah. So I bet you don't even know what the radius value. Do you even know what a radius is?
It's about 4,000 miles, but
it's the center point to the edge. It's the measurement of the center point to the edge.
Now, since you're Googling everything, why don't
Do you really think I just Googled that?
Why don't you tell us exactly when, where, and how Earth's curvature was ever directly measured by anyone, and what method was used to do that?
Yeah, run that back. You think I'm a fucking adult and I don't know what a radius is? I think I could ask anyone on the street that.
Okay, now we're on to the next question. When has anyone ever measured the curvature of Earth on the surface?
When has anyone verified that birds aren't fucking robots? Like, this shit's so dumbass obvious. It's just a bunch of drunks.
Are you retarded, dude? Answer the question, retarded.
See, you can't answer the question. That just is typical. See, you're so typical. You're not unique at all.
You're the one who just gave me the flat earth syllogy fucking confession of faith. You guys all believe.
Yeah, and you don't even know what the Earth's dimensions are. And you're telling us we have a faith? You're hilarious. You have a faith. You have a faith in the God of the globe. You're religious as anybody in this entire room.
Yeah, the obviousness of the sphericity of the globe doesn't require knowledge of specificity of knowing exactly what the radius is.
What about what radius? The 7 miles you dug? What's the radius of 7 mile globe?
So the question I have is, so the explanation for I was thinking about this, the final experiment. I really don't like bringing it up, but I'm just curious. Heretic gave an explanation of a sun circling a point, which works for that. You know, if you're just down there and that's all you consider, that's fine. The question is, what point is it? What point is the sun circling, and how do you get there?
Are you trying to prove the globe or just ask questions?
Yeah. Well, I'll give him a quick answer, then you can get back to it. I don't know, but I would think the South Celestial Pole if I were to take a guess at it.
Right, but if I wanted to go to the South Celestial Pole, like or the point corresponding on the surface of the Earth that corresponds with that, that's perpendicular to it. Zenith, the zenith that's a zenith above where I am. How do I get there?
How do you get to where, like, the ground position of the South Celestial Pole?
Yeah.
I guess you just go straight south.
Okay, so I basically whatever longitude I'm on, just head south in that longitude.
I guess so.
Okay, so all longitudes converge at the South Pole.
Well, if they match the sky. I mean, there's a few different South Poles: geographic, ceremonial, celestial, magnetic.
Well, yeah, but there is a if you use longitude and latitude, there is a point at which all longitudes converge.
Yeah, that comes from the sky, so I would think you would end up where the South Celestial Pole is.
Well, okay, and all the lines diverge until the equator, then they reconverge at the North Pole.
Yeah, based on the sky. That's what it appears to do.
Right, except you can't really have that on a plane.
Why not? Celestial sphere model has the observer on the plane cutting through it. It's observed as a hemisphere.
Yeah, but you cannot map those to a plane on the ground. It just doesn't work.
What do you mean? It's already mapped to a plane. What are you talking about?
No, the celestial sphere is not mapped to a plane. It's mapped to
it is.
A sphere on the
you're
ground.
wrong. Yeah, all maps are flat. Show me a spherical map. Where's your spherical map?
Where do the stars go around the ball at? How does that work?
I will post the actual map that most maps are derived from. Hold on.
I want all the stars around the ball.
Yeah.
In all positions.
He's claiming all these things like latitude, longitude. He doesn't even know where those things came from, I would venture to say.
Well, the reason he's doing that is because the one thing they don't want is the key I'm giving them. I'm giving them the fucking key to kill flat Earth. It's elevation, you fucking idiots. Can you prove elevation is any other direction than fucking up vertical from a horizontal baseline? Draw the fucking horizontal line, run your altimeter or your elevation fucking reader across it, right? It's not going to increase. You fucking idiots. Now, what you need it to do is increase, and we can all shut up and go home. All you have to do is increase elevation going fucking horizontal, dipshit. Why is the
maps
sun
on a global scale are and even locally are based on the WGS 84. There are regional versions, but that's pretty much the standard for maps.
Afraid of elevation. I get it. I get that you're afraid that up is down.
And the latitude and longitude.
Top of the mountain.
Is based on that.
Bottom of the mountain. Center of the mountain, all same altitude, right? Smooth globe. How do we measure that smooth curve?
He said latitude and longitude are based on the WGS 84 model.
Holy fuck.
Dumbass.
Yep. Explain how
I'll give you a hint. One is in the air. One is based from the air.
Yep. Try it on me. Come on. What do you got?
So there was no latitude and longitude before the WGS 84 model? Is that what you're claiming?
There was approximations of the latitude and longitude.
And how did they get those?
Those are based on celestial markers.
Oh, what specific markers?
Well, for the north, it was Polaris, right?
Yeah, that's right. Where do you think they got the elevation angle for Polaris from?
We think they got it from the Earth's gravity. What do you mean? From the angle to the Polaris.
You're hilarious.
That's the latitude. That's the latitude.
Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Hold on. I know what an elevation angle is. Where are you going with this? It's the angle to Polaris from where you are standing. Well, if you can see Polaris above the equator.
Where's the 0 point? Where do you start?
0 points.
Where do you start the angle from? 0. Where's your 0?
Well, that'd be north. What they thought was the.
No, it's not north. Where is it from the observer? How do you measure an elevation angle?
Hold on. 0 degrees elevation would be at the equator. 90 degrees would be at the North Pole.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. The elevation angle is measured from a horizontal plane to Polaris from a flat horizon.
No, it's not.
Okay, show me how you get an elevation angle from a curved surface.
It's a tangent. It's a tangent.
A tangent's a straight line, isn't it?
What does a tangent represent?
A straight line.
Tangent line is
of a straight line to a curved surface.
No, it's not. It represents the angle of that point on a curved surface at that point. It's a projection of that curve angle.
Yeah.
So can you have a tangent line without a curve?
You can have an elevation angle. You don't get an elevation angle from a curve, period.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
You cannot have a tangent without a curve. The curve is the tangent represents the data from the curve.
Okay, show me a triangle with one curved surface.
Throw me a triangle with one curved surface. That would be a spherical triangle.
You're saying that's what it is.
It's a curved. It's a non-Euclidean triangle.
And how many degrees are in this triangle?
Well, non-Euclidean have more or less than 180 degrees. This would be more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, more than 180 degrees, so it's not a triangle.
Of course, if you're a moron and don't understand that non-Euclidean geometry exists, you might say that.
I don't give a fuck. It doesn't apply to the Earth itself as it is.
Here's a question for you. Does the North Pole correspond with Polaris today? Does the North Pole match Polaris?
Well, Have you ever been there and looked directly up and seen Polaris directly above you?
It does not. Polaris does not represent the true north.
I never
Therefore,
said
Polaris is not the source of true north. The Earth's rotation is.
No, Earth is not in motion. When was it detected to be in motion?
Well, there's several things that point to the motion, but we're talking about Polaris right now.
No, when was
Polaris
it actually measured? When was it actually measured to be in motion?
Hold on. We're talking. You're changing the topic.
No,
here,
you mentioned the spin, so now we're going there. So when was it?
I'm talking about Polaris not being true north. What's the reason?
You said it was in motion. When was the motion detected? I'm just using your own words. When was it detected to be in motion?
I don't want to get off on this topic, but there's lots of evidence.
You're the one that brought it up.
Versus rotation, right?
Okay. You just go ahead and avoid the question.
All right.
Man.
Okay. All right. Gyro compasses for one. Gyro compasses prove Earth's rotation.
And how did they do that?
Damn, I want a gyro right now.
Right. Because they rely. The gyroscopic compasses rely on the Earth's rotation to be able to achieve a reading on true north. Because of the inertial reference frame, or the inertial.
Wait a minute. Okay. So gyro compasses rely on Earth's rotation. Therefore, Earth's rotation.
Yes, they do rely on Earth's rotation.
That's completely circular.
Without it. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Your conclusion was in your premise. Is literally begging the question.
The gyro compasses, based on what we know of physics, would not operate on a non-rotating surface, non-rotating sphere, actually. The only way they can work is that way.
Okay.
No, I'm saying if you understand the physics of
you have no understanding of how it would work outside of your understanding of how it works. Therefore, it must work that way. Yeah, that's also another fallacy.
Do gyroscopes work? Are you claiming gyroscopes don't work, heretic?
What do you mean?
Are you claiming? Are you claiming gyroscopes don't work, and are you also claiming that these are not relied upon? That these are not relied upon
to do what?
For navigation. They're navigational aids. They're required actually at all ships at sea.
No, I didn't say any of that. If you want to know what I said, just rewind the tape.
You're claiming somehow that I don't have evidence that they work.
No, I didn't say that. Did anybody hear me say that? I'm confused.
Okay, so
heretic. He doesn't even get what you said. Doesn't even get what you said.
Let's accept they work. Let's accept that they work, right? And they do, and they work on a principle that proves that the Earth rotates. There you go.
No, it doesn't.
Holy fuck, dude! You are about it. So in other words, you didn't hear a word heretic said, or which I think it is this. You don't understand what heretic said. Heretic, maybe you need to say it again. Maybe slower.
So the gyroscope or the gyro compass works on the principle that the Earth rotates. Therefore, the Earth rotates.
The gyroscope works on a principle where the rotation would push it off its axis until it reaches. It pushes off its axis as it's rotating. Because it's on a gimbal, right? It would push it off its axis in equal measures until it reached stability that would be equal to the rotation of the body, right? And this is just how gyroscopes work because they resist an inertial change, right? All right. So once you accept that, the only way these compasses would work if they're on a rotating body. There you go.
And he still didn't get it, heretic. He's still just used.
I just explained to prove that.
But you claim. Hold on. No, Mark, you're not getting what he's saying. He's saying, and I'll repeat it for you. Maybe if another person says it. What he's trying to tell you is your claim that the rotation of the Earth is what makes the gyroscope work. So therefore, when the gyroscope works, as you're trying to prove the rotation of the Earth, and just because you said that it's the rotation that makes it work, therefore, the Earth is rotating.
Yeah.
Now, you don't understand. Do you understand what I just said?
I think you're mishearing me. Let me explain it again, right? The only way the gyroscope would work is if certain forces were applied. Okay? That can happen. Those forces, hold on. Those forces can come from anywhere, right? And we see gyroscopes used in all sorts of different applications, right? They tend to resist inertial changes. So we use them in all sorts of different applications. But if forces applied are in a certain direction and way, the gyroscope would line up with that, right? And we can test this in a lab. You can demonstrate it, right? So we understand the function of gyroscopes, right?
No, it's not going to line up.
And if this were happening on the globe,
it moves in a fucking circle,
right?
Rotating on an axis. It's not lining up with shit.
So, and we have there's two different gyroscopes that actually work on this method. There's a mechanical gyroscope, which are used after World War II to present day.
You got them in a gimbal box, holding them still.
They've replaced them with laser.
The box.
They've replaced them with laser rings, which use a completely different method, but it serve the same purpose. They're more accurate, so they replaced them with that.
Yeah, cool story. Good cat toys. What are they helping you do again?
Neither of those would work.
How do they act on a rotating, spinning airplane again?
Yeah, neither of those would work without a
on a rotating, spinning airplane. How do they act, dumbass? Go get one and go fucking do loop-de-loops and up and downs and rotate in your airplane. Then we'll take a look at it, dumb fuck. Or put one.
You can buy one on eBay for.
Can you put one on the bottom of a spinning ball? We'll take a look at her. Put her down on the Australia part.
Yeah, you basically just made a claim that the forces acting on it is the rotation of Earth, but you haven't logically connected how whatever's happening with the gyroscope happens to be Earth's motion. You haven't connected those two. How did you prove? Did you stop the rotation to prove the cause and effect?
Exactly.
Stop the rotation to prove the cause and effect.
Yeah.
You can manipulate the variables, son.
Yeah. It's easy, right?
Did you test it in a non-rotating environment as well to compare?
Exactly.
You can test it you can start the gyroscope in any direction and it will line up with on Earth and it will line up. You said you wanted to try an experiment.
Did you test it in a non-rotating environment?
Did I test it in a non-rotating environment? Why would I have to do that?
Okay, so because
to see what it does in each one.
Hold on.
That way you can conclude that it's the Earth that's making it spin. You understand that? Okay, if you're saying it's the Earth's rotation that makes it spin, that means if you take the gyro away from Earth, hold on, just listen, and maybe you can learn something real quick. If you take the gyro, okay, listen, if you take the gyro away from Earth, then it doesn't do what you're saying it does because of Earth, then you can conclude, it must be that where it was before somehow was putting this force on it, and so that's the way it's going to work, and then you're going to claim it. So you would have to stop the Earth from spinning if you think it's spinning to make sure that that is what is actually doing it. And then say, yep, Eureka, I found the answer. This is what's causing it. The claim that I made that I can't prove, then at least if you could say, oh, well, when we took the fucking gyroscope and it wasn't doing what we said it was doing, then we can conclude, yes, it's Earth spinning.
You got a circular claim on your hands, dude. It works because the Earth's rotating, therefore the Earth is rotating. Well, but if it's not rotating, it's working.
No, it's not circular.
In two separate environments. Yeah, it is. You haven't tested it in both types of environments to be able to say. You just have conjecture about how it would work in a rotating environment, and thus a circular claim.
Yeah, that would only apply if you couldn't actually understand what's happening and measure what's happening inside the device itself, right? Because we can measure the forces, right? And we can replicate those spinning forces inside a laboratory, right? We know that the spinning forces are being applied to this to keep it.
Just because you're saying right at the end of your sentence doesn't make it right.
I think that means he's wrong.
Wait, replicated in a spinning laboratory. So the laboratory would be spinning anyway because it's in the same spinning reference frame as the entire Earth, or it just would not be. And you're supposed to test it in a non-rotating versus rotating and see what happens in either. It seems like all you've done is just test it in the one, which you haven't determined which it actually is. You've just claimed it.
Nope. We can put these things in a laboratory and understand the forces applied to a gyroscope. If you don't think we can, I can't help you with that, right? So we can understand the gyroscope.
No, you can't. You're implying too much. You're adding stuff that doesn't make sense. Go get a ball and put it on a ball. Let's take a look
claim
at
this,
it.
you'd have to, so gyroscopes
So we
don't
need
work.
to see it on a ball. Why are you stuttering? What are you stuttering for? What the fuck?
Interrupting me because you're not letting me make the point that we understand how gyroscopes work because we can analyze.
You're trying to prove what that cat toy does on a fucking spinning ball. Now go get a spinning ball that's spinning what you declare in a scaled down version of fucking Earth. Put your cat toy on there and have it rotating around while it's spinning with its tilted axis, and then show us what the fuck it do.
And the proof is that they line up with true north, not magnetic north.
What does?
They line up with
on
true
what?
north. These gyro compasses.
On flat Earth?
And if you want to claim flat Earth, you'd have to explain. If you want to say that I'm wrong,
explain shit. You're not bringing a ball.
If you want to say that I'm wrong or I'm unfounded,
You're
that's
not bringing a ball.
Explain how these gyro compasses.
You're not explaining a ball with it. You don't have a ball handy, do you? You got a ball handy to show it? Welcome to flat Earth. Then I don't have to explain shit.
Yeah, Earth is flat because it measures flat. Now, if you're in an aircraft and you have one of these gyros in it, so listen, I'm going to ask you a question about the gyro. So listen, you're in an aircraft.
What if you measure Earth to be flat?
You're flying from Los Angeles to Australia. When does the gyroscope flip all the way around 180 and become antipodal?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you're on the side of a ball, it should be sideways, and when you're on the bottom of a ball, it should be upside down compared to the way it is in the northern hemisphere. So when does the gyroscope flip around all the way 180?
Well, first of all, it would not flip 180.
Why not? It's supposed to be a ball.
It's pointing north, so it wouldn't flip between Los Angeles and
why doesn't the mechanical gyro flip around upside down?
Yeah.
Why doesn't the mechanical gyro flip around?
Yeah, it might not. It's the way it works is it's pointing. It would not have to flip around because it's rotating all the time. It would change the orientation. It would change. I'm going
to stop you.
It would change the angle.
A mechanical gyro, it stays rigid in space, so it's not affected by the magnetics of the Earth.
Yes.
So the gyro, if the thing the gyro is in were going on the underside, the bottom side of a ball, the gyro would flip all the way around, upside down. So it would be 180 degrees off from where it is.
No. The gyroscope the gyroscope. No, I think you're misunderstanding how these things work.
I'm not.
Right?
I'm not.
The gyroscope will be. Hold on. The gyroscope will be pointing perpendicular. So let's say you're looking down on it. It's like a quarter you stood on its edge, right? Right. And it's pointing towards north. And if you go on the other side of the ball,
the gyroscope isn't pointing towards fucking north. Get it straight. A mechanical gyroscope is not pointing towards north.
That's how they work. They point towards fucking north.
A mechanical gyroscope. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yes, it's called a gyro compass. It points.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. I asked you about a mechanical gyroscope.
Oh, who cares about a mechanical gyroscope? You're changing the topic.
Listen to details. So, a mechanical gyroscope. Why don't they flip upside down when you're on the bottom side of the ball?
The gyroscopes are used for other purposes. If you're talking about like an aircraft.
Why doesn't it flip upside down? You're on the underside of a ball. It's not affected by your fairy tale gravity.
Hold on. There's a different reason that these things are created. They usually have a different function, right?
They're riding along a horizontal line. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, you're caught. You're caught.
No,
you just
no.
You just
keeps the horizontal reference. Is what he said.
Aircraft
you landed in the snare. Now you're trying to get out of it.
Aircraft gyroscopes are created for a different reason. I don't know if they flip
corner. That's why you're That's why you're detracting from the conversation because you're trapped now.
How am I trapped?
You're in a corner. Yeah.
They have to spin around.
Please explain what corner I'm in. You changed the use of the gyroscope to a different application.
Jack shit. All I asked you was a mechanical gyroscope. Why doesn't it flip upside down? And now you cannot answer the question.
You also don't have a toy airplane. Get a toy airplane, put the gyro in it with a camera on it, and run it around the ball.
The gyroscopes in aircraft have gravity correcting mechanisms usually, right? So what they'll do is as the aircraft goes over the curve. Well, you just asked for a fucking aircraft. I'm explaining to you how they work in aircraft. They have a gravity correcting mechanism, right?
Yeah, we're not
so they
talking
actually
about
correct
those.
themselves
We're talking
against
about
gravity.
straight mechanical gyroscopes, the ones they first used in aircraft, the very first.
They don't use those today in aircraft.
Who cares?
So I don't.
They flew from here. They flew from here to Australia, didn't they?
Yeah, I bet you they had a way of correcting the
And
gyroscope.
why didn't the mechanical gyroscope flip upside down at some point?
I don't know. It may have. I don't know. I'm not familiar with how they used to do navigation. I'll tell you how they do it today.
Flat Earth.
Go look into it. Come back and talk to us.
What do you mean, welcome to Flat Earth? Because I don't know how they originally used
Go look into it.
Isn't
Why are you
affected by
talking to us
anything.
about all these gyroscopes if you're not talking about the right one we need?
Yeah, so I don't know what corner you think.
Mechanical gyroscope. Look it up.
I can explain how mechanical gyroscopes work on modern aircraft. I do not understand how they were used originally 100 years ago.
Yeah.
So what's your point? Yeah, it's too bad for me
Yeah,
because
it
you
takes
guys
a flat
were not
earther
able
to
to
tell
refute
you how a
anything I'm saying.
mechanical gyroscope works because you don't know.
Okay, so we have the gyro compass has is evidence for the Earth rotating.
Blah 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 blah.
The gyro compass is evidence for the Earth rotating.
You haven't walked us through logically how whatever your gyro compass, how those forces, how did you connect that those forces acting on the gyro are actually the Earth's rotation? When did you determine this, and how did you match up those two ideas? How did you logically connect those? What process was used to determine that it's actually Earth's motion that's affecting the gyro? How did you determine that?
The motion, the forces have to come from somewhere. The most logical explanation is a rotation of Earth.
Oh, so not an actual cause. You just guessed that that's the cause.
No, if that is the most likely explanation for the
It's
gyro
most
compass
likely,
functioning.
but just because something's most likely doesn't make it so.
That's not proof. Do you have a better explanation?
Wait a minute. So you're saying it's probably because of that?
Yeah, I'm saying,
Okay. So this isn't a proof then. This isn't a proof then, because that would be deductive if it were a proof, and this isn't. This is inductive. Okay.
This is inductive. Everything is inductive.
Oh, it is. So it necessarily has to be. You just said it's not, though. You just said it's probability.
I said everything. All science is inductive. So if you want to say it's science, we're trying to establish the veracity of something. It has to be inductive.
Oh, so it is inductive. What you just said.
Every statement we make about the world is inductive, heretic.
Okay, so it's not deductive then, like you just said.
I said every statement we make about the world is inductive.
Therefore, it's not deductive. All right, thanks.
Yep. Cool. Every statement you make about flat Earth, every statement I make about the globe is
that's your
inductive.
epistemology. Thanks for telling me you got no proof. I appreciate it.
Really, if you'd like to contradict all of Western philosophy, you can do that, but I don't think you'd be very credible.
No, I don't mind. You go with that. You go with your epistemology that says you got no proof for nothing. That works.
Yeah, well, I have proof for things, just not statements about the real world, because you have to verify them with your senses. So,
what?
That works for me.
Okay. So you verify things without your senses?
Of Earth?
No, you can't. So do you verify things with
now
your
you
senses?
don't. Do your senses detect Earth's moving?
Do you verify things with your senses?
Yes, Earth's not moving.
How do you know your senses are accurate?
Because during an earthquake, I sense the Earth moves under my feet.
So you use your senses to validate your senses. So you use your senses to validate your senses.
When I move around a lot, I'll get sick. Seasick, you might call it.
Yep.
So I know when I'm moving, Dippy.
Yep. So you use your senses to validate your senses.
Okay, tell us how you verify anything without your senses then.
You can't really. In terms of so there's proof. Hold on.
Mine's empirical though.
Can't be proven.
Would you like me to explain, or you want to talk over me?
My senses are empirical through my feet and hands.
So that's why
you deserve to be talked over because you're just
all of science is just probability.
Science is
what
not
more likely to be
empirical.
true.
All your science is not empirical. At fucking all. It's hopes and dreams. You don't have any balls to demonstrate, none of your cat toys on, and you just fucking say shit and just keep saying
So
shit.
the best explanation,
you have no ball for your ball. Yeah, what a loser.
Is a gyro compass.
Not on a
is
ball.
Earth rotating. If you have a better explanation, that would be accepted.
Yeah, you don't have a ball to prove what you're talking about, Goofy.
Yeah, you're going to need a ball for that. Where's the curvature measurement?
No, do you have any refutation to what I said about the most likely explanation?
Where's the fucking curvature? Where's the measurement of curvature? We'll start there.
The measurement of curvature. Okay, well, let's get back to Polaris. Is Polaris true north?
Where's the measure of curvature on the surface? That's all we need to hear from you.
Oh, sure. You want to try and play that game. Okay. The curvature is measured every day using global navigation, GPS, etc.
By computers?
How does GPS measure something?
Computers flying around measure the Earth?
By using the WGS system, which was really pretty much what
How
GPS
does it do
uses.
it, though?
Right.
Don't just say WGS.
You're able to, hold on, we're able to navigate globally anywhere on the Earth within a 1 meter error, right?
You said measure. Measure is the distance from one place to another. How does it actually measure the distance from one place to another?
Oh, it's the Haversine distance if you want to do the calculation. But
so not a measurement. Okay, thank you.
And then, what are you talking about? It is a measurement. What do you mean?
A measurement. The metrics from one point to another. How does it actually measure that?
Yeah, when you shoot a beam down or you look down,
you can the measurement of it. You're talking about one distance to another is you could measure kilometers or miles or whatever you want.
What distance?
More fucking.
So we understand points on Earth and we can measure the distance between them. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're flat Earth measurements. Thank you very much.
No, they're not.
You're not measuring them by flying in the air.
Longitude, which is a spherical measurement
actually a flat Earth measurement.
Your microscopic airplane is not measuring the fucking Earth by flying over it. Don't be so stupid.
If you tried to convert latitude and longitude to a flat plane, you would have to distort it in such a way that the navigation would be completely unreliable.
How big is your plane compared to Earth? Like the ball tip of an ink pen on paper? So your plane is like me just drawing on a piece of paper until I have to color the whole piece of paper in to get the whole picture? How dumb the fuck are you?
So he's claiming that. So are you claiming they never navigated before GPS?
No, I'm claiming that they had various navigations that were less accurate than GPS, right? But GPS is so accurate. The GPS is so accurate, and WGS is such an accurate system. There's no way to represent that system on a flat
like a chessboard
and have something as accurate.
Yeah,
the lines don't converge.
It was created with elevation angles from the flat Earth.
No, it wasn't. It was mapped using satellites and altimetry and radar.
Satellites don't measure anything.
There aren't any satellites.
Don't measure anything.
No, neither do aircraft.
What do you mean they don't measure anything? Of course
How do they fucking measure? How do they go from one place to another? Do they tick off the fucking inches or the feet as they're traveling?
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
What's the distance that they measure from where to where, from where to where?
An aircraft can achieve. Aircraft knows exactly how far.
What's the square area they can measure?
Even before GPS, from things like, they could use a combination of
navigational charts,
but they could also use triangulation from radio sources like radar.
With sextants, they use triangulate. They use the sextant to get elevation angles before they had GPS. Flat Earth,
and that works to map the sphere, right? So the GPS the sextant and celestial navigation is an approximation of navigation on a sphere, right?
No,
so and you can see this. You can see this because
No, elevation angles are not created from a sphere.
Yeah, they are.
No, they aren't.
They can't actually.
How do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface then?
Oh, tangent.
No, I said, how do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface? I don't just need a word, tangent. How is it actually done?
You drop a plumb, or you have a
You drop a plum while you're out at sea, rocking around on a fucking boat.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it with the sextants
Yeah, you're
on the
fucking
boat. They
crazy.
do horizon, I guess.
Yeah, you're out of your
They use
fucking
the
mind,
horizon.
and you're lost.
They use the horizon.
You're lost in your
Doesn't
globe
matter.
religion. You're a global zealot, a religious zealot.
Because you can't explain how they get. So for example, here's the problem, right? So
no, I asked you to explain something. Now you're going into some tirade on something else.
You said how did I get an elevation angle from a curve? Hold on. You said elevation angle from a curve. Then you changed it to it. Well, I explained it to you.
How do they get an elevation? What are the steps they take to get an elevation angle from a curved fucking surface? Do you need to
a
hear
curved
it again?
surface? And the Earth. So the Earth is curved. You can do it from any place on Earth.
Step by step. Walk us fucking through the process.
On the ground, they drop a plumb. They figure out what the zenith is, so they say I have something perpendicular.
Numpty.
Well, you didn't say at sea at first, right? So that's why I was a little confused.
Get fucking real, man. How did they get How did they get an elevation angle out at sea from a curved surface? Go.
I believe they use the horizon.
You believe a lot of things. I want to know how they actually do it. Just tell us. You don't know if you don't know.
It doesn't. To me, it doesn't matter. Here's the problem.
I see your problem now. You just can't say you don't know when you actually don't
recall exactly.
know.
I think they use the horizon, but it doesn't matter. I accept that they can get an elevation angle to.
Somebody get this bozo out of here. What a clown.
Oh, okay. Yep. Would you like
what
to
a clown, man? You're a fucking
when
clown.
you're taking
how Polaris.
You're taking an elevation angle, right? There's going to be a right angle between the baseline and the GP, right, of the thing that you're taking the angle to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so how do you do that over a curved surface with a goddamn tangent?
The tangent is perpendicular to the curve, right? I'm sorry, the normals are perpendicular to the curve. The tangent is actually the instantaneous angle.
Okay, and then how do you get it also perpendicular at the GP of the celestial thing?
How do I get it off the perpendicular from the GP
Oh
of the
boy,
celestial
you better
thing?
draw this one out for us. I would really like to see it.
I didn't even understand what your sentence was. How do you? So
you got a right angle at the GP of the celestial body, or whatever you're measuring the angle to.
So you're talking about zenith, where you are, the zenith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, show
how are you going to have that over a curved flow?
Show your work in the text. Sorry, Hart.
So, at an ocean, I know how to do it on land. On ocean, if you might do the horizon or something, you get that. There's a. So you
can get a right angle over a curve.
How do you measure right angle over a curve?
Yeah, at the GP of the celestial body, it's going to be a line straight up, which meets your baseline.
Yeah,
it's going to be a right angle.
It's the normal from the tangent, which is in line with gravity.
Normal tangent. So then it's going to be a right angle at the tangent point.
Yeah, it'll be a right.
So that's going to be a right angle at. So that's going to be a right angle at the horizon, not at the GP of the celestial body where you need it.
That's why I clarified. Do you mean if you mean if the ground point is directly overhead, right? Otherwise, what you have to do is you have to get an angle from the right angle from where you are, or the ground point where you are, to that remote whatever star you're trying to get to, right? Whether it's Polaris, let's say Polaris, right?
Well, yeah, that's going to be an elevation angle.
That's going to be an elevation angle, right?
Show us a right angle from a curved surface.
Yeah, with the GP, you got to have the right angle in the right place.
We need a right triangle on your curved surface. Tell us how they get an elevation like that.
There's no right triangle on a curved surface. It's non-Euclidean geometry. You know that.
You're not navigating then.
Great, that's perfect.
The Haversine formula is used to calculate the distance.
Now he's talking about formulas.
Laughing on after that.
No, how do you navigate between ground points?
Well, I mean that's your problem. Because you just put yourself in the
question. Here's the question: If I say, okay, let's say wherever I am, if some remote ground point, I could say you have to have like 3 of them, right? If you have the 3 ground points and you calculate the distance to those ground points, how do you calculate the distance?
I don't know. You're changing the topic, so I'll take that as
no. I'm not. You said how do I stay? We're talking about celestial navigation. How do you calculate the distance where you are to that ground point?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what you're supposed to do to get that horizontal baseline to meet the GP of the star or celestial body with a right angle if you've got a curve and a globe with a tangent line for a baseline.
The tangent line is established by gravity. You can say horizontal.
That doesn't answer my question in any way, dude. Now you're just saying words.
What do you mean? I'm not saying words. I'm saying your horizontal is established that way. You could measure the angle from that horizontal to the star. That's how you establish an elevation angle.
Okay, and now you're going to have a right angle at the GP of the star with that. How?
Right angle to the GP. Actually, you don't have a right angle to the star from that.
Uh-oh.
But if you want to make it correspond to a right angle, you could do that. But your distance
it's not an elevation angle anymore. You screwed up.
The elevation angle points to the star. What you're doing is you're mapping that down to the ground point. What I'm saying,
it's going to be a right triangle basically with the star.
What I'm saying is that the line perpendicular to me, the normal from my tangent, and the line between that celestial body and the ground point are not parallel. Which is why you have to.
That doesn't work because you screwed up your right angle, dude. You just keep screwing it up.
Right. Which is why you have to use a Haversine formula to calculate distance between you are and
you screwed up your right angle. Now you can't even do the elevation angles to begin with to even perform any Haversine calculations on or any of that.
No. I don't know what you're talking about. I just explained to you how to get that elevation angle to that star.
Clip. You don't need to know what we're talking about. The clip stands as it is. It's perfect. Thank you.
No. Yeah, it is perfect because you just skated right by how that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth.
Dude, you're already wrecked at the elevation angle.
Nope. I explained to you how to get an elevation angle.
Just bury your head and deny it. Whatever. Works for me.
You establish horizontal, which you can do with either, if you're on ground, you can do with the plumb. If you're on a ship, you could do with the horizon.
Dude, right? You don't have the right angle that you need to even make this angle. To take the observation, the elevation angle in the first place.
Once I establish my horizontal, I can establish an elevation angle to whatever star.
Tell me a cool story again that ignores the point I'm making.
That is exactly what celestial navigation is, right? And then you map whatever star you're observing down to a ground point, which you look up at a table, right? Based on your time and wherever you are, right?
Yeah, so I'm actually just ignoring you now because I already made my point and you just keep talking past it. So
I know, I'm explaining how your point doesn't make sense. But you could just keep talking. All right. So do you have any explanation for why between you and those other ground points you calculate a Haversine formula to establish distance?
Sorry, did you figure out how to get a right angle at the GP of the star with the observer's baseline?
The right angle is not actually, well, it's a right angle that's assumed, but it gets converted to a curve, right? That's why you have to use the Haversine.
I didn't hear you. I'm going to take that as a no.
There's not actually a right angle between the ground point and you. There's a right angle between the ground point and that point in the sky, but not between you and the ground point.
Well, there's no right angle there. What are you talking about? That's how this works.
Okay, so...
Yeah, you're taking the baseline out to the GP of the thing that is going to be the star right above where the baseline is supposed to end for this observation.
Okay. All right, so let's say I'm standing or on a boat, right? And there's a star directly overhead that is... We're not getting an elevation angle to that, but just say there's some star directly overhead, right? So there's a right angle between me and that star. And if I could magically transport to this ground point that I'm going to map in a second, and I stood there, there's a star that is directly overhead, right? So there would be a right angle between the horizontal, whatever the surface is there, and that star, right? What I'm saying is that I can map the elevation angle to the star. That star has a right angle reference to that ground point. That's true. But there's no right angle reference between me and that ground point. You have to establish that reference with a curve, which is the Haversine formula.
Haversine formula.
Yeah, it's calculating the distance on a curve.
Yeah, it's just the difference between an up and a down amount. It's just a little spatial amount, right?
Kinda. Not space. It's a two-dimensional line.
Well, it's a differential from up to down. You take it from one point, and it makes it go to the next point.
Well, it could be
along a horizontal plane. It brings it to a horizontal.
Hold on, just so we're clear, the Haversine could be. I mean, although when you apply it to a sphere, it can be up and down.
It can also also trick you to make you think you're going around a sphere, or happen to go drop down and go that way somewhere extra.
Right.
When you're actually hold on, brother. Hold on. When you're actually going horizontally that way, just an extra amount from what you could see or fathom with your senses, because the stuff is there, but you just couldn't see it. So you have to calculate for how far you have to go horizontally to get to it, and that's what your Haversine is. It's the extra amount.
Right. If I calculated a Haversine and it was, let's say I calculated it and I thought I was on a sphere and I was really on a flat plane, I wouldn't end up in the place I thought I was going to end up. I'd be wrong.
No, but what else do? You don't go from the surface of the top of that sphere and do it, do you? No, you don't. What you do is you take an imaginary line from the center of a sphere that you don't have, right? And that's why you think you're not wrong.
No. So let's say you wanted to go from LA to Beijing, right? And so you calculate how far that distance is over the ocean, right? So it's a curve that represents that segment of the sphere in a line. And so if it was on a flat plane, that curve wouldn't represent the real distance. So you'd know, like, I measured the distance to be, I'm making this up, I think it's like 10,000 miles or something. But really, it would be either a lot shorter or a lot further, depending on,
But how did you compare the curved distance versus the straight distance of a straight line versus a straight line? How do you compare that it's a curved distance you're covering versus a flat distance? Like, say I take a string and I wrap it around a ball and I wrap it around a beach ball and I pull it tight. And then I get the distance of that string when I pull it tight, and that's how it. And then I put it on the straight thing, and it covers this much distance on the flat thing, versus on the other thing going left to right.
No, that's a good question. So the question is, I like using ships at sea, or you can use aircraft. So how do we know the aircraft are actually traveling as far as they travel, right? And they have non-GPS inertial guidance systems on aircraft that measure within, I think for every hour of flight, it's a half-mile accuracy. So if they fly from New York to London, they would be within, I think, 2 or 3 miles of the actual distance. This is just using sensors on the aircraft, not anything, not compasses, not GPS, anything, right? So we know pretty accurately, and same thing with ships. They know exactly, obviously, because they can navigate, even if they use stars and compasses and these other devices on the ship and not GPS, they know exactly how far they travel, pretty close within a few miles, even that distance, right? So we know that these distances they travel are really pretty accurate. And so it's a verification of the global navigation.
Tell us, when have you ever navigated yourself?
Oh, I navigate all the time with GPS.
You've never navigated in your fucking life. You think GPS is navigating?
It's certainly providing coordinates that I can get to reliably for thousands of miles.
But you've never been out at sea navigating yourself, have you?
I have not used. Actually, I did use GPS a long time ago to navigate at sea. But I've navigated at sea. Well, I mean, not. How can I say this? I've navigated at sea, but not using sextants. I've sailed boats.
And you've never used a fucking gyroscope of any kind before yourself, have you?
I wanted to say this a second ago, but I want to say it now. Just remember, Sonny, something I think I learned from Kiwi a while ago. is that technically when you're using a sextant, you're not navigating at the moment that you're using it, you're geolocating. And then once you use a star map and the sextant to figure out where you are, then after that you navigate.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is not if I done it, if I said anything that's incorrect. You know, there's lots of things I know about that I actually haven't done. That's how humans learn. They see things, they understand things, they don't actually have to do them.
Except you think you understand the globe, but you have no proof of this globe.
I demonstrated a few things, and I think that so I'll tell you another one, because we were talking about Polaris, and you kind of skated by the fact that Polaris is actually not true north, right? So Polaris is not how we establish the latitude or longitude system, right? So there's that. And then if you look at if you consider Polaris, I think the most parsimonious explanation is it's a very distant light that doesn't have really any parallax on Earth, so we consider it something that's really, really far away. If there's parallax, we can't really see it, right? And then you look at the linear relationship between the elevation angle of Polaris and the observing on Earth up into the equator, and then it goes to zero.
Why does that happen?
The linear relationship is due to the observations along the curve, right?
Oh, a geometric horizon got in the way.
So
a geometric horizon, right?
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
The optical.
Why don't you just answer that question for God's sake?
Because it's a loaded question.
No, it's not.
It's a loaded question, which means
it's directly addressing what you said.
A loaded question means it has a hidden premise. The hidden premise in your question is that the geometric horizon is observable. It is not observable.
Well, if it's not observable, how is it getting in the way of view of something?
What we see is optical horizons.
Oh, okay, so it's not observable, but it's still getting in the way of your view of something, even though you're not observing it. How does that work?
Optical horizons are very close to geometric horizons, but they're not.
My whole point is that I know you don't observe it. That's my entire point. So I'm wondering how it gets in the way of something while simultaneously not being observed.
The geometric horizon eventually will get in the way, but right near zero. Right near
that's fucking. Oh my god.
So right near the equator, you can actually stop seeing Polaris sooner or later, depending on weather conditions, right? But up until the equator,
that doesn't matter. You didn't tell me how an obstruction that's invisible actually obstructs anything, so I'm good. Thanks.
It's not invisible. I just said it's not identical.
Heretic, I think that's like the second time you dunked on him, dude. At least I joined back because I left for a while.
Apocryphon, you
twice now.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Mark.
Cool.
Hey, Mark. It's funny because the thing he questioned you, it's like you had to scatter out of the way of that because you just realized, like, oh shit, I just said the thing I'm looking at is now blocked by something that I can't see. How? Just like Heretic said, how?
I didn't say you can't. I said.
How you said yourself that you do not
see it? You can't see it.
Do you see? Okay.
I said it's not identical to the optical horizon. What we see is the optical horizon.
Okay, so optical horizon,
the geometric horizon.
Okay,
but it's not identical.
So are you saying the optical horizon and the geometric horizon are now multiple different horizons going on in your view?
No, they're related, right?
No. Okay. So hold on. Okay, I don't think you understand what you're saying, Mark.
Trying to explain.
Mark. Let me hold on, Mark. Hold on. Let me ask it again because with your own answer, I don't think you understood what I asked. So let me say it again a little slower this time. Are you saying there are multiple horizons? Because, and let me just finish with this. Because if you say they are related, that would mean plural, meaning more than one. So let me ask it one more time with my little explanation, just for clarification. Mark, are you saying there are multiple horizons? Go ahead.
There are multiple concepts of horizons. The only horizon that you can observe is the optical horizon with your eyes, right? That's what I'm saying. The optical horizon is closely related to the geometric horizon, but it is not completely identical with it because you can stop seeing Polaris a little bit before the equator, and you can see a little bit after, depending on
he went
weather.
right back into the shit that he sat in just a fucking minute ago with you, Heretic. Fucking
not
amazing.
optical. It's not optical, but you do see it blocking something. But it's not optical. But
That is amazing. That is fucking amazing. And he doesn't even fucking realize it.
I don't know. You guys are pretty slow. But let me explain it one more time. Right?
What? Wow.
There is a geometric horizon, right, which represents the sphere of the Earth, which light can not.
So there are multiple. There's multiple horizons.
There you go.
So there
do you
are
see it? Do you see that one?
If there was no atmosphere, there is, however, an atmosphere which.
Do you see that one, Mark? Mark, do you see that one? That geometric one?
Do I see it? It affects what you can see, but not directly. There's a lens around it.
See it. Okay, so then why are you making an argument from pure ideal geometry where you would be seeing it?
Because you brought up geometric horizon.
No, you did. You invoked it when you said 60 nautical miles per degree. Now you're telling me basically that you are looking at that geometry through a vacuum.
I didn't say 60 nautical miles per degree. I said you can't see it past the equator. There's maybe
a linear relationship. It's the same thing.
I said it's a linear relationship, which implies the 60 nautical miles. Yeah.
That's the same thing.
Yep, I'll accept that.
Wow.
All right. So, but there's a linear relationship which you can't explain on a flat surface because it would be nonlinear.
Well, it is flat because you don't see the obstruction that you're trying to use to account for that linear relationship.
Wait, no. The linear relationship cannot be accounted for. The linear relationship cannot be accounted for on a flat surface because it
can't be accounted for on a globe because there isn't one. That would be a geometric horizon. Now you're appealing to the ideal geometry that you just said you'd have to be in a vacuum.
How does the geometric horizon invalidate what I'm saying?
Well, it's not there, whereas it is the thing that would actually be occluding your view of the celestial object or body.
Well, let's get back to the linear and nonlinear. That's what you said it invalidates. How does it invalidate that?
Well, I never said it invalidated the linear thing, just that you can't account for it with a curved surface and a geometric horizon that obviously isn't there.
I cannot account for it exactly. It's a few degrees off because of the lensing of the atmosphere.
It's a few degrees off.
And if you look at, we were just talking about celestial navigation. I believe. Hold on, let me explain to you. Because we were just talking about celestial navigation.
Miles, and you're a few of them off.
We were just talking about celestial navigation. I believe in celestial navigation, they recommend do not use stars near the horizon, right? They use stars more vertical because they have distortions, and that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. You don't see the geometry that you're actually taking away from this.
Right, but you cannot see. What I'm saying is there might be a small error of a degree or two, but you cannot see it in the southern hemisphere. Why is that? I don't recall what the actual thing. It's like a degree or something. 1 degree.
Why is that? Why is that, Mark? That's what we're asking.
Oh, because of refraction.
Refraction?
No, why can't you see it in the southern hemisphere?
It's the same reason. It's the same reason that stars near the horizon are not as useful for celestial navigation.
Earth curve getting in the way. Earth curve getting in the way.
Well, it's more the atmosphere and the pressure gradient.
You could, if it wasn't for that, you could see Polaris from this.
If there was no atmosphere, the geometric horizon would be identical to the optical horizon.
No. Polaris.
So there are multiple horizons.
That's exactly what I said.
If there wasn't those conditions, then you could see Polaris from south of the equator.
No. I said no. Stick with the.
Why is the reason we can't? Why is the reason? Why is the reason we can't see Polaris from the south of the equator?
Because the Earth is in the way.
Geometric horizon.
That's close. There you go.
That's a 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet geometric horizon then that you must have.
I just want to do an oil check real quick. Hey, Matthew, do you agree with what Mark's saying? Do you believe that there's multiple positions of a horizon which can be possibly, depending on the conditions, and that the geometric horizon actually blocks out the stars from a certain position, which is why it's not a linear relationship? Would you agree to that?
Accept it. If Matthew thinks I'm misrepresenting something, I'll accept what he concludes.
Well, I would say so. Mark clarify that there are two different things. There's the geometric horizon, the apparent horizon. They're closely related, but I don't think that the horizon has anything to do with what he was saying with the linear relationship between the elevation angle to Polaris and the distance to the North Pole.
Oh,
the question is, why are they linear?
It doesn't have anything to do with it, so the horizon must not be a geometric consequence of the curve actually blocking anything. All right.
No, I'm saying let's just ignore the horizon and talk about from 0 to 80.
Yeah, let's ignore it because it's obviously not a bulge of Earth curve that's blocking your view to celestial bodies.
Yeah, if you're talking about the parts where it's not obscured, the question is, why is there a linear relationship?
Well, that was the question he tried to answer with something that we don't actually see.
No, we do see a linear. We do see a linear.
No, we don't see the obstacle that he's talking about. The geometry of the curved surface with a limit over its with a limit of distance over it that you can actually see, which would be the geometric horizon.
Right, because let's say if you're above 80 degrees north latitude, then there is no obstruction. You do always see Polaris at night.
Okay.
I mean, we have a good explanation for why there's a linear relationship between the angle and the distance, but
yeah, your explanation is a geometric horizon. It's great. Only problem is there isn't one.
No, you don't. It's not. I'm talking about when it's not
a
near
good
the
explanation.
You guys just want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to take part of what you're saying, but not the other part of it. There's necessary implications and consequences to the claim that you're making, and you just want to hand wave those.
Why do you? Right. There are two different questions.
Matthew, he keeps bringing up geometric horizon, even though we've tried to explain the difference.
With what you're saying. It's part and parcel of the curved surface that you're looking over. Yes, it is. It's part of the geometry. It's a necessary aspect of it, and you're trying to just disclude that, but have the rest of it. You can't do it.
No, I'm explaining how we observe that on Earth, but you don't want to hear it.
I've already heard your excuses, and you're coping.
Yep, and
I've been patient with all of this.
You refuse to refute it, right?
I just did.
You never see Polaris below, let's say, 5 degrees south of the equator.
So what?
There's no way
That's how you define 5 degrees south. By not seeing it anymore. That's how you get 0 degrees in the first place. That's where Polaris is no longer visible. Or it's on the horizon.
That is not how you get the equator or the North Pole or any of that sort of thing in modern cartography.
Well, where did it come from in the first place? Don't caveat with modern.
Those are approximations for the globe.
Where did it come from in the first place? 0 degrees latitude.
It came from the globe.
Where did it come from? What measurements were actually done to acquire that latitude?
They were approximated with Polaris, but Polaris does not line up with...
Well, there you go. So that's where you got the whole concept from to begin with. So that's why you stopped seeing it there. Duh.
No.
Didn't it come from the angle of the horizon?
Latitude and longitude was established as far back as the ancient Greeks. And they did not know about celestial navigation.
Can I ask you, what is it 0 degrees of?
Yeah, exactly.
What is 0 degrees of?
What do you mean? It's a degree.
Good God.
It's a bisection of the Earth. That's what you mean.
I don't think he understands that a degree comes from a circle.
So we say at the equator, Polaris is 0 degrees. Continue the sentence for me. Finish the sentence for me.
The equator is halfway through the globe.
No, finish the sentence for me. At the equator, we observe that Polaris is at 0 degrees what? 0 degrees what?
Elevation. There you go.
Oh.
Elevation above what? Elevation above what?
The observer. The angle. It's the angle. It's not above the observer. It's the angle from the observer to Polaris is 0 degrees, which can happen. 0 degrees obviously can't happen on a plane, but
it's apparent.
We'll ignore that. Oh, it's apparent elevation, but you can't have that on a plane. So how are you stuck there, heretic?
Well, I don't see the problem. I mean, we don't have the curved geometry that you say this requires. So I mean,
it becomes irrelevant all of a sudden. You're quizzing me over this mythical.
I don't know everything about celestial perspective and why the heavens appear as they do, but I do know that we don't have the geometry that you're saying is necessary for this observation to take place because we don't observe it.
But you can't explain why there's 0 degrees elevation at the equator.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to because you tried to, and that worked out horribly. So I'm not even going to have it.
I have a very good explanation for why it happens.
Yeah, what's that?
The Earth gets in the way.
Oh, so a geometric horizon.
The geometric horizon with a little bit of refraction.
How much refraction?
And just like that, we circled back. Amazing.
It's weather dependent.
Okay, so let's say black swan refraction.
It's a localized phenomena. I cannot tell you. I mean, you can get maybe an extra degree. I can look it up. What the maximum?
Goddamn degree, dude. That's going to be a lot.
Yep. That's 60 miles or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
that's 60 nautical miles. Nautical miles, yeah.
Yep. That's exactly why celestial navigation tells you not to use stars near the horizon. They're not accurate.
Oh, shame about your Earth curve and geometric horizon that you tried to explain all this with.
So, do you understand the refraction?
So it might not be 0 degrees then.
So
yeah, it might
not be 0 degrees. Yeah.
On average, it is 0 degrees. Is what I'm saying. The theoretical relationship, the actual observed.
It's good enough to invoke what you want it to, but not good enough to celestial navigate by. Okay, got it.
You cannot celestial. No, it is not good enough to celestial navigate if it's near the horizon. Absolutely, and I believe this celestial.
It's good enough to measure, to assume that you're on a ball with it, right?
Right, because you cannot explain at higher elevations, which are much more reliable. You cannot explain the linear relationship.
So Mark, you've been talking. Mark,
come up with a model, and you could try to reify it if you wanted to. But go ahead. Sorry.
How is it's all good. The linear relationship between a light point
you just have it changing. Yeah, okay, I'll bite, and then the proc front you can go. I mean, we're not owing him anything because we didn't make a claim about it. But you can have it changing apparent position of the star.
For all observers on Earth, they're observing the same star. But it works for you differently than it does everyone else.
Yeah, it's apparent to each observer, depending on where they are.
That's magic. Could you demonstrate that?
Well, I mean, you're invoking magic, too. You've invoked a thing that we don't actually see or observe that doesn't seem to exist.
We observe refraction all the time.
No, I didn't say we didn't observe refraction. I said we don't observe the geometry that you're taking away from this. So, yeah, I could come up with some magical fairy, airy fairy.
What I'm saying is we observe the geometry, the linear relationship.
I shouldn't have derailed on this. Just let you go ahead, Apoc Fun, because I can't prove it. I'm just saying it is an explanation, and you guys are so keen on those.
Well, it's an explanation. I agree. It's not a good one.
What I wanted to bring up is that for the past hour, he's brought up things that require a ball. He brought up rotation. He brought up a geometric horizon that's blocking you, even though you can't see it, but it does block the thing that you're observing, which require a ball because of this linear relationship that he's talking about. But let's get back to the ball itself that you think we're on. How much do you have to measure it flat for it to become a ball? Because when we do these measurements on the surface, on the ground, using a position from mean sea level, which is a flat and level horizontal position, how big of a checkerboard do we have for us to bend it into a sphere that makes your world work? Go ahead. I'll wait. I'll listen. I'll mute up so I can listen to your answer.
So just to be clear about what you're asking about, are you talking about like local surveying and that sort of thing?
Every measurement, all surveying, every single time you establish a vertical, everywhere, anywhere, you are now back on your checkerboard. So
surveyors,
So
surveyors account for surveyors account for Earth. Right?
No. Hold on. I'm going to stop you there. Because if you're going to say they establish a horizontal or vertical and then calculate a curve, that's not the same thing. And that's not what I'm talking about. The second that they establish a vertical anywhere, I don't give a fuck what continent you're on, no matter where you're at, you're going to establish a vertical when you're going to plumb it up. And that's going to give you a position. Once you then give it an elevation on that vertical and you're saying, okay, this is my horizontal now, okay? And what you establish by creating this vertical is a parallel with your horizontal to an original position, which we can go all the way to the ocean for that, because that's where you're establishing from your elevation. It's always going to be above sea level or below sea level, but it's always based off that original reference frame of 0. Okay, so imagine a checkerboard. No matter what corner you're on in this board, and no matter where you walk in that board, the second you put a pole in the ground and establish a plumb perfect, giving you a 90-degree position, then what you're doing is you're going to be able to connect to every single point that's been plotted on this huge checkerboard horizontally, because that's what you're establishing. And then as you transfer that line that you've established horizontally, and you kick it over, 1,000 feet over to the right, and then you put another pole in the ground and you plumb it up, and now it's also vertical with the 90 to your position, and then you could say, where I'm looking through my theodolite, and then I look back at where I was originally at the first place, and then I know that I'm now at the same elevation, and I've transferred that horizontal accordingly. So every single measurement. So then if you have a surveyor that steps on the scene, he's like, okay, let me take an angle to that. All right, now I'm going to calculate a curve, okay? Because he's told that the earth away from his feet in every direction is somehow curving away from him in a 360-degree world. But the reality, Mark, is that if you transfer them and not calculate it, they're not going to equate. Reality is not going to equate to the assumed, formulated, calculated, mathematical drop over distance. That's what I meant by every single measurement is on a flat Earth. But go ahead. I'll let you jump in on that.
Okay, sure. There's a couple things, of course, I'm pretty sure you're aware of that. Surveyors do assume when they take horizontal and when they do measurements that the Earth is curved, right? We just agree on that. Yes?
Say that again. I was reading something funny. What'd you say?
No, that's okay. That surveyors take the Earth curve into account, both with their equations and also with their equipment. Yes?
Okay. They take it into account when they are doing the measurement after they've already plotted the vertical? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
because in the model of it, in the model, they're going to grab an elevation, which I explained to you how that elevation position was transferred inland, and it's going to be at a point horizontally to your position. Okay, so every measurement you take is going to be horizontal. But what you're saying is that when they set up their equipment and they go, okay, here's the disc. We know it. My foot right now, standing on this is 532 feet above sea level. And then they're going to set up their theodolite, okay? And then they're going to look through their theodolite to the rod down the way, and they're going to on their marker, and they're going to have their the kid go and fucking the little punk or apprentice, whatever you want to call them. They go over there and they make sure that stick that they're holding is level and plumb. Level both directions, right? And then once he establishes that it's level and plumb, then he's going to take a shot. He's going to say, okay, right there. Okay, cool. I'm, whatever, 8 foot, whatever you want to call it. Then if he's going to add what they call atmospheric correction or earth curve correction, that's a formula. If they know that formula, they could do it by hand in a calculator or whatever. Or if they have a total station, it's in the mode, it's in the system. You could just press a button, it automatically calculates the curvature, and then it'll know, like, okay, this is what it is based upon this formula. But what I'm trying to tell you is if you transfer that line without using that math, that formula, but you physically transfer that horizontal line, when you get to the end of it, Mark, it's not going to equate to what the assumed position was. Do you understand that?
Okay, I think I understand what you're getting at. Let me clear a couple things up. Yes, so both the total stations, which they do atmospheric refraction and earth curve, they're not the same thing. They account for both, right?
Correct.
Right.
it literally says it's different. It depends on terms, but it literally says atmospheric correction / Earth curve correction. That should tell you something, by the way. That should tell you.
Well, yeah, they're related. Would you like me to explain why they're related?
No, it's a hijacking. That's what I was going to say. But go ahead.
No. They're related because the actual. So if let's say there's a pressure gradient and the Earth was flat, right? That if you looked across and you actually did a horizontal measurement across, even if there's a pressure gradient, if you did a horizontal measure, let's say at 6 feet, right? You'd be measuring across a stable pressure gradient. Let's say it's a very calm day, right? But because the Earth is curved, you're actually measuring across multiple pressure gradients. You're going up, you're decreasing pressure, then you're increasing pressure. That's why they have, quote unquote, a standard refraction for observations. How they can be off because of local atmospheric conditions, humidity, etc. Anyway, so that's how they're related. Back to your thing, though. So a total station is correct.
I'll address that after, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But we'll just say that the Earth is curved and they account for it. Now, the problem is what you're seeing is that if you establish vertical at two different points, if those points are relatively close together, the difference between, let's say, a flat measurement and a curved measurement will only be the difference between, I keep mentioning Haversine, will only be the difference between a linear relationship and the Haversine distance. And for most applications below, they have a rule of thumb. I think it's like 10 kilometers or something out of it. It's fairly large. That distance between those 2 points is going to be fairly close. It's going to be within, for most, let's say for most construction, it'll be within millimeters, right? It'll probably be less than a millimeter, the distance between those two things. So it's irrelevant for most applications, right? As you increase that distance, the distance between a curved line and a straight line will become more pronounced, and you'll end up with. And I could do the actual calculations if you wanted to figure out what it is, but like I say, at 10 kilometers, that becomes a few meters, right?
Well,
and that becomes important.
But hold on though. That's exactly why I said when you transfer that line, okay, if you went 10 miles, okay, and you transfer the line every 50 yards, it's going to take a long time. It'll be very tedious, but I think it's worth. I'm going to do this later on this year. I think it's worth it to show you and every other Glober. And I'm going to take actual certified licensed surveyors with me too, and show them. And I guarantee, I'm willing to bet everything I have that when we get to the end, because we transferred it locally, okay, not fucking 7 miles away and let me fucking take an angle to it. No, fucking bullshit. Idiots only fucking do that shit. Okay, so the reality though is if we transferred it fucking every 50 yards and we fucking said, oh, here we go, and we got all the fucking shots, all the numbers, and we get to the end of 10 miles, we'll go even 12 miles, then I guarantee you it's not going to add up to what it's supposed to be, quote unquote, because the Earth was dropping away from where we started. And the point of that is when you're like, that's why I started with the very beginning. I said, how large of a checkerboard do you need to have? Because remember, you're transferring a line horizontal. You're transferring a line horizontal. You're transferring a line horizontal. Okay? And when you're transferring those lines, those straight lines, okay, they're not curving downwards in any direction. You're just mathematically saying, oh, we're 700 feet from our original position. Well, I guess the curve is so insignificant because we're at a 25,000 mile circumference ball. I guess it doesn't really matter. But okay, after 2 miles, you don't think there's going to be a significant drop somewhere? It's going to have to start dropping, right? If it's a fucking ball.
Yeah. So what you're going to see is just to be clear, if you do this, what was your distance you're going to do this over?
We'll do the full 12. Well, if we do it diagonally, it's 13 miles we would get out of the Bonneville Salt Flats.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you can set up these stations. How far will each measurement be apart?
I want to do maybe only 50 yards, just to be so tedious with it. But
holy shit! Well, the problem is
it's going to take forever. It's going to take forever.
No, it's not taking forever. The problem is there's this thing called
I'd say like maybe a day and a half. It depends on how, because we can't. I don't want to do it at high noon. I'm going to have to do it when the temperatures are right and also the positioning, everything. But anyways, go ahead. What were you saying?
Two things. There's this concept of error of measurement, right? So how accurate can you be, right? Because the difference. So let's say the Earth is curved, right?
You're gonna hold on, Mark. You're gonna use the old Kosho argument that he did fucking 7 years ago, 6 years ago, when he said, you don't know who Kosho is? Okay, he's a
I don't know.
He's a Glober. He's been around for a long time. So Kosho said, well, guess what? Over 2 miles or over 3 miles, it's like a 0.00013 that you can be curving, and your instruments don't even pick that up. So even though you may not. I knew you were gonna say that. I know your fucking responses. I already heard it.
Well,
I've been down this road before.
You tell me. Is it all I'm saying is you'd have to establish that you're sensitive enough to pick up the supposed curve.
No. No. What happens is because you can go back to your fucking paper on the desk or your computer screen and say, well, mathematically, we're not even going to be able to calculate the curvature of the Earth. So therefore, we can go fucking 2,000 miles and never find any curve because the mathematics. Hold on. Listen, buddy. Listen, okay? Because mathematically, every time you transfer a line for 2,000 fucking miles, you could transfer a line. But if you want to stick to this, the transferring is going to have an error, and your machine is not going to pick up the 0.00013 degree measured error. So the problem, though, let's just fucking think logically. With straight lines, okay, horizontal positions, all right? You think that if you transferred 2,000 miles of a straight line, that you're saying, oh, well, straight is curved. Horizontal is fucking rainbow. So you think a rainbow is a horizontal now. And that's the problem. Because you just like Kosho, you're gonna go to the math of where you guys are all tripped up and lied about. That's where the folly begins. It's in the math. They've told you this is a mathematical spherical thing.
I get your point. Can I talk for like 30 seconds? Just really quickly. Right. So the issue is that you either have to get instruments that are more precise, right? Or techniques that are more precise, or your thing would work out, but you'd have to measure a lot. Right? You'd have to measure a very long distance because of the error.
No. You're not going to measure very long. Wait, hold on. You mean like overall very long? Yes, very long overall.
Yeah. You'd have to measure.
Is 12 miles long enough for you?
You have to do like 100 or something.
So 12 miles isn't even enough for you.
I don't know. I don't know the actual the error. There's a thing called standard error measurement, which means your errors form like a bell curve around the actual value.
I know
how wide that is. Right? So I don't know what that is. But my point here's what I want you to look at. Right? Since you're into this thing, are you familiar with the geodetic surveys from the 1800s, 17 and 1800s?
Yes. We actually
Those they made very precise measurements over very long distances using triangulation to do exactly what you're going to try and do. Right? They were very concerned about this what you're trying to do and figured out ways. The first big one was Struve, but there was lots of them that did various versions of this in different countries around the world. So that is the technique that you would probably want to look at.
No. On the contrary, no. I'm not going to see. Actually, I'm going to do both. I'm going to do on the first run. We're going to do every 50 yards. I would say maybe a little bit more just to save time because I don't know if we got a time limit of sun in the sky and stuff. Because I don't want to do it at high noon. It'll throw off the measurements. But I want to start with small increments, and then on the way I'll run it back. But I'll only have to do 12 setups because I want to do mile shots and then use the way surveyors do, just take an angle to it and then calculate. They take 10 shots and they go, okay, I'm on. Okay, that's this is the arc. This is a minute. That's a second. Okay, and then they do it 10 times, and then they just do a medium, and then we're gonna do it again a mile away, and now I'll literally fucking walk the mile and mark it with the little fucking, I forgot what you call them, but it has a wheel and it fucking tells you what the fucking a mile is. I'm gonna literally just walk it. That way we know for a fact this is the fucking mark of 1 mile. That way on the way back we only do it 12 times. Let's set it up 12 times. But I'm gonna show to you, not only is when we transfer it in small increments, we're not gonna match the NGS disc way at the end. I guarantee it. Not only that, but is when we shoot it back, doing that every mile, that is going to match up to the fucking NGS disc. And the reason why it will match up to the disc is because that's the way they did it before. That's the way they established those datums for the NGS discs that are in the ground, because they took an angle measurement and they assumed it to curve. But what I'm not going to understand is when I present this evidence for Globers such as yourself and all you others, when you guys see that when you transfer the line in small increments, that it doesn't fucking drop. It just stays horizontal all the way across. And then when you shoot it a mile away and you take a medium and then you add a formula to it and then it's a drop, I'm not going to get when you guys don't fucking understand how clearly, in reality, it's not fucking dropping. Mathematically, it's dropping. I don't know why you guys can't fucking grasp that, to be honest.
It's okay, all the drop does, what's called a curve, all the curve does is increase your distance between 2 points further than they ought to be on a flat surface, right? So what you have to do, what you're going to see is that, I don't know how tall you can get in the air, right? So what you really would like to do to maximize the proof would be to have these things as high as possible.
No, that's actually false. Yeah. And the reason, hold on, I get what you're saying. It would make sense. You go higher so you have less refraction, less density to go through, which would reduce the refraction. But the way there's two ways. You either go higher or you do shorter shots. Because if you do shorter shots, you don't have to worry about that distortion, if you will, or
let me explain.
Or refraction.
That's one thing. No, I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying there. There's a second reason to go taller besides refraction, which is a great way to stop refraction. It's much less once you get above a certain altitude. Okay. Which is, let's assume, for example, the Earth is curved. What you're going to see is that those two plumb lines, right, will not be parallel, right? And the further you go, the higher you go, the more pronounced that non-parallelity will be, right? They'll be further out of alignment, and it'll be easier to detect. So here's
that's actually false. No, dude, this is where you Globers don't get it. No, listen, listen. I've said this before, but I'm saying it again. Okay, I'm gonna share a story with you. And no, dude, when you go higher, that doesn't help you see something diverge away from you. On the opposite happens. We were at Mount Wilson because of fucking one of the dishes up there on top of Mount Wilson. It snowed and then the ice like melted and it fell like a big ass boulder of ice and it fucking just wrecked the satellite stuff. Because they have like about like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, about more than 12 dishes up there, right? And one of them just got ruined. So we had to go out there as soon as possible to replace it. So we went up there all the way to the top. And Mount Wilson is fucking, I don't know, you can go Google the fucking elevation of it. But we're up there on the tower and we are looking down and we're trying to find downtown LA. We could not fucking find it because when you're that high looking down, everything looks squashed and flat. You cannot tell the fucking buildings the way our optics works. And dude, think about it. These fucking buildings are 40, 50, 60 stories high, and you can't even. And they look like a house. They're flattened, bro. And that's only from Mount Wilson. So when you go higher, that doesn't help you fucking see something diverging. It actually makes it harder to see the position of something. Because you're go ahead.
Listen to what I'm just logically saying. Okay, let's say you establish a point on the ground, on your feet, right? And you go a kilometer in some direction. You establish another point on your feet, right? Okay. On a flat Earth, you could have a vertical from there, and those 2 points, you could go 100 miles tall, 10 miles, assuming no refraction, right? Just there's no atmosphere. You could go 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet. The distance between that line that you establish at each of those points would be exactly the same, right? On a curved Earth.
No, dude. No.
Yeah.
Okay. No. I have to stop you. No. Because in reality, okay.
Yeah.
On Earth, don't even say if it's flat or if it's a globe. Let's just start with the basics. In reality, on Earth, when you walk away from something, if it's really tall, it gets shorter because it's getting smaller and it's shrinking, it's compressing. And then if you get really far from it, it's eventually going to disappear into what we call and learned in art class in grade school, the vanishing point, where something that could be 30 stories high can disappear into the fucking distance, into that vanishing point with the horizon. Why? Because your angle of resolution to it is so fucking small that it just cannot optically, like, it just doesn't work.
Yeah,
and it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I'm talking about surveying equipment, right? So if you take a surveying equipment, let's pretend it is a.
Then you're using it wrong.
No, but let's pretend you take a measurement at your feet. I know you can't really do this in real life, but you take a measurement on your feet and it's a flat Earth and it's a mile between the points, right?
Then you're using it wrong.
Why would you can't establish distance between 2 points?
No, hear me out real quick, okay?
Okay.
If you set up a theodolite, okay, and you think I'm going to look at this object and I'm going to know its height from where I'm at, then you're already fucked up. Then you're already messed up because you're not going to be accurate from that distance away. Now, not to say that you can't do that. Like, for instance, if you have a light, like you've seen the meme before, you have a light pole and you're 20 yards away from it, and you look up at the top of the fucking pole, and you're like, I could do some fucking math, carry the 1, dot the, here's the X, okay, equals, and boom, you can come up with it. Yes, we're not saying that. We're saying when something's a mile away from you, dude, the conditions in the sky can make something that's 6 feet tall look 12 feet tall, or look 2 feet tall, because the way the light's coming to your eyes, it could be totally distorted. And that's why you don't take those types of measurements when you're using this fucking equipment in the real world. If you ask any surveyor that does this professionally, and they're going to say, yeah, that's why we just do this like calculation where we take 10 shots. By the way, most of the time, all 10 of those shots are different. That should tell you something. That means the way the air is blowing. That means the temperature is changing in real time. So from within 15 minutes of taking one shot 10 times, you could have 10 different answers. That should fucking tell you something. That means that object you're taking way in the distance is either shrinking or getting higher and taller. That's why they take a medium and they say, okay, it's going to be roughly this. All right. Meaning from my position, I'm going to create angle to it. And then guess what? That's why in the industry, you're having there's a tolerance. We have this margin of error because of shit like that. Because these things happen, we're working with our eyes optically that could be all fucked up sometimes. Sometimes you take measurements and in the morning, and then they're like, oh, hey, fuck, I forgot to get this one. Can you go and get that one? But it's fucking 11 o'clock now. It's after fucking break. And then the guy goes out and he takes that measurement. And then the next crew comes in at night and he's like, hey, that fucking guy in the mid-afternoon, he fucked up. It's like, oh, dude, because the sun was up in the sky. That's why he's off by a fucking quarter inch. Because when he took the shot, it made it a little bit fucking taller that time. Optically, not physically. It's an optic thing, dude. This is why we can't fuck with shit like this where, oh, just a mile away, we'll just take... No, bro, it's not that fucking easy. That's why I'm going to do this shit where I'm going to just go 50 fucking yards, transfer it. And hopefully you understand how many horizontal lines of fucking cross a plane does it take to make a ball. And then you can just sleep at night and just let it fucking marinate in your brain. Hopefully something turns on. And you're like,
okay.
Wait. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I'm just okay. So my caveat was that there was no atmosphere, but let's say you do it shorter than a mile. You're getting hung up on how far it is. Let's make it as far as you want. Doesn't matter. It could be short, it could be long. Doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is that the difference between your measurements from a globe and a flat will be maximized the higher you take them from. The difference between those two things. Does that make sense to you?
You're not going to have diverging verticals, though. That's where you're going with it.
Well, they would not diverge on a flat plane, but they would diverge on a sphere.
No. I'm saying in reality, you're not going to have diverging. Okay, look at. I know you guys love to say, "Oh, we could draw a straight line. They're called tangents, and they're on the surface of a sphere." Okay, if you have 80 tangents like a fucking disco ball, you know what you're not going to find in that from point A to point Z, and all these tangents. You're not going to have a fucking horizontal now, because you had all these fucking squares that are ever so slightly angled that are curving around a ball, but that's not a horizontal from A to Z. No longer. So just remember what I said way at the beginning. When you establish a vertical, you're saying my vertical is it's parallel or perpendicular, shall we say, to another position miles and miles and miles away from me, because that's what they did over there. And now I'm repeating that process here so I could carry on the fucking measurement to be accurate. Not tangent, not fucking disco ball Earth. No, that's because if you do disco ball Earth, then you can't say, oh yeah, we did a horizontal shot from 17 miles or 2 miles or 1,700 feet or just even 1 mile. Okay? No, you that's not a horizontal line then on your disco ball. Do you understand that?
Okay, so let's say, just to make it more clear, what I'm suggesting here, you have two people in a room and they are standing straight to each other, right? They're standing vertically, they're standing at attention, and say they're twins, they're exactly the same height, right? And you measure the distance between their eyes or their nose, and they're 10 feet apart, right? And you've established two verticals, they're 10 feet apart, nose to nose, right? Then you ask them to lean backwards a little bit. Just lean backwards, right?
Uh-huh.
And then their noses will be not 10 feet. They'll be like, say, 10 1/4 or 10 1/2 feet apart. Or not 10 1/2, but let's say 10 feet 1 inches apart. 10 feet and 1/4 inch.
Yep.
Okay. That's essentially what the difference between a flat Earth and a globe is, that these lines will be a little bit different if they are on a globe versus a flat. And that's what you're trying to measure. You're trying to measure the distance between each of these, and they will make sense in one situation, and they won't make sense in another. Right?
You think he doesn't understand that, Mark?
Okay, bro.
I'm not sure he does because of his argument.
My God.
You seriously? That's what you're trying to do here, is explain to him what you're.
Well, but he's talked around and explained why that wouldn't make sense.
No, Mark. It's not that I don't understand how you can make something lean back and then it's going to be a greater distance from their heads and their toes. That's not the point, Mark. The point is that I'm telling you, though, in the real world, when you're taking measurements, that's not happening. You're not having buildings diverging from one another, and the top of, way down, in Glendale Avenue, the building on the farthest west side of town isn't diverging from the building all the way east on the other fucking side of town. No, dude, all of them are vertical. All of them. Okay?
Well,
and they were all built based upon that vertical. What was that?
But you're proposing this experiment, this measurement that you're going to go do, and you're saying, hey, I'm going to measure this, and it's going to prove that there's a flat because of these measurements I'm going to take and observe and write down and all that, right?
It's going to prove that. It's going to prove that when you transfer a line the correct way, to and not just formulate it and calculate it, okay? When you do it, I'm going to prove to you that is not going to match up to what they've calculated to be. So if you could imagine that when you do things in reality, not on a piece of paper, but physically, then it doesn't comport on your computer screen, right? On your computer screen, they're saying, hey, the Earth is curving, and this is the formula we use. Okay, great, fucking computer, thank you. So now I'm going to have it, I'm going to do both ways. I'm going to show you that when you do it physically and transfer that line, it's not going to add up to the computer. But then when we come back to 12 miles, and we are going to do it the fucking idiot way that they say you have to do it by, and then I'm going to show you, you see how that does add up to the computer. But then you're gonna have to use your fucking little brain to say, okay, hold on. So when you calculate, when you assume it curving and you calculate it to be curving, then it matches up with my computer screen that tells me that's what the world's doing. But when you physically do it, it doesn't curve. What world should we live in then, Mark? What world should we live in?
So let me play this back to you, and then I'll give up. I'm not saying you're wrong. Let me just reiterate what I think you're saying. Let's say there's 10 kilometers between your start and stop points. Let's say you could magically measure. I know you can't in the real world. Just pretend you could magically measure the distance between 0 kilometers and 10 kilometers at one shot, and you'd say, okay, the distance between my start point and that end point, my assistant down there is 10 kilometers, right? And then you went, and then you said, okay, I'm going to measure this in very small increments, whatever increment you want. Measure each distance along that point, right? Each 50 yards, 100 yards, whatever you do, right? And I'm going to take that 10 kilometers and break it up into tiny little segments, right? On a flat plane, those two methods should equal the same result, right?
No,
they won't.
No, hold on. Let me. I might have misunderstood you. I might have misunderstood you. You're saying when you do it in small increments, and then when you come back and do it in greater increments, you're saying they're going to be the same. Is that what you just said, or did I miss?
Yes. If you assuming that in neither case you apply any type of curvature correction, right? You're just measuring the distance, right? That you're not applying any refraction. Well, you could do a refraction if you want to, but let's say no curvature, right? You're not going to do curvature correction. You're going to say
no. You don't have to. No. Hold on. This is what you're not getting. Maybe this is the problem. I think I figured it out. This is why you don't get it. Okay, when you transfer a line in a close, in a small increment, let's say 50 yards or 150 yards or 300 yards, when you do it short, not fucking a mile away, then that refraction, quote unquote, you can even turn it off on the like you don't need it. Like, no, I don't need it, because it's not going to affect my straight transferring of a line to another position. Okay, so then when you do that, you're not having to account for curve, because all you're doing is just marking through my eyepiece that I've established that's a certain elevation off the ground, and I have a rod, at the end of it, a stick or whatever tools. There's even this cool laser one where you have a card and then you flash. Anyways, no matter what tool we're using, all you're doing is just establishing a position and then transferring that elevation to another. And then it's like leapfrog. Then you're just going to the next one, then to the next one, all the way down the road. All you're doing is establishing an elevation. Now, as topography changes up and down, that's when you'll see the difference. Like, for instance, if I'm setting up everything at 6 feet from my original position, and then I take a shot, but the reading is like 5'8". Okay, so what do we know? That the ground's going up, right? You get it?
Can I ask a question?
And then, yeah, go ahead.
Why do surveyors have to account for the curvature of the Earth?
They don't have to. We're literally talking about that right now.
Yeah,
they don't have to. But hold on, they don't have to. But what they do is, if they want to match the disc in the ground, then they have to, because those discs in the ground, they did assume and they applied a curvature mathematically. That's why. So if you're a surveyor, right, you get on the job site and they're like, hey, kid, go take this shot, okay? And you're like, all right, cool. And they're like, find the elevation. All right, cool. Now, when you find the elevation and you transfer that elevation and it doesn't equal the NGS disc in the ground, they're going to say, oh, you fucked up. Yeah, I did fuck up. Yeah, because you didn't account for curvature. Oh,
oh shit, yeah, let me plug that in. Okay, yeah, then it matches up because that's what the model's been built. But here's the argument. When you don't account for curvature and you just transfer that line horizontally, you're actually going to produce the true elevation, and it doesn't drop away from you. That's the whole fucking point. That's the whole argument. And the proof is when my buddy did it at John Wayne Airport years ago, and he transferred 4,000 to 5,000 feet of a straight line. And when they got all the way to the end, they said, "Oh, dude, we're off." And they even called out the surveyors again. First they called out the general superintendent. We're like, "Dude, we're off." He's like, "Fuck, I hope you guys didn't fuck up. We're going to have to rip out fucking 5,000 feet of iron. Holy fuck." So then they called the surveying company again, and he shot it. And he's like, "Wait, it's right. Like, you guys, no, it's good. Like, you guys are right." And then they're like, "Well, then what can it be?" And then the guy's all, "Oh, I forgot for curvature of the earth." And then he just marked his line and then just stamped it. And they wrote it off so that way they didn't have to fucking change nothing. And they go, "Oh, okay, we're good then." So clearly it's just a fucking made up thing. And you don't have to worry about it. But my buddy, by transferring that line and it didn't add up with the NGS disc on the ground, that proved that when you physically do it, it doesn't fucking comport to the guess what? The earth didn't drop away from his feet. And that's the point. And that was only 4,000 feet. I think maybe less. No, 4,200. I forgot how many feet he said. But that's why I want to do it in the Bonneville Salt Flats. We're just going to fucking 12 miles of it. And if that doesn't help you guys, I don't know what the fuck is. I honestly don't know.
So surveyors actually have an equation to basically help them calculate, and this is oftentimes used for long distance things.
Yeah,
I don't really understand what the contention is.
So a random dude told you like, "Oh, this is why this happened," and then it is why you believe that. That's kind of stupid.
If you're saying it to me, it's because I know that's where the money is going, right? Like, people pay for results. Like, I would personally pay for results. And someone who's like, if you just did general contracting for a bit, eventually you're gonna run into like a large enough name if you live in a city or something. Basically does these types of things, and they do have to account for those types of things.
Yeah, so when we built the LAX people mover, the APM, the automatic people mover, 2.3 miles long of a bridge, never fucking once accounted for curvature of the earth. Never once. We built shit. We built shit plumb level square. Everything we built across the country in every continent, you build it plumb level square. Unless it's the fucking I take that back. The only building that doesn't have 90-degree angles on it is the fucking the museum.
Wait, that's actually incorrect. We know for a fact that basically like the highway system in the United States was planned to account for the curvature of the earth.
No, that's total bullshit, bro. Come on, dude. Stop.
He was talking about buildings and you said streets.
I'm talking about highways. Yeah, long distance like things. I wasn't.
They're not, dude, not even highways, bro.
That has nothing to do with the earth curve.
Not even highways.
Okay,
no,
so
dude, you're wrong.
if I get
the street going up the mountain, it has earth curve in it.
Dude, I think you're confusing.
The street that goes around and up the mountain has earth curve in it.
I think you're confusing street.
I think you're fucking confused.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, look at so the Cajon
Pass that goes up the hill. Does that have earth curve in it?
Get it.
If I give
the
you a
street that goes up the hill, does it have earth curve?
And it shows that basically they account for the curvature of the earth. What would you do with that quote?
Yeah, so listen, so what D-Moc's trying to tell you, so here's what's happening. D-Moc's trying to tell you this. You're saying that they account for curves of the earth, and then that's the question you have to ask yourself. What happens when you're building in a valley or a basin? You know what a basin is, right? Like a large part of the city, but it's all going like a bowl, okay? Because now it's even lower. So, like, I think New Orleans is most famous for it. That's why the whole fucking levee's breaking and they got flooded so bad, because like that whole town or city is under sea level. So imagine if according to you, if you're gonna have to account for curvature of the earth, but if you're building in a basin, then how do you account for curvature of the earth? Because you're having to build miles and miles upwards to go according to the topography of the ground. Every direction, you're gonna have to be slanting everything up because you're in a bowl, literally a bowl of land, like a crevice, if you were, like a dimple. You get what I'm saying?
However, the problem is that we're not just talking about accounting for basins.
No. You said all roads. Maybe I'm just putting a little bit too
the
strong.
U.S. highway. The U.S. highway.
Okay, so the U.S. highways. Okay, they have some that go up, right? Because they have to go up and over. Like let's say like on passovers or like when you're transitioning from one freeway to another, so you have to go higher and then you're going to go back down. But typically they're going to go just according to the topography. So when they're going up and down, has nothing to do with the curvature. They're dealing with the ground, bro. They're dealing with the ground.
You're thinking of the elevation of basically the highway.
All of them are off of that.
No. I'm talking about using the least material. So, for example, when they went across fairly flat states, like states that are basically within the Great Mississippi Basin or something like that, which is huge, I believe. Like, I don't know, fucking North Dakota, the prairie area. When they went off relatively flat states, they wanted to build the most efficient highway. And to do that, it wasn't just as efficient to basically build a straight line. You had to build a line that isn't perfectly straight because it's on a convex surface. So they needed to calculate that convex surface so they can save on material and labor cost.
Did he cut out for you guys? I can't hear him.
Did you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, heard it. No, I'm sorry. For me, everything just cut out. I didn't hear anything. I think maybe
the rest of us heard him, I think.
Yeah, so the point is that what I just said is that when they were building in relatively flat states, right? Those flat states are part of a basin, but the basin is fairly flat, right? Like North or South Dakota, what you end up with is that to save on material and labor costs, they want to build the shortest possible highway. And when they wanted to build the shortest possible highway, they had to account for the convex nature of the Earth. In other words,
that's 1,000% false. What they're going to do is they're going to try to find the most efficient way to when they're going to design a road. They're going to see, okay, from where the population is, and we're going to make sure this is the most efficient way. And then they're going to go according to like the topography of the ground. So, for instance, if the town A over there has a lot of hills in it, okay, that's probably not a good place to build the fucking freeway for everybody, because we're, like you're saying, we want to fucking not use too much material, and going up and down is obviously going to use more material than just going lateral. So what they're going to try to do is find the flattest area.
This isn't mutually exclusive. They can do both. So they can avoid local topography and particular issues with hills, bumps, fucking mountainous terrain, really like really like concave basins and whatnot. They could avoid all of that. They could avoid rivers. They could do all of that. But they can simultaneously try to build the most quickest point from point A to point B while avoiding those things. And even then, it's not like a combination of straight lines.
But nowhere in there does that have to make it they're building. Okay, first of all, once again, I mean, we can talk about a ball you want, but that's not the way we're measuring things. Okay, where is this ball that has to exist for you to say we're building on balls when I just spent like a long time with Mark? I don't even think Mark's here, and I think Mark left. He dipped out. But we just had a long conversation on every time we measure something, you establish a vertical and transfer the horizontal. And so I'll tell you the same way I told him, how large of a checkerboard are these states we're building across that to where they're becoming spheres?
They're not no one state becomes a sphere. It's convex in nature. It's local convex.
No, okay. Maybe you didn't understand what I said. Okay, if you could look at America, okay, the continent North America, and then the continent South America, okay, no matter what continent you're on, you're going to build accordingly, a certain way. You're going to establish a plumb, okay, no matter where you're at, in the most poorest country or the most richest country, or should I say part of the country. No matter where you're at, on a hill, on a fucking valley, in a basin, on a flat, whatever, the desert, the mountains, fucking the beach, whatever, bro. No matter where you're at, you're going to establish a vertical. First thing you're going to do, okay? and then you draw a line with to create a horizontal and say, this is my elevation above sea level. That's my first fucking mark, okay? And everything's going to be built upon that fucking mark. And then you're just going to go across the entire continent, building in that same manner. So what I'm saying to you is every time you establish a vertical and you transfer a horizontal line, you are literally taking a parallel position to the original position, which would have been the mean sea level, because that's where 0 starts. And you're either building above it or you're building below that position. And you're just transferring it all across the continent. So I ask you again, how large of this checkerboard, as we're building with verticals and horizontals on both continents, where do we start curving? Where is it going to? Remember, it's all fucking flat, right? It's treated as flat.
No,
everything's built as flat. No, it's 1,000% treated as flat. Yes, it is.
Okay, so if I give you a literal math equation that shows that they actually compensate for the curve.
Oh, there we go. Oh my God. You immediately turn to an equation on a computer screen or on a piece of paper. What I'm trying to argue with you is that reality.
Wait, hold up.
Look at reality. There's no. When you transfer those lines, it's not dropping away from you. There's no drop over distance. It's rise over run. Okay, and sometimes you got to build shit like stairs. Okay, like you go up and over, up and over, up. If that's
you don't build stairs in a highway. You try to avoid that. If anything.
No. Oh my God, no, dude. I didn't say you drive. Dude, I didn't say you're building stairs. I said when you're. Go ahead, dude.
The point is, the equation is important because the equation is what's used to actually build the project and plan out the project. The fact that they are utilizing the equation in the hopes of saving money means that there's a financial incentive that the equation provides. That financial incentive
so check this out.
Is that it's the quickest path accounting for the curvature of the Earth.
Oh my God, bro, you're so far full of it. Check this out. What do you have to say? Okay, just hear this. Okay, what do you have to say to the person, the surveyor, that didn't account for curvature, but they still built the building, and they still
surveyors don't build buildings.
No. Listen. When I said they, I meant the people that are building the buildings. So the surveyor didn't account for curvature. Okay, he just fucking said, hold on. The surveyor didn't account for curvature when he did his measurements. Okay. And then he marked it, okay? I'm going to say it one more time. He didn't account for curvature, and then he marked that position, and he gave it an elevation, okay?
Dude, you can build a building without a surveyor. I don't know what the question is leading.
Okay, so then they physically transferred this line, this horizontal, and it equaled what the surveyor had, okay?
What?
Only once they calculated a drop.
What are you talking about?
You understand what I'm saying?
No, none of this makes sense. I have been part of the process of constructing buildings.
Oh my
God,
bro.
None of this is used.
Unfucking beautiful. Unbelievable. And I think I even said that wrong because I've said it like 15 times tonight. They have a line, okay? And I said it does equal, but I meant it doesn't equal the guy's position, okay? His elevation, it doesn't equal to what the disc in the ground's saying. But what does equal is when you have the horizontal line transferred physically, okay? Not calculated. The first thing you said is, I have a formula, and I can calculate it, and that's the drop.
Yeah, the formula, it's not the drop. It's not the drop. I don't know what you mean by drop.
You don't even know what that means. Okay, well, that's fair.
I don't know what you mean by drop in this context because that you said that's the drop and you're referring to something I said. No, I'm not talking about any drop.
Okay, so when you're saying that you're accounting for curvature of the Earth
on long infrastructure,
yes,
and highways.
Yeah, okay, that's implying that over so many feet, okay, it's going to be dropping to be wrapping around a ball, okay?
No, that's not what they're accounting for. Naturally.
Oh, so you're saying they don't account for curvature of the Earth?
Oh no, dude, they do. You're just misunderstanding what they're accounting for.
Okay. So let me ask you one more time. Are they accounting for curvature of the Earth in your brain? In your brain? Okay, in your brain, they're doing that, right? In your brain, you think they're doing that.
Not how you explained it. So let me explain. Look at my MS Paint, okay?
Unfucking believable, bro.
Let me show you my MS Paint to explain this, right?
MS Paint will figure it all, fix it all.
Unironically, okay?
Here we go to computer screens, guys. Here we go. Computer screens. Got it.
Point A, okay? This is point A. Fuck this. Can't draw for shit, okay? This is point B, okay? This is point B, okay? Now, in a flat plane, this would be the quickest line, correct? From point A to point B in a flat plane, okay? However, they do not do that. Instead, they do something like this, okay? They basically do this blue line. They do this. They fucking do it like that. It's curved. You want to know why? Because that's how they do it. Because that's what they do to a plane.
Claiming great circle.
Why are they making it? Why are they making it longer than it has to be?
Yeah,
one sec, APOC. Why are they making it longer than it has to be?
You would think that it's longer, but funny enough, on a curved surface, it is not.
I bet you could cut through the curved surface, creating a straight line and
you mean creating
eliminating
a tunnel?
Distance.
Yeah, you can tunnel through the Earth, like, so what?
No, not just a tunnel, you can just excavate the top away, right? So this is the beauty of being able to deal with terrain rather than liquid, right? Because you could do that. That would save you money. You're saying that unnecessarily creating themselves cost by following a longer distance?
Dude, I'll tell you straight up. Just in like simple projects like 12-unit condominiums.
I thought you said they were doing this to save money.
Calm down.
Now you're claiming it's costing them.
Calm down.
Now you're just being dishonest in regards to
I don't think I'm being dishonest.
Condominiums, because in 12
I don't think I'm being dishonest.
In 12 unit
Excuse me, did you build a 12-unit condominium?
They're going to be using plane surveying.
Cool. Yeah. I don't disagree, but listen to what I'm going to say. Oh my god, dude. You interrupted me.
Yeah, I am interrupting because
you're a narcissist. Because you're a narcissist, dude. Calm down.
No, because what you're saying is absolute garbage.
You don't even know where I'm going with what I'm saying.
I've been listening to this for over an hour now, or for an hour now. Of this
you haven't, because I haven't been in the room for an hour.
I've been listening to this stuff for quite some time, and you're being dishonest, and I'm going to prove that to everybody right now. So you're talking about geodetic surveying and long distances. So,
yes, I am. I was.
Yep. Cool.
Now I'm not talking about surveys.
So now, what methods are used in geodetic surveying?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by what methods. I'm not entirely sure I could label them, but I do know. I do know.
I'll give you one.
I don't need you to give me one. I don't need you. I don't need you to give me one.
Triangulation. So what else is used?
Cool. I don't need you to give me one. Now I would like to finish what I was saying.
You do need someone to give you one, because
now I would like. Dude, oh my god, man! Like, look, I'm not your child. Can you stop trying to govern me? Thank you.
No, you're going to listen.
I'm going to listen. Why? Is this you just basically having a power trip? Dude, this is what happens. Like, you always end up with one guy just constantly.
No, and you can sit on server mute, as far as I'm concerned, because all you want to do is tell everybody how it's done, how geodetic surveying is done. You want to sit here and hand-wave dismiss everything that APOC and everyone else has stated to you, yet you don't even know how the methods that are used in geodetic surveying. You've just admitted that yourself. Yeah? So how are you calculating for curvature when you don't even know the methods that are employed in geodetic surveying?
AJ, just real quick, think about it. He's trying to say a 12-unit.
Okay, cool. Now can I speak for myself? Thank you. I can speak. No. You can wait until I'm done. You can wait until I'm done.
What methods?
No, you can wait until I'm done. So as I was saying, the other guy said that basically it would be cheaper to excavate, like literally remove
you can answer
ground.
my question, otherwise you can go back on mute. What methods are utilized in geodetic surveying? Very simple.
AJ, before you unmute him, AJ, let me just say this. He tried to right when you started, he tried to say that a 12-unit condominium has curvature, and they have to account for that. but we built a 2.3 mile long bridge and didn't account for curvature. So what world do you have to account for it in a fucking 12 unit fucking condominium, but not a 2.3? This fucking guy is lost, bro.
Exactly. And the problem I have right now is because he's hand wave dismissing everything that you're stating. I tried to cover the condominiums, but he didn't want to go there. But what he's been denying is everything you've stated about geodetic surveying. So he's just hand wave dismissing, telling you you're wrong. Well, now I'm going to show everybody that he is wrong and being dishonest, so he can answer the question and tell us how they utilize geodetic surveying. Very simple.
Okay, so once again, you have been lying through your teeth, and I will.
What methods are used in geodetic surveying?
So T-Dub brought up basically.
What methods are used in geodetic surveying?
T-Dub brought up.
No, T-Dub's not used in geodetic surveying. What methods are utilised in geodetic surveying so everybody here can understand that you know what you're talking about? When you're hand wave dismissing everybody.
Dude, I know I won when you have to mute. You know you fucking lost.
I'm muting you because...
Of course, no, you're muting me because you're...
No, I'm asking you a very simple question. You were talking about geodetic surveys. You claim that they utilise the curvature of the Earth. So what methods are used in geodetic surveying? I've already helped you out and given you one. Yeah? So answer the question.
You're trying to basically shut me up from responding to your...
No, I'm not. I'm trying to ask you to answer the question in regards to geodetic surveying.
These guys that went to space and they walked on the moon and they left Bibles on the moon. Like, that's just it collides with the whole atheism paradigm. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
like you can't have
so
your cake and eat it, man. So
it's the argument's so unique to Crit and the way that he does things that I'm only just starting to realize just how powerful sticking to that point is, and how it can make people crumble. And that was a really good example earlier. Yeah,
I've been listening to Crit, and I think one of the things that I admire about him is the way he articulates that point. I think we often don't let him kind of just let him go through these points. But if you listen to where like some guy is claiming atheism, let's say he's just coming in here, he's a hard-standing atheist, just hard-nosed. If you let him, Crit gets a hold of him, dude, I'm telling you, he's gonna undo his entire worldview because they hinge on everything that has to deal with like space. And like believing that all this came from atheistic worldviews, right? And the fathers of atheism,
or Christian, and the other way around for flat Earth, as we witnessed tonight as well.
Yeah, that's another thing too. That's another thing. Well, we'll dive into that too. What I'm like to point out though is that if you hear him out, if you hear Crit out, he's got all these points ready to go. And so, I mean, to me, I give him a lot of credit because he sits in here and he listens and, he doesn't often speak. But what he does, I mean, it's just like, fucking look out. You know what I mean? So anyways, that's why he lives in a lot of people's heads.
And he leaves you wondering too. It's like, okay, is he Christian? Is he not? Is he atheist? Like, what? You can't like. It's masterfully done, isn't it? I love the fact he doesn't answer that question. Yeah.
because it's a non sequitur. He doesn't need to answer that. Yeah, that's it's true, and nobody does, right? You're whatever it is that you have, in your mind of your faith or whatever it is in your background, that belongs to you. And nobody needs to know about that. If you want to divulge that, that's on you. But you don't have to tell anybody. Anyway, it just I listen to everybody's the way they do things, and it's just I'm just kind of giving him flowers if he's here or not. You know what I mean?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, man, for sure. And I don't understand how people think that he's like, because in PNR the other night, like someone was saying, "Oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're too hostile." I was like, "What?" He wasn't raising his voice. He wasn't angry. He wasn't calling him any names, anything like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh shit. Dude, they don't know the kind of he also says too, because a lot of people have their qualms about this channel and I like this guy, I don't like that guy, I like this guy, but I don't like that guy. And it's like, dude, we've been doing this shit for a long time. This is like a Swiss Army knife of fucking shellacking in here. We got so many ways, many different colors and fucking flavors in here that we can take you down in any kind of way. So, everybody's got their own style. So it's like, yeah, this guy does it that way, this other guy, but that's what makes it unique, dude. That's why there's no leader here. We're all in of ourselves individual. So, Indio always says that too. He's like, I don't like to call this a community because I don't. I call us, we're a group of friends. We hang out and, we've been doing that because we align with truth. That's the main thing that keeps us together. So, if you're aligning yourself with truth, then you'll get along well here. It's the moment that you step out of bounds and you start talking shit about, things that you can't prove and, oh, that's true, then you're going to have some issues, I
want to give a shout out to Lats as well. If Lats is there, I think Lats has come a long way lately, and I've seen him take on a few Globers on his own. And he's learning the argument.
The bad Lats came in earlier.
I was going to say, are you talking about Lats that was the bad Lats? Because that one was
not Lats the Bogan.
The Bogan, yeah, he was a fucking Bogan dude. Came in here and talking shit to T-Dub.
Well, who's the bad Lats? What the heck?
Lats, I've been bigging you up for the last week. What have you done today?
Not this Lats, the other Lats.
There's another Lats, right? Makes sense.
Yeah, there was another Lats that came in here. Not you, Lats. I've seen you in here with your avatar.
Oh, okay.
There was another guy that came in here. He's got like a green avatar, but he's an Aussie too, and he was talking shit to T-Dub, and then I started talking shit to him, and then he, I am.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I'm just on break at work right now, so I'm just messing with all that. Let you guys carry on. Thank you.
Yeah, keep an eye on Lats. He's doing some good work, mate.
I heard the way he argues in here. I think usually what we hold in the highest of regard in here is the way somebody can articulate a point, or at least carry themselves when in a discussion or debate or argument. I think that's what's really key for anybody to actually move forward in our group, because our culture in here, that's what we hold to high esteem, when we give somebody the floor and let them take over and do that, because we do that amongst ourselves. I value everybody that's in here. Everybody has their finer points. Root, you have a very calm demeanor about yourself. You have you're very useful to somebody who's trying to, like the guy earlier, he was frustrated. He wasn't ready for you, man. The one that we just booted out of here. Kane, whatever his name was. Yeah,
Kane,
you were showing him like a disobedient child in a classroom. Look, chill out. You don't need to do what you're doing. Just relax. But he's like, no, you're getting me frustrated. And then I was like, that's when you give him to Uncle Alpha, at that point. You don't have to worry about that.
Send them to the head teacher, mate. Yeah, and I know I know when to withdraw, bro. And I enjoy passing them on.
Other than that, dude, like, yeah, you're excellent for them calm discussions. I mean, you get the people really thinking. I mean, look at me, man. I'm handing out. Everybody deserves it, man. Like, I'm telling you, you guys have been in. You take a lot of shit from these guys. Of course, I love this shit. Like, I fucking wake up every day. I'm like, man, I wonder who's on. Listening online, fucking doing my dailies. So far, so good. I mean,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you like, seriously, bro. Like, all of us have come a long way for sure. T-Dub has got his battle scars, man. At night, I mean, he's got his battle scars. He has to deal with some naughty fucking Aussies that come in here, coming at him. Like the last guy, the bad lats.
Yeah, we used to call it T-Dub, Uncle T, because he'd always pop up in their moments when we needed him. Uncle T, deal with this one.
T-Dub he's fucking listening to people, man. He's gonna fucking undo them somehow because they think they're getting away with shit. He's gonna go back to the live stream and listen to them talking shit. He's like, no, man. This is what you said. I know what you're saying right now, but that's not what you said in the live stream. I went back there. I listened to it. That's T-Dub. He's gonna check his T's. He's gonna cross his T's and dot his I's, bro. I'm telling you. Like, you know, I'm gonna tell you this. We're talking about the measurement of like the troposphere, like the air pressure, and you know where the pressure is, like what it can be measured. And I told him because Brendan would come in here, and because he's a meteorologist, I know some of you guys know who he is. He's a glober, but you know he's really more leaning towards flat, I would say. And he had the argument with Mark G about the measurement of the mesosphere, whether it can or cannot be done. And of course, you know, he's saying that, you know, in all his studies, of course, he went to school for this. They never discussed that was a thing that was an actual measurement that they've ever taken, or whether it's something they were concerned with. So, you know, throughout their discussion, I was like intrigued because I didn't really put much thought into it. I was like, yeah, that's something that we don't really look into. But he's like, no, we've never measured in the mesosphere. And so that got me thinking like, oh shit, this is a whole new argument. So I was thinking of that while he was discussing it with Mark G. And then Mark G was putting some citation about, it was a source, not a citation, that it was, say again?
Stating.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear what you said. Somebody say something?
Sounds like a hot micing.
Oh, yeah, it was a rocket blast, and then the rocket blast supposedly was done to say that they measured the air pressure there in the mesosphere, and then it turns out that Brendan took a look at the article to the source that he got from Mark G, and he's like, no, they didn't measure in there in the mesosphere. What they did was with that rocket blast, they calculated from the troposphere or the stratosphere. I'm sorry, so the stratosphere forward to say that the blast itself was calculated from that point from the top of where you can measure to the mesosphere. It's said to be X amount, X value. And Mark G was like, no, but they actually measured there. He's like, no, you can't measure with the rocket blast. Like it's not like an actual, like you send like a balloon like you would in the troposphere, send a balloon up with an actual way to measure the air pressure. They don't do that in the mesosphere. So, and he was like, this article that you gave me doesn't support that you could measure there. And he just like utterly destroyed Mark G. And Mark G just didn't know like how to recover from that. And I was like, dude, this is an amazing point. I was thinking this all the while he was talking to Mark G. So, and this other clown came up. I'm saying all that to say this. This other clown came up and was talking about it in the channel. And I was listening to him and I was like, oh, hell no, dude. This guy's getting away. And it was Hush. If I remember correctly, it was Hush. And Hush was in here talking about, yeah, you can measure air pressure in the mesosphere. I was like, dude, you cannot measure air pressure. And so I was telling him that, and I was like, to go ahead and put your source. And the reason why I'm saying all of this is to show you what T-Dub did at that moment. When I was talking to him, because I was driving at the moment when I was doing this, so T-Dub looks through this little, source that he put in there, because it was a source, it wasn't a citation. And then, of course, we had to look through the article to find out where in there did it say, what it was supposed to say about measuring in the mesosphere. But, of course, Hush didn't look at that article. He just, basically elephant hurling fallacy chucked in the article to us. So, T-Dub went ahead and looked through it and then found out in that same article that he posted that they do not measure in the mesosphere, as it said there, in the article that Hush posted. So Hush was a liar. They don't measure in the mesosphere any air pressure. So it was a beautiful undoing of T-Dub's assist to what I was saying. It was just amazing. They're the way we work in here. So I'm just I'm saying a whole bunch, dude. I'm yapping, but I'm saying that because it's we do that, and T-Dub was an assist there that brought that little snippet when he was listening. Anyway, appreciate it, T-Dub.
Yep, no worries, man. Teamwork.
Yeah, but he got exposed, dude, and I think the main thing was that, I do have a method to my madness. I get kind of rambunctious at times, but I think I do with the cause, because I want people to realize that sometimes it's a shock and awe kind of thing. People don't often hear people going wait, hold on a minute. Now, fuck that. Now, point out where this guy said that. And so once you do that, everyone's like, oh shit, what the fuck's going on? And so when shit goes down like that, we start to see the cogs moving, and everybody starts to wonder, oh shit, fight kind of shit. So it does draw the attention. Anyway,
it always seems that people think we're more technologically advanced in ways that we're actually not, and we're not as technologically advanced in ways that people think we are. This leads to people making claims that they've measured atmospheric pressure in the mesosphere, when you have then experts like Brendan who come on, the meteorologist, who's no, we actually just kind of wing it and guess it with calculations and extrapolations. We don't really know for sure.
It blows their minds, dude, because it's not only on our side do we have professionals, but we have academia backing us up. When they think, actually, it's weird though, because they actually think the academic resources are backing them up, and it's not the case. It just isn't the case. And I don't know why. We should probably do this a lot more, Amish. To be honest, we should be okay. I mean, where in academia does it say any of what you think? The claims for the globe, even air pressure going all the way up to the exosphere, because beyond the stratosphere, there's no way to get anything up to get a viable measurement going forward. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't tell me that 10 to the -6 beyond the Kármán line is even something that is achievable. How the fuck are you going to get past where did you go from measuring from troposphere, stratosphere to the mesosphere not being measured, and then jump that layer, go all the way to the thermosphere where the top of it is where the satellites are, and then say, yeah, we got satellites up there measuring. Dude, you just jumped the whole fucking layer. How are you going to rectify that? You can't just say, well, we don't need to worry about the mesosphere. We're just concerned with layers above that. Nah, man. That's not going to play. Fuck that.
Right. They have to make a jump to technology that operates in a way that requires them to claim the Earth to be a certain way. Yep. And so we're back to that missing R value. Where's that radius? Okay, you claim that they launch a satellite to measure atmospheric pressure up in the thermosphere. Great. How do you know the satellite's actually there? Well, orbital mechanics and this, that, and the other. Oh, okay, great. How do you actually know that they did it, though? And how did they get the R value to know that they did it successfully? Well, we know that they measured the R with satellites, and that's how we know that the satellites got there at the R value. What, Kerbal Space Program, right, folks? You think the Nazi V2 program was like Kerbal Space Program? They're just launching thousands of these, and they're just plummeting into the Earth and blowing up everywhere. I mean, I think Elon Musk seems to have more rocket trouble than the Germans did 80 years ago. Just saying.
What's that program they use? Solarium. That program they use for the stars and all that. And so Solarium and Kerbal and all that, they would say is modeled after the globe, and that's just untrue. Well, of course, Kerbal would be the idea that people live on a globe and such, but they can't even. There's nothing to scale in Kerbal. I don't know if you know anything about that, but they're trying to get Kerbal as close as they can to what they would consider the Earth as a globe would be, but you can't get anything to scale, because how can you get anything that doesn't exist into something that is you know what I mean? Into reality? When you're trying to get this orthographic perspective that nobody's ever seen ever in their whole life. So how does that work, you know?
Yeah, I don't think Kerbal has a physics engine at all. It's all kinematics. It's a computer game. I mean, it's not modeling anything after real physics. I don't think even they've got because if they did, they'd be modeling the 3-body problem, right? We all know that that's not happening. If they did, they'd be modeling, I think, rotations, and there's no rotations of these bodies happening in the Kerbal space world. So, and the reason why is probably due to limitations on the processing power for the computers. They just make these approximations and they just model it kinematically instead of dynamically. And yep, it's just bonkers, dude. It's a freaking video game.
Yeah. It shows you the state of the globe, right? When they're having to appeal to video games and coding as evidence, and it's quite clearly obvious that you can model anything. So to appeal to a computer game, I just think it's ridiculous. And imagine if we did that. They would literally try to crucify us for that.
Dude,
they think they can get away with it.
That it would be like a whole other, Jeranism, flashlight routine. I think they always go back to that stupid thing. It's that's such idiotic points that their talking points are utter trash, dude.
But at the same time, they're almost begging for a video game. Every time they ask for a model, they're asking for a model that they think for their world, and they don't really have one. They've got only kinematics. Again, they've got only conceptualized mathematical descriptions. And they're asking us for ours. And you're right to point out that the double standard would be, well, suppose we did show them one. Let's say we did have a computer game that modeled everything on flat Earth. And we showed it to them. Then they'd be like, oh, that's just a computer game. That's not based on real... I mean, they'd move the goalposts. Show me all the scientific papers that went into your model, Flurf. I don't see any in here. Nobody will believe it or take it seriously, Flurf. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a double standard game with them the whole way. So, homie, don't play that.
That's my kind of game, Amish.
Yeah. We're in season 9 or season 10 right now. We don't have time.
I think Percentage was talking about some game or something that he's making or something.
Who's making a game?
Percentage.
Oh,
I think he was talking about that earlier in the chat, in the side chat. Oh, I might be mistaken.
Mr. Pac-Man Earther.
All wrap around Earthers.
Yeah.
He was asking yesterday, any wrap around Earthers in here? And I'm like, doesn't the globe wrap around? Are you asking if there are any globers in here?
Yeah, he's something else.
I wonder if he heard me talking about that a few months prior, before he first brought it up a couple months ago himself. I mean, we were speculating in here, and you can make interesting speculations about flat Earth. If you give flat earthers the power of Kaluza-Klein theory in mathematics, which is to invoke higher dimensional geometry to explain shit that you can't normally explain. If you give that power to flat earthers, we can explain any fucking thing to you. And it would be unethical, because these are explanations that are rising out of concepts and not out of observational reality. we'd be divorced from anything remotely scientific in the first place if we started doing the same thing.
Do you mean
So
like
no,
true
we're not going to be doing that.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
Shit.
Truly
Sorry, man.
mathematical earthers.
I had to say that.
It's like their whole
like the
approach now
ether cosmology.
Yeah, it's like their whole approach right now is, I don't have any evidence, I have philosophy. So I want you to argue from a philosophical standpoint so I can battle your philosophy. And when we say, no, we don't like to do that, we like to stick with the empirical, testable, repeatable evidence, it's like their brain malfunctions and goes, but I don't think like that, I think philosophically. So they just don't want you to, they don't know how to engage because they're only coming from philosophy.
Fucking right, Roots. And you know what they say though when they do that, they're like, oh, so then you don't want to have the argument then. They're like, what do you mean I don't want to have the argument? They always say that shit, and you're like, no, what you mean is you're not gonna be philosophical with me. That's exactly right, Roots. You need to bring that shit up next time, bro. Because I mean, they don't know the exact way, because they think that they're speaking logical, right? They don't know. Well, they do know, right? But I mean, they don't know that they're doing it on purpose. You get what I mean? Like they're just trying to be, they're trying to say like they're speaking, you know, what it is like in reality. Like the globe is that. It's not, you know, it's.
Bro, even if
we'll never get away from the philosophy, though. We have to use the philosophy. You know, it's how we describe and make evaluations of the data logically. So we have to have the empirical data first, and then we need to make philosophical arguments about it. That's where science gets involved.
Empiricism's a form of philosophy.
Empiricism is not necessarily philosophical, and philosophy can be divorced of empiricism. You can make the most logically sound and valid arguments that have no empirical component to them.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
That's
for sure.
The trap. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the trap.
Method of the empirical method itself. Yeah, I would agree is more of something that's tangible, right? Something that you could test. But yeah, by believing that method to be the ultimate method to lead to knowledge, which is perfectly fine. That would be a philosophy. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I get what you're saying, Tora. That would make sort of every process a philosophy then in that worldview, right?
Scientific method is a philosophical construct.
Exactly. Yeah, it depends on like things like the truth to exist, laws of logic to exist, which are all philosophical. They're not physical. You know?
Yeah, we have to actually start with a base for reasoning, and if we don't have that, then it seems like it's just going to be incoherent babbling. Like, do we want a result to like that being the case? Because if we don't, like, that's the other thing too. Like, we don't even know. I'm telling you guys, like, where are we going to start with these guys? I mean, we're going to start with basic reasoning, because I mean, if that's the case, then we're never going to progress the conversation, man. We're going to be stuck with like, okay, tell me if you know your ABCs. Like, fucking hell, bro. Like,
right.
It's a valid point.
I say we almost have to jump to the empirical observation, and then create formal logical deductive syllogisms based off of the observations to show that they're deductive, to show that you can prove that these observations are in fact what we're saying.
Correct. It's much easier just to grant the external world exists outside the mind than to argue over it, for sure.
Yeah, because if that's not the case, man, we're just going to be bogged down by trying to get them to realize if they understand what reality is. And I mean, we're never going to get to the next step. And for the sake of conversation, we have to. I would say this, man, it's hard to grant them that. It's hard. Sometimes you just want to, okay, I mean, is anything real? Like, what do you consider, like, truth? And, like, we have to get into that kind of, Yeah,
and our observations are not subject that much to subjectivism. Because if we can produce an observation that will sidestep, that will basically dismantle their sophistry before they get a chance to engage, then we should do that. We should put our measurements in front of them first thing. So they're not given a chance to be these sophist asshats to try and redefine terms and muddy the waters and make claims unfalsifiable logically before we can even present our information, our data.
There's plenty of other rooms in the politics sector that go over that anyways, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We're not the philosophy room. We're kind of like applied philosophy. We're applying the philosophy of science to our observations. Doesn't make it scientific. It's not science. I mean, we can still apply like the philosophy of science to observations. Figure of the earth is not a scientific question. There can be scientific observations and demonstrations and experiments that are born out of these things that lend support, but ultimately the measurement of the geometry is not scientific. It's a what matter, not a how and a why matter. So what is, right? What is this? Show a picture. What is this? You know, we got the black swan image. We can begin with what is that? And we can talk about how and whys later.
Man, the Globers have gone awfully quiet.
Yep, they want to get us to the hows and whys before we get to the whats. And we say, let's show you the what is stuff first. Let's talk about that. And we can pontificate later. But you're right, Roots. I mean, they want to divorce the empirical observations out of this from the discussion entirely because they know it doesn't support their side, their agenda. They know that all of their empirical observations are unverifiable. Right? Their best ones are from space agencies that make contradictory claims about their mere existence.
Yep.
So those who've been around a while, they don't want to go down that route. They're like, man, I've been down this too many times. Like, shoot, man. All right, so if I can't use these pictures from space, maybe I can attack their logic. And we can deny them that, right? We can say, no, look, here's a what is picture. Here's a black swan.
This is
we
why
can let the image speak for itself
so much. Because I feel like the source of this way of thinking has all come from the idea of Einstein's relativity and just being able to say, okay, we don't need empiricism as long as we have an explanation, or a model that can loosely fit what we believe, then that's all we need. And I think it all stems in relativity. So I always bring that up.
It's a good point. Yeah, relativity not being scientific put in the first place. It is a great explanation. It's an epic masterpiece of explanatory power, right? But again, give flat earthers the same leeway. Let us have the ability to render such amazing explanations, and we can. I mean, ultimately, what Einstein wrote can support our cosmology as well. And Einstein would support it by saying that all reference frames are indeed relative. There is no absolute frame of reference to determine anything. And all coordinate reference systems are arbitrary, and their transformations among them is arbitrary too, which means flat or globe doesn't matter. You know, you got big space, small space, you got 3D space, you got 4D space. It's all relative. Einstein should have absolutely no reason to reject what we're saying.
Right, yes, and his version of gravity does not necessarily form things into spheres. And any shaped object can distort space-time.
Yep. I think there's that AC Tort paper that's been around the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord a while. There are a couple of them, I think. It might be AC Tort, might be somebody else. There's in either event out of Italy where they did a flat Earth approximation for using general relativity. General relativity being compatible on flat Earth. They made it work mathematically. They developed a great explanation.
Who produced that work, or who made that claim?
Some nerds, some research nerds at a university, I think, were bored in Italy. I forgot their name. It might be AC Tort. T-O-R-T is his last name. A.C. Tort. There's another one where they simulated spheres of mass forming in gravity wells by simulating like asteroid rubble and stuff. I think that might be the same guy, but that also came out of an Italian university. Either way, the one with general relativity and flat Earth creates a cylinder for flat Earth, and we're living on the flat top part of the cylinder. The cylinder extends way, 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 way down, giving enough mass and the right geometry to warp space-time in such a fashion that we can experience, the downward vector that everybody loves to talk about.
Oh, I like that. I'm already reminded of the sky and the way the sky rolls over like a cylinder. I like that.
Yeah, in this case, you call it a vertically mounted cylinder. Super long, effectively infinitely deep. And flat Earth is the little flat surface right on the top, like a gigantic pillar.
Yeah, thanks, Amish. That's really interesting. I'm going to look into that. It would be nice to be able to quote this and bring this up more often, because I hear this argument so much. I feel like it's actually the foundation of a lot of these Globers arguments. It's just they don't know it, or they don't consciously know it, so they don't bring it up directly. They beat around the bush for an hour before we bring it up.
Yeah, they think relativity is physics and gravity and relativity is a force. They just don't know. They think they do. And enough pop science out there surrounds them and reinforces their ideas. And a lot of the pop science is bad itself because it's created for marketing. That they think that their positions are entirely supportable by consensus.
It's a mathematical garb, and like you've demonstrated, we can demonstrate that on all sorts of shapes and sizes, and it doesn't mean anything. It just dazzles them. It's so pretty and amazing to imagine that that relativistically, everything could be completely different to how it seems. And I think that's exciting for them. I think a lot of these guys are just bored thinking that, there is nothing new to learn. So they want to just philosophize on, what's out there up in the sky. And I think that's the issue. They've taken away the excitement of the actual natural world, and they've put the excitement in the sky.
Yeah, that's why they're fixated on it. Relativity is all mathematics, but it's basically geometry. That's all relativity is. It's geometry and coordinate reference systems and their warping and transformations. And then philosophizing about their potential causes.
It's like a cult. I think it's like a cult, just like a Pythagoras thing.
Yep. Just like George Ellis says in his quote.
Which quote was that?
Where he says, "I can construct you, any symmetrical universe you like." Yeah, it's just he just wants, and he said, "There's nothing wrong with that." It explains the observations. It's mathematically sound. He says, "But what I want people to know is that cosmology chooses, like the current stylings that they have is based on philosophy, and he says cosmology. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that.
So these board researchers in Italy took it upon them to say, you know what, George Ellis, you're right. We've looked at relativity too. This is all just coordinate geometrical gobbledygook. We can use the same principles and construct a flat Earth general relativity concept. Here you go.
Meanwhile, back on Earth. Don't need to say anymore.
That's right. Back at the Justice, the Hall of Justice.
Do you think this is why they introduced so many non-scientific subjects, like, I don't know, astrology and psychology into science? Do you think it's a slow degradation of what science is meant to be? And they just want as much garbage in under the umbrella of science as possible so that more people will accept relativity as science?
I sometimes wonder things like that. Like, they now claim that science is so difficult to define that we don't really know how to delineate between pseudoscience and science anymore. I mean, this is for the past 100+ years. I mean, this is the way they've been thinking.
Are you including the social sciences with that?
Yeah,
they do. Yeah,
exactly. That, yeah.
Is that because they got lucky with a few guesses? Turns out they were right.
Classic demarcation problem. Sorry.
No, I think there was lag. Carry on, mate. My fault of it. Yeah, anyway, Roots, I know with the social sciences, it's nothing malicious. What they try and do, it doesn't really work, but is bring the scientific method into the social realms. So my first ever hearing of the Black Swan was in a politics seminar. We use the same methodology in politics. So it's not a case of them wanting to fudge it. I think it's just a natural expansion of the process within what you'd call the natural sciences. It being so good, that methodology, they just want to use it elsewhere.
Yep.
I think it's just
that method is that method is sound. I mean, a mechanic can employ that method in order to determine what's wrong with the vehicle. Doesn't mean that he's doing natural science, though, right? Just call it what it is,
They have to step over the first step. The first step is crucial, and they forego that and they muddy it. Observe something occurring in the natural world.
Well, these social sciences you speak of weren't always considered social sciences. They were actually more natural philosophy. So somewhere down the line, they've decided to recategorize things like psychology and, political science as social sciences when they were never that to begin with. So there's been a category change.
I think statistics is a big reason for that, because they started taking statistics that is used in science and they started applying it to behavioral things, to marketing, to politics, to pretty much anything. And now, using the power of statistics, they've been able to claim that what they're doing is scientific. They're doing statistical correlative tests. Yeah.
That's quantitative data, quantifiable data, sure. The other half of the social science is qualitative data. So stuff like focus groups, interviews, stuff like that. So it's half of it, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, that's right. So, and you can't, through statistics alone, you can't prove things happening causally. And this is why they say that science doesn't prove anything anymore, because we're set out to statistically rule out possibilities instead. We're using probability of ruling things out and accepting things instead of determining definitively whether or not things are actually happening.
You see my point exactly. They're able to now say science doesn't prove things because of what they've introduced into science, right?
No, that's like slightly misconstrued, though. There's still, like, at the same university that's being taught the social sciences, they're still practicing physics. They're still following the same concrete, natural scientific method. They've not abandoned one for the other.
No, they've introduced other methods and called that science as well, right? We had a standardized method, and now they've introduced new methods that don't meet the criteria, but they're able to call it science for those people who don't look into it. So they can claim that they've isolated this and they've done that when they've changed the definition of some of these words.
They've changed step one. Step one used to be observe something occurring in the natural world, and step one is now think of a question.
But isn't that why we have these categories like natural science and social science? Like, you are right, the word science as a whole, I'm sure we had this combo the other day, but if you look at it for more than 5 seconds, you realise science is now broken up as a whole. So as an umbrella term, sure, it's been watered down, but natural sciences is now firm within its place within the sciences, if you're with us.
I'm not sure if that's the case, and good morning, guys.
Yo, morning.
G'day. Hey, what's up, Murdo?
That's what I hope to see anyway, but you might be right, Roots, to be fair.
Well, social science, let's just say, psychology was considered a soft science. It's not an objective thing. It's more like court, right? So what can you really know about things like that? Plus, it's after the fact. Sally bites her nails because... Can we say definitively why Sally bites her nails? We cannot. That's not really a science. That's a study of behavior. And then you get statistics on, well, this many people did this in reaction to this. That's not really a science, right?
Just observation. Unlike
finding Plum and Lovell don't lie. And it really is, we do talk about the word science, but, we also talk about the word standards, and that's exactly what you guys are mulling over here, right? These other definitions of science are looser standards of science, like step one, take a guess, is what Brenda says. Is that scientific? Can we actually hands-on anything of the Celeste? Can that possibly be a science or just a study of something? Can we do more than just observe it?
We can try and measure it. I'll make calculations, I guess, but...
I think what Amish said was potent about statistics. I think they've now considered statistics a science, and when they apply statistics, you know that you can lie with statistics, sample size. There's so many different ways you can manipulate data. So I think that's statistics is a clear way to be able to pull off what they've pulled off. And I think they've recategorized statistics from math to science.
I don't think they've recategorized them, bro. I think it's just the way they're being used. Like, the media's fudged our impression of them. Smoking increases your chances of getting cancer by 50%. Shit like that is like a nothing stat in it because we don't know the original chance of getting it. I think it's just being misused, but again, stats within, like, mathematicians and scientists, I can't imagine the function of maths as a tool has changed all that much.
You know what else it is, guys? It's the allowance of such things.
I agree.
No one's saying no to things like that. It just keeps getting more and more allowed, and it keeps getting looser and looser, and it's poor architecture, truly. If science today were a structure, it would be a lean-to at best. You know what I mean? It's not impressive. It's not excellent. It's remedial and sloppy. For the most part, right? The empirical method is the ultimate method. Why would that be? In the very root of it, you're trying to disprove it as well, right? To make sure. What other science says, you know what, I'm out to disprove my theory as well? What other science is doing that besides the empirical method?
So say I had a hypothesis that like since Donald Trump came into power, voter turnout within the USA had increased. Through the collection of data, I would be able to go away and, see if that's true or not. No?
Right.
Is that anything other than?
But you're not proving.
But
it depends.
But that's what I was going to say. It stops there, though, doesn't it? The method, really.
No, it doesn't, because you could be leaving important data out, like the population increase, like the spread of information in now a more connected world means more people are introduced to politics. So it's nothing to do with Trump. Why more people are voting right now?
No. Forget the. I was just picked a random name out of my hat. My point was like my hypothesis would be like voter turnout has increased. I could go out and collect the data and find out if it has increased. I could analyze the results, like you said, to determine why it's actually increased.
Yeah, Paz Roots also said that that type of data can be manipulated, so you can't trust that type of consistency.
That's right. Plus, it's usually just sample sizes. What if Darwin went to one of the Galapagos Islands and he said all finches have a 3-inch beak? But he didn't bother to hop the next island and say this finch has a 3.25-inch beak, just for a silly example of where science has been going. You take a random sample size, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? How can you know what everyone's thinking about Trump? How can you possibly know that?
Well, that'd be qualitative data. I'm on about quantitative data.
Right.
Qualitative
so it's not
meaning
really
like personal. Quantitative meaning like I can find out the numbers. You know what I mean? The same as.
But you can spin anything with numbers. My job literally is to provide data to hiring managers and paint a picture. And it is so easy. If I have a narrative that I want to push, I just go and get some data and I present it in a certain way. And it's never failed. It's very convincing when you turn up with data.
So that'd be in the body of so if this was a dissertation, that'd be in the body. But first, I'd be labeling like my methodology. So my method, I would have to put in my dissertation, my hypothesis, my methodology, what I plan to do to verify it. And this is just in politics. I'm guessing it's the same across criminology, sociology.
What do you do to disprove it?
That's my issue. That's why I'm trying to spitball through it, and that's why I said I think the scientific method at this stage ends. I don't think it's a full scientific method because of that, That's what I'm trying to...
The scientific method doesn't try to disprove its own hypothesis, you're saying?
Within the social sciences, yeah. I think that's where the use of the scientific method breaks down, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's where the differences come in. Because you're trying to put a poll or a survey together. Who says you're not biased to begin with? In other words, I'm going to make sure these statistics fit what I want it to fit. Because people do that. That's why the empirical method says, no. You can't put your personal stuff into this because we know people try. So there's no bias in this thing when you try to disprove your own, even if it's quantitative, right? If there's no element within your method to say, what if I'm wrong? Let's try to.
I think we do include that. So yeah, no, I think we do that in the critique section. I'm just trying to think how I've actually used it within. It's different terminology, but it's the same process. No, and I think we do that in the critique. So one section in the dissertation would be, I would have to go out and find out everything that would disprove my shit. Any issues or critiques that other authors or, ideologies might conflict with it, whatever it is. And then I would have to counter all those within my dissertation. I have to go out, find out shit that would prove me wrong, and then counter those and say why those don't actually matter. That has to be in a dissertation for it to be a valid methodology. Otherwise, you're just pissing in the wind. And I'm not saying it's a true science, but there is a lot of overlap. And obviously, even in politics, I might use mathematical models and shit from economics or just anything. Shit from psychology that is hard studied science of brain activity. It could include so much shit.
Well, biology's one thing. What people think are another thing. Why the heart works, why the organs do what they do, their relationship to each other. Yes, those are valid studies. And those things probably won't change person to person much that we find out, right? How the heart works, for example. But what you think about things is a completely different realm that's not very easily ironed down to say everyone everywhere thinks this thing all the time. 100% of the time. So we're looking for 100s. We're looking for 100s, right? The empirical method is the gold standard. It's the gold standard of the. That's why it's the method. It's the only method. Everything else used to be classified correctly. This one's a lot softer of quote unquote science, psychology, because of this inferior aspect to what we're looking at. Looking at the stars is an ology, the study of. You're not going to do anything but look at them. That's all you can do to them.
Ology. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Ology, yeah. The study of.
Well, I mean,
I just think there is some overlap. I just don't think the process is complete. Maybe that's why they call it the social sciences. Like it was rooted in the process, but at some point, at some stage, the social does come into it. You know what I mean? So the root methodology is there, but it's been overtaken by the social side. Just seems like a natural progression of science. I'm not going to lie.
It's a natural progression of compartmentalization.
Exactly.
And I think, but the problem is compartmentalization doesn't tell the full story. And that's where you're going to run into problems because we live in a holistic environment. Your body, the world, and it's all dependent on other aspects. So I think if you try and cherry pick some data, you can tell any story you want from a holistic process.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, when I was in high school, it was called social studies, not social sciences.
Yeah, it was natural philosophy.
They've adopted more hard, like empirical based methodologies and shit. That's what I mean. The field's not what it used to be, you know. And access to science as a public, like the average man has access to, in quote unquote, science, you know, like methodologies and approaches that were just gatekept at one stage by, you know, rich white guys in labs. So, like, as more people gain access to these methodologies, have more free time on their hands to pursue them, it just seems like the whole realm has expanded naturally. Doesn't seem like malicious or
by man's will. Certainly you see that leaps of logic are a very sloppy thing to say from a scientist. Leaps of logic. And they have no problem telling you that that's what they're going to put on your plate.
Yeah, like I say, I'm just talking from a social sciences perspective.
Well, I thought you were talking about all the sciences are naturally expanding the way they should be. Like they're okay that this is happening.
Well, like Roots said, it's not. I might have said it wrong. It's more of a categorization thing, like Roots was pointing out. I might have just said it wrong, but that's what I meant.
Well, it's not really okay because of what's shaken loose so far as to what we can see today in this moment as the result of these low standards and what's put on our plate that's called science. And it's very far from anything but conjecture. And let's not forget just straight up lying, that people still do that. They lie, meaning on purpose, they look you in the eye and tell you something they know is not correct. That does happen, I'm afraid. And I'm very sorry to say that. But that's very true. Because there's so many things.
Yeah, I don't think that's new to anyone, though.
But it is true, but it's under the guise of commerciality. And if you're in business or if you work in commercial businesses, you've got to understand that it's not called lying. It's called being commercial. And if you represent a company or if you represent an ideology, then you're found to not be commercial. You're not useful to that organization. So this is about the system we live in and the type of ideology we've developed through what they've pushed on us to be commercial, to be competitive. So for me, the whole direction of this is in the wrong direction. How do we make things faster, better, quicker, bigger yields? This is all commercial ideology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, engineering and commercialization and shit. Yeah, sure. But like in the actual methodology, it hasn't changed, though, has it? That's my point. Like, it's always been the scientific community, like the true scientific community, natural sciences, has always been a niche community. It always has been, always will be. We're talking about, as you say, that commercialization of it all, the expansion of it all, how like it's come into the public realm as the average man has gained access to it, and the field of science, wrongfully or rightfully, has like expanded. But that small niche very, very niche like section of science. Who is it's still going on? There's still out there, still people out there conducting the same level of experiments.
Yeah. And they're the ones who are usually writing books saying Einstein was wrong, relativity is a garb, evolution doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. These people get shunned. They have great books, but they don't get commercially promoted.
Yeah. But as long as they're following the same shit, we can class them as valid, though, right? Like, they're still following that traditional science. I get getting shunned due to corruption and stuff, but that's a different issue, isn't it?
That's up for people like you, Pads, to see through the BS. To know that, hey, there are more valuable sets of information out there. In other words, to be selective about your information. Right? That's up to you, but not everybody knows that they have to do that because they're putting a lot of trust in the word of science these days. And science isn't telling you, hey, keep looking if you want to know the books that we reject, because they're more truthful and boring than the imagination of what could be. Right? That's where the funding comes in for these things. But not every individual, most individuals think we're on a globe, for example, and that we're flying to the celestial bodies with ease, no problem. We're shooting golf up there and such. Most people believe that because what's been piped down. That's got nothing to do with any kind of science. But if you really want to look at a science and peer into it as an individual, you'll understand things more clearly, like flight limitations, human limitations, things like that, where we're not so godlike.
Like I say, bro, it just sounds like it's, like you say, the books, people release papers or whatever, if they're not getting fucking popular, again, it just sounds like somebody somewhere's either trying to gatekeep the information or discredit it or some corrupt shit, but look,
sure.
I don't know much about that side of it. Like I said, I was just on about the social science side of it, bro.
Do you ever think about corruption in these ways, or you just let it come on through the front door?
I mean, I studied politics, so I'm very aware of it, bro.
All right.
Like, probably a lot.
Don't you think it bleeds over into these other departments? Incentives, motivations, intents.
I mean,
things like that.
When it says funded by Big Pharma, that usually, you know, if I'm reading something on seeds and at the bottom of it says sponsored by the Monsanto fucking corporation, then it kind of gives the game away. Yeah, it's so easy,
Truly, these days.
If you go listening to the experts. Oh, sorry, Reto. Go ahead, mate.
No, go ahead, brother. I've been yapping.
I was going to say, if you really do follow in any field, really, experts in their field and you know, watch a lot of sort of podcasts and try and keep an eye on, you know, what's going on. This is happening in every single field. You know, this is not just for physics. You know, this is in history. This is in the medical industry, the food industry, the education system. And it's basically just changing what is empirical, what is verifiable, and creating a narrative. And I think if you can't see that narrative's being built and it's degrading what we can actually prove, I think then, yeah, you're going to fall into the category of, well, the experts say, and you know, oh, yeah, there's a study here. Look, it says on the first page this. And then you can just easily fall into this mentality of, yeah, there's science. Yeah, they've proven it. Yeah, you're wrong. You know, and I think that's the problem there. So I think, yeah, it sounds innocent from your perspective, Pads, but I think it's very nefarious. I think it's systematic corruption. And I think once you recognize the systematic corruption, they shouldn't be the go-to people now, you know, for information. They've proven themselves to be corrupt.
Like, I'd believe you more if you said it was malicious. Or there was like certain actors, but to say it's systematic, I definitely would agree with systematic. I might have agreed there were some like actors that were acting individually, sure.
Brother, money ties so many things together. If you think money is not an incentive, an intent, a goal, an ambition to gain it, to get it, whatever you need to do, people sell themselves all the time for it.
Yeah.
They sell their character. their morals, their body, their very existence for money. This is real. It's always been this way. Money is a huge deal.
That's what I said, bro.
If somebody says, I'll pay you to come up with a theory, will you do it?
Yeah, sure. If you pay me enough, yeah.
Okay, well, here's what we're looking to get. We want to see if this does that. And we need it to kind of do that. Show that this does that. And I'm going to give you some money to show that. You're a scientist. Will you do it?
Sure.
Now you're going to devote your whole life's work to proving that, right?
But I did say this, though. I said this a minute ago. People will do it for personal gain, like for malicious intent. I did say I'd be more inclined to agree with you if they were like
that's systematic.
Well, no, it's not. That's the opposite to systematic.
No, but this is happening from the top down.
That's still not what systematic means.
A group of people.
Despite the people, no, it's got nothing to do with the people. Systematic means it's embedded within the system. So, for example, in the fucking US, there's no. Say they have, or the UK has systematic outcomes negative towards men when they're dealing with like females in the judicial system. Women have a better advantage. Right? There's no law that protects women. There's no law that goes against men. There's nobody in the system that's out there to trying to hurt men. However, despite the balance of the system itself still produces inaccurate results. That's what systemic means. So when we say systemic, we're not talking about actors or individuals. We're talking about
any systems that you're talking about. You're talking about man-made systems, correct?
Social systems, like judicial
man-made,
systems, or healthcare systems, or social. Yeah,
so dealing with humans. Yeah. And they make their own systems. So if I have a corporation of like-minded men, let's say you, and I offer you this money, then I go offer the guy sitting next to you money because I'm the head honcho and I've got the money, and I say, we want this outcome. Get after it. You just agreed you do it. So I go to now we've got a system going.
No, that's not a system. Because if you leave, I might not carry on. A systemic means even if you left and stopped giving me money, the system would still produce the same results. And it's independent of autonomous actors. It's the system.
That's right. It would keep going. That's right. Because if I left as the head honcho, there would be another one to replace me within that framework of system to tell you if you're talking about a social system, you are most necessarily talking about humans. That's the only social thing we get.
Just trust me, bro. This is what systemic. When you're talking social and social sciences, this is what systemic means, bro. There's no two ways.
No, but the context. You've got the context right. You're right, but you've got the context wrong because where do you think the funding comes from? The funding has a criteria. The criteria is based on policy, which is systematic.
No, bro, no. You're conflating the two. The money or the funding comes from any independent actor at the time that wants to act within self-interest. It's got nothing to do with the system because that independent actor will abuse the system, and if they see a better opportunity elsewhere, go to a different system. Like, go to a different structure. Let's not use the word system. Like, the system that they left or the structure that they left, it wouldn't be the same without them. So it's not systemic. We're talking about systemic stuff. It's independent of a autonomous actor.
Why wouldn't it be the same without them? If all the employees of NASA left, do you think NASA would reemploy the same types of people? That the system is there and the people are just the objects of the system.
Yeah, but the system's got the issue, bro. That's what I mean. That's
what I'm saying. NASA, with the funding,
men,
I think we're saying the same thing and just getting caught up on some. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say it doesn't need to be argued, really. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, we're on the same page overall. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so within any kind of
way, it's a fucking issue.
All humans have an intent.
Yeah, so they all act within self-interest, bro. Yeah, and I'm not disputing like people putting reports out there to, again, for private gain. Pharmaceutical companies, cigarette companies, alcohol companies, oil companies, everybody does it. Green companies, fucking just everybody, NGOs, think tanks, they're all fucking corrupt as fuck using data. Like, nobody's disputing that.
Well, so tell us about trust.
What, in like a government body? What do you mean?
Yes, all these things. Should we trust all these things, or when do we get critical on what we're being told?
when you get educated, like not you, but like when somebody actually figures out how to critically analyze shit, bro. Like it's something you'll learn, isn't it? So whenever that is, but anyone, just you start questioning shit. Then whenever that is, I don't know.
What happens when we start looking? What do we find with these systems of people and whatnot? What's being exposed? What are we finding?
Again, one of two things. We're either finding individual actors who get away with it because they're bribing every fucker, or we put a blame on them and one person out of 100 goes to prison and it carries on anyway. Or we're finding that when we look at a system, sometimes there's no bad actors involved in a system. It's just that, again, the system itself is giving us poor results and we can't figure out why. That's why we have fucking shit policies like affirmative action and fucking, DEI hires and shit, because we think those will make it right, but obviously not. But, yeah. I'm shit at science, but social shit's my jam, bro.
Roots, what do you think, man?
Not to put words into his mouth, I think he said he might be AFK, but I think he said a few minutes ago, we are pretty much all in agreement it's an issue.
Yeah, I think whether you want to get caught up on the term systematic, I think we can all agree here. This is coming from the top down, and this is coming from a governmental enforced position. And I think you see that with the funding, you see that with the peer review, you see that with the exposure and the people who are left out of their industries and forced out and pushed out, and doctors losing their practicing rights and scientists losing their positions because of controversy. So I think this is something that is subtly enforced, but I believe it's enforced systematically. But I can understand why you don't believe that. But I think there's other ways to implement systematic policy.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I think
happy to meet you in the middle.
Yeah, no, 100%, bro. Yeah, 100%. I think it is pretty open how, I don't want to say corrupt, but how malicious the small scientific community is. Like, those fuckers will rob papers off each other just to get in the history books, steal, like, you know what I mean? Like, it is a vicious fucking realm, isn't it? Like, I don't think it's ever been a nice realm. From what I gather.
It's incentive, isn't it? It's like the film 1984, I think, or Brave New World, can't remember, where you've got the kids, they're all the prefects, and they go around snitching on the adults. I think this is something that you can but indoctrinate a population to sort of be the gatekeepers on themselves. So you don't need to have the appearance of that iron rod rulership. I think you can just focus on the population and focus on keeping the population keeping themselves in line.
Yeah. And I think that happens within this. And that's why I said I don't think it's malicious. I think the scientific populations, and somebody's mentioned it here before, not all teachers or not all scientists, some of them are just repeating the shit that's come before them and working off that, not knowing it's bullshit, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know.
Standing on the shoulders of giants. That's what I mean. They push ideologies that they, seem like, dazzling and beautiful and glamorous, but actually it's deceptive, standing on the shoulders of which giants? That's the question. And they picked the giants, and all of their giants that they picked have been pushing this ideology. And in the days when they were pushing it, they were heretics. This was not accepted. They have to get us into a place where we lose these the categories, we lose what science means, and they have to re-educate us. Then they can sort of implement these things, and they naturally play out that way, don't they? Because of incentive. It's all incentive.
It does seem, really. I don't see why another term couldn't have just been created. I don't know why they have to bring science into the social sciences. Why couldn't they just make like a new term just to keep them separate, keep it?
Well, that's my argument.
I know. I'm just building.
My first argument was they've done it to muddy the waters of science, so that now they can pass off relativity as a science, right? So when people talk about science, they come in and they start mentioning Einstein and relativity. That's not science.
I have to look at when it was categorized. Like, if people just naturally drag these methodologies into it, then started calling it, or was it like a forced thing? Like, no, you philosophers will start using this fucking methodology from now on. And it's going to imitate the scientific one. Not be a one-to-one like, but or was it more just a case of these philosophers and politicians, political writers, started to naturally adopt these techniques and methodologies? That'd be an interesting one.
I think it was to give credibility to these subjects. They couldn't use empirical science to prove anything, so they have to give credibility to the socials because they can lie with statistics.
Marketing, I do get what you're saying, marketing, yeah, to the field, like marketing the field as a whole as something more credible than what it is. I think you mentioned that earlier on, and I did agree.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point to it, really. I don't think there's much else involved. I don't think they wanted these things categorized as science for anything tangible or logical. Can they get away with it, I think, is the main thing that was on their mind.
I love the social side of it. Very cool.
A few new people in the chat. Don't know if we've got any Globers in the house. If anybody wanted to ask any questions on the flat Earth or have a discussion. No, we shall continue to shoot the shit.
Yeah, I felt like I was yapping about 10 minutes ago, bro. But as soon as somebody else bobs in. Where are you from anyway, Roots?
Midlands, mate. Birmingham.
Oh, is it? Oh, shit. Someone's got to be.
Yeah.
I'm actually passing you.
Can't you tell by the accent?
I thought it was down there somewhere, mate. I'm in Manchester. It's not a million miles out, but I'm going through yours to Leamington Spa. I think it's just south of Birmingham. Not sure.
Yeah, 40 minutes from Birmingham, something like that.
What's the toll road going to cost me to go round Birmingham, bro? Like round the.
Yeah. Why do you want to use that?
Is it worth it, or you just cut through, or what? Or...
Mate, I've used it once by mistake, and yeah, I don't know. It depends on what route. If you're trying to avoid rush hour traffic, that's the only way I can see it being useful.
To be fair, I'm on a bike. I might just go more to the east, down the Pennines, just fucking scenic. I just totally miss Birmingham. Fuck it.
I do think it's cheap, actually. It's quite cheap for bikes. Cars are quite expensive, but I think the bikes are quite cheap.
Fuck it. I was going to go through Stoke and then just hit Birmingham, hit the toll road and go around, but...
Yeah, I know more of North Birmingham and, the more northern areas, Stoke and places north of Birmingham, better than the south. I'm from North Birmingham myself.
I like how you get it in there, bro. I'm from the north of Birmingham.
Yeah. I spent more time in Manchester than I have in London, put it that way.
I was going to say, it just gets better the more northern you go, mate. We're just until you hit Scotland, and then it's just downhill.
Yeah, I love the northern towns. Some of the best nights out I've ever had as a young man up the north.
Yeah, it really is. Leeds is a good one. Liverpool's a great one.
I've been there a few times. Yeah, Liverpool's probably my favourite city up the north.
Yeah, I mean, being a man kick, I can't admit it, but it is a great night out in Liverpool. It really is. Especially if there's like a gang of you as well. There's a good 10-15 of you. Let's come up, Manny, for a burger, bro.
Yeah, my brother lived there for a while. If I ever do, I'll definitely think of you, mate. He's not there now, but yeah, I've still got friends up there, so I will keep you in mind, mate, if I ever come. Same, if you're ever in Birmingham city centre, yeah, I'll always come out. I met a few flat earthers recently in Birmingham. It's pretty cool. Yep, I'm not just a voice behind the mic. I'm happy to meet up.
That's why I'm going to Leamington Spa. There's a bunch of people that I've done like a bunch of modelling and animation with for quite a while. So that's literally why I'm going to Leamington Spa whenever it is. Oh, okay, let's just meet up in it.
Nice. Is that what you do then? Animation, modelling?
No, I do a lot of subcontracting these days. I just sub it out to Filipinos and Indians. But yeah, it's what I used to do.
Well, they are the best at it, right?
Yeah, plus the cheap labour, bro. But in a good way, like that. Like I'm giving them access. Like they're earning way more than their local fucking anime, and I'm getting a mega discount. So it genuinely is a win-win. It's not like I'm exploiting some kind of sweatshop.
I love how you put that in a disclaimer.
Yeah, you've got to. You say Filipino, like cheap labour. It's like, hang on a minute. Hang on. But yeah, easy, bro. We just go take a picture of a house. If say somebody's getting like a resin driveway or a new garden, landscape gardening, we just take a picture of the house, do the design on like Blender, charge them like 300 quid, and then send them the picture.
Yeah, respectable industry, mate. I wish if I had choice again, I would have definitely gone into design. I think it's for this day and age. I think it's pretty much one of the only growing sectors.
Yeah, it's massive
at the minute in the world. A few other sectors, but that's one of the biggest ones.
I kind of missed out on it. I didn't quite have the next thing I needed was like a 360 camera, to start doing like and drones and stuff to do like property, big football houses, style property. I really missed out on it. Didn't quite have the capital to fucking. Would have cost about 15-20k for all the proper kit. But there's people already.
I like it because there's a lot of self-taught designers and coders and stuff. I really like that you can pretty much learn all this from home and with minimal cost as well.
That's right. I do Unreal as well, like game dev shit. Marvelous Designer, clothes design, sell models for like dresses and shit. Coding websites. I made like a GTA server, like fully post-apocalyptic. It took me like 6 months, and every now and again I'll get a message on Discord, asking to buy the server. But it's fucking.
That's cool, bro.
Yeah, it's just once you've made it once with this sort of stuff, it just sells and sells.
Yeah, respectable industry, mate. I love that field. I'm trying to get my son into game design. Actually, he's only 8, but he's already interested, and I think that's a good little hobby for the young guns.
Great hobby, mate. Opens the mind up, especially his problem-solving skills. Like when you get a bug or an error, you have to like work backwards. It's reverse engineer shit, and it's just a good mentality to have for kids. Definitely.
Yes, sir. Got a guy in here called Booger Smoker. That's a unique name.
How's it going, Booger?
Smoked any good boogers lately?
Game dev's a tricky industry though, bro. Just as a heads up. Very, very competitive. With like AI as well, it's a very up in the air industry.
Yeah, I think a lot of designers think that because they can do design that they can apply for any sort of design job, and no, I think you've got to be specialised in something specific.
If they can do interior design, how old is he, kid?
He's 8.
Break you on, bro. Honestly, it might not even be an industry worth pursuing. Right now, there's too many people doing it. So I don't know how old you are, but you remember when computers became a thing and some people went to it? And then, 5-10 years later, the government in the UK made like a massive push for kids. Everyone, kids need to get to computers. So they all did. Came like Minecraft kids and shit and whatever. So the market is just saturated with generations full of these fucking computer kids. So for money, you're going to earn more money being a brickie or a plumber.
Yeah, you'd be surprised though how many sort of general jobs like project manager jobs and just like you could be in a different field but be an IT specialist within that field, especially with big companies, because IT is obviously such a big part of everything now. I think having those skills and then having a specialty, an area, procurement or I don't know, finance or something on top of that really sets you apart from people.
Just any speciality like networking. Networking is your thing, or databases,
marketing, anything.
It's too easy. I have too many friends who are just IT technicians, and they work at like a primary school doing general IT shit, or they work in like a hospital just doing general IT shit, and they've all studied like computer science. They're all very good at what they do, but it's just a very, very competitive industry. One thing. So.
But because like you said, the average person can find their way around technology and implement new tools, especially with AI. I think AI is changing the game. And I think with AI, if you can get your head around AI quickly, there's not much you can't do, once you understand what you're doing.
People making full games with AI now, bro. Like the models from like one source, the level. But there's an AI out there that you can run inside Unreal Engine, which is like a gaming platform engine, and as you're running down the road, AI is generating the world for you as you're running down the fucking road. Like, it's wild, bro. Honestly wild.
What gets me is my obsession with technology is kind of what helped me on my awakening. I think I started to realize the alignment the technology sector has with spirituality and, some of the hidden sort of within technology companies. There's a whole hidden esotericness about spirituality, religion, dimensions, quantum computing, and I think it, with Apple being the Apple sign being the apple with the bite taken out of it, that all of this started to really pop on my radar, that there's something revolutionary about this technology that's very rebellious, and I think it's taking us places that we may not be ready for, or may not want to go down that route.
You just
have you seen the monster logo? It's like, if you look at it right, there's like it looks like an M. The M's are very clearly separated between three different letters. And if you go into Hebrew and you read the letters, it says 666. That's curious, isn't it? And there's also a cross and the T on the monster. And when you drink it, you turn the cross upside down, symbolizing their satanic rebellion against God.
I have seen that monster one. But do you know when it hit me? If you were making a drink and you were like a quite like eccentric sort of person, you had design skills, marketing skills, and you just wanted to fuck with people, play a little prank, like that's the sort of shit.
Oh no! It's not a simple prank. You see, it's not a simple prank at all. It's to reject God. These people reject God fundamentally. Okay, why do they drink? Why do they want you to drink their artificial crap? Why do they want you to drink their processed slop essentially? Instead of, coffee and cigarettes, like we used to do back in the good old days. We used to drink coffee and smoke cigarettes, and now we're out here fucking popping Zins and all this artificial crap.
I still do that.
I did too. You sound young.
I still do that.
Coffee and cigarettes is natural. It's godly, really.
No, but what I mean with that 666 shit and that Hebrew shit, bro, I'm just a rambler in the Discord, but being somewhat creative, that's the sort of shit I reckon I'd do. If I got a bunch of us in a room and I was like, what the fuck are we doing for this design? How are we going to do it? That's the sort of random shit I would just do to...
If you want to fuck with people, why wouldn't you draw a massive penis on the box then, huh? If you really want to fuck with people.
Well, it has to be subtle, something that I, the creator of Monsters, see every time I look at it, but nobody else in it. It's like putting an Easter egg there, isn't it?
Exactly. Easter egg penis, an Easter egg cock, if you will.
The fact that I'm just a random in the Discord, and I think, it'd be pretty fun to do and fun to take the piss, probably means there's other people in the world out there doing the same daft shit, bro. So when we find these things on products, just put it down to either human quirkiness, some eccentric fucker, or just gibberish. Like it's
a weird way to think about it. I mean, you don't understand the further esotericism of this claim, right? Like when we look at this 666 cross upside down, I mean, there's gay people outside now. I walk outside and I see gay people. I think, why is there a 666 on the Monster can and then there's also gay people outside? Are they drinking the Monster? Is the Monster turning them gay?
Guys, can we get back on topic? What the fuck?
Sure.
I'd love to, Daz. We've got no Glober. Any Globers in the house?
Yeah, that's right.
No, the world is 100% flat. Actually, I think the world is so flat that it exists in 4 dimensions, right? So you guys know the popular game Minecraft? Very well known. I think most of you will know it, right? You'll see when you open the game on Minecraft, you'll see there's like a world generation thing, right? And like it generates a flat surface that's square, right? And a lot of promotional materials, they'll show the Earth as being what? A 4-sided cube, right? So it's like, oh my god, the world isn't just flat. It's flat in multiple dimensions. It's like different levels to this shit, you know?
You know, a sphere has like infinite dimensions of flatness at every point.
Interesting. Do you guys think there's like a possibility that Walter White is running some kind of meth lab underneath like the Giza Plateau? And that's why like all the archaeologists don't want to like rummage and dig in there because they don't want to get spoiled.
No, I don't think so, dude.
They're planning for they're obviously planning for the next season of Breaking Bad. It's just clear. It's like they're doing a new twist on it, you know. That's why they're hiding it, right? That's why they don't want to dig in there. You know, the real skeptics, the real truthers out there are finding the reality of
it. Fantastic.
What if the Earth is a triangle? Does anyone throw them? What if the Earth is a triangle?
Daz, you're up, mate.
Oh my god. Daz is up.
What's that? What's up? What are you saying?
Yeah, that's right. Daz, you're up.
I'm leaving this one to you, mate.
Oh, no,
you said why isn't the Earth a triangle, or why is the Earth a triangle?
How will we know, brother? Yeah, how will we know the overall shape, dimensions, overall? Just little old me.
Yeah. What if the Earth is actually just? What if the Earth is actually surrounded by my house? You see, I walked around my house and I kept seeing this wall. I'm thinking like maybe there's a massive wall of my house around the Earth.
If it is a triangle, it's definitely a flat triangle.
Oh, for sure. I don't see any curvature at all.
Yeah, we don't, do we?
We don't at all. No.
We see things get fuzzy as they get further away.
We know the Atlanteans. We know the Atlanteans had ancient knowledge on the Earth's shape that we're just trying to get back to. I mean, that's why everyone's so excited about the reshot structure, right?
Who knows?
We don't know that.
I do know that. I have a friend who smoked a bunch of weed, and he told me that Atlanteans know a fuck ton. They have all the knowledge in the world, after all.
All right, that's enough.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. What's the shape of a car? What's the shape of a tree? Earth isn't a shape. It's a thing. It's Earth shaped, like a car. It's car shaped. There's no point trying to pretend you can just call out a shape and say that's the Earth. You can't call out a shape and say that's a car, can you?
Exactly. It's like
It's not the purpose for what we do here. The purpose is to sort of get into the information and realize that the globe claim, the shape claim, is non-empirical. It's non-evidenced, and it's not verifiable. And in fact, what is verifiable is that water is level, locally level for me, for you, for everybody, and there's no curvature in between us. It's verifiable.
Okay. So why do shadows differ at different points on the Earth?
Oh, Lord. What do you think?
Because we live on a globe.
What's that? So you say shadow, what, distances are different on different parts of the globe?
Well, yeah, shadows differ on different parts of the globe. That would indicate living on a sphere.
So if I had a 6-foot pole sticking out of the ground at a particular time and I did it somewhere else, you're saying it would read differently because it's a sphere?
Yes.
Why? First of all, that's ridiculous, but the premise is ridiculous. If you're on a perfect sphere, why would it show any variation?
Because the Earth is not a perfect sphere. I would never made that claim. I said it was spherical.
So what difference is planting your pole in one place than another on the globe?
Well, this is an experiment you can actually do yourself, but like...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Rado, 60 seconds ago, this pair of clown shoes just said he didn't observe curvature. Now it's a globe. Which one is it?
Oh, okay. He also said the Earth's a triangle. Plus, he says he smokes weed and knows everything about it.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, see, if we allow this kind of stuff, getting back into allowing things for the listener, for the individual, this is why there's standards. Because if this is just one man coming in here talking like this. Now imagine he represented the scientific community. Just nonsense, right? No, nothing provable. There's absolutely no evidence. Now, his friend may nod with him and say, yeah, now we have consensus. All this crap, okay? Right? But
how many people do you require to have consensus?
Shut up, he's not done.
It's the individual that allows this, and that's why we're not allowing it. That's why the foot comes down quick on the neck. Quick. When you try to loosen everything up and everything's subjective, it's not.
Oh, and I'll be the first one to say, like, I'm very curious about the idea of there being a flat Earth. I just haven't seen any evidence to point to that, right?
Well, you have extremely weak evidence, if you even want to call it evidence. Is what you claim.
Okay, I'll give you a challenge.
Wait a sec, bro. Wait a sec. No, I can't let this go. No, I can't let this go, bro. You said I have not seen any evidence when you literally can see a flat horizon.
It's because perspective changes.
No. I don't care about because there's the evidence that you haven't seen any evidence. Yes, you have. You've literally seen it.
No, I haven't.
You've literally looked at the Earth and it looks flat.
Yes, I have looked at my particular perspective at my scale and seen that the sphere looks kind of flat when I look at it.
That's what you call evidence.
Why do ships cross the horizon?
I want you to admit that you've seen evidence. I want you to admit that you've seen evidence.
I haven't. Why would I?
Bro.
Why would I? Well, you
just admitted that you look at it and it looks pretty flat. That's not evidence.
Is perspective? Okay.
Is that not evidence? Is that not evidence? Is that not evidence?
You want to engage or not? Do you want to engage?
Shut up. Is that not evidence, bro?
I know.
Are you denying that seeing it look flat is not evidence?
Are you saying evidence? I was about to give you evidence towards it being round. If you just shut up for a second, okay? If you take a tennis ball, right, or a football, what do you prefer, right? And you look closer. You look close and close, or even grab your phone to have a picture, right? On like really close to the surface, on a smaller scale, you will see that it looks flatter. And if you were to zoom out,
have you seen the Earth like that? Have you seen the Earth like that?
Have you seen the Earth? Have you seen the Earth what?
Have you seen the Earth like that? Like from that vantage point where it looks round and then you got closer and it looked flat? Or have you only ever seen it look flat? Have you only ever seen it look flat?
I would just question what's the motive of like let's say NASA or ESA or
Yeah, why are you changing the subject? Stay on topic,
bro.
See, this is what happened. This is what happened. Homeboy, I'll tell you what. Why don't you bring any shred of evidence of?
Shut up! Why are you talking through him, Jules?
Jules, if you're trying to get muted, you're working your way into that category. Listen, just don't interrupt people while they're in the middle of a sentence, and we're good. Go ahead, Rojo.
Yeah. So this is on you to bring something worthwhile in the form of an evidence or a scientific proof that you're on a globe. Not your conjecture, not what if we zoom in on something. It's ridiculous. You think that's the first time we've heard this? You're way behind.
Okay.
Now bring something solid. Bring something solid, or go smoke weed and play video games with your buddy. Now, do you have anything solid?
I mean, I can just tell you. Okay, do you have a buddy in like I don't know which state you're in, right? I don't know which like.
Do you have anything solid for globe proof?
Do you have anything solid? Do you have anything solid for
yes or no? Can you say yes or no?
Yeah,
I say yes.
Yeah, we do.
I have to find the studies. Jesus Christ!
You can stop talking through him and let him finish his sentence and then speak.
Is he going to keep talking, or is he going to let me answer the question?
You can shut up and let him finish first.
God, so aggressive.
Yeah, I can tell your type already. You can't push a thumbtack through a stick of butter. But do you have any globe evidence?
Do you have any flat Earth evidence besides it looks like?
Yes, we have observance, which is looks like. And then we have measurements, okay? Measurements. And then we have and then we have utilization of the measurements, where the big boys, grown men, use huge machines to do things like travel over vast distances linearly, right? To lay pipe, tracks, roads. All this is on a slope-intercept formula that recognizes the measurement of horizontal, which is level. Now, that's just the beginning. Do you have anything globe-related for proof of the globe?
You do realize that when you're plotting a line on a map, you're plotting a pretty clear parabola across the Earth. That's how that works. When you're flying when you're flying a plane, right? Let's say you're flying from fucking Tennessee to California, right? You're not flying in a straight line. You're flying in a parabola. We can see this via GPS. You can just spot this via GPS. If you want a very simple way to prove it yourself, I mean, the reason why I'm not citing scientific evidence is I could take the time out of my data, like look up all these studies, right, that show directly that the Earth is round, right? That's fine. I can do that. I can show you pictures. You're not going to believe any of it, right? You're not going to believe any of it. You're going to say that's all. I don't know, fucking Jewish space laser.
All right, you don't have to walk one point at a time. You said
I'm just going to give you a very simple proof. Okay, I want to give you a very simple assignment. I want you to go out at noon.
No. You want to keep talking.
With your
friends. You made a claim.
On the map
I'm not doing anything. You're in this server, and you're going to bring some globe evidence in the form of proof, or you can go.
Do you accept? What proof do you accept?
Proof, scientific proof, and empirically.
He said that airplanes prove we live on the globe. Please elaborate.
This will be fun.
When you plot a straight course on a map, you're plotting a parabola. It's very simple.
Is that right? Tell us about flight paths. Tell us about gyros. Tell us about rigidity in space. Tell us about the data that we actually have from flight paths. Tell us about how radar picks them.
Atlantis.
Just start anywhere. Come on.
So Jules, do you know what pitch data is?
Jules. That's apropos. Bedazzled.
Do you know what aeroplane pitch data is?
Yes, Jules? I know what airplane data is. Could you show me the airplane data? Which proves we live on a fucking
data. He said pitch data. Are you listening?
Pitch data. Okay, fine. Pitch data. Show me the pitch data. Do we live on a dinner plate because of some pitch data?
Well, the pitch data
would guy spiraling like this.
I know. It's very funny, isn't it? He's nervous. It's okay, Jules. You don't need to be nervous. This is not personal to you. We don't care what you believe, actually. but it is important that we bring up the correct information when you make false claims. So aeroplane pitch data, if we lived on a ball, would show there would be a difference in the angle in which the aeroplane needs to be pointed and facing in order to follow the rotation of the curvature of a ball. Okay, all pitch data shows is that airplanes are flying across a plane, hence the name airplane. Yeah, pitch data does not show that planes are going around or adjusting for any type of curvature or motion. And actually, if there was any motion or rotation, an aeroplane wouldn't even be able to fly in a straight line. It would miss its target. So actually, all of the aeroplane data, never mind the handbooks and the training, show that we live on a plane and that the atmosphere is treated as non-rotating. That's the facts of airplane data.
That's the facts.
The word plane in
so true.
Plane gives it away.
This is so true. So what's the source for this?
So what were you saying, Jules? So what were you saying about airplane data? What data shows that they're going over a curve or motion or a rotating Earth?
15 minutes after the hour is your source, Jules. There are two of them.
15 minutes.
Nice, Ranger. There you go. Ranger's put in a few links for you as well to back up what I've just claimed. So do you have any links or any claims you want to make again about airplane data?
No, I think you're completely right. I completely agree. The Earth is definitely flat. I've looked outside and it seems like it's flat.
Like you said when you first got in here before you switched. Are you confused, sir, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm not confused at all. I agree. You totally changed my mind. Yeah, no, the Earth is.
You're all over the place. Is what the problem is. You're just a little dancer, aren't you? Yeah, you can't pinpoint anything. You can't be on point about anything, can you?
No,
you're just a wiggler. You're a wiggler. Do you have anything solid to bring to the table?
A wiggler. That's funny.
Yeah.
Rhoda,
I would bring it to the table if you guys wanted to hear things. Meet the wiggler.
The wiggler. Change your name to Wiggler.
I should. That's a really good idea. The wiggler.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wiggling all over the place.
That's your remote.
I prefer the hopper actually.
Now you're wiggling off topic.
Look at my profile picture, okay? I'm the hopper. I'm not the wiggler.
Yeah, now you're wiggling off topic.
Nobody cares. Wow, that's
you need to be in something like an interior design server.
A fucking man.
Right? But why don't you hop on over to somewhere else? Unless you want to bring something solid to the table. Quit wasting everybody's time.
Yeah, watching you wiggle is pretty boring. We've seen it before. Did he wiggle on out?
Just too many balls in here.
You wiggled on out.
Surprise.
How many times do we see that very personality? Wiggling, that is. With the information, that is. Why is it so difficult for the globe representatives to say yes or no to a solid question? We can say yes or no. We can also say, I don't know, about things that are unknowable, truly, that will be relegated to guesswork from any human. Right? We can say that. Yes to yes, no to no, and I don't know if it doesn't meet one of those other criteria, right? We have no problem saying those things. Just like you hear Jules come in here talking about pitch data being a parabola on a map. Look at all the things he's bringing in that sentence.
I think he was getting his arguments confused. I don't think he knew what he was talking about.
So back again to us as individuals and the allowance of sin. And if that's okay or not. It's not coming through my gate, and I know it's not coming through y'all's either. Rejected. You got to bring something better than that, Globe. Much better. High standard over here. Coming in talking about the world is my house walls. The world's a triangle. See? Slippery crap. It makes this server look silly when we allow that kind of rhetoric. What if? What
It's a
if?
good job we don't. What if what?
Exactly. What if? We're not talking about what ifs. Let's start with objective realities. The what is.
That was a cool line, Broto. I like that.
I like it too.
It's very hard to find people that can keep up with the subject, isn't it? And when we do, that's when everybody gets excited. But it's rare. It's so rare now.
I'm liking this stage of things. I mean, it's just every day, right? More and more historic data points of yesterdays of these Globers coming in with absolutely lame arguments. We are calling for the best of the Globe representatives to come in here. Every day calling for them. And this is the level that we get of the representatives. They're all over the place. They have nothing solid. They have no proof of anything that they've brought so far because they're trying to prove something fake, so they won't be able to do that. So wiggling will be the MO. And it's not I want the audience, any neutral listener out there, to hear how the Globe's being represented. It's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. And I hope you get embarrassed, any listener out there that's sitting on the fence or a Glober. Be embarrassed to have the Globe badge on your chest. It's quite the embarrassment.
Would something be embarrassing, though, if the majority of people agree with it? Like, even if it's wrong, let's say the majority of people are wrong on something, it probably wouldn't be
That was the consensus argument we were having, the discussion we were talking about earlier. Consensus doesn't matter in this subject.
I guess, yeah. I don't think most people would be embarrassed about it. Unless they're in here, I guess, talking to
Absolutely. The default position most people have when they come in here is, oh, these flat earthers are dumb. Let's prove them wrong. They come in here and find out that they didn't know nothing. So, yes, you're wrong once again.
Sure, yeah.
That's the embarrassing bit. Whether they accept the embarrassment,
when they're in here, yes,
we don't care. We don't care if they don't accept the embarrassment. It is embarrassing. They should be embarrassed. That's the argument Roto's making. You should be embarrassed, although you're not.
All right, yeah, that's more fair to put it. I also think, I mean, you guys are probably experts in flat earth and round earth and whatever, and then you get people like myself and other people who aren't experts on this, or I don't want to use the word experts, but people who aren't as well read on this stuff. So obviously, like, you're not going to get a Neil deGrasse Tyson in here arguing why the earth is round. Whereas like Nathan Oakley or whoever else are like the top of the top for flat earthers, or whoever you guys may consider.
Oh, I guarantee you Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't come in here. You know why? He's absolutely threatened because he knows what's up. He's a magician. He knows what he's doing with the sleight of mouth, right? Yeah, he knows exactly. That's why these types of representatives, right, will never be in here. They will absolutely get hammered. And the only thing they're going to bring is wiggle, right? Mathematical invocations backed by verbiage. That's wiggle. It has nothing to do with reality. He'll bring you concepts, the football, the Coriolis, that type of crap. Okay? Horse crap. Easily squashed. Right? That's why they won't come in here. Once you're under that, interested, intelligent individuals like Pads, right? He's a glober. He's as contrary as my ex-wife, but I'd have a beer with him because it seems like he wants to know something, even though he's not bringing much.
Even if fear was the reason that was keeping Neil deGrasse Tyson from entering here, I do not think that's the first reason he's not in here. I highly doubt it's fear.
That's fine. Here's where we get into social sciences. One side, I'll guarantee you.
Neil deGrasse Tyson agreed to have a debate on Joe Rogan's podcast with a flat earther. I can't remember who. Yeah. And he agreed to it, and then he backed out of it. So I just want to make sure you got that context there. He definitely is scared. And then he went from saying, yeah, I'll debate a flat earther to I don't have time to debate flat earth.
Sure.
Sorry, Roto. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that Neil deGrasse Tyson has definitely backed out of a flat earth debate and is now refusing to even entertain the subject anymore.
I'll take your word on that. I'm just saying this is a very weird Discord channel to be on. Not like weird to be in the flat earth Discord channel, but why would someone as big as Neil deGrasse Tyson be on this Discord?
Who cares? But I'll tell you what, Neil deGrasse Tyson and his ilk are warmly welcome here with open arms. In fact, Neil, if you're listening, please come talk to us and school us for a little while. Give us an hour of your time and tell us how the world is. Please do that. A warm, friendly, loving welcome to Neil deGrasse Tyson, the figurehead for the globe, the guru of representatives for the globe. Please come in here. We'll be cordial and nice, okay? And we're just going to talk about the facts, all right? So the audience can hear you flap your fat gums, okay? And then hear the other side of things. We love you, Neil. Come talk to us.
Or we can argue that he's an actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a Neil deGrasse Tyson fan. I just know he's one of the biggest people who talk about the Earth and its shape.
Have you ever listened to him?
It's been a couple of years since I actually sat down and listened to him for an extended period of time. It's mostly.
Do you just swallow the whole thing, or do you tilt your head a bit on the information?
I think about everything I hear from everyone. I don't actively listen to someone like Neil deGrasse. I don't actively listen to anyone who talks about the Earth and its curvature, non-curvature.
Are you a glober?
I really just come here.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. I know the Earth is round.
You know it is?
I'm not going to come here and prove it to you guys. I just like talking about the other stuff, the more meta things.
But you say
I've had my dozens of conversations.
We don't. So we're not going to talk about meta shit. Talk about the topic.
I think it's interesting, like talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson not coming in here. I think that's interesting.
Yeah,
you can talk about the topic, or you can go away.
All right, we'll just sit here in silence then.
Well, you say you know the Earth is a globe. We're not going to jump on you, man. If you're bringing anything that you feel is solid, would you like to lay anything on the table with this, or what you know?
I've had these conversations in here plenty of times. I'd rather just talk about other things, more friendlier things.
Other than the nature of Earth?
Because we've had these conversations, and it's going to be a brick wall for both of us here.
Well, you're in the wrong server for casual coffee talk, really. It's going to center around the nature of Earth.
I understand that. The casual conversations happen here all the time. There was just one like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But then it got slapped back onto point.
I think it's also nice to have casual conversations because it kind of breaks that barrier of hatred between
There's no hatred.
beliefs.
This is just a matter of knowing something or not and proofs of this existence. Because people are actually interested in this experience that they're having, where they're at, what it's all about, what is the truth of this place. Some people are concerned. They care about that kind of thing. Other people are more flippant. They don't care. Play a video game, chasing boobs, burgers, and bucks. Okay? Go do your thing if that's what's up. But this is for people who actually have true questions that they want to internalize as answers. Right? So, do you have anything casual to say about that?
No, I think that's good to have a space like this. We should be questioning everything.
Are you one of those types that care about where you're at and seeking some sort of truth to make sense of this place?
Absolutely. I seek truth in everything. I mean, I'm not a spiritual person, but I think a lot about religion. I've
Okay,
read
that's
the
good.
entire Bible despite not being Catholic or Christian or anything.
Okay, that's good. So you say you know things about the nature of Earth, though.
Yes. I mean, I think there's a difference between knowing and having like a very deep understanding and actually not just observing, but doing the experiments yourself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have any examples?
Do I have an example? I mean, I've never personally done experiments to determine whether the Earth is round or flat, other than just hearing how people have done their own experiments and then.
So I'm curious, how do you know then? What are your standards of knowing something?
I mean, there's a lot more standards of knowing something. I mean, it's more so just being confident that something is true rather than having the knowledge to explain why something is true. Like, I'm confident that eating a carrot is good for me. I couldn't tell you why eating a carrot's good for me. I mean, I could list off, it's got a lot of minerals and it has a lot of nutrients to it, but why are those good for me? I really can't tell you. Like, my body needs it, but it's kind of like that. That's my knowledge.
So you don't really know. You just accept it.
Sure, whatever definition you want to use.
Okay.
And I don't.
So you allow some vagueness to enter your frame. That's okay with you, right?
By your definition, yes. And then by your definition as well, I could say, well, I don't know Barack Obama's a real person.
Okay, so you're talking about subjective things then, right? The way you perceive things. You're not talking about objective realities that everyone has to say, this is it, right?
Well, let me put it this way. The word objective, I mean, you're 100% certain that something's true. Like, it's objectively true. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can be but to me, I could say I feel that it's objectively true that Barack Obama's a real person, even though I've never met him. And maybe there's that 0.00000 so on and so forth, 1% chance that he's.
How do you validate that? How do you validate that?
We're talking about the nature of
eating Barack Obama myself.
Okay,
exactly.
So what
you can't validate that.
And what you're saying is there are no objective truths to be had. Is that correct?
I mean, it really depends on how you define.
Is that a yes or a no? So you're putting subjective definitions to objective, right there.
By my definition, there are objective truths.
There are objective truths to be had. Yes or no?
My name in this Discord server is Nate. That's an objective truth.
Great start.
So yes, there are objective truths, correct?
Don't be condescending to me. If you guys want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. You don't have to do
I apologize. That's my bad.
I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm trying to have an honest conversation here.
I didn't know. I was actually surprised. I thought you were going to go the other way and say there was no objective reality. But I appreciate you got there.
I mean, people have these phrases and stuff in here too that maybe not everyone's going to understand. Everyone's going to have their definition of this shit. And I'm just going to accept that as what it is.
That's fine. That's true. People can have their own definitions for anything they want to, and it can get wildly vague. Okay? That's why we're looking for objective truths. All right. So do you believe that, say, something like plumb and level are real? Objective? That don't vary? Plumb and level. Yeah. Do you think those are objective truths that don't vary? They're objective reality forever. So yes or no?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's a start. Okay.
I mean, what do you really mean by objective?
Well, let me ask you this.
With a level word plumb.
Why do we? What does when we hang a plumb bob and we raise a spirit level to it, we get this perpendicular. What is the Earth saying? What is the Earth telling us with what we're reading here with these tools?
That this is level relative to where we're at. This is flat.
So, okay. Now there's 10 million of us side by side holding the very tools, plumb and level. What are you noticing in relation from one plumb and level to the next plumb and level? Right next to it. Anything to notice there objectively?
What do you want me to say, that they're all on the same line? They're all on the same horizontal?
Yes, I do want you to say that, but will you?
Well, here's the thing: you're telling me something, but I'm not saying it for myself, and then I'm not measuring it for myself as well. So if you show me that, sure, it's level. They're all level with each other, but
yeah, they are. But you're confident they're not, right? Because you mentioned local.
Well, we don't have this stuff in front of us. Like we don't have a body of water.
Oh, yeah, we do. Every single day we have it in front of us. You may not. Okay,
yeah,
but the world actually
right now.
When we do things like roads, tracks, pipelines, planes, radar, ballistics, sonar, all these things run off that horizontal plane. It never wavers. It's a straight line for any distance you can imagine. Now, you have a hard time with that objective aspect of things, don't you?
All right. So when you talk about all these other people and their professions, I'm not going to claim to understand how their profession works. I'm guessing you're not laying pipes. I'm guessing you're not building massive structures that stretch out for miles. So I'm not going to claim to be an expert in that field. I'm not going to tell you how they do their job. I can look things up online, but
I'm not asking about your profession, or I'm not making a comment about anybody's profession. I'm telling you, this is how the world is operated on because of the way it measures. See? So the horizontal and vertical will always be respected. When we put something in the air and we send it over a distance, that perpendicular will be respected. Right? Like
when you send it over distance, that's where it gets a little fuzzy with me. But yes,
no, it doesn't get fuzzy at all. It's rigidity in space.
I mean, yes, things will always conform to being level. What do you mean by distance, though? You mean it's going to be the exact same position over like dozens of miles? It's going to be the same.
It's called a level flight.
Disagree with that.
Not the exact same position. It will be the horizontals will be parallel to each other.
That's right.
You could be up in a hill, and the other guy can be 100 miles down in a valley or next to the sea level, and your horizontal, your TV, your water cup on the table, it's gonna be parallel to his water on the table. Or his
same orientation.
I agree. They would be parallel if they were on the same perpendicular. Yes. If they were on the same vertical line, yes.
Oh, that's the thing about perpendicular. See, you're looking for a perpendicular to a circle, and you'll never achieve that. All the perpendiculars are in relation to each other. You cannot escape them over any height, depth, or distance. There will always be the perpendicular. And if everyone was hanging a plumb bob in spirit level, they would all the verticals would be parallel and all the horizontals would be parallel. So any horizontal vector you have goes off infinitely in that vector, in that direction, without waver. It'll never curve. That's not what horizontal does. That's not what vertical does. If your verticals diverge, you're not vertical. If your parallels diverge, you're not parallel. You got to respect the geometry of this thing. But it's not just the geometry. The earth is showing you these tools are the expression of what the earth's trying to tell you. Now, you can go against it and rebel, for example, like building. But if you build out of level and horizontal, you're going to have a crooked structure because you didn't submit to what the earth's expression is. And that's perpendicular. It's called natural balance, and it's everywhere. Natural balance, level and vertical. It's between your ears. It keeps you upright so you don't fall over. And everything is based off weight or counterweight once you get off of the vertical. If you put weight on one side of the vertical without counterweighting it, it's going to fall. There's inescapable. Through all the air, underground, underwater, all this stuff, there's a perpendicular. All those verticals are parallel. All the horizontals are parallel, as so eloquently just put by our friend here. That's the reality of this world. You're on a grid in the air. That's what perpendicular is. Wiggling out of that 90, an 89, an 80 foot, whatever you want to make it, that's subjective. That's not the way it is. That's not the way it works.
The only way you're gonna diverge from the horizontal is like you going down the hill or up the hill, and you're gonna adjust to that change of topography. But then when you adjust again to the horizontal, it's gonna be the same all across.
Yes, sir. And that's what slope intercept is. That level line, that horizontal line is your zero. Anything that comes up above that or anything that dips down below that are your peaks and valleys, oriented to a straight line. Always.
Tell me, Nate. Tell me your horizontal and my horizontal are not at the same orientation without telling me that they're the same orientation.
Here's the issue: your horizontal is relative to where you set that. It's all relative to what you're.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I think it is.
Well,
right now,
I can't prove. So here we go, audience. This man wants to look at things subjectively and make it the way he wants to make it. This is what we're up against here, audience. This is wiggle. This is not the way it's done. This is not the way it's utilized every single day for all of mankind before the globe was invoked. The men did it this way all the time, with balance, over distance even, rise and run, excavation, drainage, understands level and being out of level. And it's very well understood. And here's the key point, as was said, all of these horizontals are parallel and all of your verticals are parallel. As many as you want. Millions of vertical reads will all be parallel. Millions at one time of your horizontal reads with these tools, because water is true level, will be parallel with each other. That's how you get these 90s. There's no wiggle room.
Yeah, Nate, tell me that our horizontals are at the same orientation without telling me that they're at a different orientation.
I mean, we're just gonna have a disagreement here. You know, if I'm in America and you're on the other side of the world, I'm gonna think that my up is your down and your down is like it's not.
There you go. Go ahead.
You're going to say that
we have different beliefs here.
You're going to say that our horizontal. Yeah, you're going to say that our horizontals, your horizontal, my horizontal, intersects, right?
Sure.
Right, but your horizontal, that's your orientation, right? That you've established, and I've established a horizontal orientation.
Relative
They're the
to
same. They're the same, right? They're the same. The same orientation, right?
What do you mean by the same? Like we would be, we're parallel to each other right now. Our horizontal, our verticals are parallel with each other. If we would,
you won't be able to. Well, they're both horizontal, right?
But I would say we're both horizontal.
Right. Right. So your horizontal is horizontal, and my horizontal is horizontal, right? But now you're going to say that yours is at a different orientation to mine.
Yes.
And horizontal is an orientation, isn't it?
It isn't an orientation. I mean, no. But when you deal with these definitions of
horizontal is not an orientation. You can't orient something horizontally.
Yes, I know horizontal is always the same, right? You're right.
It's an orientation.
I understand.
Right. So I have a horizontal orientation. You have a horizontal orientation, but they're not at the same orientation.
When you have these very strict definitions to what horizontal has to mean, then sure, like I'm wrong, and let's make up another word for what we're actually doing then. Like how are we standing?
If you're very strict on something like horizontal is a straight line and horizontal and level, that horizontal is level and level is horizontal, yeah, when you wiggle out of that, yeah, all kinds of things change. You can take that horizontal and make it a corkscrew. You can make it ramp up. You can make it ramp down. Ultimately, on your globe, it's a big circle, isn't it? The horizontal circle. How about that? My horizontal circle, your horizontal, it's all relative because it's a circle, but it looks like a straight line to everyone. This is the kind of wiggle you're bringing. And you use the word, if you want to be that strict, oh yeah, we do want to be that strict. It's like being in level. Level is very strict. Everything else is out of level. Any other choice that you make that doesn't match that water line, that water level, is going to be out of level. That's a whole lot of options.
the issue.
That's why it's strict. That's why it's strict. And it's not relative. It's very narrow and strict.
Your definition of horizontal means that everyone uses the same horizontal, and I disagree.
It's not his definition. Listen, it's not his definition. Hello. Is the definition. This is not. You said that you disagree. You said that you disagree. This is bro. You got it wrong. This is not an agree or disagree genre. This is objective.
Like 4 different people here. Let me.
You cannot disagree with a horizontal frame of reference. You can't disagree with it. You have to adjust. Listen, you have to adjust to it if you're gonna build. And even when you wake up, your vestibular system orients, puts you in an orientation of horizontal. You have liquid in your inner canals in your ears that show you and tell you by your senses, your vestibular system, how the horizontal is. Water.
All right, so
liquid in your inner canal. This is not an opinion thing.
Horizontal is relative to the observer. That's my definition. So we'll use a different. We'll make up a word for whatever that means. I don't know. We could use horizontal.
Is your
citation? Also, citation that horizontal is relative for whatever that means.
This is your brain on globe, kids.
Now what about a water level? Listen to this, audience. Listen to this, because what this man's about to say when I ask him this question. Okay, Glover.
Okay, if you guys don't want to be nice, and I don't have to talk to either. Like, this is what I was talking about before.
Hold on. Can you tell us you can get perpendicular from a circle?
You're entering this conversation with an attack on me, bro. Like, why would I?
There's no attack. This is, bro. Listen, don't. This is not against you. This is not a personal thing. Nobody is here to get you. This is a conversation about the actual topics. If you say something dumb, someone is gonna call it out. It's not against you, the person.
That's fine to call me out for saying something dumb. You did not. Okay. That was not calling me dumb, though. Before what happened, let's see how this guy answers this question. Yeah, that's setting me up for success in this conversation. Come on.
Well, this is what you're so assured of, and I want the audience to hear what you have to say, because you have to say these things if you're on a globe. So please tell the audience. Please tell the audience so they can hear that you can get a perpendicular off a circle.
I was willing to have a conversation until you started being an asshole. So
okay, I'm not being an asshole. I'm asking you a question for you to answer to the audience, because this is about the audience. It's not about us or you. So it's about the expansion of information. So tell us that you can get perpendicular from a circle. Just say it. Just say it. So we can get into this relative horizontal thing you're discussing. Step 1, you're going to get a perpendicular off a circle, correct?
You got him by the balls in his feelings, bro. He doesn't want to talk.
I was just trying to have a reasonable conversation with people, and I'm getting attacked. It's like 5 out of 1.
You're not answering his question. We don't want to hear that again. You're not answering his question. You don't want to hear
your feelings, bro. Just concentrate. Concentrate on what's being said. Concentrate on the information. Don't worry about your feelings, dude.
Don't worry about your feelings. Are we stupid here?
Or just don't talk at all. Or just don't talk at all.
Bro, you're claiming to be attacked, but nobody's attacking you personally. You're making claims with extreme confidence, and we're critiquing your claims because that's not how horizontal works in terms of building, in terms of any kind of measurement or whatever. Like, that's not how we treat horizontal, is it?
That's different from saying I'm wrong. You guys can say I'm wrong. That was not what was happening about a minute ago. So
well, we know you're wrong,
and we also have all this dogpiling too. So it's just not. It's not a fair conversation.
What'd you expect in a flat Earth server? Okay, we're all trying to talk to you,
but but now you're moving the goalposts with what's going on in here, right?
Okay,
you went from nothing to attacks to
now it's just getting meta and about feelings. Okay, we can move on.
Meta and about feelings.
What you have to understand, there's an audience listening, and you're representing the globe right now. So bring it and swing it, okay? And so, first of all, we're talking about the nature of Earth, the observance, the measurement, and the way it's utilized as in these perpendiculars. Are you okay with talking about perpendicular on the globe, sir?
I'd rather talk about your favorite movie, buddy.
Okay. Well, so we're about done here, right?
That's not what we do here. Why do you expect, as a Glober joining a Flat Earth server, you expect us to sit here and ask you how your nan is?
Be real with me. I was willing to have a conversation, and then I was getting attacked. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. If people are going to attack me for things other than just being wrong, I'm not going to have that conversation. We can discuss the globe Earth or the flat Earth, but I'm not going to discuss why I'm a fucking idiot or whatever. Like, it's
nobody's telling you an idiot. Listen, you just gotta
I
know
know
that
no one directly said I'm not an idiot, but you guys clearly
just know this. We're gonna keep it real now. You're talking about horizontals, and you gotta know that there are no horizontals on a sphere, on a globe. There's no horizontals.
There's a lot more
in reality, listen. In the real world, we see and observe horizons. We make horizontal lines. We utilize them in reality. In reality, horizontal lines, we have this and observe it and use them. Therefore, you're not in a globe, because you cannot have horizontal lines on a globe. You heard that?
That's not arbitrary either. This is the way the Earth expresses itself. This statement that this man just made to you, what he's telling you, these are the measurements because of plumb and level. It's inescapable, right? So this is an arbitrary thing. We ask the Earth, what are you here? What's your read? It would say, I'm a curve. If it were a curve, it doesn't say it's a curve. It's horizontal, is what it says. That's how we know what level is. That's why we use water as a representation of true level, because of the way it obeys the Earth's expression. Water lies flat, at rest. A plumb bob is its perpendicular opposite, the vertical. We're asking the Earth, what are you? It says, all these are verticals. All these are horizontals. It'll never say anything but that, ever. It'll never say I'm a curve with any tool. So we start building. And guess what? It works out. Turns out the perpendicular principle is real. It's everywhere. So that's why we take something over a distance and it obeys that level horizontal. Like flight. We put the money into building a plane. We're doing it all the time now. That's a straight level flight. When they level off, then they gain rigidity in space. Now, your big deal is pointing out one perpendicular. That's what the globe likes to do, in one point, which makes it very local. But as soon as you put the party together and you see the big picture of the grid, where there's perpendicular corners everywhere if you want to invoke one in building. In other words, if you want to take that Earth expression of the perpendicular, the level and the plumb, you can put your hands to it with material. You can create a wall that's completely level on top for as many miles as you want to go. And you can run that spirit level over the top of that wall and it will read level the whole way down. Because you've built obeying the expressions of the Earth. Level and plumb, the perpendicular, natural balance, everywhere, inescapable. This is how we know. This is where the term utilization of these measurements come in. Now we don't just observe and measure. Now we're putting the rubber to the road with machines and things and the concept of slope-intercept and a truly horizontal straight line as it's defined. Not your subjective definition of wiggle. It's a straight line. It's horizontal. It's level. It will always be that way. It's always been that way. And this is the reclamation of the whole thing. It was this way before any kind of globe thought came to be. This is the way all things were built and adhered to in utilization over all time, because this is the way it is over all time. It'll never change. It hasn't changed. And this is a true reclamation of getting that strictness back on the table instead of all this wiggle, ridiculous embarrassment to the way it is. I might be getting a little loud. I'll back off.
Geez, if he feels attacked by us questioning his claims, like, my God, should try being a flat earther, dude. You want to feel what it's like to be really attacked.
I'm not trying to attack you guys, so I expect the same kind of respect given to me, right?
But we're not.
We're all human beings here. We're all human beings.
Yeah, nobody's being rude and nobody's being personal. We're just we're trying to get the conversation going, and we're trying to get you to realize that this horizontal and this plumb and horizontal is universal. I mean, you can go take a theodolite, take multiple readings, and establish something called a circle of equal altitude, and you're establishing hundreds of miles of flatness between those points. You know, there is ways to verify what's being said here. This is not a personal attack.
I mean, I don't think you were trying to attack me, but people were basically saying, let's see how this guy answers this. I'm like, come on, like, you know what that means.
That's a question, brother. From the forum that you're in, it's a question related to the nature of.
When you say let's see how this guy answers this, it's basically you.
Then he immediately apologized. Like, why are we still on feelings right now? What the fuck?
Are we gonna? Do you want to let me finish, or are you just gonna talk over me? Like, you guys get upset all the time.
Baby, bro, what the fuck is happening? Do you have a vagina between your legs?
You have a vagina between. So what do you have against women now? Wait, what? Can I just ask? What do you have against women? I'm just curious.
That's stupid. Are you threatened by saying
they get emotional?
I'm just curious. You said, why do I have a vagina between my legs? So you're implying that being a woman is bad because they're emotional or something?
No, it's not implying they're bad. It's just that they get emotional and you're acting emotional about something, a logical conversation. There is no need to take any offense to anything that's been said today.
Yeah,
we were in the same boat as you, brother. We were all Globers.
No. I thought you guys were smarter than this.
Yeah, now you're scrambling.
Okay. Yeah.
What do you mean by scrambling? Could you explain that?
You feel attacked. Is this correct? You feel attacked and threatened.
What do you mean by scrambling? Can I get clarification? Or can you not explain that?
He's trying to avoid his own attack that he just made.
Okay, silence.
Just like Jules, you're bedazzled.
Just like Jules.
Yeah, the last guy that was in here wiggling. Now, I told you that that your answers are gonna go out to an audience, and you seem a little shy about what when you came in here. You said, "I know the Earth's a globe." We're asking you.
That's not even what shy means.
So, step one with what you're talking about with local out of your mouth is that you're going to get a perpendicular local. Now, this is what I want you to tell the audience, that you can get a perpendicular on a circle. Just say it, because that's what you know to be true, correct? I just want you to say it for the audience. Now, if you find that threatening,
or you can also concede
if you find that threatening.
But you understand how I'm not going to give you guys a lecture on like how to talk to people normally, but when you say, now if you find that threatening, that's not leading to an honest conversation. I don't want to have to
you can also concede. He's telling you to do something, but if your point is void and you don't actually know something, you can say, you know what, I don't actually know the Earth is a globe or whatever. If you concede in a point, you can. And you can concede any point.
I concede you guys win. I will just say that Nathan Oakley would call you out for white knighting right now for talking up. So I just want to point that out too. I just think that's funny. I know you guys don't do that, but Nathan Oakley loves to call out white knighting.
Nathan Oakley, who's that?
He's a flat earther who comes in here.
He's in here? You want to talk to him?
He's not in here right now. I talked to him if he was. I've spoken to him multiple times.
What would Johnny say?
I just think his antics are pretty funny.
What would
He's an entertaining dude, I'll give him that.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's... I don't know what his goal of being here really is other than making money, because he's certainly not convincing people to become flat earthers.
Is that because you feel that way? Is that subjective, sir?
Yes, it is.
Nathan's kicking ass and taking names, and he's converting people every day.
Converting?
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Well, you're making a claim without any evidence. That's what I think about it.
Like you just did.
Yep. So why don't you back up here since I called you up first?
Okay. So
also, I didn't make a claim. I made an assumption. That's a little different.
Okay. Very good.
So
do you have any claim?
I'm open to being wrong.
Well, that's good. That's a good first start. We all are.
So where's your evidence of this person being converted to being a flat earther from a globe earther?
It's irrelevant. It's got nothing to do with the nature of Earth. You might as well be talking about Johnny and Sally.
Listen, real quick. Everyone in here used to believe in the globe.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. That's
so. Isn't it obvious that people actually dropped the belief and came to acknowledging reality and trying to, have the conversation about it?
Here's my issue with that logic. I think there's a lot of people who were Democrats that became Republicans and vice versa. And I'm not saying one ideology is right from the other, but people switch sides all the time. It doesn't make one side more correct.
Irrelevant.
Remember, flat Earth's not a claim of cosmology or shape, right? We're just acknowledging, flat earthers is a term for the fact that we're just acknowledging the fact that this claim of curvature or motion or a vacuum in the sky doesn't match natural law, natural observation, and it's just something we share, that we've all understood this. We all understand that there is no way to prove any of these claims. That's it. There is no ideology you need or we're trying to push on you. We're just trying to get you to question, and that's why it's focused on you, and that's why we're not focused on pushing any ideas, because we just want to understand where you're at and then just want you to understand that what you're saying is faith-based, basically. You're coming from a place of faith, which is fine, but that's not an attack.
So that's fine what you said. I'm just saying that's kind of separate from what I was arguing before, because they were kind of trying to imply that because someone switched sides from one side to another, that means the side they switched to is the correct one. That's what I'm...
Yeah, but we didn't switch to a new ideology or cosmology.
I'm just saying what you're saying is fine. I'm not...
Yeah. But we haven't switched to a new ideology or cosmology. It's just understanding and accepting the fact that all these claims are not verifiable, they're not empirical, and they're actually philosophical. So this makes the globe more of a religion, and we are sort of those who have left that cult or religion.
With that being said, though, that they're not verifiable by, like, me, right? But then I would also have to say that the people who claim to have seen the Earth being round would have to be liars. So it is verifiable if those people are telling the truth.
What, can 100 people lie?
And
I'm not saying they're telling the truth or lying. I'm just saying, yeah, I can't verify it. I haven't been out to space or whatever.
But anyway, round and flat are not mutually exclusive, dude. You can have a round table, a round penny, a round frisbee.
That's round relative to this 2 dimensions, not 3, though.
Yeah, circles are round and flat.
2-dimensional, though. That's...
So, anyways, you said that some people saw the Earth as round, but is that another belief?
You know what I meant, though. I know that people said they claim. There are people who claim that the Earth is a globe. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's not a belief. I've seen people say that.
So there's more people that claim they've seen Bigfoot.
I don't have the numbers, so I don't know.
This is why we cut through the minutia.
There is more people. There is more people. Listen, there is more people that claim they've been abducted by aliens, and they've been done experiments by aliens.
I don't have the data.
That's why we don't work on claims. We work on objective truths. We're seeking objective truths here.
Yeah, I've heard people who claim they saw the curve from an aeroplane window, not knowing that the aeroplane window itself is curved, not knowing that when you're at high altitude, your horizon wraps around you in a giant circle because that's the limitations of your perspective. So there's a lot of people who don't understand how perspective works who claim they've seen the curve. Do we need to believe them, especially if they don't understand how perspective works? No. Of course not. So we don't bother with that. We don't bother with those claims. We bother with what is verifiable. Can you verify there is drop over distance and curvature? Nothing in this world comports with that. Nothing.
Ever.
That's what we're trying to get across to you.
there are more people that say that they have spoken to God, and there's more people that say they are the return of the Creator. You know, they are Jesus Christ. More people that say that than the ones that claim that they saw the globe.
The way human psychology works, if you get an idea put in your head, then you're more likely to see that. If that idea is not in your mind at all, then you wouldn't have even come to those conclusions.
That's true.
And this is what's happened. People think the Earth is a ball without verification. They see perspective from high altitude and assume they're seeing curvature. In reality, that's not what they're seeing, and they're not even supposed to see curvature from an aeroplane if you ask your own scientists.
The airplane example, it will be like confirmation bias, because a lot of people will kind of hear it in the TV or whatever. I'll see the globe, and then they hear it from someone, and once they get in the airplane and they look out the window, in their mind, they think that they see curvature, but they're not. They're just confirming with their bias mentally. But you're gonna see some people. Some people are gonna say, I see a horizontal line. I don't see any curvature from the airplane. And then next to that guy, he says, I see the curvature. Who's correct?
Good point, Jamesy. Yep. Even sometimes I'll see, right, because it's been programmed into my head for so long as well, I'll see a horizon and I'll think, oh shit, I think I can see a little bit of curve there. And it's not until I actually draw a perfectly straight line across it, I'm like, damn, that was just my programming kicking in.
Your mental image. This is advertising. Yeah. These are marketing strategies. That mental image is gold for advertising. They want to implant that, right? So whether you're talking about science or anything somebody's selling, that mental image is a big deal. But it doesn't mean anything. It just seems like it. But you can see, as it was just stated, somebody looking out, you got a mental image of curvature. You kind of warp that straight line into being what the mental image is. Without that mental image, though, what are you truly seeing? If you didn't have the mental image of the curve, no one's going to see curve. That's why the horizon's horizontal, especially if you're looking at water, because we know water's level at rest. And talk about that zoom out, even though there's little ripples in the water, when you zoom out, you see the horizon line, right? Then it flattens out. That's why we use the horizon on water. You don't necessarily see all those little ripples, because what's known is water at rest is true level, an unwaverable vector at any height. The horizon is horizontal.
Well, when you add everything up, the globe is complete nonsense. It goes against everything we know about water, containment, gas pressure, your senses, your vestibular system, the actual observations, the lack of evidence of movement of the ground below our feet. So they claim the opposite of everything we observe, detect, experience, measured. The globe is complete nonsense. It goes against physics, real physics.
It goes against geometry as well.
Yeah. It's complete fiction. You know, when he said that, there's people that saw the globe, right? You know that before those people allegedly went and saw the globe, there was already drawings of this globe. The movie makers, I think it was the movie studios that had depictions of the globe. How do those guys knew how the globe looked like? And they put it in the movies. In the introduction, when you about to watch the movie and you see Universal Studios and you see the globe, it's so cartoons and movies.
It was a perfect guess, wasn't it? Ridiculous.
What about that symbol of the circle on top of the square? Usurping the square, huh? We're going to take the square, we're going to make it a circle. Yeah, when in reality there are actual squares and actual circles that latitude, right? We're dealing with straight lines. We're dealing with circles from a center point, the true circles from the center point, the north, right? There's your circles. From that center point, you got a pie slice like triangles. There's your triangle. This is geometry. In the air, we work on the perpendicular. There's your squares. Squares, triangles, circles, all on a flat plane.
Hey, Knight, tell me one thing of the globe that makes sense to you. Actual sense that makes sense that from reality you can say, hey, the globe actually makes sense.
At this point, my response is just going to be, I listen to the experts.
The experts, they make sense. Even though when they speak nonsense, you hear them speaking nonsense, and you say that nonsense makes sense. That's what you're saying.
Well, to me, the experts aren't the people that are on TV.
So who's the expert? Can you say one? What's his name or her name?
Well, it's the people who write the textbooks.
An expert will tell you that a triangle can be a circle. Is that true?
What? I'm sure when they lost their mind, sure. I'm sure once they lose their mind, yeah.
Well, these are the types of things. These are the leaps of logic that's piping down to your ears from the quote unquote experts.
So who says that a circle is a triangle or whatever?
That's a logical fallacy. You're saying, oh, I believe in the experts for whatever they say.
What do you mean? Why is it a logical fallacy then? Explain that to me.
Because the expert can tell you anything, and you say, hey, he's the expert.
You're appealing to authority. You're appealing to authority without actually checking any facts.
Right. So let me ask you this then. What's the difference between listening to these people and listening to a doctor that tells me, hey, lose weight, you're 300 pounds or whatever?
We're not going to go into medical stuff, but
I'm just saying, you're the expert.
You gotta remember, it's not. You're saying you're making a difference, bro. Listen. You gotta make a difference between people in the realist level. If we're gonna talk about experts in horizontal lines or water containment, gas pressure, we can talk to those experts, and things are gonna work in reality. But the experts that you're talking about, they're talking about things that happen outside of reality. They're telling you stories. They're telling you, hey, we can have water and gas pressure on the outside of a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, but they cannot demonstrate it. They cannot show it to you. They're just gonna write it down on a piece of paper and make you a drawing and paint it and paint the water blue, and then you're gonna see, you see this blue water around this circle that I drew? This circle is a sphere, and you're going to follow what the expert is saying, right? This circle is a sphere, and this water that I drew in it, it's the water that is attached to it, and this circle is actually spinning. That's the expert that you're talking about. But he cannot demonstrate it in reality. He cannot have water and gas pressure on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. He cannot demonstrate it. He cannot show it to you. But you're saying, hey, he's the expert. He explained it to me. But he's no expert. He's just telling you stories. If you're going to talk about someone that works with, the propane guy, you go to the propane guy and you can say, hey, can I get some propane? And you're going to need to bring what? A tank with you, right? A tank to put the propane in, right? But the globe expert is going to say, hey, you can take the propane without the tank. You're going to tell the propane guy, can I take the propane without the tank, because we have gravity and we don't need containment for propane because the expert said so. But the propane is an expert. He's gonna tell either you bring the tank so you can take the propane, or I'll call the crazy people to take you in. They're gonna put you in a 4-padded room because you're gonna take you want to take the propane without a container. You got real experts and you have pretender clowns that are telling you stories.
And sometimes they'll slip through the cracks and people will believe them. I think that's bad. I think that's with everything in life, though. I don't think this is just a globe Earth believer thing.
Yeah, but the globe goes to the extremities of outside of. Remember, the globe is a claim outside of reality. You cannot confirm it in reality.
Yeah. That is your belief.
That is not my belief. Okay, can you attach water to the outside of a spinning ball and have the gas pressure outside of the ball in a vacuum? Can you do that in reality?
You're not talking to one of the experts. You're claiming that the experts are talking about all this stuff.
Can anyone do it? Any experts that you want to say, can they do it? They can do it. They cannot do it.
Once again, I'm not one of these guys. Just like you're not one of those.
There are none of those guys. They don't exist.
But they don't exist. That's the expert that you're talking about doesn't exist.
What's your evidence of this?
You don't need to be an expert to answer that question, bro. I think you're outsourcing your own thinking now.
Well, we're making
a very simple question.
Saying that the experts are just going to draw a circle on a piece of paper and tell you this is the Earth. We're making these claims without any evidence. I want to see
but they're making. That's what they're doing. But so, Gemsy's just tried to explain to you. Hold on, I just want to make sure you understand what Gemsy's trying to say here. That this is something that can be verified yourself. There is no way to have water stick to the exterior of a ball. The water will always seek its level, run off the ball, and find its equilibrium. This is the behavior of water.
And then you'll ask me about gravity. I've been down this line of questioning before. Like, yes, the answer is gravity.
Yeah, can you show the experiment of that gravity holding gas pressure?
I've been down this line. Come on.
Can you
show making another claim? Yeah,
I know I'm making another claim.
It's valid to ask, though, dude. You're acting like we shouldn't ask because you're making a claim that gravity, which is not even a tangible force that can be measured or experimented with, you're saying that gravity is the cause of a phenomenon, but we have absolutely no way to confirm that. So you've got to admit
the gravity that he's saying, he's writing gravity on the cartoon that the expert wrote. And he's writing the word gravity, and he's saying gravity is doing these things. You have to imagine it, but you cannot demonstrate any of those things.
Exactly. I'm asking him to show that experiment. How about gravity holding and curving water? Do you have it?
Do I have it? No. I don't have a massive ball at my disposal. That's 25.
You can believe in Narnia all the time, you know.
I can believe in what?
In Narnia. Talking about gravity is talking about Narnia.
I mean,
if you cannot show to us that gravity holding gas pressure and that gravity holding and curving water, what's your point? Let's talk about Narnia, right?
Listen. In reality, water, when you put it in a vacuum, it evaporates. So the claim of the globe is that there is gas pressure without a container, when gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container, because the containment and the gases pushing against the other gases and against the walls of the container causes the pressure, okay? So, and then within that pressure, right, you also have liquid water, right? If you remove the container and you have this vacuum that the globe claims, you wouldn't have the gas pressure and you wouldn't have liquid water. And this is demonstrable. And you're claiming, you're saying that this expert is going to draw something that goes against reality. And he's going to explain it and put some words and say gravity, paka, like a parrot, and these words are gonna go against the laws of nature, against reality.
Yeah, Jay or Nate, dog or whatever, right? I mean, I can tell you what I did, right? Because the gravity thing is a little bit confusing. You say it's the effect, it's the cause, what causes the effect, et cetera, right? But what you could do to like kind of this is what I did, right? So if gravity was this force, yada, 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 it would be pulling to the center. It would be curving the surface of water at rest. So all I did, right, was to debunk gravity, was I used like a water level or like as a tool for establishing a straight line, in the horizontal orientation. So if water at rest is just horizontal, not curving, then gravity, as we see it, can't be the answer, right? I mean, when they kind of work together.
You're saying water should curve if gravity is real?
Yeah, if gravity is real, then the horizon would curve, the water would curve. If it's not,
was this a large body of water?
Yes. But I'm just putting that forward to you, right? Like if it's the case, right, that water doesn't turn into a sphere with the radius or you said the circumference of 25,000 miles. If it's the case, then it can't be that gravity is pulling things to the center, right? Because it's flat.
I don't know about. I personally do not think I could see the curve. If let's say the Earth is a globe, I believe the Earth is a globe.
You're retarded, 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 you're retarded.
You're a monkey! You're a monkey!
I wanted to run out of breath. I wanted to see how far this thing could go.
I couldn't get the mute button down fast enough.
My point is, I don't think I could see the curvature of what we believe is the globe Earth, even like on a big body of water. I don't think you'd be able to see that. That would be insane to see on water. Something that is very uniform like water, seeing a negligible curve.
That doesn't help the argument that the lack of evidence is not evidence.
I know. I'm just saying. I don't think I personally I don't think that's possible for anyone to do, to see the curvature of Earth from the ground.
I mean, seeing it is one thing. I mentioned measuring it, but yes, you could. Seeing it is possible too. I mean, it's not even that big. The Earth is like. You ever heard that song? It's a small world after all. You know, we can go. You know, from here to all the way around the world in less than a day. Not all the way around, but we can go all around the world in less than a day. Get on a plane. It's not that big of a world. You know what I mean?
Well, to me, I believe the world is 25,000 miles round.
Yeah, but that's all the way around in the big circle, right? But that also has consequences here, there, and everywhere, right? That means you've heard the formula before: 8 inches per mile squared is the parabola. Yes, that's just 8 inches in 1 mile of drop over distance from one point to another. 1 mile. To put it into perspective, right? You went to high school, right? They had the high school racetrack in the back, right? That's a quarter mile, or maybe you're still in school. I don't know. It's a quarter mile. Just do that 3 more times, and you've dropped 8 inches.
Yeah, it's not
fair. Well, I mean, the track around, yeah, but regardless, that's also observing something going in a circle, so it's not like one thing stretched out or laid out straight.
Now, one thing that
you add 4 of those, and that's only 8 inches down. That's hard to see, I think.
Right. One thing that you're bringing up in point is step 1 of the empirical method, observation. So what you're admitting to is that you as an individual don't observe something to ask a question from. You do not observe curvature because what you claim is that from your local position. But ultimately, no one anywhere at any time is observing curvature. So that's in the entire population not observing curvature. So there's no observation of curvature anywhere, even in altitude. You're not going to observe curvature. So if you're looking at an empirical method, you don't have step 1, observance.
Sure. I agree. Right. You cannot observe the curvature from the ground.
So no one has ever observed the curvature.
Yes. I've seen experiments, though, on bodies of water where people have proved that there is curvature by using
that's a category error. You wouldn't do an experiment. You will have to do measurements.
Measurement. Whatever. Sure.
You want to compare that. Like, you can present, Nate, you can present your best long distance observations, right? And we'll present ours, right? And I guarantee you won't be able to validate any curvature with yours, and we'll be able to debunk it with every single one that we present.
Actuality, yes.
So what you said then was actually the opposite of reality, right? Because we can go over these observations, right? You say you can't see the curvature, sure, right? But you would have to have a horizon at a specific distance, depending on the height of the observer, right? You would have to have a certain amount of drop over distance, right? If you go to a 10-mile lake, for example, there has to be 66 foot of drop for the Earth to be a globe with the circumference, right, of 24,901 miles, right? But when we go to a lake, we perform different types of observations, right, over and over again. There is no curvature over that 10-mile lake, right? We can zoom in from across the surface of the water and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Then we could take it to the next level and start using different lasers of different spectrums, right? $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 lasers, right? Then we can go, okay, well, this doesn't check out. We can't find any curvature here. Let's try it on a different day, right? Let's try it over a different body of water at a different location, right? And it's been done over and over and over again. We can't find any curvature. Right, and we're not finding these observations, right, from the globe side that do show a geometric horizon at the specific distance it should be at, or the drop over distance. It's just not there.
And basically, what you're saying is that water is not true level, and it does curve. Is that correct?
It can curve, sure.
He's talking out of both sides of his mouth at this point.
I've heard this too, where water cannot curve; it must always be level, and level is not curving. And yeah,
well, which is it?
I saw an experiment where someone put like an observer, so the camera, and then a light like many miles out, and they found that it did not line up with the camera, and these were all measured relative to the surface of the water.
But you told us the curve isn't measurable.
I don't have the video or whatever for you, but that's just what I saw.
So is water true level or not?
It's all relative.
It's relative.
I don't think we're going to get any.
This is the wiggle, folks, because what you're saying is you're gonna get a perpendicular to a circle, which was the original question you felt attacked on. You're going to say you get a perpendicular from a circle in a local area. But as it extends out, the reality is all this is curving. This is your stage that you're bringing. Is this more or less what you're saying, or exactly what you're saying? That it is both level and curved. Is that correct? That it's relative.
I don't know how you exactly define those words, so I'm not going to answer yes or no.
Well, that's a wiggle in itself. It's like I can't define triangle. It's either level or it's not. It's a yes or no thing. If it's not, it'll vary.
I think the issue is that we have different ways of how things can be level.
Okay. Is a triangle subjective?
We're not going to come to an agreement here.
Okay, we're not going to come to agreement. This is for the audience. So here's the globe representative saying that level is both straight and curved.
I never said that.
How else would it work? Do you get level? Can you get a perpendicular?
I said level is relative.
Can you get a perpendicular is my question.
To what?
In the air?
You can get a perpendicular to anything, yes. Absolutely.
With the expression of the Earth. Okay?
Sure. You can make a perpendicular anywhere, yeah.
All right, so how do we know? How do we measure? Do we use water as a level?
You can use a protractor.
We use water as a level. That's how we know if we're in level. Now, does that vary over distance is the question.
I mean, if you take a level here and then you travel 50 miles out with the same exact level, they'll both show the same exact thing on the level, but that level will not have the same exact orientation as it did 50 miles before.
So you're saying it curves?
Whoa. You made a claim that doesn't show the same orientation, but we covered that earlier. We are getting the same orientation.
Yeah, and I guess
so the assumption comes. Yeah, so the assumption comes when you say that what's locally level for me and locally level 100 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, whatever distance, the assumption is that there's curvature in between those 2 points. But, like DJ just said, over 10 miles should be 66 feet of drop. This is not observable. So why are you so sure there's drop when it's not measurable, observable, and it's locally level everywhere?
All right, then we'll just say that's my belief.
Good enough. Good enough, guys. He's relegated to belief. This is for the audience. So he comes in saying he knows it's a globe. And at the end of this conversation, it's just a belief because he can't bring it.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to an audience now?
He's talking to
the audience about you.
And listen, my friend, I do appreciate that concession because for me, that was all that I was bothered about in this conversation was that you did take that from a I know to I believe. And that's something that I can respect. If you believe that, that's fine. But if you're going to say true.
I came in here saying I can't prove it to you. But my
he knows someone has told him that he knows.
Do you want to? All right. What I was saying is my belief stems from people that I believe are correct with this. Just like a doctor, I believe that what a doctor tells me. I mean, I know doctors can be wrong many times, but I feel like when they tell me eat vegetables and work out because you're 300 pounds, probably going to work and eat less. Like.
You don't need
it's just very vague. It's just very vague, and you're dealing with a bunch of imperialists here. We're not into vague, so this is kind of against everything that we kind of are doing here, we're trying to get away from that vagueness, because with that vagueness it opens up the possibility of manipulation, and context is very important. So when you mention the doctor and when you mention the experts, the context of these conversations is vital. And that's where we need to that's where we needed you to admit that contextually this is a belief. You understand? And that all their data is coming from a pre-assumption. And that to us is our only point, really, I think, of the conversation.
Sure. I mean, the majority of people believe the Earth is round. They cannot prove it themselves.
Yeah, it's a religion.
But it can be proven in utilization of what we're working with, the planar aspect of the Earth, everywhere.
Wait, when you said that you believe the Earth is round, do you mean like a circle?
Yeah, he does, of course.
But circles are flat.
Just like the horizon.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Jay or Nate, dude. There's certain things you can know. Like I can know that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Like you can utilize it. You can go into the backyard and prove it. And then you can know it, right? Like you can get some vertical posts, put them in the ground, get a water level, and then measure the shortest possible distance between the two verticals, and that's going to be horizontal, perpendicular, and you can know it. You know what I mean? You can measure it. You can be like, all right, 50 feet. 50 feet here, 50 feet there, up and down on the post, and that's a straight level line in the horizontal orientation. Why would you say you can't know these things?
Exactly. That's exact.
Jesus.
Like what I know can't be the case, Nate, is that the line, the straight level line that's in the horizontal orientation cannot be sloping in both directions. Like, from one end of the post to the other, sloping one way, but then go back over to the post, post B, and it's sloping another way. The contradiction cannot exist. It can't be A and not A. You know what I mean?
Brother, if you put those vertical posts coast to coast, what would you be reading? Not the Glober guy, the guy that was just talking. Tell me about the vertical post coast to coast, 2,800 miles in America. What would they look like one to another? Would they be parallel?
Yeah, that is what they do. Yeah, the verticals are parallel, and that's what they do. They benchmark. They call it benchmarks. They put them all over the world, and it'll be a vertical height relative to sea level, and then a straight line distance from post to post.
But those vertical posts in expression, now we have a physical post, and we're going one post to another, coast to coast, 2,800 miles. These posts are, say, 10 feet apart. The entire run of distance. Are those posts, if they were installed with plumb, perfectly vertical, will they be parallel to each other?
Yeah, and they are. Yep.
And they are. Because in geometry, the beautiful facts and proofs of geometry, one of the aspects of geometry is if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, then A most necessarily be parallel with C. That's geometry. It's proved out. You don't just make the claim, you prove it in geometry. A geometric proof, an unwavering proof. It's this way all the time, with no exception. That's a geometric proof. Like the inside of a triangle is always going to be 180 degrees. And if anybody ever tells you anything different, they're mocking geometry, which is what we're dealing with. The mocking of this whole thing with the globe.
Hey, Nate, so you can know things, right? Like you can do it in the backyard and know it, right?
Sure.
I absolutely can know it. That's right. You can know it because you can utilize it. That's how we know, right? When we put those posts in the ground, we are utilizing the expression of the earth. These posts are going to be vertical because the earth says so. Not you. Are you just making up what's vertical? No. You have to ask the earth for its expression on every single post. And if you don't, try building that. See what happens, human. Try building without asking the earth what its expression is. that's perpendicular. Anywhere. Underwater, in a cave, on a mountaintop, you name it. Take your feet anywhere in the earth and start building anything like this over distance, as long as you want. These geometric proofs will show themselves always. They will never not show themselves to be. And if you choose to be out of those geometric proofs, that's your choice. You're being subjective. But I would submit, absolutely, you go ahead, wigglers, and try to get away from the perpendicular principle. Try to build, try to put machines in use, completely rejecting and ignoring that principle. See what happens. It's already been done. It will collapse. That's why we adhere to it strictly every single day, this very day.
What say you, Nate?
For what? Sorry, I was tuned out of that. I was in the side chat.
Can you know that thing or not?
All I'm going to say is people's definition of no and objective truth. I think you're going to get different answers depending on who you're asking.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, that's one part, right? But you like as far as like the laws of logic, right? Like so, you got the law, like the law of non-contradiction. That A, cannot be A and not A at the same time in the same way. You can know that, right? That's like an analytical truth, right? You can know that absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So then can you know? Right. So then when you do that, when you perform that test, right, with a water level, right, with a tool, and you get the shortest possible distance between two verticals, matching the surface of water at rest, you can know that that's horizontal or perpendicular, right? Like
that's fair. Yeah. Relative to where you're at that given time. Yes.
Yeah, so you can know that. Yeah, here's a little scenario that I can give you, right? So like say this is just I don't know if you could do it, right? So me and you are we're at a hotel, right? Like and it's 60 stories high, and you're at the top of the hotel, and I'm at the bottom of it, right? And then I say, all right, 1, 2, 3, go. And we both go, we both go across from end to end of this really large hotel. On I'm on the first floor, you're on the 60th floor, and we both go 5 miles an hour. Who's going to get to the other side of the hotel first?
Be the same if we're at the same speed.
Yeah, same speed. Yeah, same speed. Yeah.
If we're running at the same speed and the floors are the same layout and everything and all that, then it should be the same.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. That's it.
Why is that? Could you explain why?
Well, we got a building. We got right. It's rectangle, right? Really tall. Now when we're on the ground, there's the verticals, a straight line. The plumb, you drop it from the top to the bottom. It's a straight line on either end of the hotel. Now, if verticals diverged, if plumb bobs diverged, and we were on a globe, it would take you on the top 60th floor longer to get to the other side. But in reality, we know that doesn't happen. So then they're parallel.
I think in a hotel, if you were to measure level from one side to the other end, I don't think a person would be able to tell that there's a slight difference in them, or
there either is or isn't. Yeah, it can't be A and not A. That's what I'm saying. You can know that it can't violate the law of non-contradiction.
Then I think level would be slightly different. Even if the building was 50 meters wide.
No, it wouldn't. I
just think it would be
Let me give you the concept of plumbing. An aqueduct. Water will always run downhill. Okay? Meaning there's a slope somewhere. Now, if I put water on a level surface that's leveled with a water level, let's say a sheet of glass, a plane that's level, and I put water in the middle of it, some drops, what's going to happen?
So even if you're dealing with like a ginormous building, the amount of difference in...
No, I'm saying the exactness of level is what I want you to recognize. As soon as I tilt that glass a fraction of a millimeter, what's that water drop going to be doing? It's going to be running downhill because it's out of level. Level is very exact. It is not subjective.
I don't disagree that level is exact. I think this conversation is just going in circles now.
What do you think about verticals being parallel?
You're trying to get it there, aren't you?
You think that's true?
What's that? Wait, what did the other person say though?
His globe.
I said you're trying to make it go in circles.
I'm not trying to make it go in circles. I'm
You're ignoring direct questions about water drops and pipes.
Yes, water will go down.
That's right. Isn't it kind of crazy? Like, if you. Okay. Well,
I'm just saying. That's how you can be. That's when you build a building. It's going to have plumbing. It's going to have drainage, which it understands. So your floors are level. Your drainage will not be. Okay. That's the difference between exactness of level and any other choice outside of it.
You know what I thought?
Now, but what do you think about all verticals being parallel? What do you think about that?
All verticals being parallel. That's. There's so much to that statement that could mean many different things. All verticals are parallel. Are you saying like all verticals of like are the force pulling us to the ground?
No, I'm saying vertical. What do you think is vertical straight up and down? Okay, vertical straight up and down. If I drop two plumb bobs, are they parallel?
So in the context that you're speaking of, sure.
Okay. If I drop 1,000 parallel, if I drop 1,000 plums next to each other, will each one of them be parallel to each other?
Sure, to the eye, if they're close enough.
No, I'm not talking about subjective. I'm asking you, are they parallel? Yes or no? Exactly.
Parallel. I mean, these are just points, though. That's the other issue.
No, these are plumb bobs. Let's say we got 1,000-foot plum hanging in the air. We got 10,000 of those hanging next to each other.
Don't leave the string behind. You got the string.
Okay, with the string, sure. Yes, what it's being pulled down relative to, yes. But no, they're not all going to be parallel. No, I disagree that they're going to be parallel.
Okay.
And we've gone through this. I disagree.
All right, because you have to say that. Now, here's for the audience. So here's your Glober saying that verticals are not parallel. They diverge, right? This is your claim because you have to claim that, don't you? So from the beginning question that you got offended by, tell me that you get a perpendicular from a circle. Just say it. Yes, we get perpendiculars from a circle. Just say it. Because what you're saying is your perpendicular is being pulled to the center of gravity. Perpendicular to the center of gravity. Isn't that correct? Isn't that your jargon? Yes or no?
You'll be held in contempt, Nate. Answer the question. It's probably getting cereal out there.
You guys like Stanley Kubrick?
Okay.
How about love? Answer the question.
Very strong representation here.
I'm just kind of tired of this conversation now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It is
because when you start opening the door on things and you truly look, that's what it takes for excellence. It's hard work. Okay, it's a persistence through time of hard work, not laziness. To be on point, to take that extra step, do your research, actually look around, start weighing things out in comparison. Yeah. Be critical. Yeah, it takes mental energy, and it's a lot easier just go make a sandwich.
So I think it was funny, Nate, like how you knew one thing to be true, like with the hotel. You're like, no, it's definitely can't. We're going to get there at the same time, 100%. And then you had this model like pop into your mind, and you're like, wait. Even though I know in reality that, if I go at one distance and somebody else goes another distance, that we'll be at the same speed, we'll get there at the same time. You're like, no, never mind. It won't be the case because you held up this like different idea that isn't true, that isn't like your experience in reality. That kind of like outweighed what you experience in reality. Isn't that kind of like weird?
What do you mean? Could you explain what went against the whole thing with the hotel?
Well, you were like, yeah, we'll get there. Dude, if people go at the same speed,
yes,
then they're going to get there at the same time. And I was like, oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah, same length to be traveled, sure. But what else did I say that went against that then?
Then you said, but the Earth is a globe, and the building, if it's built with plumb bobs, right, the sides are plumb, then they would diverge. So no, never mind. It would be not at the same time. That's what you did.
But we just spoke about them being the same exact length.
Yeah, right. They would be because they'd be plumb, right?
Well, with the plumb bobs, we're talking about things being level now.
The plumb is perpendicular to the level.
Like two walls. Probably, I assume you're indoors right now.
Yes, I am.
If your walls were built vertical, they're going to be parallel.
They should hopefully be that way.
The ironic thing is,
can't be on your globe. You don't have vertical compared to another vertical as parallel.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say. Like the ironic thing, Nate, for you to measure a divergence from that plumb, you're going to need plumb to be, if you're saying, well, let me measure it up here now, you're going to say it's going to be a little bit off plumb. You're going to need plumb to measure that, but plumb is already established.
Not only that, you'll diverge more over height.
From what though? From the tool that you're using to establish plumb. You know what I mean, Nate? That's like weird, right? Like, how would you do that? You got the plumb bob, and you're saying, well, it's diverging from what though, Nate? From itself? Like, how would you measure that?
I really don't think people building even like schools that span for probably many, many hundreds of meters, some of them they're not accounting for the curvature of Earth, on top of the fact that there's the dirt itself, which is not level.
That's right. We're not accounting for any curvature. So when we build something like a road and we have a starting point, it starts from an orienting horizontal. Overall, for thousands of miles, it's oriented to that straight line. You're either going up or down from that. It's rise over run. There's no limit to the distance.
When we're making a road, though, we're not making one measurement. We're making measurements all the way down the way. It's not.
When you said they're not you said they're not accounting for the curve of what? Like, so the earth, the dirt, you said that goes up and down from like a horizontal, line. So then, what are you imagining is curving over distance then?
Well, I mean, when you're building a small building, you're definitely not.
You're not accounting for what?
So we bring in distances and how men utilize straight horizontal vectors over a long distance. We brought up flight paths, the rigidity in space of the gyro that detects the level and keeps it parallel. Like your glass of water in the plane will show level. If it's not
curvature of what, Nate?
There is no curvature to be had.
I don't even know what he's asking, though. He's not answering. You're answering for him every time.
The curvature of Earth? Do you want to say the curvature of Earth?
You said the Earth, the dirt, right? That goes up and down. So then the curvature of what then?
For what? I'm saying they're not accounting for the curvature of Earth.
They go to school, and they're like, yeah, you got to dig out the dirt, but they're not accounting for the curvature of Earth. What does that even mean now?
What do you mean? I don't think they're accounting for the curvature of Earth when you're building a 50 by 50 meter building.
Right, so they are digging out the ground, the dirt, the Earth, right? But then they're not accounting for the curvature of a different Earth? What do you mean?
What I'm talking about, the curvature of the Earth, like the whole circumference of the Earth. I'm not talking about like curves and bumps and stuff with relative.
All right, so I remove all the bumps and stuff. Now, what do you mean when you say curvature of Earth?
What do you mean by that?
That's what I'm asking.
I mean, they're not accounting for it.
That's right.
When you're building such a small building, yes, they're not.
What is it? The thing that you keep saying it, right? So I remove all the bumps. Now what?
They're not curving out all the building materials to conform to Earth because such a negligible amount. That's the point.
That's right. See, here's your wiggle. You're trying to put it into one building when we're telling you that over any distance you want, you name it, thousands of miles, not just some little building that uses plumb and level. No, over huge stretches of distance. You're using a horizontal straight line to orient whether you're going up and down from that straight line. Huge distances, way out of your local. You're really infringing on so many other people's locals. Okay? It'll still be a straight line. Its orientation. And it'll recognize peaks and valleys from that orientation all the way through its distance. Like a coast-to-coast interstate is built.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are most of you open to the idea that you could possibly be wrong and that the Earth is in fact a globe, like how we've been saying it for many years?
No.
There's no one in here that leaves a little bit of opportunity for that to be wrong? for the Earth to actually be a globe? I'm just curious.
Look, we have an accumulation of evidence now that's impossible on a globe, right? And you guys consistently don't provide anything to rebut it that's worthwhile, right? We have physicists come in here, we have math professors, we have engineers, we have all kinds of people come in here, right? And they fail to present any evidence, right? We have all of the evidence on our side as well as objective reality. You guys don't have anything, right? It's not possible for it to be a globe. Right? It has to have certain characteristics like drop over distance, geometric horizon, and whatnot. They're not present in reality.
The globe is impossible. It goes against the laws of nature. It goes against your senses. It goes against measurements. Everything we observe, the way we operate. It goes against everything in reality. So it's nonsense, impossible nonsense.
That's why we don't use it that way. That's why it's not employed in those ways. When it comes to laying the road of the whole thing.
But you're more than welcome to try to prove us wrong.
Please do.
I don't think I'm ever going to prove you guys wrong because I didn't come here with all the talking points, and you're also talking to someone who's not well read on this. You guys, I acknowledge you guys are more well read on this than I am, just like basically everyone else who's a glober who enters this chat. So of course you guys are going to dunk on anyone who comes in here.
Yeah, but we had Professor Phil Bell in here the other day, right? He's a physicist, right? He's a university professor. He had to concede he was wrong on a whole bunch of points that he had to make, right? He didn't do any better than what you're doing in this debate, right? We find that's the case, right? In fact, some of these well, you know what I mean, right? People with higher degrees and whatnot on particular topics related to this, right? Sometimes they're more honest than the regular globe earthers that we get in here because they admit what's speculation, right? They admit things like that. Right, whereas some of the people less versed in particular topics, they'd be like, "Yeah, we have proof of gravity. We have proof of gravity, scientific proof through experimentation." Right, and that's when it gets into arguments because we're like, "Okay, provide these experiments," and they can't do it. Whereas we get like someone else come in here that's actually well versed, right? They'll be like, "Yeah, we there's no experiments. It's not something you can do an experiment or we have validation on." Right? They'll say, "Oh, we have no idea what gravity is. It just kind of has to be there to have this globe model."
Do you guys have any plans to work on your own models? Is this in the works in the flat Earth community? I know I've seen models from you guys, but I'm sure most of you guys don't accept a lot of them.
Wait a second. So, if you are inside the house, a big house, a home, how are you going to construct a model if you don't know all the measurements and distances? Going outside of that home, you cannot do a model simple like observing. You have to have. Do we have all the measurements and distance? Do we have that data? No, so we cannot claim a model right there.
If the Earth is a plane, and it is, what does that do to your globe models? Things like trajectories, orbits.
Obviously. If it was a plane, it would be wrong.
Exactly.
But I don't believe it's a plane.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But it is. Because that's the way we use it. You don't use the globe in any way. Meaning, the Earth does not express itself as a round glob. It expresses itself as a level plane. So we have words like level and elevation, okay, horizontal, vertical. These are strict definitions. So you don't get any indication of curvature through observance, measurement, and especially utilization.
I think in most practical applications, we won't be accounting for curvature.
In all.
I'm not going to make such a bold claim like that. I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Do you have any claim whatsoever to show otherwise?
No, but neither do you. This is all
I
just.
sure do. I'm making the claims right now.
That's fair.
All
Yeah, no,
Earth
I
is
don't know for a
parallel.
fact. Neither.
Oh, it is a fact. Yes, yes, it is a fact because this is the way it's utilized. It's not guesswork. Rubber hits the road with hands working in action from this Earth expression of level and plumb over all distances. There's no place we can go on Earth that this expression doesn't show itself.
It's interesting. We had a military guy in here about a month ago, right? He was new to this topic, right? He was a globe earther. And he did like artillery where they would shoot targets at around 30, 40 miles away, right? And he said we're able to hit our targets within a couple of meters consistently, right? And he said, yeah, they don't account at all for the curvature of the Earth, right? But over those distances, there would be a huge drop, right? A huge discrepancy of being able to hit those targets if the Earth was actually curving and they weren't accounting for that drop over distance. Right? We find this over and over when we talk to people that actually do things like this in the field, right? Like the world record sniper shot holder, Shepard Humphreys, right? When we contacted him, right, he did 3 shots in a row where he hit the target at 4.4 miles, right? Didn't account for the curvature of the Earth at all, or the Coriolis effect. Right? We get this over and over again. Right, and then, I mean, I know an aerospace engineer, right? He's also a globe earther, but he works for the government, designs all kinds of giant aircraft, right? He said that all of the calculations assume a flat stationary Earth as well, corresponding with what we see in the manuals as well. So, I mean, it is utilized as flat. It's objectively flat. Like, that's the base reality, right? That's the axiom, the base axiom. We all experience that, right? A flat stationary plane. Right, and then there's no evidence, empirical evidence to the contrary. So,
Yeah, curvature is the first big no-no. Motion of the Earth is the second big no-no.
What do you mean by that? We should be feeling the Earth's rotation?
I'm saying for you to be on the globe, other things that you will have to most necessarily claim, like perpendicular to a circle, are things like Coriolis. And you have to hear the painstaking headache of these explanations of things like Coriolis. It's never observed, never accounted for, ever. Ever. Yet you have to say it exists. Just like curvature, never, ever, once, ever in the history of man accounted for. Not one time. Not one single time from anything. No. Same with the movement of the Earth, the spinning, so to speak, Coriolis, and how it would affect aerial objects if it were spinning underneath. It's all conjecture. It's all fake. It's not real. It's not utilized this way in any case, in any day. It's all conjecture. So that's why we like the sure footing of how it's actually used. And this is the way it's actually used, the way it's being explained to you.
I mean, to feel that, you need some type of constant acceleration or force on you.
Would you?
I just debunk you. You see that guy did jump from a balloon 128,000 feet. Do you see Earth moving?
Do I see Earth moving? Not in this video. I don't know much about this video, though. But I did not.
Jump from a balloon 128,000 feet high. Do you see Earth moving below? The camera is pointing down. The guy is jumping, doing just a vertical jump. So do you see Earth moving? When is that Earth moving?
Do I see Earth moving? I mean, with my eyes in this video, no. I don't know much about this video, though.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth, because I don't see any Coriolis. And that guy, flying up vertically. You see Earth moving at back? No. So bye-bye, Earth moving.
My eyes do not have as fine calibration and measuring capabilities.
Your eyes are crying. Level water.
But I mean, my hand's on my mouse right now, right? I'm not moving my mouse, but I guarantee my hand is at least slightly shaking on it or something. Like it's not just
These guys are on a let's say non-inertial reference frame. So you don't see Earth moving. Bye bye, Earth moving.
Everything's in vibration, brother. But that doesn't. Poor Coriolis, the actual word of how it's been slutted out. Yeah. Right? Your Earth is not spinning under aerial objects. Period. How does that rest with you?
All right. It's been fun. Peace out.
All right. It has been fun. And come back, man. I mean, I'm not trying to hammer down on you, brother. This is really for more of the audience's ears. And every day we get Globe representatives in here to say they know something, but when asked, let's go in the room that you claim and look around. They don't like that. They like the door shut. Just make a general waxing claim. But you're going to have to do better than that. And you're welcome back to do so.
Look, this guy did the jump without a parachute, and he has to land on a web net. How can that be possible with that Earth moving 1,000 miles per hour? It's not possible. It's impossible. Welcome to flat stationary Earth. You can leave that all day.
That's right. The beautiful fruited plain.
Hey, Miguel, you can't say impossible. That I coined that.
Possible.
Let me see, right.
If the globe was possible, we wouldn't be here to tell the story, because there will be no air to breathe, no water to drink or swim in.
Exactly, and they claim, Earth is a ball in this vacuum with this atmosphere. But when I ask, can you show me that inside the vacuum chamber? All the thing working there. Impossible. It doesn't work. They claim a model, but water seeks its level. It's hydrostatics. It's not working in that ball. So water is level. It's not a working model that they can claim. They just say, "Oh, gravity. This is a glue, magic glue thing. Stuff. It can hold the gas pressure and it can hold uncurving water. Yeah, show me that. Where is the experiment?
That's right, Miguel. Are there any other Globers in here that would like to have a conversation?
They are not even globers, you know. How can they be globers when that globe is not there?
Yeah, more accurately, wigglers.
They just they did believe, and they are still believing in that fairy tale story that everybody, you know, did learn this at school, but in good faith, you know, we didn't ask for proof. We just believe it. So its belief is not anything of proving. You know, a long time ago, many years ago,
far away.
No, a long time ago. When you know, that was the first time I saw someone using a water level, you know, hose with water, putting water inside, and this my friend, you know, did ask me, well, you know, go to that far away and raise up this hose, and yeah, the guy did get perfect level between two spots in the big wall. And that was like a surprise to me, you know. That was a eureka moment. Yeah, so I know what is a water level using that on the construction. That was a big thing. It's in my roots of flat earth, you know. Water behaves like that. And you can construct a big pool just with that. It will be level. The shoreline of that pool, it will be level.
That's right, brother. Every time.
Yeah, but you know, you can fake one water level. So, but there's other ways to fake it. You know, to put different densities inside. You know, liquids with different densities inside that water level. But you know, just a hose with a simple water, it will show you level.
Are you saying that water at rest is the representation of true level?
Yes, they say that on hydrostatics, water seeks its own level.
This is a respect for geometry, isn't it?
Exactly. You know, the black swan, 1 foot high, observer's height. So at least, let's say that horizon is a geometric horizon. But there, geometric horizon, or just, you know, we are watching that horizon at 10 miles. That means that that radius is 67 times larger. So when they claim that 39, 59 miles radius, something is not working, because when you try to observe that, man, is that 67 times larger? That's a big difference number. So you can say that the black swan, you can at least 10 miles, not the horizon, being observed behind the second oil rig. But I did show a big lake, the largest one at the South America continent. If you scroll up, I did post there. They did put, this was 2011, the year 2011, they did put a telescope horizontally, and they could observe the shoreline, the border of Cordillera Blanca, the border with Peru and Bolivia. They could see the other shoreline of that lake with just that telescope height, 4.2 feet from water level, and they could see like almost 69 miles away. So that's 2890 feet of missing curvature. Bye-bye, ball. So the Black Swan, at least I say 10 miles in that big lake with good weather conditions, low humidity in the air. You can see like 70 miles. Bye-bye gravity, holding curving water. Bye-bye ball fantasy.
Bye-bye.
Suddenly I was think about this. Maybe they can, construct some buildings accounting for that curvature. Let's see those buildings tilting away, constructed on that curve. Let's see if that works. It will not work. I did post an article from a newspaper talking about the construction of the Suez Canal. So from the English side, they were saying it was impossible to construct according to curvature of Earth. De Lesseps, the French engineer, he did construct according to flat Earth reality, and it's working. I did post even time lapse of the Suez Canal. You have to construct something like that. You don't have to assume curvature. You just have to use vertical and horizontal, plumb lines, and levels, and it will work just fine.
It'll work perfectly, in fact, over and over. In fact, try to do it outside of that, and let's see what we get. You guys get this Dr. Phil Bell in here much?
Phil Bell.
Not often.
He just DM'd me.
Yeah, he goes into my people's DMs mostly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It spirals out. Yeah.
Okay. I'd love to have him in here.
He was in here last week.
Mm-hmm. How'd that go for him?
Not very well. I mean, he was kind of wild at first, right? Kind of rude and aggressive, and then we tamed him down a bit, right? And then he was quite respectful and polite, and then he thanked everyone and said he's going to come back again another time.
Okay. It appears he's DMing me again.
Yeah. He's a hardcore anti-flat earther, right? He's been doing this for like 8 years straight. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on in, Phil. Doctor.
Is that the Professor Phil? Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Professor. Come on in, Professor. Quit DMing me.
I'm gonna post this. Let's save this from that guy. So you're saying knowing or not knowing does not affect my job. Oh, let's save this one too. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna start in the middle because one of my hobbies is to listen. Oh, right now as I am speaking, it did DM me something. Anyway, because one of my hobbies is to listen to people with alternative points of view. Sometimes they have something interesting to say. If you care about the truth, you will find out that geodesic surveying is for yourself. I have one, Professor Phil, that you are listening right now because you DM something, but let's see more.
Bless his heart. Does Craig ever show his face in here?
Let's see. The guy did say this too, talking about Coriolis. He thinks he thinks that we think that dirt is spinning, not the spinning disc.
Anyone else ballsy up in here? Any Coriolis believers? Any gravity believers? Curvature believers? It's a challenge.
Professor Phil talking about satellites, you know. We have an ex-NASA technician he did programmate satellites at Antarctica, and in his papers he had to do according to a flat stationary Earth. Very interesting. And we have he was a glober, he did want to work to Antarctica. He was a glober, now he's a flat Earth guy. And he's working with a set of companies, and one of those companies that they are working with, let's say, satellites or balloon satellites. But yeah, when they point down, they don't see any curvature. Very interesting. And we have ex-engineers talking about stellar hoax. So they talk about the balloon satellites. Ex-NASA engineers.
Let's go, Globers. Chop, chop. Bring your best. Come on, Glovers. Drawing a line in the sand here. Step on over.
Then Professor Phil.
Yeah, I just told him to enter the VC.
Well, Professor Phil's still around. Hey, Roto.
What's going on, Reg?
What's going on?
How you been, brother?
Been all right. Been all right.
Been waiting for some of your live shows.
Hey, you know they got my YouTube account suspended.
Really? Why would you think?
Because of Duffy.
Oh.
And they took the video down too.
Will Duffy, a.k.a. Muffin?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I guess I don't know. I only said he wasn't a real preacher. That's just an opinion, though, right?
Yeah.
What did he do to get it taken down? Like you said, he wasn't a real preacher.
That video got flagged, and then they took that off, and then they suspended my account.
Well, you can come talk in Discord, man, anytime.
Yeah, I'll be back up pretty soon. I don't know. I had challenged it, so I don't know. I don't know what rules they got with YouTube nowadays.
Was it Nature of Earth info?
Yeah. Then got into the because I was with Roger, and then got into the. I said, I just said, hey, well, most flat earthers are pretty much Christians. I'm like, don't you think it's more important, to basically to uphold that instead of just trolling because a common belief. I think a preacher should have the priority to pretty much save souls. So if you have fellow Christian flat earthers, I don't think you should be mocking them. I mean, if you're a Christian brother or whatever.
Yeah. Well, charlatans aren't new.
Right, so.
To any valuable scene.
I think a lot of it wasn't even me. so like, they like, okay. So they stopped me from going live first, and then I contended with that. And then it probably wasn't even like Duffy. It was probably just, people in the comments. So.
Well, these are the levels, right, of the wiggling and the scrambling and the flailing. Like bringing up personal matters, like what Brenda tried to do with Nathan and his kids. See, these are the lame attempts. It's what you do when you're going down the toilet. And these are the kinds of things that you resort to on your way out.
Yeah, I'd rather keep to the topic, but
yeah,
there's no need for if you're gonna be mocking and all that. I mean, then it got to be called out. Like, hey, wait a minute, you supposed to be this type of person. Your mission should be this, and you're doing the complete opposite right now. So, I mean, you're the last person that need to be mocking people. I mean, if you're a real preacher, or if you're not, then You just holding that title just to, you know, get attraction to your video, and you really just a globe debunker or whatever you want to call it. You know, like, because I think that's pretty much like the only joke that I pretty much made. I said, so what, you a full-time flat earth debunker now? You gave up your Christian title, your preacher title? I didn't even say Christianity. I just said you no longer, you putting being a preacher on the back burner. Because, you know, I don't think preachers need to be mocked. Most flat earthers is Christians, or they at least believe in God. Like, so if you mocking your fellow Christian brothers, or at least you mocking people that could come to your religion that you should be preaching to, don't you think that should be like a priority? And I think I said that on another video that got flagged. I said that on what's that guy named Brother Sanchez, where he was talking to Brother Sanchez, and but they allow Brother Sanchez to say it. But I mean, I think all his stuff is like that. So
yeah, it's hard to say, man.
Yeah, so
you know, I mean, as far as like why you got shut down exactly. But yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, people are saying all kinds of stuff, as we see. It's the substance that's under it, whether it holds weight or not, right? I mean,
right.
For entertainment value, I would love to see Will Duffy's congregation. I would love to see these faces and types of people that are interested in what Will Duffy has to say.
Or maybe it got shut down because we was talking about the South Pole, maybe. Any Globers want to talk about the South Pole? Maybe that's why, because Duffy was asking, where's the South Pole on the flat Earth? Maybe that's why. And the only thing that I did with Duffy, I asked him, well, what is the South Pole? What is the definition of the South Pole? South Pole, the definition of that, if you look it up, the South Pole is supposed to be where the Earth is turning on its axis, which would be the location of the South Pole. So it's supposed to be a geometric location on the globe, which means that you have to assume that the globe is real, and that's where the Earth is turning on its axis at that physical location. So asking the question of where's the South Pole on the flat Earth, or where do we see the South Pole on the flat Earth? There is no South Pole on the flat Earth because the Earth is not turning, and it's not a globe.
You know something, Reg? One of the we've been talking about this here lately. One of the template attempts that they make is asking you, how do you explain X on a flat Earth? Don't let them do that. Don't let them ask you questions, man, to the audience.
Right.
Don't let them ask you questions of how something, for example, how do you explain gravity on a flat Earth? That is so malformed right off the bat. We're not the ones, right, who are making the heavy claims. We make fundamental claims that are utilized every day, right? It's not a conjecture thing. Very fundamental here. They're the ones that have all the explaining to do. I wouldn't answer. See, Professor Bell just DM'd me during this conversation twice. I've never heard from the man, right? I don't even know how he knows who I am. But here he is DMing me, and his question is, how do you explain the sun, blah, blah, blah? Okay? Piss off, Professor Phil. You have a lot more explaining to do because the globe is full of claims, ridiculous claims. What this whole thing is about.
It's kind of like a begging the question wrapped up with a straw man fallacy. You asking me about your claim. I mean, what? No, you're the one that's making the claim of Coriolis effect. And due to Coriolis effect that the Earth is spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour, you have a South Pole where the Earth is spinning on its axis because it's a physical sphere. All of these are claims of a radius value. All of these are claims that the Earth is a globe turning. All of these are claims that there is a physical location where we can observe the Earth turning at. All of these are claims that you have to substantiate, not claims that I have to assume to be true. And you could ask me about. You have to prove that these things are true first before you ask me about that.
That's right.
Now, maybe that's why I got shut down, because I asked Will Duffy that very thing and he couldn't answer it. He just got angry and said, I'm trying to reverse the burden of proof. Oh, no, I don't have burden of proof. I never made the claim that the Earth is a globe in the first place, spinning around 1,000 miles at a physical location you guys call the South Pole on its axis. So maybe that's why I got shut down. I don't know. Maybe YouTube don't like the fact that Will Duffy had to pretty much explain how the Earth is turning and spinning on its axis on the South Pole versus him asking me that question.
Yeah. Again, it's as malformed as asking, how do you explain Coriolis on a plane? We don't have to answer these malformed questions. And you can see what they're, by template, trying to do here. Right? That's where it needs to be smooth.
Yeah, it's kind of like they want you to explain their model to them.
Yeah, on a plane. Right, exactly. Yeah. And that's a cavernous explanation, and it makes, they're trying to make a fool out of us. Yeah. They're having a hard time of it. In my opinion, don't answer any of those ridiculous questions. The questions are for them. Yeah. And you'll see it's an abrupt turnaround when you start asking them the questions. Yeah. They wiggle and run. Yeah.
I would just did I make a claim about that? No. Oh, well, I don't got to answer that. Like, how is it on the globe? And then you put it back to them. I mean, that's not even a reverse of burden of proof, because if you're making the claim in the first place, it's not reversing the burden. The burden is on you.
How many claims?
That's not deflecting. That's not any of that. It's just basically, I'm not making that claim. You are support it. It's just, that's not deflecting. That's basically you the one that's making that claim, and you asking me about the claim that you are making.
That's right. The claims on this side of things, the reality of things, of the way it's always been, are very fundamental. Like horizontal and vertical. These are claims over here, because this is the way it works. This is the way it's used every day. And that's why it's not just a claim, right? It's backed up with support. Okay. But what else, claim-wise, is anyone making here? Things like this, the fundamentals. Now you go to the other side, and there are absolutely wild claims with no support. And that's what you find out. Wild claims, no support. Here, claims with support. It's for the audience. Claims with support versus wild claims with no support.
Said that Professor Bill went into your
Yeah, just minutes ago. I didn't even notice him in this VC. He's never DM'd me before, ever. And his first question is just like that template I'm talking about. How do you explain the sun, blah, blah, blah?
Oh, wow. He very interested in the sun.
Hmm. They also like to bring up all kinds of stuff south of the equator, right, which is interesting and is real. But there's so much gold north of the equator for these claims. So much gold. Solid gold, I'll say. Yeah. To show it's nice and planar. The entire circle of the equator. The equatorial plane, if you will.
Yeah, I wonder. Question for the Globers: is the equatorial plane a physical measurement? Or is it an imagined calculation?
Or is it relative and wiggleable, like it varies? And it's subjective, and you can make it up as needed. Stupid stuff. Yeah, there's the anagram. Wiggle and run. War. It's war with these guys.
Yeah, when you getting your thing back going, brother?
I've been thinking about it, but I gotta admit I'm really enjoying this particular server.
Yeah.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep. Oh, they ain't let you back in FED, huh?
No. That's just righteous for whatever reason he had. It's all right, man.
Yeah. He'll get over it.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I've come a ways personally in the speaking approach. Yeah, with a wider perspective of it's not about the individual you're talking to. This is about success, effectiveness of this information, that is, where it reaches the understanding of the listener and they import it as a consideration, a fact, and the more and more they hear that. So it's about the listener. So part of my goal has been trying to remove myself from the debate, so to speak, within a debate,
right,
of a conversation, and understand this about the audience. Yeah, it's been a bit of an ego check, yes, but that's okay. It's even better now.
Rodo matured.
That's right.
Humble here. Someone else for the even after show panel. What all we need next, Rodo? Bacon and George?
Right.
Me, you, Bacon and George, Jesse Path for Light arguing for a whole year.
Well, bacon and eggs just got served the other day in here, or with Nathan, that is. Yeah, they just got served.
Oh, yeah.
They don't quit, though. Got a tip of the hat to their diligence, at the very least, or at the very most.
The thing about Bacon, though, he was getting it last year. And I mean, like, even when he had some Humble in here, even the conversations he had with Humble, he was getting it. And then, I don't know, I think he went into like Earth Awakening, and then I don't know who he talked to, but he's reprogramming Bacon. Yeah.
Yeah, he conceded measurements, utilization, the understanding of all that. He conceded
to me personally, remember? He showed him the Saxton, and we agreed to what the Saxton was and everything, and how it's actually utilized, and we agreed to what nautical mile is and how it's actually utilized, and we agreed that it's imagined that you're taking a measurement from Earth's surface. It's not a physical measurement that you're actually taking. So the only physical measurement that you are taking, right, are elevation angles, which is horizontal flat Earth measurements, something that he agreed to. For some reason, he went and talked to some other guys, and now he's back to Square one. Almost like we wasted a whole year, I guess.
Well, see, this is why I've come to these conclusions, because it's not truly a waste. So, as the way I would see it before, maybe it would have been a waste, but for the audience, I don't think it is a waste. So, therefore, my gross net is this is not a waste, even though that person may go off, get reprogrammed, come back here and in here, spill the same thing in loop as if it wasn't effective. That was kind of my point. Is it's not about it being effective on that individual. If any individual in the audience is hearing these things and take them into consideration, that's the bigger goal.
Yeah, because you can look at it that way.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm perfectly fine with some people not moving an inch on this stuff. That's fine. That's their prerogative, as it were, right?
Right. Well, I learned a lot that year, though. So it definitely wasn't a waste. My bad for that one.
Well, yeah. You would be an example of the audience that I believe that this server is trying to get the information to. You would be an example of that audience. However you took this beginning information and whatever paths it took you on to get to this understanding of reality, we want to repeat that. Yeah, I mean, it's the same for us all, the paths to getting here, because ultimately this is an understanding. And everyone here, if there are no Globers, are in that understanding. And why, most importantly, it's not about being in some club, because after this is all said and done and over and there's no more server or what have you, people are going to be the individual that they've always been. They're going to have their own thoughts about this world.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Reg? You been getting in the fray with any Glow believers?
Oh, yeah. Talk to them time to time. I ain't gonna, but been kind of getting into it more with, I guess, the other side of flat earthers. I don't know. Been trying to talk to, I think Shane and Alan, those guys, they pretty cool. But the Ether Cosmology guys, they pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think they got a weird way of looking at things, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair, though. I mean, like Pads in here, he's a real pain in the ass, but he's pretty cool. You know, you can talk to him.
Yeah. New Moon, he came in here yet?
Oh, man. New Moon's a different story.
He's pissed at me.
Well, people like New Moon put his own foot in his mouth. That's another thing I'm enjoying, is kind of presenting a question and just kicking back for the answer as they gently or forcefully put their own sneaker in their mouth, right? It's entertaining in a way.
Yeah, the thing about it is New Moon really should know better, though. Like, I don't know why he's not getting it. He really should know better. But I guess he gonna ride with Jaren, I guess, right?
Maybe so. Same with Craig at Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, yeah. Oh man, what's today? Is Wednesday. It's not Friday. Where the globe is at?
Yeah. Yeah, what a better day to represent the globe than Hump Day.
Yeah. Nathan not in here. He's not yelling at you guys.
That's right.
QE won't come until later on in the night.
It's a cordial setting. I mean, just because everybody's got a ball peen hammer in their hand doesn't mean it's not cordial. People want to take off when it gets serious with the information, that is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I must be going in deep, huh?
Not too deep. Not too deep. I mean,
can't scare everybody off, you know.
As it were. Yeah. Simple stuff like perpendicular to a circle. It's like you don't really want to be put in the position to explain that. So there's wiggle and run.
All right.
Hello?
Howdy.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Indeed.
Just an introduction, or is there more?
Oh, I'm just I don't know. I'm shy.
Oh, well, don't be shy. And it's a good thing to know, by the way. Tell us about it. Anything. Do you have any solid globe proofs, for example?
He did say he's shy, but the floor is yours.
I'm guessing that you want to ask a question. Is that an accurate guess? Is being shy why you're not asking?
Oh, he left? Oh, wow.
Anyone else in here? I mean, come on.
No globe lover logic.
The globe audience is looking for warriors to represent them. Unsheath your feather pens and tell us all about it. Just nothing but people in the know here?
Yeah, it seems like it's nothing but flat earthers in here.
Yeah. That's a good look.
Will you endure a questioning flat earther?
We have questions for you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you have any scientific proof that you're on a globe?
It's not a scientific question.
So is that a no?
It's not a scientific question.
So no.
Well, I guess that would be the logical reasonable place to be if it's not a scientific question, yes. Because
Okay.
I can ask you the question about, do you have scientific proof that it's flat? You would have to answer the way I did, right?
Yep, it would be no.
Yeah.
Do you have any proof in any form that the Earth is a globe? Evidence.
No. I thought do you remember my first statement to you?
Go ahead.
It was, will you endure a questioning flat earther?
Yeah, this is what.
Oh yeah, humble.
The response to that, Humble, is the questions are for you.
So you meaning that you won't answer questions?
That's correct. The questions are for you.
Okay.
What about you? Will you answer questions?
No. It's okay. These discussions suddenly get sort of complicated, and I try to keep them fairly simple. I thought it was sort of dead air here, and
It's not a complicated thing.
Yes, we haven't even begun complications yet. This is just general overview. So the questions are for you, is where we're at. Do you have any globe evidence?
I did not present myself as a globe. Sorry, I did not.
He's saying Roto that he's not a glober today.
Where do you stand, Humble?
I thought I was fairly clear at questioning.
He's a flat earther that asks questions.
Yes,
yeah, you're not clear.
I can, as they say, with your answer, steel man an argument that I am trying to clarify for myself.
Not an argument. You saying you just questioning flat earthers. You are questioning flat earther. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm questioning.
You saying you're a flat earther that's asking questions.
Yes, because
right. So that's not an argument.
No. Well, just hear me out. What I'm saying is that we've had a few arguments throughout our journey here, right?
Yeah, all the time. So we know exactly what question you're going to ask. Humble, you still on that?
No,
I thought you got it.
No. But you haven't heard the question I have yet. So maybe when you hear it, you can then, question it or rebuke me for it or whatever.
I got you. No, ain't nothing to rebuke. Hold on, ain't nothing to rebuke you about. You still want to ask the same question. Go ahead.
And first of all, the response to all that, Humble, is that the questions are going to be for you, sir. Don't you represent the globe?
No, he don't. He said he a flat earther that's asking flat earthers.
But hold on, Reg. Humble, what do you say? Do you represent the globe?
I am not. No. Okay, it's okay.
Is that a yes or a no? Okay, hold on, Humble.
A different discussion than you guys want to have, so that's okay. I'll just leave it at that then.
Okay. See, audience, this is the thing. When we talk about yes or no, it's an easy answer. Humble, do you represent the globe? You see how it is?
How many times? Sorry.
Yes or no?
No, please. How many times are you going to ask me that same question? Somebody else chimed in and explained to you.
I guess until you say yes or no. I don't know.
Right. That's
You're
right.
supposed to know what you're doing. Ain't nobody else supposed to explain for you in life. You think that's the way it goes? No. Yes or no from you, son.
Okay, sorry. No, I am not a Glober.
Great.
Thank you.
Now we can move forward.
Okay.
What are you?
I am questioning some of the foundational arguments we use to support the flat.
Okay,
Like
go
what?
ahead.
Sorry?
Like what?
Go ahead. Yeah, ask the question. What do you think?
Okay.
I mean, I probably agree with you on some of them, so
Yeah.
go ahead.
This one particularly has to do with 10th Man and the video that he put out, right? And just it showed me that some of the things that are said about the measurement, I don't know why I'm getting it wrong, but it seems to be a measurement of 2 points. Yes, but
You're
it's
talking about nautical mile again, a measurement of the sky, and you're not understanding the argument again.
No, just okay.
It's a measurement of the sky. You basically saying that it's a measurement of the sky. Humble, we went over this for almost 2 years since 2023. You have a problem with 10th Man basically saying the nautical mile measurements is a measurement of the sky and it's not a physical measurement of Earth's surface. Right?
Is it?
That's exactly what you've been asking for 2 years. I know it word for word.
Yes. So now
exactly. So the measurement of the problem here. Let me explain it to you again for the 1900th time.
No, but you haven't heard my question. I don't think you've heard my question for.
I heard it for 2 years. Humble.
Okay.
Does it have
you have a problem with the argument being you have a problem with the argument for celestial navigation because you say that the celestial navigation is only measurements physically from the sky, basically talking about nautical miles. You're not understanding the argument there.
Is that true?
2 years, Humble.
So is it in fact a measurement of the sky?
Nautical miles, yes, it's a referencing the physical angle measurement to the sky.
Right. Thank you.
Great.
Now,
for the ground.
But it's also something else that goes with nautical miles. What is that?
Your position.
Another reference positioning too with nautical miles. What is that, Humble? Starts with
Are you
S.
talking about the angular measurement or the
Starts with
position
an
on
S.
the Earth? Sorry?
Starts with an S. You should know this because it's always the same answer.
Okay, you've got me.
Statute miles. I'm just going to go over statute miles. How is that actually measured? Humble.
Is that what I've been missing when you say statute miles?
How is statute miles measured?
Well, again, it depends on what you're measuring, right?
Yes, and how is it? If you're measuring the right, you're measuring the Earth. Yes, what is it referencing with statute miles?
It's measuring a distance from one point to another point.
And it's usually referencing the ground.
Right.
Great.
Right.
So the nautical miles, usually in translation, they take the measurement in the sky and they translate it to the physical Earth surface. Now, that is not actually a physical measurement of the ground. Now, the globe claim that they translate those measurements to the center of the Earth. This is where the argument actually begins, because you're not actually taking a physical measurement of the Earth, right, at the center of the Earth. You actually referencing the ground with elevation angles. So you're actually taking elevation angles, which is the ground the observer is actually standing on, to get ground positions with a connected line of sight vertice to the celestial body in the sky. where you actually talking about with nautical miles. So in actual reality, when you are taking those measurements and you connected it with the elevation angle, which is referencing the ground, you're actually translating it to the Earth's surface, not the center of the Earth. Because the center of the Earth is only the imagined calculated point of a radius value. They only imagine it through calculations of the center of the Earth being the physical measurement at the equatorial plane. But the actual measurement, all physical measurements, is either referencing the sky or the ground. So the argument is the only time that you actually taking any measurements on the Earth, you only referencing the ground physically, or you're referencing the sky physically. The reference point where the globe claimed their actual reference point, which is the center of the Earth, is only imagined, which means it's not real. It's only a calculation. So the only physical measurement that is being taken place at this time is a reference to the sky, and the only physical measurement is a reference to the ground. Elevation angles or measurements from nautical miles, statute miles or nautical miles. Those are only two physical measurements that's actually being taken place for the 2000th time. Humble.
Okay. Now, okay. Can I ask you something then?
10th man have explained that in his video when he actually went over it.
And this is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm just going over the video. 10th man had actually explained that in the video when he went over it with ChatGPT.
Yes. Now, so do you recall him referencing an instrument that can be used for the measurement that doesn't reference the ground?
Yes, in reference to sky.
When you're in celestial navigation, Humble, you're trying to find out where you are, your position on the ground. That's why you're using the sky and the angles to the stars, let's say Polaris. It's how you get the equatorial planes, because that's the baseline of this angle. So you're lost at sea. You're not looking at stars for entertainment. You're trying to find out where you are in orientation. This is how you're gonna use your angle. You don't really sound like much of a flat earther.
No.
Do you understand the equatorial plane? That it's a plane, a horizontal, from the circle to Polaris. First of all, that's the baseline of all your angles to the stars. Do you get that? And do you also get that it's to orient where you are in location?
But would you agree with me that he referenced an instrument that doesn't have to reference a plane?
Yes, but in order for it to be relevant to the plane, it has to be translated to it, or else you wouldn't get ground positions.
Right. Yes, I agree with
so
you.
All measurements, right? So remember where the argument and where the contention is actually lied at. The argument is that the globe have a claim that the globe has a physical radius value geometrically. And the way that they actually measure the geometric radius value is not at the center of the Earth. It's not at the surface of the Earth. They actually claim that they taken those measurements in the center of the Earth. Because all physical measurements that is being taken place is statute or nautical, which is all horizontal measurements. Now, you have a problem with the point of, well, you don't have to take those physical measurements on the surface of the Earth. Yes, but you do have to translate those physical measurements to the surface of the Earth to get ground positions to begin with. So it doesn't matter whether or not you taking a measurement of the surface of the Earth, but we do take physical measurements of the surface of the Earth. Those are the only physical measurements that is being taken place, either referencing the ground or the celestial bodies in the sky, not the center of the Earth, which the globe claims they're taking their measurements from.
Yeah, we're talking about the equator, and so to the Polaris, all right? So on the globe, the equator is at the center of the sphere, and that's where they displace the plane to the center of the sphere to get an angle. Nobody's taking angles from the center of a sphere. We use the ground to get our angle from. So they're just fooling you by putting the plane in the center of a sphere. The plane is on the surface of the Earth. That's your baseline of the angle that you're taking to the star.
Right, and that's where you're getting your ground positions from.
That's correct, and that's the purpose of the navigation in this manner, celestial navigation. Now, you know something, Humble? Why don't you tell us your understanding of how it's flat? What do you understand? You say you're a flat earther. What's convinced you?
The Bible.
The Bible.
Yes.
That's it? So nothing about the earth.
Well, this is the part now that and this is why I try and have discussions with you, because again, like I'm saying, in the history of going through this, there have been arguments that's fallen by the wayside when it comes to solid proof of one shape or the other, right? We would agree with that. True?
You seem to be leaning towards one side or the other. Is that true?
I'm asking you a question, and if you're not agreeing with me, then just say, and we'll just leave it alone.
No, wait a minute, humble. You got to understand, you're the one that's humble. You're the one that's in contention here. You want us to agree with certain points that you're making, but you have not agreed to not one point I made. Do you disagree with anything I said?
Oh no! Listen, I've heard this. I've gone through it. I've been here.
Do you disagree with what I told you?
What this is everything that you said.
So let's go. Let's start over. Let's start over. Hold on.
No, came into
because you ignored everything I said. So let's start over. This is the problem for 2 years. You want us to agree to certain points that you're making, but whenever we come with a response, you don't want to agree to any points that we're making. Even when we actually, even when we correct. Now, you don't have to agree. You could be in contention, right? You could be in contention and rebut whatever point that you disagree with. You coming with no rebuttals. You moving forward and trying to get me to agree to another point that you're making. Now, you said that
if I had a disagreement with you on something you said, I would say it at that point. Right?
Great. So you agree with great. Now remember, when you first came up here, you said that you have a problem with some of the arguments that is being made, right? Now you just basically said you conceded to everything that I just basically said. What I have basically explained to you is the argument is based upon the globe not having any physical measurements or any physical evidence of a measurement that they have a radius value or a circumference value. The only physical measurements that is actually being taken place that we can observe is horizontal flat earth measurements. If any measurements that is horizontal and all of them that is physically being observed is horizontal, then it's already by definition pre-representing or pre-assuming that the earth has to be flat in order for you to take those measurements physically or in order to make any physical claim to those measurements. Can't basically project them down to a globe that doesn't have the physical claim. So the globe only have an imaginary claim based on calculations of a pre-assumed value, which is begging the question fallacy. Flat earth have a prerequisite of a physical measurement claim or a physical claim that is basically being practically observed. That's the argument, humble. So even if you say, oh, well, you're only taking these horizontal measurements in the sky, well, if you're going to translate it to Earth's surface, it's still horizontal and it's still the only physical measurements that you're referencing is a horizontal measurement that is parallel to the Earth's surface, which means that the Earth, as a requirement, has to be flat.
Right. Okay. So listen. Okay. So with everything you just said, okay. Now I'm looking at this video that 10th Man put out. Would you say that 10th Man imposed a flat sky in his argument?
He imposed the sky. The sky, you know, the sky is a celestial spirit, correct?
No. So that would be a yes, that he imposed a flat sky.
And why did he? And Greg, did you listen to the part of the video why he had to impose the sky to be flat?
Well, that's it. No, we just want to agree that he imposed.
Yes, he did. Yes, I say yes. Now,
Yes.
do you want to do? Now, did you listen to why he imposed the sky to be flat? Is the sky actually flat?
I don't know. This is the quest. My question now.
Great.
If we can.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
please.
So this is where we at now.
No,
you asking now? Why did he impose the sky to be flat? Is the sky actually flat?
That's the question.
Right? That's the question, right?
Yes.
Great. So why did he take a physical measurement of the sky to be flat?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes.
Great. So whenever you're doing nautical miles, you are translating those nautical miles where it has to be parallel to what to get ground positions?
But
so you're trying to get out of it. You're trying to get out of it. Don't get out of it.
I'm just
in order if you taking these flat sky measurements,
yes.
In order for these flat sky measurements, right, to work, the surface has to be what? First off, what is the purpose of you taking those measurements in the sky in the first place?
I'm listening to you because this is what
you want me to answer. Remember you was asking me questions. Remember you was asking me questions and you wanted me to shut up. Now I'm asking you questions because we went over this for 2 years. So let's not. You want me to explain it again? Because I kind of explained it earlier.
No, please. If you just allow me to just ask you a simple question.
I answered one of them, and we're trying to go over that one simple question. Maybe you don't have to answer the other ones once you understand this part of it.
Okay.
I mean, you should have understood it with 10th Man, but I don't know.
Okay, so when you said the sky is a celestial what?
Spirit, correct?
So what idea does that?
Wait a minute, we both in agreement with that. We got to do this, humble, with you. The sky is basically a celestial spirit. At least that's how we actually observe the sky to be, or we actually take these physical measurements in reality. But the sky is the celestial body is looked at as a celestial spirit, correct? We both in agreement with that, right?
That the points that we're measuring to are spheres?
No.
No, but no, because now you're going against what you said earlier. Remember, you said that 10th Man was actually measuring the sky flat.
Yes, that I can show you his illustration.
We can stick to that then. So that basically, so basically, we're measuring the sky flat, right? Even though we observe the sky to be a celestial sphere. Is that what you're trying to say?
This is the question. If we are going to make geometry out of the measurements, right? We are imposing or we are assuming that the sky is flat.
No, we only taking the measurements of the sky to be flat.
Okay.
Right?
Listen.
Hold on, don't listen. We only wait a minute, humble. We only taking the measurements. Listen to what you said. We only physically measuring the sky to be flat, right? And using the imaginary line, which means the lines are imaginary. So we only opposing these flat measurements to the sky. Now, it's a reason why they're doing that. It seems like you're trying to ignore the reason.
Oh no, the reason is so that the reason is to get the geometry.
Only one reason. There's only one reason, actually.
What is that? Sorry.
The one reason is to get geographical positions on the ground. Nautical miles is supposed to be translated to, supposedly Earth center. To get geographical positions to the ground.
I know you guys may have a view of me or this kind of view. This is what
I mean, you wrote it yourself. I mean, I remember you reading it to me personally.
Yes.
In order when all measurements to the sky is to get geographical positions to the ground.
That's right. But
so which means that the sky must match the ground.
Okay. So
the actual reference point, right? So the actual reference point for these sky measurements is the geographical positions.
Okay, but
the spot where the observer is standing in the geographical position.
Yes. Yes.
So that is why. So great. So you're answering your own question. The reason why you're measuring the sky flat, because the sky has to be parallel to Earth's surface. And since Earth's surface is flat, therefore the sky measurement that you will be taking will also have to be flat, because it has to match the physical geographical position from the observer to be the same. So even though the sky may be different, the celestial body, right, the celestial body at its vertice from the observer, where the observer is standing, connected to the ground position to that sky, even though you're taking only the measurements to the sky, it has to be parallel or translated to the Earth's surface. The globe claim that it's translated to the center of the Earth, where they're not actually taking a physical measurement. They're not actually physically standing in the center of the Earth. They only, in reality, get in these geographical positions above sea level, which is above the center of the Earth, at Earth's surface. So therefore, these parallel measurements is referencing Earth's surface in reality. That's why they are flat. That's why they are flat in the sky, because the Earth's surface is actually horizontal. It's not curving. It's also flat. So the argument is there is no absolute physical measurements or physical evidence of a radius value, which the globe claimed, because every measurement that we take on the Earth is horizontal, sky or otherwise, if it has to be referenced, if it's referencing or being translated to Earth's surface above sea level. That's the argument, Humble.
But now listen to what else comes into this.
You understand that? Can you acknowledge that's the argument?
Yes. Now this again. Now,
do you know why that's the argument? Can you still, man, why that argument is logical, or do you have a disagreement? Is it not being logical?
Well, let me tell you then why I will have a question now. Okay. We're then told in the same discussion that it doesn't matter how high up I am over my ground position.
Great, you're moving forward to another point, Humble.
No.
Let's acknowledge the point that I just. Let's acknowledge the point that I just brought to you. Remember the point that you made. Remember, Humble. The point that you made was that the Earth. The point that you made is that the sky is measured flat. The sky is not flat, but that's the way they actually take these angle measurements in the sky. But the sky is not flat. So why is they measuring the sky flat? Those were your questions. Now I just answered those questions, Humble, for 2003 times. And I said the reason why you must measure the sky to be flat, right, is because you are actually referencing the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth is flat. So therefore, if you're going to take parallel measurements, had this or flat Earth or flat sky measurements, and it being translated to Earth's surface is only relevant if the Earth's surface is flat. It's the reason why the globe had to take those measurements and put it at the center.
Okay. So
you're not acknowledging that. You're trying to move forward, talking about, it doesn't matter how high it is.
Sorry, but okay, I would.
I want you to acknowledge that, Humble.
I'd like to ask.
I want you to acknowledge the elevation angle globe killer, Humble.
No, please.
I want you to acknowledge that, Humble.
Okay, I acknowledge what you've said. Just hear me out, because I have now a simple question. Okay.
No. I want you to acknowledge, agree or disagree, The reason why we reference the sky flat is because we get in ground positions from the observer in the geographical positions. The reason why we must reference the sky to be flat because it's being translated to Earth's surface. I mean, this is just fundamentals. This is what is read in the textbooks. I mean, I don't even know why you even disagreeing with this.
I'm not. Listen. Just listen to me very.
No, you agree. The reason why we're referencing the sky flat is not actually because we referencing the sky actually, and we basically saying that the celestial bodies is in those positions. Like we know that the stars is in those positions. Like we don't have physical measurements from the Earth's surface to the stars. They are in an assumed position. Right, we only using it as far as perspective, and the lines in the line or the two lines, or horizontal and vertical lines, are imaginary at best. But the thing that is real, the things that we are physically observing, is the ground the observer is standing on, in the position where the observer is standing, in a geographical position that is parallel to the sky measurement. That is the only thing that is physically real. Can you acknowledge that? Maybe that should answer your question about where the stars is.
Okay. Unless you're willing to just let me speak for a minute, then this is, all I'm asking you is, when you say we're making a measurement to reference the ground, we are using that measurement to just find one spot on the earth. Would we agree?
We already agreed to that.
Yes. So that's the place where you're standing. Now,
the observer where you stand, where you're standing is where you're standing. Where you're trying to find is you're trying to find where you at, and you're trying to find a geographical position where you're going.
Yes. Okay.
2 points.
No, but first,
don't be a lumpy.
Sorry?
Don't be a lumpy, Humble. We went over that too.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes. All right.
We're not about to argue about 2 points, are we?
Sorry?
We're not about to argue about you need more than 1 point to take a measurement, are we?
I'm just saying that what we're doing, or the statement we're looking at is the earth is measured flat.
Right? Yes.
But what I've been finding when I listen carefully to what 10th Man is saying, for us to get that angle measurement that we're going to be using to get make the circles of equal elevation, right? Mm-hmm. That is a measurement of 2 points in the sky, but 1 point on the earth. Then at the same time, I'm hearing that you don't actually.
Why is it one? No, hold on. First off, when 10th Man explained in that video that you talking about is the rectangular. 4 points.
Yes, you know this. Yeah.
Yeah, right? I went over it with you, and I said the exact same thing, and you actually agreed with me, and now you're going over it again.
No, please, just hear what I'm saying. Even though he referenced that rectangle, right?
Oh, you tried to say that it was only 3 points. You said it was only 1 point on the ground. And then you're doing that on purpose, Humble.
No.
The observer, the geographical position, and 2 points in the sky.
Would you agree that he also said that the measurement can be done in another way?
Yes, you could take those measurements from statute miles.
No. The instrument that.
And I kind of explained both ways, did I, earlier when I said statute and nautical miles, did I? And now Humble got to figure out another way.
No. I'm trying to tell you.
So the only physical. Listen, it doesn't matter how many ways you can do it. If you are referencing the ground, the argument is the only thing that is being referenced. It doesn't matter how many ways you cut it. The only thing that is being referenced is that you referencing linear or horizontal distances, miles, knots, These are all linear measurements of distances. So, any measurement that you're taking in the sky, any measurement that you take into the horizon, if it's getting geographical positions of the Earth, then you are referencing the horizontal plane, and it's parallel to that physical measurement that you took in the sky. Now, it's not actually a physical measurement in the sky. The only physical measurement that is actually being taken place is the linear distances from the observer and the ground position that you are the ground position that you actually travel into. So celestial navigation. I mean, that's just the basic fundamentals, Humble. I don't know why you don't get that. The argument is that the globe claim that they are taking these measurements at the center of the Earth with a radius value in place. The argument is that the radius value is imaginary. It's a calculation. The argument is that they're not physically taking a measurement at the center of the Earth. They never been there. The only measurements that is physically being taken is a measurement from linear distances from the observer in the ground position where the observer is traveling to, using celestial navigation, referencing the celestial bodies in the sky. That's it. And those celestial bodies in the sky, which we call nautical miles or whatever you want to call it, has to be parallel to Earth's surface in order for it to be accurate in reality for the 2006 time. I think George actually did it 3,000 times, and Roto did it 1,500 times before he was kicked out of
Okay. Okay. Thanks for your patience. It's okay then. Thanks.
All right, court is adjourned. Bring the next contestant up.
All right, Roto, I'm about to get up out of here.
Yeah, I'm about to do the same. Reg, good visit, bud.
Good to see you, Reg Joe. And Humble.
Sorry?
I said it's good to see you. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to sort a few little things out that I'm seeing so that I could, anyhow, yeah.
Just remember, listening to Bacon is only going to confuse you even more.
I haven't spoken or heard from Bacon for, it's got to be 3 months, all year. I don't think I've seen Bacon around. Is he? Is he even still around?
He jumps in every month and then disappears for a while.
No, well, I'll tell you what a lot of people probably don't understand about why I'm asking certain questions is because you brought up Bacon. I ask him the exact same questions, right? And if you're both doing essentially the same things, yes, I know they're working from the center of the earth, right? But we're also doing some pretty interesting things with celestial navigation that needs some explaining from me, for one. that if you can take that same measurement from up above you, right, along that same zenith angle that's 90 degrees above you, right? If you can take that measurement from anywhere up there with an instrument that will give you the same angular measurement to that star, yes, you can drop it down past the ground into the center of the Earth and still retain the same angular measurement.
Can I hear the very first part you said? You said something about the center of the Earth.
I'm saying when we say, like Reg was explaining to me, that look, we're on the Earth and we have a flat line going straight out to form the base, right? But in 10th Man's video, I don't know if you've ever seen it, he shows you that you can get that measurement without considering that flat line that represents the Earth. And nobody is acknowledging that.
Okay, hold on. I mentioned the center of the Earth. What does that have to do? What are you talking about?
Because that's the way he's saying that the Globers do it. They go to the center.
Okay, well, Globers that's fallacious reasoning. If you're gonna do angle measurements from hell, right? That's.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So, okay, so just like get that out. So So get that out of your head. That just erase that memory, Men in Black it, and move on, because this just immediately it's just ridiculous doing something like that.
But hear what I'm saying. I'm asking you now that if I can go the distance that they claim to the end to the middle of the Earth, right?
Okay, there you go. If you could go, you cannot pass go.
Let's just hear my question out, please.
I'm not going to listen. I can't go any farther if the opening statement is if we can go to the center of the Earth. That's absolutely ridiculous.
I did not say that. I'm saying that's what the Globers do. They use
exactly. So that's retarded. So take that question and just throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, but we both. But nothing. I'm saying. But you don't believe we can make a claim from a comparable standpoint by saying we can go up above the Earth to get our angular measurement, and it will be the same as if we were standing on the Earth? It's just.
I don't know anything about that. I'll take myself out of that position and hand it to someone else. But when I just hear people saying the center of the Earth and Globers, if we can do that, I'm sorry, bro. You just got to erase that.
No. I'm saying we are doing something comparable to that. Yes or no? That's the question I have.
Okay. That if you want to go from there with somebody else, more than welcome to. But yeah, I get where you're coming from now. But I don't know what we're doing.
That's all I was. This is and this is why I'm not here to. I'm just saying.
I'll take it real quick. Yeah, you're correct, Humble. Just because you rise in elevation, which is horizontal still, just at a different level, yes, the angle to the stars do not change due to elevation. Correct. You're still dealing with an angle. Whether you're flat baseline, you're still dealing with the reason you're in celestial navigation is for positioning of where the people are, the land masses are on the ground. You want to know where you're at. You want to know where you're going on the ground. You don't want to know where you're going in the sky. You want your ground position. So if you're lost at sea, you want to know exactly where you are. So we look up. When there's nothing else in sight, there's no land around to be seen, you can see are the stars. Yes, you can be on the deck of the ship and angle to the stars. You can be up in the crow's nest and angle to the stars. Just because you rise in elevation, the angle to the stars do not change. That's a true statement. Is that the crux of your argument?
and I'm saying, right, that once we say we're measuring the Earth flat.
Oh, my nigga, the Earth is flat. I just went on an airplane, nigga. I seen the Earth is round as hell. Hello, the Earth is flat as shit, bro.
Oh, but if the Earth is or the sky is a celestial sphere.
Correct.
All right, Humble. Hold on. Okay, you keep saying these loops. Let me just say,
don't convince me.
You're dealing with horizontal layerings here. Okay, levels. Right now, you're on a plane. All right, it's a horizontal baseline. When you see an airplane enter your horizon from the right, let's say, it'll be at your eye level.
Yes.
As you watch that airplane and it gets right above you, your head's going to be straight up. And then if you watch it exit the other horizon, you'll be looking at eye level again. So this is an arc of vision from your eye level straight out to the horizon. As something passes above you, it appears to be at high noon, so to speak, and then drop. But it's actually just flying level. This is the celestial sphere. So when we have stars at the horizon, they're not actually straight out in front of you. They're still at these heights. It just appears that they're low to the ground. They're not. Just as if the airplane appears to come out at your eye level, but it's actually maintaining its parallel altitude and level flight to the ground. It just looks like an arc in the entirety of the thing. So this is the way we say the celestial sphere of the stars, but it's treated in actuality as a plane. It's understood as a celestial sphere. So, but this is how we develop the equatorial plane with the stars on the ground backing up from Polaris. And when Polaris reaches your horizon line, because you backed far enough away from it and you can't see it anymore, that's your equator. You circle the star at that point. You're going to travel on the ground around that star at the horizon. It's not truly at the horizon. It's still up in the air where it's always been. The way you perceive it is at your horizon. You're going to circle around that. That's your equator. It's a plane. It's the baseline for all the angles to the stars, whether you're parallel in elevation to that plane. Okay, 100 feet in the air. Yeah, it'll still work. The angles to the stars don't change in your height. So you got two things, like clouds being at a particular altitude. You'll see them. They look like they're low to the ground on your horizon, but they're all at the same altitude, like a sheet of clouds parallel to the ground. The observance, though, appears to be a sphere as you watch them travel because they go from your eye level, high noon, and back to eye level. Does that do anything for you, Humble?
Yes, it does. It helps. It helps me to understand, and I know exactly what you're saying. I'm just myself. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe it's something I'll work through on my own. But I'm just saying, if we are treating the earth, the sky, as a particular way, right, and saying, well, because we're treating it that way, even though we don't know it's exactly like that, right, and then particularly in this video by 10th Man, he basically has made the square, the rectangle, to illustrate what he's doing. Now, once you get that rectangle, you're using it in a geometric way in order to get the angles that you're going to use. But when you say there's 90 degrees from that star across to our zenith point, we don't know that that's true. And particularly when you can say, I can go up thousands of feet in the air and take that same measurement as long as I have a horizontal baseline, all the globers will agree with that, right? But once we agree with that, they're wondering, why are you questioning their ability to take it below the ground with all their claims that we can say are false? But we have a similar claim when we say we can go all the way up, even the distance to their so-called center of their globe, to those stars, and get the same angular measurement and treat them in such a way that we can use the geometry on the ground below us.
That's right. So what we're looking at here as your baseline on your baseline on Earth, man. Okay, you're on a protractor now. The Earth itself is the base of your protractor. So the celestial sphere are the angles of the arc there. Okay, as we move around. There's no need to take the base of this protractor. Do you ever question why they move the level plane to the center of the Earth? Well, you'll never be in celestial navigation. You ever question why they make that maneuver? Because they have to explain the level baseline, don't they? The equatorial plane, they have to put it in the center of a globe, don't they? For it to be horizontal and nice and plain, you can get an angle off of. Because you can't get an angle off a curved baseline of an angle, right? So they have to do it that way. In reality, the Earth's a plane. You got a boat sitting on the water and you're in it. You're trying to save your life. In reality, these things are very usable. These things have been used, celestial navigation has been used long before the globe came around. Are you aware of that?
Oh, yeah.
With complete effectiveness, with no need to take it to the center of a globe whatsoever.
Oh,
is that correct or no?
That is completely correct. Completely correct. I'm saying there's something about these measurements that allows you to move it up and down along that zenith.
Yes, so? You talking about up and down a vertical?
Yes.
Okay, so what? You're still going to be parallel to a baseline.
You can't do that. You can't do that, right?
You can.
Well, okay, yes, maybe let me rephrase that. You got me. Yes, you can do that. And hold to the same measurement of the 2 points in the sky that you're measuring.
You're taking one angle at a time from a level baseline, no matter your altitude. Okay? You could be in a plane and get your same angles to the stars, be flying level, you'll be parallel to the ground. Those angle aspects of the stars from Earth will never change no matter your altitude. Now, that is weird.
Yes, that is
weird, but the fact is that they don't in your elevation. It doesn't matter your elevation. You'll always get the same angle. So in kind of a geometric principle, then if you're in an altitude, it most necessarily must be parallel to the ground for that to be true.
Okay, I will leave you to think about that because I've been thinking about that too myself. And what I'm concluding from this myself is that we cannot explain that. There is something magical about the sky.
True. Very good. That you'll never know exactly its bewildering, magical, majestic nature. It's going to be just relegated to, I don't know. Okay? There is something absolutely spectacular about the stars in this whole thing, yes. But the anomaly here is that, wow, Yes, on the very premise of what you're saying. As we rise in vertical elevation perpendicular to horizon in a horizontal baseline, yes, why don't the stars change in angle? But they won't. So we are rock solid on a nautical mile, and we can use it with a surety. It will be an angle. It will never not be an angle. Your angles must have straight lines. One of those straight lines is the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Okay, so now allow me to ask you this question then. Okay? At the equator, would you agree that at that point it's 0 degrees to North Star, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Now, what does 0 degrees mean on a protractor?
It means it's flat.
That's correct. Now, what's the follow-up question?
For the Globers, they have a measurement for that distance.
Is it the equatorial plane?
Yes, but they have a measurement for that distance. They view it as a measurement on a ball, right? But they do have a measurement for that distance.
You mean in miles?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Agreed.
Because because for the.
What about it?
I'm just curious then.
Okay.
Is that giving us a halfway point to something?
No. We're talking about latitude and longitude based on stars, your distance.
But we've called it the equator, so that's a false premise or false.
No, we call it the equatorial plane. So as we back away, if we're directly under Polaris, we back away. Mm-hmm. And the angular aspect from the horizontal plane that the observer's standing on, we watch the declination of the star go drop, drop, drop. It appears it's not actually doing anything. We're just backing away from it. Still at the same height. It's declination. Everything goes to the horizon as you back away from it. Those are perspective. That's the way it is all the time, right? Yeah. So it demarks that last point where you can't see Polaris anymore. That's where we start the circle. Yeah, and it's on a straight baseline.
So Polaris is a demarcation for what in your mind?
The equatorial plane, that equatorial circle, that particular latitude.
Yeah, but the North Star is a zenith for
the
what?
North Star is how the equatorial circle is made. It's a circle around that star.
Right. So that's the center of a circle, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So then we would be able to. Okay, I guess from that we couldn't assume that the Earth is twice that, the same distance to another point.
You're going to be able to prove it's flat in the north. You can do whatever you want to in logic, stepping out of that when you start talking about south of that equatorial plane. You can do whatever you want to do. But as soon as you understand that the north is a plane, what does that dictate about what the south could possibly be?
Yeah, that's been the big question these days, right? Yeah. That's been the big questions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A little bit more work to do, so.
Okay. Do you think it's a fairly simple concept about the equatorial plane, how it's established, the fact that it is actually a plane on the baseline, and that these angles require straight lines? from the plane to the star, for example. I mean, it's simple. This isn't crazy.
Oh yeah, again, the stuff I've been reading on it and looking at it's to me, because I heard a word mentioned here earlier, right? And it's like verboten, but the biblical side of things that I take, it uses the word ether to describe the sky.
Right? That's fine, but that really doesn't show aspect of the earth. That's what we're looking for.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying once we're measuring it, right, the way that it's measured, it's so mysterious in so many ways that this is why I'm a little bit uncomfortable with making the claim that it's measured, the sky being measured flat, you know, as an argument imposes that on the ground.
The earth is measured flat. Let's start there. What do you think about that?
Well, to me, the devil is in the details of this, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because, and again, until you understand what I'm asking about this, you know, when I say the other instrument that can be used, that 10th man showed in his video, right? You know what I'm referencing?
Why don't you say it?
It's the word's gone out of my head. It's called a straw sextant. It's
a sextant.
Sorry?
A sextant. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but it's a straw sextant where you hang a string from it. And Nathan had it on his show once where his daughter brought one home from school. And basically all you have to do is stand with this thing and point to the sky. The string will hang down because it's weighted on, and it will...
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
and,
so
and it will give you an accurate measurement. 10th man even showed it, and he said, with this, you don't need to reference the horizontal. That's the part I'm...
Well, that's the thing about the... You're right. You don't have... You know why? Because what we know is all of your horizontals are parallel. So if I put a horizontal 100 feet in the air, I guarantee you it's going to be parallel to 150 feet in the air. So when I hang a weighted line, a string, okay, it's going to show me vertical. Now, I don't necessarily have to take a level measurement. Since I know for an absolute fact that this is vertical, I can absolutely get a squared perpendicular from that without raising a single spirit level. But regardless of what tool you're using, you're utilizing the perpendicular, which means a weighted line to show you exact vertical, and the water line, which shows you the exact level, the horizontal vector, right? There's your perpendicular, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. You can have a glass of water and a marble on a string. You don't have to have a sextant or a straw sextant. Anything. A weighted line and water at rest. You put them together, it's going to be perpendicular. An absolute 90. Anywhere. At all elevations, all depths, and all distances.
So would you agree that in the history of what brought us here, that there have been men in this field who literally had the sky as transparent celestial spheres into which the stars were embedded?
What's that have to do with the aspect of Earth?
Because with those with concentric spheres, you can work the geometry the same way.
Does it break the perpendicular principle?
I'm not.
Does it piss in the face of perpendicular?
Oh yeah, once you're having a flat, yeah,
this is in the face of perpendiculars. What you're saying?
No. If you're standing on a sphere and you have other concentric spheres above you, the geometry that applies to one will apply to the others because they share the same center.
You're losing me, man. What's your point here?
No, I'm saying the concentric spheres. Yeah.
Where are we working with concentric spheres in this?
This is why basically the ballers can use the center sphere, and if you look, that's essentially what they're doing.
Hold on, are you talking about circles or spheres?
Spheres, concentric spheres. Yeah.
Where are we using concentric spheres in reality?
I'm saying in the history of this whole discussion about the Earth, that there were men who went before us. These, I can give you the names. I'd have to pull up. But
what about them?
They imagined what they were looking at because the stars were so fixed that
flat Earth equals butt sex.
Sorry?
Flat Go ahead.
Equals butt sex.
Go ahead, Humble, with what you're saying.
I don't know what the person, that they were basically above us, concentric spheres, that we were just the smallest sphere in a number of concentric spheres, some having the planets on it, some having the stars, and even the sun and the moon.
Do you have any
they moved so
critical standards? Do you just accept all that?
I'm just...
Okay, because you framed it with men used to imagine. We can all do that. So let's keep it on the ground. We were talking about celestial navigation.
But I'm saying to you that they have taken. Okay, let you and I agree the Earth is flat. They've taken the flat Earth measurements, right, and they've been able to successfully apply it to a globe.
You mean mathematically invoke it?
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.